Hello, creatures of the night. Welcome to the channel where fear meets fun. Before we begin our macabre journey today, I want to ask you to leave a comment telling me which city you're watching from. I'll love reading your response. Don't forget to hit the like button and get ready to sleep with plenty of fear. All because the rental car's tires crunched on the gravel road as I pulled into the small parking area at the edge of Pisgah National Forest. I killed the engine and sat for a moment, taking in the view of the dense, verdant forest stretching out before me. The late afternoon sun filtered through the canopy, creating a dappled pattern of light and shadow on the forest floor. I stepped out of the car, stretching my legs after the long drive. The air was crisp and clean, filled with the scent of pine and damp earth. As I breathed deeply, I couldn't help but smile. This was why I had become an ornithologist, to immerse myself in nature and unravel its mysteries. Well, Jason, I muttered to myself, welcome to your home for the next few months. I began unloading my equipment from the trunk: cameras, binoculars, recording devices, and my trusty field notebook. As I shouldered my backpack and grabbed the first of several cases, a park ranger approached from a nearby trail. "Dr. Jason Merrick?" he called out, waving as he walked towards me. I set down the case and extended my hand. "That's me. And you must be Ranger Mike?" He shook my hand firmly, his weathered face breaking into a friendly smile. "That's right. Welcome to Pisgah. I hope your drive wasn't too bad." "Not at all," I replied. The scenery more than made up for the winding roads. Ranger Mike chuckled. "Well, you'll have plenty of scenery to enjoy during your stay. Your research site is about a mile down this trail." He gestured to the path he'd emerged from. "Need any help with your gear?" I glanced at the pile of equipment and nodded gratefully. "That would be great, thanks." As we gathered my belongings and started down the trail, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. The forest was beautiful, no doubt, but it was also unnaturally quiet. I'd expected to be greeted by a chorus of birdsong, but instead, there was only the soft rustling of leaves in the breeze. "Is it always this quiet?" I asked Ranger Mike, trying to keep my tone casual. He furrowed his brow, seeming to notice the silence for the first time. "Now that you mention it, no. It's usually a regular symphony out here." "Huh, that's odd." We continued in silence for a few minutes before he spoke again. "So, Dr. Merrick, what exactly are you studying out here?" I launched into an explanation of my research, grateful for the distraction from the unsettling quiet. "I'm conducting a long-term study on the effects of climate change on bird populations in old-growth forests. Pisgah is an ideal location because of its diverse ecosystem and relatively undisturbed habitat." Ranger Mike nodded, looking interested. "Sounds important. We've noticed some changes in animal behavior over the years, but nothing concrete. It'll be good to have some solid data." As we talked, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. I kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see something lurking in the shadows between the trees. But there was nothing. No birds, no small animals, just the endless green of the forest. Finally, we reached a small clearing that would serve as my base camp. A basic wooden platform had been constructed to keep my tent off the damp ground, and a bear-proof storage container stood nearby. "Here we are," Ranger Mike announced, setting down the cases he'd been carrying. "Home sweet home." I thanked him for his help and began setting up my equipment as he gave me a brief rundown of safety protocols and park rules. As he talked, I found my attention wandering, drawn to the oppressive silence of the forest around us. "Dr. Merrick, everything all right?" Ranger Mike's voice snapped me back to the present. I blinked, realizing I'd been staring off into the trees. "Sorry, yes, just taking it all in." He gave me a strange look but didn't press the issue. "Well, I'd better head back. Radio if you need anything." "Oh, and Dr. Merrick?" "Yes?" "Be careful out there. The forest can play tricks on you sometimes." With that cryptic warning, he turned and headed back down the trail, leaving me alone in the clearing. I shook off the unease his words had triggered and focused on setting up my camp. As the sun began to set, I finished organizing my gear and setting up my tent. I'd brought some pre-prepared meals for the first few days, so I heated one up on my camping stove and sat on a fallen log to eat. The twilight deepened around me, the forest transforming in the fading light. Shadows lengthened and merged, creating shapes that seemed to move when I wasn't looking directly at them. I pulled out my field notebook, jotting down my initial observations. Day 1, arrival at Pisgah National Forest. Unusual silence noted, lack of expected bird activity. Further investigation needed. I paused, pen hovering over the paper. Should I mention the feeling of being watched? The strange unease that had settled over me since arriving? In the end, I decided against it. I was here as a scientist, not a storyteller. I needed to stick to observable facts. As night fell in earnest, I prepared for bed. The lack of animal sounds made the darkness feel even more oppressive. I zipped myself into my sleeping bag, the thin fabric of the tent suddenly seeming like a flimsy barrier against the vast, silent forest outside. Despite my exhaustion from the long day of travel, sleep eluded me. I tossed and turned, my mind racing with questions about the strange silence and half-formed theories to explain it. Finally, I drifted off into a fitful sleep. In my dreams, I wandered through a twisted version of the forest. The trees loomed impossibly tall, their branches reaching down like grasping fingers. I could hear whispers on the wind, almost but not quite forming words. And always, I felt eyes upon me, watching from the shadows. Suddenly, in the distance, I heard it. A faint, haunting melody. It was unlike anything I'd ever heard before, both beautiful and terrifying. As I moved towards the sound, the forest seemed to pulse around me, the trees swaying in time with the ethereal music. I broke into a run, desperate to find the source of the melody. The music grew louder, filling my head until it drowned out all other thoughts. Just as I felt I was about to reach it, about to understand, I woke with a gasp. I sat up, heart pounding, sweat soaking my shirt despite the cool night air. The melody from my dream still echoed in my mind, so real that for a moment I thought I could still hear it floating on the breeze outside my tent. I fumbled for my watch, squinting at the glowing display. 3:27 a.m. With shaking hands, I unzipped the tent and stepped outside, half expecting to see the warped dreamscape forest, but everything was normal, or as normal as it had been earlier. The same oppressive silence hung over the clearing. No sign of the haunting melody or watching eyes, just trees, shadows, and silence. I ran a hand through my hair, trying to shake off the lingering effects of the nightmare. "Get it together, Jason," I muttered to myself. "It was just a dream. You're here to do science, not ghost hunt." But as I turned to go back into my tent, a flicker of movement caught my eye. I spun around, heart leaping into my throat. There, at the edge of the clearing, I could have sworn I saw a pair of eyes reflecting the moonlight. But when I blinked, they were gone. I stood frozen for several long moments, straining my eyes and ears for any sign of something, anything. But there was nothing. Just the quiet forest and my own ragged breathing. Finally, I forced myself to return to my tent. I zipped it up tightly, suddenly grateful for even this flimsy barrier. As I lay back down, I couldn't shake the feeling that something fundamental had shifted, that by coming to this forest, I had set in motion events beyond my understanding. I spent the rest of the night in a state of half-sleep, drifting between unsettling dreams and anxious wakefulness. When the first light of dawn finally began to filter through the trees, I gave up on sleep entirely and emerged from my tent. The morning brought no relief from the strange silence. If anything, it seemed even more pronounced in the gray light of early morning. I made myself a strong cup of coffee, hoping the caffeine would help clear the fog from my mind. As I sipped the hot liquid, I tried to approach the situation rationally. I was here to study birds, and so far, the most notable thing was their absence. That would be my focus for the day, establishing baseline observations and looking for any clues to explain the unusual quiet. I gathered my equipment, binoculars, camera, audio recorder, and notebook. Taking a deep breath, I squared my shoulders and set off into the silent forest. Whatever was going on here, I was determined to get to the bottom of it. As I disappeared into the trees, I didn't notice the single raven perched on a branch at the edge of the clearing. It watched me go with unnaturally intelligent eyes, then took wing, flying off to the east. Had I seen it, I might have taken it as a good sign, the first bird I'd encountered since arriving. But I didn't see it, and so, unaware of the forces gathering around me, I ventured deeper into Pisgah National Forest, chasing answers to questions I didn't even know to ask. The next morning, I dragged myself out of my tent, groggy and disoriented from a night of fitful sleep. The eerie silence that had greeted me upon arrival still hung over the forest like a shroud. I rubbed my eyes, trying to shake off the lingering unease from my dreams. "All right, Jason," I muttered to myself. "Time to be a scientist." I grabbed my gear and a quick breakfast bar, determined to start my observations despite the unsettling atmosphere. The morning dew clung to the grass as I made my way deeper into the forest, my boots leaving wet impressions in the soft earth. As I walked, I kept my eyes and ears open for any sign of bird activity. But the trees remained stubbornly still, their branches bare of the usual fluttering and rustling that should accompany a healthy forest ecosystem. After about an hour of fruitless searching, I came across a small clearing that seemed perfect for my first official observation point. I set up my portable chair and laid out my equipment: notebook, binoculars, and audio recorder. "Pisgah National Forest, Day 2, I spoke into the recorder. Time is 8:47 a.m. Temperature is approximately 62 degrees Fahrenheit. Sky is clear, wind is..." I paused, realizing for the first time that there wasn't even the slightest breeze. Wind is non-existent. I scanned the tree line with my binoculars, searching for any movement. Visibility is good, but there's no sign of avian activity. In fact, there's no sign of any wildlife activity. No squirrels, no insects, nothing. As I lowered the binoculars, a chill ran down my spine. The stillness was more than unusual. It was downright unnatural. In all my years of field work, I'd never encountered anything like this. Suddenly, a flash of movement caught my eye. I whipped my head around, heart pounding, only to see a single sparrow perched on a nearby branch. It was the first bird I'd seen since arriving, and I felt a surge of excitement. "Finally!" I exclaimed, raising my binoculars again. Subject is a single sparrow. Species appears to be Spizella passerina, common name, chipping sparrow. But as I observed the bird, I noticed something odd. It wasn't moving, not preening, not shifting on the branch, not even blinking. It was as still as a taxidermy specimen. "Subject is unusually still," I continued, my excitement fading into confusion. "Showing no typical behaviors, almost as if..." Before I could finish the thought, another bird landed on the branch. Then another, and another. Within moments, the trees around me were filled with birds of all species: sparrows, robins, blue jays, even a few larger birds like hawks and owls. But none of them made a sound. They all perched, perfectly still, their eyes fixed on some point in the distance. I slowly lowered my binoculars, my mouth dry. "What the hell?" I whispered. As if in response to my voice, every single bird turned its head in unison to look directly at me. I felt my blood run cold under their lifeless gaze. And then, as one, they began to sing. The sound that erupted from their beaks was like nothing I'd ever heard before. It was a melody, yes, but one that seemed to defy the laws of nature. It was beautiful and terrifying, harmonious and discordant all at once. The notes seemed to twist in the air, forming patterns that hurt my eyes to look at. I clapped my hands over my ears, but it did nothing to muffle the sound. It seemed to bypass my ears entirely, resonating directly in my skull. "Stop!" I shouted, but my voice was lost in the overwhelming chorus. I stumbled backward, tripping over my chair and landing hard on the forest floor. The birds didn't move, didn't blink, just continued their impossible song. As I lay there, paralyzed by the sound, I became aware of a new sensation. The ground beneath me was vibrating, pulsing in time with the melody. It was as if the very earth was resonating with the bird's song. I don't know how long I remained there, caught in that moment of terror and awe. It could have been minutes or hours, but suddenly, as abruptly as it had begun, the song stopped. The silence that followed was deafening. I slowly lowered my hands from my ears, my whole body trembling. The birds were still there, watching me with their unblinking eyes. Then, in perfect synchronization, they took flight. The air was filled with the sound of beating wings as hundreds of birds rose into the sky, leaving me alone in the clearing. I sat up slowly, my mind reeling. What had I just witnessed? It defied all logical explanation. Birds of different species don't sing together. They certainly don't sing melodies that complex. And they absolutely don't move in perfect unison like that. With shaking hands, I reached for my audio recorder. It had fallen from my lap when I tripped, and I prayed it was still functioning. I needed evidence. I needed proof that what I'd experienced was real. I pressed play, holding my breath as I waited to hear the otherworldly chorus again. But there was nothing. Just the sound of my own breathing and the rustle of leaves. The recorder had captured none of it. No, I muttered, rewinding and playing it again. No, no, no. But it was useless. Whatever had happened, whatever force had compelled those birds to sing that impossible song, it hadn't registered on my equipment. I slumped back, running my hands through my hair. Was I going crazy? Had I imagined the whole thing? Just then my satellite phone rang, making me jump. With a shaky hand, I answered it. Hello? Jason? It's Sarah. Are you okay? You sound terrible. I almost laughed at the normalcy of her voice. Sarah was my colleague back at the university, the one who had helped set up this research project. Sarah, I said, my voice cracking. Something's wrong here. Something's very, very wrong. What do you mean? Did something happen? I opened my mouth to tell her about the birds, about the song, about everything. But how could I explain it? How could I make her understand something I couldn't even comprehend myself? I don't know how to describe it, I finally said. The birds here, they're not behaving normally. They're synchronized somehow. And there's this song. A song? Sarah's voice was concerned now. Jason, you're not making any sense. Maybe you should come back. If the conditions aren't right for the study. No, I interrupted, surprising myself with the vehemence in my voice. No, I can't leave. Not now. I need to figure out what's going on here. There was a pause on the other end of the line. When Sarah spoke again, her voice was gentle, as if she were talking to a spooked animal. Okay, Jason, if you're sure, but promise me you'll be careful, all right? And call me if you need anything, anything at all. I will, I promised. Thanks, Sarah. As I hung up, I realized my hands had stopped shaking. Talking to Sarah had grounded me somehow. Reminded me of why I was here. I was a scientist, damn it. And if something strange was happening in this forest, it was my job to study it, to understand it. I stood up, brushing the dirt off my clothes. My eyes fell on my notebook, which had fallen open during the chaos. On the blank page, I wrote in large letters, "The song." Below it, I began to list everything I could remember about the experience. The sudden appearance of the birds, the unnatural stillness, the impossible harmony, the vibrations in the earth. As I wrote, a plan began to form in my mind. I needed more sophisticated recording equipment, something that could capture frequencies beyond the range of my current setup. I needed to map out the forest, to see if there were patterns to where and when the birds appeared. And I needed to be ready for when they sang again. Because something told me this was just the beginning. As the sun climbed higher in the sky, I packed up my gear and headed back to my campsite. The forest was quiet again, but it no longer felt empty. Now I could feel eyes watching me from every shadow, from behind every tree. Something had awakened in Pisgah National Forest, and whether I was ready or not, I was now a part of it. I stumbled back to my campsite, my mind reeling from the morning's impossible events. The forest seemed to close in around me, branches reaching out like gnarled fingers, leaves whispering secrets I couldn't quite catch. By the time I reached my tent, I was drenched in sweat, my heart pounding like a jackhammer in my chest. "Get it together, Jason," I muttered, fumbling with the zipper of my tent. "You're a scientist, for Christ's sake." But as I collapsed onto my sleeping bag, I knew that science had no explanation for what I'd just witnessed. The synchronized song of dozens of different bird species, the vibrations in the earth, the eerie stillness that followed. It all defied rational explanation. I pulled out my audio recorder with trembling hands, desperate to hear some proof of what I'd experienced. But as I pressed play, my heart sank. There was nothing but the sound of my own ragged breathing and the rustle of leaves. "God damn it!" I shouted, hurling the recorder across the tent. It bounced off the canvas and landed with a soft thud on my backpack. I buried my face in my hands, trying to steady my breathing. That's when I heard it. A soft, persistent beeping coming from my satellite phone. Fumbling with the device, I saw I had a voicemail. From Dr. Eliza Thornton. My breath caught in my throat. Dr. Thornton was a legend in the field of avian behavior. What could she possibly want with me? I pressed play and her crisp British accent filled the tent. "Dr. Merrick, this is Eliza Thornton. I've just spoken with your colleague, Sarah, and I must insist that you contact me immediately. What you're experiencing in Pisgah, well, let's just say you're not the first. Call me back as soon as you get this, and Jason, be careful." The message ended, leaving me in stunned silence. Not the first? What did that mean? And how did Sarah know to contact Dr. Thornton? Before I could process this new information, a shadow fell across my tent. I froze, every muscle in my body tensing. Slowly, I turned towards the entrance. There, silhouetted against the afternoon sun, was the unmistakable shape of a raven. It stood perfectly still, its head cocked at an unnatural angle. As I watched, paralyzed, it opened its beak. But instead of a caw, what emerged was a human voice. Sarah's voice. "Jason, it's Sarah. Are you okay? You sound terrible." I scrambled backward, my sleeping bag tangling around my legs. This couldn't be happening. It wasn't possible. The raven's beak moved again, this time producing Dr. Thornton's voice. "What you're experiencing in Pisgah, well, let's just say you're not the first." "What are you?" I whispered, my voice barely audible. The raven's head snapped towards me, its eyes gleaming with an intelligence that sent chills down my spine. Then, in a flurry of black feathers, it was gone. I sat there, shaking for what felt like hours. The forest outside my tent had fallen silent again, but now the silence felt oppressive, watchful. Finally, I forced myself to move, to think. I needed answers, and I needed them now. With trembling fingers, I dialed Dr. Thornton's number. She answered on the first ring. "Dr. Merrick, thank God. Are you all right?" "Dr. Thornton," I said, my voice cracking. I don't know what's happening here. The birds, they're not right. And just now there was a raven, and it spoke with human voices, and I—" "Jason," she interrupted, her tone gentle but firm, "I need you to listen to me very carefully. What you're experiencing is real. It's happening. But you cannot trust everything you see or hear. The forest, it has ways of getting inside your head." I laughed, a high, hysterical sound. "Inside my head? Dr. Thornton, I'm losing my mind here. None of this makes any sense." "I know it doesn't," she said. "But I promise you, there is an explanation. It's just not one that modern science is prepared to accept." I took a deep breath, trying to calm myself. Okay. So what do I do? First, you need to secure your campsite. Salt lines around your tent, iron nails at the corners if you have them. It won't stop everything, but it'll help. Salt lines? Iron nails? Dr. Thornton, what exactly am I dealing with here? There was a long pause on the other end of the line. When she spoke again, Her voice was low, almost reverent. There's an old legend about Pisgah Forest, Jason. About something ancient that sleeps beneath the earth. Something that's starting to wake up. I felt a chill run down my spine. The vibrations, I whispered. I felt them this morning when the birds were singing. Yes, Dr. Thornton said. The song is key. It's how it communicates, how it gathers strength. The birds are just the beginning. My mind was reeling. This was insanity. And yet I couldn't deny what I'd seen, what I'd felt. What do you need me to do? I asked, surprising myself with the steadiness in my voice. For now, observe and record everything you can. But be careful, Jason. Don't let it know you're onto it. And whatever you do, don't try to join in the song. No matter how beautiful it sounds, no matter how much you want to, don't sing along. As if on cue, I heard it. A faint melody drifting through the trees. It was achingly beautiful, filled with a longing so profound it made my chest ache. Dr. Thornton, I whispered. I can hear it. The song. It's starting again. Jason, listen to me. You need to block it out. Put in earplugs, cover your ears, anything, just don't listen to it. But even as she spoke, I found myself moving towards the tent entrance. The melody was growing stronger, more complex. I could feel it resonating in my bones, calling to something deep inside me. It's so beautiful, I murmured, unzipping the tent. Jason, don't. Dr. Thornton's voice faded away as I stepped out into the forest. The world seemed to shimmer around me, leaves and branches moving in time with the music. And there, perched on a low-hanging branch, was the raven. It opened its beak, and this time the voice that emerged was my own. What are you? I found myself answering, the words bubbling up from some deep, hidden part of me. We are the forest. We are the song. And you, Jason Merrick, are the one we've been waiting for. As the words left my mouth, the forest erupted into sound. Every bird, every insect, every leaf and blade of grass seemed to join in the chorus. The ground beneath my feet trembled, and I felt something vast and ancient stirring far below. In that moment, as the song of the forest flowed through me, I understood. I was no longer just an observer. I was a part of something greater, something beyond human comprehension. And somewhere in the back of my mind, a small voice screamed in terror. But it was drowned out by the melody, lost in the symphony of awakening that echoed through Pisgah National Forest. As the sun set on my third day in the forest, I stood at the precipice of a mystery deeper and darker than I could have ever imagined. And whether I was ready or not, I had become a central player in a drama that had been unfolding for millennia. The song of the forest swelled around me, and I let it carry me away into the gathering darkness. I woke with a start, my head pounding and my mouth dry as sandpaper. Sunlight filtered through the tent fabric, casting everything in a sickly green glow. For a moment, I couldn't remember where I was or how I'd gotten there. Then it all came rushing back. The birds, the song, the voice of the forest speaking through me. I scrambled to sit up, my sleeping bag tangled around my legs. Jesus, I muttered, running a hand through my sweat-damp hair. What the hell happened last night? As if in answer, my satellite phone buzzed. I fumbled for it, my heart racing when I saw the caller ID, Dr. Eliza Thornton. Hello? My voice came out as a croak. Jason? Thank God. Dr. Thornton's crisp British accent was tinged with worry. I've been trying to reach you for hours. What happened? Are you all right? I closed my eyes, trying to piece together the fragmented memories of the previous night. I'm not sure. The song, it was everywhere. And then, I think I joined in. Everything after that is a blur. There was a long pause on the other end of the line. When Dr. Thornton spoke again, her voice was low and urgent. Jason, listen to me very carefully. You need to get out of there. Now. Pack up your things and leave the forest. I'll have someone meet you at the ranger station. A chill ran down my spine. Leave? But my research? Forget the research, she snapped. Your life is in danger. The forest, it's chosen you for something, and believe me, you don't want any part of it. As she spoke, I became aware of a faint whisper at the edge of my hearing. It seemed to be coming from everywhere and nowhere at once, a susurration of countless voices just below the threshold of comprehension. Dr. Thornton, I said slowly, I think it's too late. What do you mean? The fear in her voice was palpable now. I can hear them. The whispers. They're all around me. Jason, no. Fight it. You have to. But her words were drowned out by a sudden surge in the whispers. They swelled like a tide, washing over me, through me, and suddenly I could understand them. Stay, they murmured. Learn. Become. I have to go, I heard myself say, my voice sounding distant and unfamiliar. Jason, don't you dare hang up. I ended the call, letting the phone slip from my fingers. The whispers receded, leaving behind a strange sense of calm. I knew I should be terrified, should be running for my life. But instead I felt curious, eager even. I unzipped the tent and stepped out into the forest. The world seemed different somehow, more vivid. Colors were brighter, scents sharper. And everywhere I looked, I saw movement. Not just birds and small animals, but the trees themselves, swaying to some unheard rhythm. Hello? I called out, feeling slightly foolish. Is anyone there? A rustle in the underbrush caught my attention. I turned to see a figure emerge from between the trees. A woman, but like no woman I'd ever seen before. Her skin was the color of rich earth, her hair a tangle of leaves and twigs, and her eyes. Her eyes were ancient, filled with the wisdom of millennia. Who are you? I whispered, awe and fear warring in my chest. She smiled, a gesture both beautiful and terrifying. When she spoke, her voice was like the creaking of old trees. I am the forest, Jason Merrick, and you are the one we have been waiting for. I shook my head, trying to clear it. This couldn't be real. I don't understand. What do you want from me? Understanding will come, she said, reaching out a bark-textured hand to caress my cheek. For now, you must learn. Listen, the forest has much to teach you. As if on cue, the whispers returned, louder now. They spoke of ancient secrets, of powers long forgotten by the world of men, of a slumbering force beneath the earth waiting to be awakened. I wanted to run, to scream, to deny the impossible things I was hearing. But another part of me, a part that seemed to be growing stronger by the moment, wanted to lean in, to listen, to learn. This is insane, I muttered, even as I felt myself being drawn in. I'm a scientist, for God's sake. This can't be happening. The forest woman laughed, a sound like wind through leaves. Science? Your science is but a child's fumbling in the dark. We offer you true knowledge, Jason. Will you accept it? I opened my mouth to refuse, to demand that she leave me alone. But what came out instead was, yes, teach me. Her smile widened, revealing teeth like polished stones. Then let us begin. What followed was a blur of images and sensations. The forest woman led me deeper into the woods, to places that shouldn't exist, groves where the trees whispered prophecies, clearings where the very air shimmered with power. And all the while, the voices in my head grew louder, filling me with knowledge both wondrous and terrible. I learned of the entity that slumbered beneath Pisgah, an ancient being of unimaginable power. I learned of the role the forest played in keeping it asleep, and of the forces that now sought to wake it. But why me? I asked as we stood before a pool of water so still it looked like a mirror of polished obsidian. Why am I the one you've been waiting for? The forest woman's reflection appeared beside mine in the pool. Because you hear the song, Jason. You understand it in a way few humans ever have. You can help us, or doom us all. I stared at our reflections, transfixed by the sight of this impossible being next to my all-too-human form. And if I refuse? Her laughter this time was cold, sending shivers down my spine. Oh, Jason, don't you see? You've already accepted. The moment you joined in the song, you became part of this. There's no going back now. As if to emphasize her point, the pool's surface began to ripple. In its depths, I saw flashes of what was to come. Birds falling from the sky, the earth splitting open, a darkness rising that threatened to swallow everything. No, I whispered, stumbling back from the pool. No, I won't be a part of this, I won't. But even as I spoke, I could feel the whispers in my head growing louder, more insistent. They were a part of me now, as much as my own thoughts. The forest woman watched me with those ancient, knowing eyes. You cannot fight what you are becoming, Jason. Embrace it. Let the forest in. I turned and ran, crashing through the underbrush, branches whipping at my face. But no matter how far or fast I ran, I couldn't escape the whispers. They were inside me, growing louder with each pounding heartbeat. Finally, I burst into a small clearing and fell to my knees, gasping for breath. And that's when I heard it. A new sound cutting through the whispers. The trill of a cell phone. With shaking hands, I pulled my satellite phone from my pocket. The caller ID read Sarah. For a moment, I hesitated. This was my chance to reach out, to ask for help, to try and hold on to my sanity and my old life. But as I stared at the ringing phone, I realized something that sent a chill through my very soul. I wasn't sure I wanted to. The forest had shown me wonders beyond imagining. It had opened my eyes to a world of magic and mystery that I'd never known existed. And deep down, in a place I was almost afraid to acknowledge, I wanted more. The phone fell silent in my hand. I looked up to see the forest woman standing at the edge of the clearing, watching me with those impossibly old eyes. What happens now? I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. She smiled, holding out her hand. Now, Jason Merrick, you truly begin to learn. The forest is waiting. Are you ready? As I reached out to take her hand, I felt the last vestiges of my old self slipping away. The Jason Merrick who had come to Pisgah National Forest to study birds was gone. In his place was someone, or something, new. Someone who could hear the song of the forest, who could speak to the trees and understand their whispers. Someone who might just hold the fate of the world in his hands. I'm ready, I said, and took her hand. The forest closed in around us, and I stepped willingly into the unknown, leaving behind the world of science and reason for one of ancient magic and terrifying wonder. Whatever came next, there was no turning back now. The whispers in my head rose to a crescendo, and I let them carry me away into the gathering darkness of Pisgah National Forest. Time lost all meaning in the depths of Pisgah National Forest. Days blurred into nights and nights into days as the forest woman, who I'd come to know as Arya, guided me deeper into the heart of this ancient woodland. The whispers in my head had become a constant companion, sometimes a gentle murmur, other times a deafening roar. On what I guessed was the 5th day since my transformation began, Arya led me to the mouth of a cave I hadn't noticed before. It seemed to appear out of nowhere, a gaping maw in the side of a hill that hadn't been there moments ago. What is this place? I asked, my voice hoarse from disuse. Arya's eyes gleamed in the dim light. This, Jason, is where you will face your first true test. The cave will show you things. Terrible, wonderful things. You must be prepared. I swallowed hard, eyeing the dark entrance. And if I'm not ready? Her laugh was like the rustle of dead leaves. Then the forest will claim you, as it has claimed so many others. Before I could respond, a sound echoed from deep within the cave, a haunting melody that made the whispers in my head surge in response. It was the song, the one I'd heard that fateful day with the birds, but deeper, older somehow. Arya placed a gnarled hand on my shoulder. Go. Listen. Learn. Taking a deep breath, I stepped into the darkness. The cave mouth seemed to close behind me, plunging me into absolute blackness. Panic clawed at my throat, but I forced it down. I wasn't the same man who had come to Pisgah to study birds. I was something more now, something connected to this ancient place. I let the song guide me, feeling my way along the rough stone walls. As I ventured deeper, strange luminescent fungi began to appear, casting an eerie blue glow over the cavern. And then I saw them. The cave paintings. Crude figures danced across the walls, depicting scenes both beautiful and horrifying. I saw great beasts rising from the earth, forests growing and dying in the blink of an eye, and always, always the birds. They were everywhere, their wings spread wide, their beaks open in silent song. "My God," I whispered, reaching out to touch one of the paintings. As my fingers brushed the stone, the image seemed to come alive, the bird taking flight right off the wall. A voice echoed through the cave, startling me. "Hello? Is someone there?" I spun around, heart pounding. "Who's there?" A figure emerged from the shadows, and I gasped. It was Sarah, my colleague from the university. But how could she be here? "Jason?" Her eyes widened in recognition. "Oh, thank God. I've been looking everywhere for you. We need to get out of here now." I took a step back, confusion and suspicion warring in my mind. "Sarah? How did you find me?" She reached for my hand, her expression urgent. "There's no time to explain. Dr. Thornton sent me. She says you're in danger, that the forest is doing something to you. We have to leave before it's too late." For a moment, I was tempted. The thought of returning to my old life, of leaving behind the strangeness and terror of the past few days, was almost overwhelming. But then I heard it. A discordant note in the song that filled the cave. I pulled my hand away from Sarah's. "You're not real." Her face twisted in confusion. "What?" "Jason, of course I'm real. Please, we have to—" "No," I said more firmly this time. "You're a test. The cave is showing me what I want to see, trying to lure me back. But I can't go back. Not now." The thing that looked like Sarah snarled, its face contorting into something inhuman. "Fool!" it hissed, its voice now a cacophony of screeches. "You could have had your old life back. Now you'll rot here, just like all the others." It lunged at me, fingers elongating into claws. I stumbled backward, falling onto the hard stone floor. But before it could reach me, a flock of spectral birds burst from the cave paintings, swarming around the creature. It screamed, a sound of pure anguish as the birds tore it apart. In moments there was nothing left but wisps of shadow that quickly faded away. Shaking, I got to my feet. The song in the cave had changed, becoming softer, almost approving. I realized with a start that I could understand it now, not just feel it. It was telling me to go deeper, that there was more to see, more to learn. I pressed on, the luminescent fungi lighting my way. The cave seemed to go on forever, twisting and turning, sometimes so narrow I had to squeeze through sideways, other times opening into vast chambers filled with crystal formations that sang when I touched them. Finally, I emerged into a cavern so large I couldn't see the other side. In the center was an underground lake, its surface as still and black as obsidian. And there, rising from the water, was a stone altar. As I approached, I saw that the altar was covered in strange symbols, some of which matched the whispers in my head. I reached out to touch one, and suddenly the cave erupted in sound and light. Images flashed before my eyes faster than I could process. The birth of the forest, the arrival of the first humans, the wars and peace that followed, and through it all, a presence, vast and ancient, slumbering beneath the earth. A voice boomed in my head, so loud it felt like my skull would split open. "You have come, Jason Merrick. You have heard our song. But are you worthy to be our voice?" I fell to my knees, overwhelmed by the sheer power of the presence. I don't know," I gasped. "What do you want from me?" "We are the forest, we are the balance. For millennia we have slept, but now we must wake, for the world is in peril. You will be our herald, our voice in the world of men." The weight of their words crashed over me like a tidal wave. But why me? I'm just a scientist, I'm nobody special. The presence seemed to chuckle, a sound that shook the very foundations of the cave. "You heard our song when others could not. You embraced the forest when others would flee. You are more than you know, Jason Merrick." Suddenly the water in the lake began to churn. Something was rising from its depths, something massive. I scrambled back as a colossal form broke the surface, water cascading off scales the size of car doors. It was a serpent, but like no serpent I'd ever seen before. Its head alone was the size of a house, with eyes that glowed like molten gold. "Behold," the voice in my head said, softer now but no less powerful. "The guardian of the forest. It has slept for eons, but soon it must wake. And you, Jason Merrick, will help us prepare the world for its awakening." The serpent's gaze fixed on me, and I felt as if my very soul was being weighed and measured. After what seemed like an eternity, it nodded once, then sank back beneath the dark waters. I stood there trembling as the magnitude of what I'd just experienced washed over me. I was no longer just Jason Merrick, ornithologist. I was something more. Something chosen by forces beyond my comprehension. As if sensing my turmoil, the voice spoke again. "The path ahead will not be easy. There are those who would stop the awakening, who fear the change it will bring. You will face trials and tribulations beyond anything you have known, but you will not face them alone." The cave began to shake, rocks falling from the ceiling. I realized with a start that the tremors weren't just in the cave. They were everywhere. The forest was changing, preparing for what was to come. "Go now," the voice commanded. "Return to the world above. Seek out those who can aid you. And remember, Jason Merrick, the forest is always with you." I turned and ran, the cave collapsing behind me. I didn't stop until I burst out into the open air, gasping and covered in dust. Aria was waiting for me, a knowing smile on her face. "You have passed the first test," she said. "But there are many more to come. Are you ready?" I looked back at the cave entrance, now sealed by fallen rocks. Then I turned my gaze to the forest around me. It seemed more alive than ever, every leaf and branch vibrating with barely contained energy. I could hear the whispers more clearly now, could understand the song that flowed through every living thing. "I'm ready," I said, surprised by the strength in my voice. "What's next?" Aria's smile widened, revealing those stone-like teeth. "Now, Jason Merrick, we prepare for war. The awakening is coming, and the world will never be the same." As we set off deeper into the forest, I felt a mix of terror and exhilaration. I didn't fully understand what I'd become or what lay ahead. But I knew one thing for certain: my old life was gone, consumed by the wild magic of Pisgah National Forest. And whatever came next, there was no turning back. The whispers in my head rose to a crescendo, and for the first time I joined in willingly, adding my voice to the ancient song of the forest. The forest was changing. I could feel it in the vibration of the earth beneath my feet, in the charged electricity of the air. The trees seemed to lean in closer, their branches reaching out like grasping fingers. And always, always, there was the song, a constant, pulsing rhythm that seemed to emanate from the very heart of Pisgah. Aria led me through paths that shouldn't exist, twisting trails that seemed to fold space and time. We walked for what felt like hours, yet the sun never moved in the sky. Finally, we emerged into a massive clearing I was certain hadn't been there before. In the center stood a circle of massive ancient oaks. Their trunks were gnarled and twisted, bark peeling away to reveal pulsing, vein-like structures underneath. And gathered around these trees were people. At least they had once been people. Some looked almost normal, save for the leaves growing from their skin or the bark-like texture of their flesh. Others were more plant than human, their limbs elongated into branch-like appendages, their hair a tangle of vines and flowers. All of them turned to stare as Arya and I entered the clearing. "Welcome," Arya announced, her voice carrying easily across the space, "to the Council of the Forest." A figure stepped forward from the group. He might have been handsome once, but now his face was a mask of twisted wood and fungus. When he spoke, his voice was like the creaking of old trees in a storm. "So this is the one you've chosen, Arya? He looks unfinished." I bristled at his tone, but Arya simply smiled. "He has passed the first test, Thorn. The cave accepted him." A murmur ran through the gathered crowd. Thorn's eyes narrowed as he looked me up and down. "The cave is just the beginning. He has much to prove before we can trust him with our secrets." "Hey," I interjected, finding my voice. "I'm standing right here. If you've got something to say it to me." Thorn's laugh was like branches snapping in the wind. "It speaks. Tell me, human, do you even understand what you've gotten yourself into? Do you comprehend the forces you're dealing with?" I thought back to the cave, to the visions I'd seen, and the monstrous serpent rising from the Black Lake. "I'm starting to," I said quietly, "but I know I still have a lot to learn." "Learn?" Thorn sneered. "You think this is some kind of school? We are preparing for war, human. A war that will reshape the very face of this planet." "Enough, Thorn," Arya said, her voice carrying a note of warning. "He is here now, chosen by the forest itself. We must prepare him." Thorn looked like he wanted to argue further, but another voice cut through the tension. "Let him speak for himself." The crowd parted, revealing a woman unlike any I'd seen before. Her skin was the pale green of new leaves, her hair a cascade of white flowers. When she moved, it was with the fluid grace of a willow in the wind. "I am Willow," she said, her voice soft, yet carrying an undercurrent of immense power. "And I would hear what the forest's chosen has to say." All eyes turned to me. I swallowed hard, suddenly very aware of how out of place I was. But then I felt it. The song of the forest, swelling within me, giving me strength. "My name is Jason Merrick," I began, surprised by the steadiness in my voice. "A week ago, I was just a scientist studying birds in this forest. Now," I paused, looking down at my hands. Thin vines had begun to grow beneath my skin, visible through my veins. "Now, I'm something else. Something more." I looked up, meeting the eyes of the assembled council. I don't fully understand what's happening, or why I was chosen, but I know that something is coming. Something big. And if the forest thinks I can help, then that's what I'm going to do. Willow smiled, a gesture that seemed to make the entire clearing brighten. "Well spoken, Jason Merrick. But words are easy. Actions are what truly matter." She turned to address the council. "The time of awakening draws near. The barriers between our world and theirs grow thin. We must prepare. And quickly." Thorn stepped forward again, his wooden face creased with worry. "The humans are becoming aware. Their machines have detected the tremors. They will come with their guns and their poisons." "Let them come," rumbled a massive being that seemed to be made entirely of rock and moss. "We will crush them, as we have always done." "No," I said, the word escaping before I could stop it. All eyes turned to me again, many now hostile. "You would defend them?" Thorn spat. "After all they've done to the forest?" I shook my head. "Not defend, but we can't just destroy them either. There has to be another way." Arya placed a hand on my shoulder, her touch cool and reassuring. "What do you propose, Jason?" I took a deep breath, the beginnings of a plan forming in my mind. "We need to show them, make them understand. If they could hear the song, see what I've seen." "Impossible," Thorn scoffed. "Their minds are closed, their hearts hardened against the natural world." "Not all of them," I argued. "There are people who would listen. Scientists, environmentalists, indigenous groups who still remember the old ways. If we could reach them, make them our allies." Willow nodded slowly. "It is a risk, but one that might be worth taking. What say you, Council? A heated debate broke out among the gathered beings. I caught snatches of arguments in languages I shouldn't have been able to understand, the rustle of leaves, the gurgle of streams, the low rumble of the earth itself. Finally, Willow raised a hand, and silence fell. We have decided. Jason Merrick, you will be our emissary to the human world. You will seek out those who might listen, who might join our cause. But be warned, there are those who will stop at nothing to prevent the awakening. Your path will be dangerous. I nodded, a mix of fear and determination settling in my gut. I understand, but I'm ready. Thorn stepped forward, his wooden face unreadable. Then you must be prepared. The forest must become a part of you, fully and completely. Are you willing to sacrifice your humanity for our cause? I hesitated for a moment, thinking of my old life, my research, my colleagues, the world I'd left behind. But then I felt the song swelling within me, and I knew there was no going back. I am, I said firmly. Willow smiled, and suddenly the entire clearing was in motion. The council members formed a circle around me, their voices rising in a chant that seemed to shake the very air. I felt something stirring deep within the earth, a vast and ancient power rising to the surface. Arya squeezed my shoulder one last time. Be brave, Jason, and remember, the forest is always with you. Then the chanting reached a fever pitch, and the ground beneath my feet began to crack. Roots burst forth, wrapping around my legs, my torso, my arms. I should have been terrified, but instead I felt a sense of profound rightness. As the roots burrowed into my flesh, I saw flashes of the forest's vast history, centuries compressed into seconds, millennia into minutes. I saw the rise and fall of civilizations, the ebb and flow of ice ages, the slow dance of continents across the face of the planet. And through it all, I saw the guardian serpent, sleeping yet ever watchful, maintaining the delicate balance of nature. I understood then, in a way that went beyond mere knowledge, the vital importance of its awakening. The pain was excruciating, but I didn't cry out. I embraced it, let it wash over me and through me. I felt my body changing, transforming. My skin hardened into bark, my hair became a tangle of leaves and vines. And in my chest, where my heart had once beat, I felt something new taking root, a seed of pure, wild power. When it was over, I fell to my knees, gasping. The council stood around me, their expressions a mix of awe and apprehension. It is done, Willow said softly. Rise, Jason Merrick, emissary of the forest. I stood, marveling at my transformed body. I could feel the life of the forest flowing through me, could hear the whispers of every tree and blade of grass. The song that had once been external was now a part of me, as natural as breathing. What now? I asked, my voice resonating with new power. Thorn stepped forward, and to my surprise, he bowed his head slightly. Now, you return to the world of men. Find allies. Prepare them for what's to come. And when the time is right, when the Guardian begins to stir, I'll be ready, I finished for him. As the council dispersed, Arya approached me one last time. The path ahead will not be easy, Jason. There will be those who fear you, who will try to stop you. But never forget what you fight for. I nodded, feeling the weight of my new responsibility settling on my shoulders. As I turned to leave the clearing, to begin my journey back to the world I'd left behind, I caught a glimpse of my reflection in a nearby pool. My eyes glowed with an inner light, and patterns of luminescent fungi traced intricate designs across my bark-like skin. I was no longer fully human, but neither was I fully of the forest. I was something new, something in between. As I set off through the twisted paths of Pisgah, the song of the forest swelled within me. Whatever challenges lay ahead, whatever battles I would face, I knew one thing for certain. I was no longer alone. The power of an ancient awakening force was with me, and through me it would reshape the world. The war for the future of the planet had begun, and I, Jason Merrick, was its unlikely herald. The world beyond Pisgah National Forest was a cacophony of sensations. As I emerged from the tree line, my newly heightened senses were overwhelmed by the assault of human civilization. The acrid stench of car exhaust burned my nostrils. The distant rumble of highways felt like earthquakes beneath my feet, and the dull roar of a nearby town was a discordant shriek compared to the harmonious song of the forest. I stumbled, bracing myself against a tree at the forest's edge. Its bark was rough beneath my transformed hand, and I could feel its life force pulsing in sync with my own. Easy now, I muttered to myself. One step at a time. As I collected myself, I caught sight of my reflection in a puddle at my feet. The face staring back at me was barely recognizable as human. My skin had taken on the texture of gnarled bark, with swirling patterns of bioluminescent fungi tracing ethereal designs across my cheeks and forehead. My eyes glowed with an inner light, pupils now vertical slits like those of a cat or a serpent. "Well, Jason," I said with a bitter laugh, "you're sure as hell not going to blend in looking like this." I closed my eyes, concentrating on the song that now flowed through my veins. I felt my body shift and change, the bark-like skin smoothing out, the glowing patterns fading. When I looked again, a face that was almost human stared back at me. Almost, but not quite. There was still something wild and otherworldly in my eyes, something that marked me as no longer entirely of this world. It would have to do. Taking a deep breath, I stepped out onto the road that led back to civilization. I hadn't gone more than 100 yards when I heard the rumble of an approaching vehicle. Panicking slightly, I ducked behind a large boulder, peering out as a battered pickup truck came into view. To my surprise, it slowed to a stop right in front of my hiding place. The driver's side door creaked open, and a familiar voice called out, "Jason? Jason Merrick, is that you?" I froze. It was Mike, the park ranger who had helped me set up my camp what felt like a lifetime ago. For a moment I considered staying hidden, but then I felt a gentle nudge from the forest's song, urging me forward. Slowly, I emerged from behind the boulder. "Hello, Mike," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. Mike's eyes widened as he took in my appearance. "Jesus, Mary, and Joseph," he breathed. "What happened to you? We've had search parties out looking for weeks." Weeks? Had it really been that long? Time had lost all meaning in the depths of the forest. I struggled to find words that wouldn't sound completely insane. "I got lost," I managed lamely. "The forest, it changed me." Mike's hand drifted towards the radio on his belt. "Jason, you're not making any sense. You look like you need medical attention. Let me call this in." "No," I said sharply, taking a step forward. Mike flinched, and I realized how threatening I must look. I forced myself to soften my tone. "Please, Mike. I know this is hard to understand, but I need you to trust me. I can't go to a hospital. I can't let anyone know I'm back yet. There's something I have to do first." Mike's hand stayed on his radio, his expression wary. "And what exactly is that, Jason?" I took a deep breath. This was it. My first test as the forest's emissary. I need to warn people. Something's coming, Mike. Something big. The forest is waking up, and the world needs to be ready. For a long moment, Mike just stared at me. Then, to my surprise, he laughed. It wasn't a happy sound. "You know," he said, shaking his head, "I've worked in this forest for 30 years. Seen things I can't explain. Heard things that shouldn't be possible." He paused, his eyes meeting mine. "I always knew there was something more out there. Something old and powerful." Hope surged in my chest. "Then you believe me?" Mike sighed heavily. "I don't know what I believe, Jason. But I know you're not the same man who went into those woods a month ago. And if you say something's coming..." He trailed off, then seemed to come to a decision. "Get in the truck. I know someone you should talk to." Gratitude washed over me. "Thank you, Mike." You have no idea how important this is. As I climbed into the passenger seat, I felt the forest's approval humming through me. The first step had been taken. The message was spreading. Mike drove in silence for a while, the forest giving way to small towns and then larger suburbs. Finally, he spoke again. So, this awakening, what exactly are we talking about here? I considered how to answer. The full truth would be too much too soon. It's a change, I said carefully. A return to balance, the natural world reasserting itself. Mike's knuckles whitened on the steering wheel. Sounds ominous. It doesn't have to be, I assured him. If people are prepared, if they understand and work with the change instead of against it. And if they don't? Mike asked, his voice tight. I remembered the visions I'd seen in the cave, the terrible beauty of nature unleashed. Then things could get very bad very quickly. Mike nodded grimly. Figured as much. Well, if anyone can help spread your message, it's Ellen. Ellen? I asked. Dr. Ellen Reeves, Mike explained. She's a professor of ecology at the university. Been studying Pisgah for years. Always said there was something special about the forest, something science couldn't quite explain. People thought she was a bit of a crackpot, but... He glanced at me. I'm guessing she was more right than anyone knew. As we drove into the city, I felt a growing unease. The further we got from the forest, the more disconnected I felt. The song that had become as natural as breathing was now faint, drowned out by the noise of urban life. I closed my eyes, trying to center myself, to maintain the tenuous connection to the power that now flowed through me. We're here, Mike announced, pulling up in front of a modest house on a quiet street. As we approached the front door, it swung open before we could knock. A woman in her 60s stood there, her silver hair wild and her eyes bright with intelligence and barely contained excitement. "Mike," she exclaimed, "this is unexpected, and who's your—" Her voice trailed off as her gaze fell on me. Her eyes widened, and I saw a flash of recognition, not of who I was, but of what I represented. "Oh my," she breathed. Oh my, it's happening, isn't it? The forest has chosen its emissary." I blinked in surprise. You know? Dr. Reeves laughed, a sound of pure joy. "I've been waiting my whole life for this moment. Come in, both of you. We have so much to discuss." As we followed her into the house, I felt a surge of hope. Here was someone who understood, someone who could help spread the message. But that hope was tempered by a growing sense of urgency. Time was running out. Dr. Reeves led us into a study crammed with books, artifacts, and maps. Every available surface was covered in notes and diagrams. She turned to face us, her expression serious. "Now then," she said, "tell me everything." And so I did. I told her about the bird's strange behavior, about the cave and the visions I'd seen there. I told her about the Council of the Forest, about my transformation and my mission as emissary. As I spoke, I felt the song of the forest swelling within me again, lending power and conviction to my words. When I finished, Dr. Reeves was silent for a long moment. Then she nodded, as if coming to a decision. "I believe you, Jason, and I want to help. But you need to understand. What you're proposing, the changes you're talking about, it's going to be met with resistance. Powerful people have a vested interest in maintaining the status quo." "I know," I said grimly. "But we have to try. The awakening is coming whether they like it or not. Our only choice is how we respond to it." Dr. Reeves smiled, a fierce light in her eyes. "Well then, let's get to work. We'll need to reach out to my contacts in the scientific community, in environmental groups. And we'll need to be careful. There are those who will see you as a threat." As if on cue, the sound of screeching tires came from outside. Mike rushed to the window, then swore under his breath. "We've got company. Black SUVs, men in suits. This doesn't look good." I felt a surge of panic, quickly followed by a wave of calm as the forest's song rose within me. I knew what I had to do. "Dr. Reeves," I said urgently, "I need you to trust me. Can you buy me some time?" She nodded without hesitation. "Go. We'll hold them off as long as we can." I closed my eyes, reaching out with my newfound senses. There, a tree in the backyard, its roots stretching deep into the earth. I focused on it, feeling the connection between all living things. As shouts and pounding footsteps approached the front door, I let the wild magic of the forest flow through me. My skin hardened into bark, my hair became a tangle of leaves and vines. I was no longer trying to pass as human. I was embracing what I had become. With a silent apology to Dr. Reeves's floor, I plunged my transformed hand into the ground. Roots burst forth, connecting me to the tree outside and, through it, to the vast network of life that pulsed beneath the city. The last thing I heard as I sank into the earth was the splintering of wood as the front door was broken down. But I knew I was already beyond their reach. The forest had reclaimed its emissary, and the next phase of our mission was about to begin. The song of awakening rose around me, a promise and a warning. The world was about to change, ready or not. The earth embraced me like a lover, cool and damp against my transformed skin. I moved through it as easily as swimming, guided by the pulsing life force of roots and underground streams. The song of the forest was strong here, undiluted by the cacophony of human civilization above. I had no idea how long I traveled through the earth, or how far. Time and distance seemed to lose all meaning in this subterranean world. But eventually, I felt a change in the vibrations around me, a shift in the song. Something was calling me upward. I emerged in a dimly lit cavern, my bark-like skin glistening with moisture. As my eyes adjusted to the gloom, I realized I wasn't alone. A figure stood before me, familiar yet utterly alien. "Dr. Thornton?" I gasped. The woman who had once been Dr. Eliza Thornton smiled, revealing teeth that gleamed like polished river stones. Her skin had taken on the pale, translucent quality of cave fungi, and her hair writhed like a nest of blind albino worms. "Hello, Jason," she said, her voice echoing strangely in the cavern. "I've been expecting you." I took a step back, my mind reeling. "But how? The last time I heard from you was when I warned you to leave the forest," she finished for me. "Yes, I remember. I was resistant to the change at first. But the forest has a way of opening one's eyes." I studied her more closely, noting the way her feet seemed to merge with the cave floor, how the very rock seemed to pulse in time with her breathing. "You're like me," I realized. Dr. Thornton's laugh was like water trickling over stones. "In a way, we've both been chosen, transformed. But where you are the forest's emissary to the world above, I am its guardian below." She gestured around us, and for the first time I took in the full scope of our surroundings. The cavern was vast, its ceiling lost in shadows high above. Strange, phosphorescent plants clung to the walls, casting an eerie glow. And everywhere there was movement, shapes just at the edge of vision, things that slithered and crawled and pulsed with otherworldly life. "Welcome," Dr. Thornton said, "to the Underrealm." I shook my head, trying to process everything. "I don't understand. Why am I here? I'm supposed to be warning people about the awakening, preparing them for what's coming." Dr. Thornton's expression turned serious. "And so you shall. But first you need to understand the full scope of what we're dealing with. The awakening isn't just happening in the forest, Jason. It's happening everywhere, in every ecosystem on the planet. And not everyone is happy about it." As if on cue, a low rumble shook the cavern. Dust and small rocks rained down from above. "What was that?" I asked, alarmed. "That," Dr. Thornton said grimly, "is why you're here. Come with me." She led me through twisting tunnels, past underground lakes that glowed with bioluminescent life, through caverns filled with crystal formations that sang in haunting tones as we passed. All the while, the rumbling continued, growing stronger. Finally, we emerged onto a ledge overlooking a massive chasm. Far below, I could see flashes of light and hear the echo of what sounded disturbingly like explosions. "What's going on down there?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. Dr. Thornton's face was grim. "War, Jason. A war for the very soul of the planet. Look closely." I peered into the depths, my enhanced vision piercing the gloom. What I saw made my blood run cold. Human figures in high-tech suits of armor were battling against creatures that seemed to be made of living stone and root. Laser beams sliced through the air, while the earth itself rose up to swallow the invaders. "Who are they?" I asked, unable to tear my eyes away from the scene. "They call themselves the Preservers," Dr. Thornton spat, her voice filled with contempt. "They believe they're protecting humanity by stopping the awakening. In reality, they're dooming us all." Another explosion rocked the chasm, and I saw one of the stone creatures fall, shattering into 1,000 pieces. A cry of anguish rose from the depths, a sound of such profound sorrow that I felt tears spring to my eyes. "We have to stop this," I said, my hands clenching into fists. "We have to make them understand." Dr. Thornton placed a hand on my shoulder, her touch cool and somehow reassuring. "That's why you're here, Jason. You're the bridge between worlds. You can speak to them in a way we can't." I turned to her, confusion and determination warring within me. "But how? They're not going to listen to reason if they're already fighting a war." A sly smile spread across Dr. Thornton's face. "Who said anything about reason? You have the power of the forest within you, Jason. It's time you learned to use it." Over the next few hours, or was it days, time seemed to flow differently in the Underrealm. Dr. Thornton taught me to harness the wild magic that now coursed through my veins. I learned to shape the earth with a thought, to communicate with the strange subterranean life forms, to tap into the vast network of roots and mycelia that connected everything. As my powers grew, so did my understanding of the true nature of the awakening. It wasn't just about the forest reasserting itself. It was about restoring balance to a world that had been thrown into chaos by human excess. The guardian serpent I had seen in my vision was just one small part of a vast, planet-wide organism that was finally stirring from its slumber. "But why now?" I asked Dr. Thornton as we rested after a particularly grueling training session. "Why is this happening at this moment in history?" She sighed, a sound like wind through ancient caverns. "The Earth has reached a tipping point, Jason. Climate change, mass extinction, pollution, it's all pushed the system to the brink. The awakening is the planet's immune response, its last-ditch effort to save itself. And us, though many don't realize it." I nodded slowly, the pieces falling into place. "And the Preservers? They think they're fighting this to save humanity?" "They're short-sighted," Dr. Thornton said, her voice hard. "They can't see beyond their own lifetimes, their own narrow definition of what it means to be human. They don't understand that we're all part of the same system, that by trying to stop the awakening, they're dooming themselves along with everything else." Another rumble shook the cavern, stronger than before. Dr. Thornton's expression turned grave. "We're running out of time. The Preservers are pushing deeper into the Underrealm. If they reach the heart of the system before the awakening is complete..." She didn't need to finish the thought. I could feel the urgency thrumming through the very rock around us. "What do we do?" I asked. "You, Jason, are going back to the surface," she said. "You need to gather allies, spread the message. I'll stay here, coordinating our defenses. But before you go, there's one last thing you need to see." She led me to a small, hidden grotto. In the center, nestled in a bed of glowing moss, was an egg. It was massive, easily the size of a car, its surface a swirling pattern of greens and browns that seemed to shift and change as I watched. "What is it?" I breathed, awed by the pulsing life force I could feel emanating from the egg. "The future," Dr. Thornton said simply. "When it hatches, it will herald the final stage of the awakening. You must protect it, Jason. The Preservers would destroy it if they knew of its existence." I reached out, placing my hand on the egg's warm surface. In that moment, I felt a connection so profound it brought tears to my eyes. I saw flashes of what was to come, a world transformed, humanity living in harmony with nature in ways I could barely comprehend. "I understand," I said, my voice thick with emotion. "I won't let you down. I won't let any of this down." Dr. Thornton smiled, and for a moment I saw a glimmer of the human she had once been. "I know you won't. Now go, Jason Merrick. Go and wake the world." With a final look at the egg, I turned and made my way back to the tunnels that would lead me to the surface. As I traveled, I felt the song of the forest. No, the song of the entire living world, swelling within me. I was no longer just an emissary. I was a herald, a harbinger of the change to come. As I neared the surface, I steeled myself for the battles ahead. The preservers, the skeptics, the forces of inertia that would resist the awakening. I would face them all. And I would show them the truth, whether they were ready for it or not. The world was changing. The great slumbering consciousness of the planet was stirring. And I, Jason Merrick, transformed by the forest and bearing the hopes of an entire hidden world, was the one who would sound the call. Let them try to stop us. The awakening was coming, and nothing would ever be the same again. The darkness of the mine shaft enveloped me like a suffocating shroud. My heart pounded in my chest, the echo of my ragged breathing bouncing off the damp walls. I had managed to escape the clutches of the bird-masked cultists, but now I found myself lost in the labyrinthine depths of the abandoned mine. My fingers traced the rough-hewn rock as I inched forward, every step a potential plunge into the unknown. The air grew thicker, heavy with moisture and the musty scent of decay. I fumbled for the flashlight in my pocket, silently cursing as I realized it must have fallen out during my frantic escape. "Keep it together," I muttered to myself, trying to steady my nerves. "There's got to be a way out of here." As if in response to my whispered words, a faint glow caught my attention. It wasn't the harsh beam of a flashlight or the warm flicker of a torch. This light was ethereal, almost alive in its pulsating rhythm. Drawn by curiosity and the desperate need to find an exit, I cautiously made my way toward the source. The narrow passage gradually widened, opening into a vast underground cavern. My breath caught in my throat as I took in the scene before me. A massive subterranean lake stretched out as far as the eye could see, its surface as smooth as polished obsidian. The source of the light became clear. Bioluminescent algae lined the cavern walls and floated on the water's surface, bathing everything in an otherworldly blue-green glow. But it wasn't just the breathtaking beauty of the place that held me transfixed. There was something else, something that sent a chill down my spine despite the humid air. The water. It was moving, not with the gentle lapping of waves you'd expect in an underground lake, but with a rhythmic pulsing that seemed to match the cadence of the bird song that had been haunting me since I arrived in Pisgah National Forest. I approached the water's edge, my scientific curiosity momentarily overriding my fear. As I watched, intricate patterns formed on the surface, spirals, fractals, and shapes that seemed to defy the laws of physics. It was as if the water itself was trying to communicate something ancient and profound. "Impossible," I breathed, reaching out to touch the water. The moment my fingertips made contact, a jolt of energy surged through me, and a fragment of a vision flashed before my eyes, a massive feathered creature stirring in the depths. I stumbled back, heart racing. What the hell was that? My voice echoed across the cavern, and for a moment, the patterns on the water's surface grew still. Then, as if in response, they began to move with renewed vigor, forming more complex designs that hurt my eyes to look at directly. As I tried to make sense of what I was seeing, something else caught my attention. Half submerged in the shallows of the lake was what appeared to be an ancient stone altar. Its surface was covered in intricate carvings, partially obscured by years of mineral deposits and algae growth. Curiosity got the better of me, and I waded into the cool water, shivering as it soaked through my clothes. As I got closer to the altar, I could make out some of the carvings: stylized birds, celestial bodies, and what looked like a massive winged serpent coiled around the earth. This has to be connected to the cult, I mused aloud, running my hands over the worn stone. But how old is this place? It feels older than human civilization. My fingers caught on a protrusion that didn't seem to match the rest of the carvings. Without thinking, I pressed it. A low rumble filled the cavern, and I realized, too late, that I had triggered some kind of ancient mechanism. The altar began to sink into the lake, and with it the ground beneath my feet. "No, no, no!" I shouted, trying to scramble back to the shore. But it was too late. The cavern floor cracked and shifted, sending torrents of water rushing in from hidden underground rivers. The placid lake transformed into a raging whirlpool, and I was caught in its grasp. As I fought against the current, I caught glimpses of impossible things in the churning waters: colossal feathered wings, eyes that glowed with eldritch fire, and geometries that shouldn't exist in our reality. The bird song, which had been a constant background noise since I entered the mine, now rose to a deafening crescendo that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. "Help!" I screamed, knowing it was futile. Who could possibly hear me down here? Just as I was about to be pulled under, I heard a voice that cut through the roar of the water and the maddening song of the birds. It was familiar, yet distorted, as if coming from across a great distance. "Hold on," the voice called. "Don't let it take you." I squinted through the spray, barely making out a figure on the rapidly disappearing shoreline. It looked like Dr. Thornton? But how could she be here? "Eliza!" I shouted back, using the last of my strength to fight against the pull of the water. "What's happening?" Her response was drowned out by another thunderous crack as more of the cavern floor gave way. The whirlpool grew stronger, and I felt myself being dragged down into the depths. In those final moments before I was submerged, time seemed to slow. I saw Dr. Thornton's face, a mixture of fear and determination. I saw the bioluminescent patterns on the cavern walls shift into what looked like ancient symbols. And I saw, just for an instant, a massive eye opening beneath the surface of the lake. Then everything went dark as the waters closed over my head. I was tumbling, spinning in the darkness, all sense of direction lost. The pressure in my lungs built to an unbearable level, and despite my best efforts, I couldn't help but gasp. I expected to feel the rush of water filling my lungs, the beginning of the end. But instead I breathed in air. Stale, damp air, but air nonetheless. My eyes flew open, and I found myself lying on my back on wet soil, coughing and sputtering. The roar of water had been replaced by an eerie silence, broken only by the sound of my own labored breathing and the steady drip of water nearby. As my vision cleared, I realized I was no longer in the cavern with the underground lake. I was somewhere else, somewhere impossible. I sat up slowly, every muscle in my body protesting the movement. I was in a forest, but not like any forest I had ever seen. The trees towered hundreds of feet into the air, their trunks wider than redwoods. But instead of leaves, their branches were covered in what looked like iridescent feathers that shimmered in an unseen light source. Where am I?" I croaked, my throat raw from swallowing water and screaming. "You are where you need to be," came a soft voice from behind me. I whirled around, nearly losing my balance in the process. There, perched on a massive root that jutted out of the ground like a natural bench, was a being that defied description. It had the general shape of a human, but its skin was covered in a fine down of golden feathers. Its eyes were large and black, like those of an owl, and its fingers ended in sharp, talon-like nails. I scrambled backward, my mind reeling. What are you?" The being tilted its head in a decidedly bird-like manner. "I am a guardian, a keeper of the threshold between your world and the realm of the Sleeping One. And you, Dr. Harrison, are the first human in centuries to pass through the waters of awakening." My scientific mind struggled to process what I was seeing and hearing. This had to be a hallucination, some kind of oxygen-deprived dream as I drowned in that underground lake. And yet, it felt too real. too visceral to be a mere figment of my imagination. The sleeping one, I repeated, the words feeling heavy on my tongue. Is that the entity that the cultists were trying to awaken? The Guardian nodded solemnly. The very same. An ancient being of immense power, neither good nor evil as you humans understand such concepts. But its awakening would bring about the end of your world as you know it. I thought back to the eye I had seen in the lake, the impossible visions in the water. A shudder ran through me. And the birds? The song? How does it all connect? The birds are its voice, its way of reaching into your world even in its slumber, the Guardian explained. The song is both a lullaby to keep it asleep and a siren call to wake it, a paradox, like so much in this realm. I ran a hand through my wet hair, trying to gather my thoughts. Okay, let's say I believe all this. Why me? Why am I here? The Guardian's expression softened, if such a thing was possible with its alien features. Because you heard the song and understood it, even if you didn't realize what you were hearing. You have a role to play, Dr. Harrison, in maintaining the balance between sleep and waking, between your world and ours. I laughed, a tinge of hysteria creeping into my voice. I'm just an ornithologist. I study birds. I don't save the world from eldritch horrors. And yet, here you are, the Guardian said simply. The choice is yours, of course. You can turn back now, return to your world and try to forget what you've seen. But know that the danger will not pass. The cultists will try again, and next time, there may not be anyone to stop them. I closed my eyes, taking a deep breath. I thought of Sarah, of Dr. Thornton, of all the people back in the world I knew. Could I really turn my back on them, knowing what I knew now? When I opened my eyes again, I met the Guardian's otherworldly gaze with newfound determination. What do I need to do? The Guardian smiled, a gesture that was both comforting and slightly terrifying given its inhuman features. First, you must learn. The knowledge you need is written in the very fabric of this place. Listen to the rustle of the feather leaves. Feel the pulse of the earth beneath your feet. Let the wisdom of ages flow into you. As if on cue, the forest around us came alive with sound. It wasn't the familiar chirping and cawing of birds I was used to, but something far more complex and beautiful. It was the song I had heard before, but now I could begin to understand its layers, its harmonies, its hidden meanings. I can hear it, I whispered in awe. I can almost see it. The Guardian nodded approvingly. Good. That is the first step. Now come, we have much to do, and time flows differently here. Your world needs you, Dr. Harrison. Are you ready to become something more than you ever imagined? I took one last look around the impossible forest, then turned back to the Guardian with a nod. I'm ready. As we set off deeper into the feathered woods, I couldn't shake the feeling that this was just the beginning of a journey that would change not only my life, but the fate of two worlds. The song of the birds, of the sleeping one, of reality itself, echoed in my mind. And for the first time since this all began, I felt a glimmer of hope. Whatever challenges lay ahead, whatever sacrifices I might have to make, I knew one thing for certain. I would never look at a bird the same way again. I came to with a jolt, my lungs burning as I gasped for air. The taste of stagnant water lingered in my mouth, and for a moment, I was sure I was still drowning in that impossible underground lake. But as my vision cleared, I realized I was lying face down on the forest floor, surrounded by the familiar sights and sounds of Pisgah National Forest, or at least what should have been familiar. As I pushed myself up onto my elbows, leaves and twigs clinging to my soaked clothes, I became acutely aware that something was very, very wrong. The forest I had come to know over the past weeks of my research was gone, replaced by something that looked like it had sprung from the feverish imagination of a madman, or perhaps a certain horror author. The trees swayed unnaturally, their branches twisting and curling like tentacles reaching for the sky. The leaves shimmered with an oily iridescence that hurt my eyes to look at directly. And the birds. Christ, the birds. Their song had reached a fever pitch, a cacophony of screeches, trills, and warbles that seemed to come from everywhere at once. But it wasn't just noise. There was a pattern to it, a rhythm that made my skin crawl and my head spin. What the hell happened to me? I croaked, my voice barely audible over the avian orchestra. As if in response, a nearby bush rustled violently. I scrambled backward, heart pounding as a figure emerged. For a split second I thought it was Sarah, my colleague who had called to check on me what felt like a lifetime ago. But as the figure straightened up, I realized with a sickening lurch that it wasn't Sarah at all. It wore Sarah's face like an ill-fitting mask, its eyes too wide and glassy, its movements jerky and unnatural. When it spoke, its voice was a horrifying blend of Sarah's familiar tones and the trilling of a songbird. "Dr. Harrison," it chirped, cocking its head at an impossible angle. "You're awake. Good. It's time to join the chorus." I scrambled to my feet, fighting down the urge to vomit. "You're not Sarah," I managed to say, backing away slowly. "What are you? What have you done with the real Sarah?" The thing wearing Sarah's face smiled, its lips stretching far wider than any human mouth should. "I am Sarah," it trilled. "I am all of them. We are the voice of the sleeping one, and soon you will be too." As it spoke, more figures emerged from the twisted undergrowth. I recognized faces from town, park rangers, even Dr. Thornton. All wore the same uncanny expression. All moved with that same unnatural gait. "No," I whispered, the horror of the situation finally sinking in. "This can't be real. I'm still underwater. This is some kind of oxygen-deprived hallucination." The Sarah thing tilted its head, bird-like. "Oh, it's very real, Dr. Harrison. You've been chosen. Special. The sleeping one has plans for you." I didn't wait to hear more. I turned and ran, crashing through the warped forest as fast as my legs could carry me. Behind me, I could hear the knot people giving chase, their bird-like calls echoing through the trees. As I ran, I became aware of a strange sensation. It was as if the very ground beneath my feet was alive, pulsing in time with the bird's song. And with each pulse, I felt a pull, an inexorable tug towards something. I tried to fight it, to choose my own direction, but it was like swimming against a riptide. Whatever force had taken hold of the forest, it was guiding me, no, dragging me, towards a specific destination. The trees began to thin out, and I found myself in a large clearing that I was certain hadn't existed before. In the center of the clearing was a sight that made my blood run cold. A massive sinkhole, easily 100 feet across, its edges jagged and crumbling. I skidded to a stop at the edge, pebbles and dirt cascading into the abyss. The pull was strongest here, and I could feel the ground trembling beneath my feet. From the depths of the sinkhole came a low, rhythmic rumbling that seemed to resonate in my very bones. "Beautiful, isn't it?" came a voice from behind me. I whirled around to see Dr. Thornton, or rather, the thing wearing her face, standing at the edge of the clearing. The other knot people were gathering around her, their eyes fixed on me with an intensity that made my skin crawl. "What is this place?" I demanded, trying to keep my voice steady. "What's down there?" Dr. Thornton's doppelganger smiled, and I swear I saw feathers ripple beneath her skin. "The cradle of rebirth," she said, her voice a haunting blend of human speech and birdsong. "The womb of the sleeping one, and you, Dr. Harrison, have the honor of being the key to its awakening." I shook my head, backing away until I felt loose soil crumbling under my heels. "No, I won't be a part of this. Whatever you are, whatever's happening here, I want no part of it." "Oh, but you're already a part of it," Knot Thornton said, taking a step closer. "You've been a part of it since the moment you heard the song. Haven't you felt it? The changes? The understanding dawning in the back of your mind?" And God help me, I had. Even now, with terror coursing through my veins, I could feel something stirring in the recesses of my consciousness. Fragments of impossible knowledge, glimpses of cosmic truth that no human mind was meant to comprehend. "It's not too late," I said, more to myself than to the creatures surrounding me. "I can still stop this. I have to." The thing wearing Sarah's face let out a laugh that sounded like a jay's call. "Stop it? Oh, Dr. Harrison, you can no more stop this than you can stop the tides or the turning of the earth. The sleeping one has chosen you. Embrace your destiny." As she spoke, the rumbling from the sinkhole grew louder. The ground shook violently and I struggled to keep my balance. Cracks spider-webbed out from the edge of the hole, racing across the clearing. "It's beginning," Not Thornton said, her voice filled with reverence. "The awakening is at hand." I watched in horror as small animals, squirrels, rabbits, even a young deer, emerged from the twisted forest. They moved with purpose, their eyes glazed and unseeing as they marched towards the sinkhole. One by one, they reached the edge and kept going, plummeting into the darkness without a sound. "Jesus Christ," I muttered, unable to tear my eyes away from the macabre procession. Then I noticed something even more disturbing. The plants, trees, bushes, even blades of grass, were being pulled towards the sinkhole as if by some immense gravitational force. Roots tore free from the earth, leaves and branches straining towards the abyss. I felt it too, that inexorable pull growing stronger by the second. My feet began to slide across the loose soil, drawing me closer to the edge. "No," I shouted, digging my heels in and grabbing onto a nearby tree trunk. "I won't let you take me." The knot people began to advance, their movements synchronized and inhuman. "Don't fight it, Dr. Harrison," Knot Sarah called out. "Let go. Join us in the embrace of the sleeping one." I clung to the tree with all my strength, my mind racing. There had to be a way out of this, some way to stop what was happening. I thought back to everything I'd seen and heard since arriving in Pisgah. The bird's strange behavior, Dr. Thornton's legends, the cult in the mines, the impossible visions in the underground lake. And then it hit me. The song. It all came back to the song. With a deep breath, I began to hum. Not the maddening melody that had been haunting me for weeks, but something else. A counter-melody that seemed to rise unbidden from some deep primal part of my psyche. The effect was immediate. The knot people faltered in their advance, looks of confusion crossing their too perfect faces. The pull of the sinkhole weakened, just enough for me to maintain my grip on the tree. "What are you doing?" "Knot!" Thornton shrieked, her voice losing its human qualities entirely. "Stop that at once!" But I didn't stop. I hummed louder, the melody growing more complex, more powerful. And as I did, I felt something shift in the air around me. The twisted trees began to straighten, their branches losing their tentacle-like quality. The iridescent sheen faded from the leaves, returning to their natural green. "No," the Sarah thing wailed. "You'll ruin everything." I ignored her, focusing all my energy on the song. As I hummed, words began to form in my mind, an ancient language I shouldn't have known but somehow understood perfectly. I opened my mouth and began to sing. The effect was explosive. A shock wave of sound rippled out from where I stood, washing over the clearing. The knot people stumbled backward, their faces contorting in pain. Cracks appeared in their skin, light spilling out from within. The pull of the sinkhole reversed, and I felt myself being pushed away from the edge. The ground began to stabilize, the tremors subsiding. But it wasn't over yet. From the depths of the sinkhole came a roar that shook the very foundations of the earth. Something was rising, something vast and ancient and terrifying. I sang louder, pouring every ounce of will I had into the words. The air shimmered around me, reality itself seeming to bend and warp. And then, with a sound like the tearing of the universe itself, everything went white. I blinked, disoriented by the sudden silence and stillness. I was lying on my back, staring up at a canopy of normal, non-tentacled trees. The sinkhole was gone. The clearing returned to its natural state. Of the knot people, there was no sign. Groaning, I sat up, my head pounding and my throat raw. Had it all been a hallucination? Some kind of mass psychosis brought on by, what? Something in the water? A gas leak? But as I looked around, I knew in my heart that it had been real. The forest felt different now, older, wiser, as if it had weathered a great storm and come out stronger for it. And there, at the edge of the clearing, stood a figure. For a moment my heart leaped into my throat, fearing the return of the Knot people. But as the figure approached, I realized it was the real Sarah, her movements natural, her eyes clear and focused. "John?" she called out, her voice tinged with concern. "My God, what happened to you? You look like you've been through hell." I laughed, a somewhat hysterical sound. "You have no idea," I said, struggling to my feet. "Sarah, I don't even know where to begin." She reached me, steadying me with a hand on my arm. "Dr. Thornton called me," she said. "She was worried about you. Said something about an old legend coming true. I thought she was losing it, but then I got here and found the forest changed." I nodded, relief washing over me at the touch of another human being. "It's a long story," I said. "One I'm not sure you'll believe. Hell, I'm not sure I believe it myself." Sarah smiled, and it was the most beautiful thing I'd ever seen, a genuine human smile. "Try me," she said. "After what I've seen today, I think I'm ready to believe just about anything." As we made our way out of the clearing, I began to tell her everything. About the birds, the cult, the underground lake, the impossible forest, and the sinkhole that almost swallowed reality itself. And as I talked, I couldn't shake the feeling that this was just the beginning. Whatever I had done, whatever power I had tapped into to drive back the sleeping one, it had changed me. I could still feel the echoes of that ancient song thrumming through my veins. The forest was quiet now, but I knew it was a fragile piece. Somewhere out there, in the depths of the earth or the far reaches of the cosmos, the sleeping one waited, and one day, it would try to wake again. But this time, I would be ready. This time, I would be the one singing the lullaby, keeping the world safe from horrors beyond imagination. As we reached the edge of the forest, I took one last look back. For just a moment, I thought I saw a shimmering bird-like figure watching us from the shadows. It nodded once, then vanished. I smiled to myself. The battle was won, but the war had only just begun. I plummeted through the darkness, my stomach lurching as I fell deeper into the massive sinkhole. The world above grew smaller, a pinprick of light swallowed by the encroaching blackness. Just as I was certain I was about to be dashed against jagged rocks, I landed with a soft whump on something unexpectedly pliant. Gasping for breath, I lay still for a moment, trying to orient myself in the pitch darkness. The air was thick and humid, carrying a musty scent of earth and decay. As my eyes adjusted, I realized I wasn't in total darkness after all. A faint, ethereal glow emanated from the ground. I sat up, my hands sinking into what felt like thick, spongy moss. The bioluminescent light pulsed gently, revealing that I had landed on a vast bed of glowing fungi. The soft light extended in all directions, illuminating a cavern of impossible size. "What in God's name?" I muttered, struggling to my feet. As I stood, I became aware of movement in my peripheral vision. I whirled around, heart pounding, half expecting to see the bird-masked cultists or some eldritch horror. Instead, I found myself face to face with a plant? No, not just a plant. The cavern floor was alive with vegetation unlike anything I'd ever seen. Ferns unfurled their fronds with visible movement, their leaves iridescent in the fungal light. Vines snaked across the ground, their tendrils reaching out as if tasting the air. And towering above it all were massive structures that looked like a cross between trees and coral, their branches swaying despite the lack of wind. "Impossible," I breathed, my scientific mind reeling. "How can all this exist down here?" As if in answer, a low, melodic hum filled the air. It wasn't the maddening bird song from above, but something older, more primal. The plants seemed to respond to it, their movements becoming more animated. I took a tentative step forward, and the moss beneath my feet rippled, sending out waves of bioluminescence. The hum grew louder, and I realized with a start that it was coming from the vegetation itself. This underground ecosystem was alive in ways I couldn't begin to comprehend. As I ventured deeper into the cavern, I became aware of movement among the alien flora. At first, I thought it was just more plants, but then I caught a glimpse of something decidedly human. "Hello?" I called out, my voice echoing in the vast space. "Is someone there?" The movement stopped abruptly. Then, from behind a cluster of glowing mushrooms, a figure emerged. It was humanoid in shape, but as it stepped into the light, I had to stifle a gasp. The being before me was pale, almost translucent, its skin seeming to glow faintly from within. It was hairless, with large, dark eyes that appeared to have no pupils. Most strikingly, where its mouth should have been, there was only smooth skin. I took an involuntary step back, my mind struggling to process what I was seeing. The creature tilted its head, regarding me with what seemed like curiosity. Then, to my amazement, it began to sing. The melody that emanated from the being was unlike anything I'd ever heard. It was as if the creature's entire body was an instrument, producing harmonies that resonated in my very bones. And strangest of all, I found that I could understand it. "Welcome, surface dweller," the song seemed to say. "You have fallen far from your world of light." I blinked, unsure if I was going mad or if this was all some dying hallucination as I plummeted to my death. You can communicate through song?" I asked hesitantly. The being's song changed slightly, taking on a tone that I somehow knew was amusement. "All life sings," it replied. "Some have simply forgotten how to listen." As we conversed, more of the pale beings emerged from the surrounding vegetation. They gathered around us, their collective song growing stronger. I felt no fear, only a profound sense of wonder. "What are you?" I asked. "How long have you been down here?" The first being's song took on a more solemn tone. "We are the Echoes," it explained. "Once we walked the surface world as you do, but when the sleeping one first stirred, our ancestors sought refuge in the depths. Over countless generations, we adapted to this realm of eternal twilight." I shook my head, overwhelmed by the implications. "The sleeping one, you know about it? Is that what's causing all the chaos up above?" The Echo's song grew more complex, layered with what I sensed was concern and ancient knowledge. "The sleeping one is stirring," they sang in unison. "Its dreams reach out, twisting the world above. If it fully awakens, both our realms will be unmade." A chill ran down my spine as I remembered the horrific transformations I'd witnessed in the forest. "How do we stop it?" I asked, desperation creeping into my voice. The lead Echo approached me, its large eyes seeming to peer into my very soul. "You carry the song within you," it sang softly. "We sensed it as you fell. You have a role to play, surface dweller." Before I could ask what it meant, the cavern began to tremble. Dust and small rocks rained down from the distant ceiling. The plants around us writhed in agitation, their bioluminescence flickering erratically. "What's happening?" I shouted over the growing rumble. The Echo's song took on an urgent tone. "The sleeping one stirs," they sang. "Its awakening nears. Come, we must hurry to the heart chamber. There, the true nature of your task will be revealed." With no other choice, I followed the Echoes as they led me deeper into their subterranean world. We passed through twisting tunnels lined with pulsing fungi, across underground rivers that glowed with an inner light, and through groves of crystalline structures that sang with the slightest touch. As we traveled, the Echoes taught me more of their song speech. I found myself able to communicate with increasing complexity, asking questions about their history and the nature of the sleeping one. Our oldest songs tell of a time when the sleeping one walked the earth, one echo sang as we navigated a narrow ledge overlooking a vast chasm. It was neither good nor evil, but simply was. Its very presence reshaped reality. Why did it go to sleep, I asked, my own attempts at their musical language still clumsy but improving. Another echo joined in, its song tinged with sadness. The world changed. New life arose, life that could not withstand its presence. Rather than destroy what had evolved in its absence, it chose to slumber. We emerged into another massive cavern, this one dominated by a colossal structure that looked like a fusion of a tree and a cathedral. Its trunk was easily 100 feet in diameter, with branches that arched overhead like flying buttresses. The entire thing pulsed with a soft blue-white light. The heart chamber, the lead echo sang reverently. Here we have kept vigil for countless ages, maintaining the lullaby that keeps the sleeping one at rest. As we approached the base of the structure, I became aware of a deep, rhythmic thrumming. It resonated through the ground, through the air, through my very being. With a jolt, I realized it was the counterpoint to the maddening birdsong I'd heard on the surface. "You feel it," the echo observed. "The true song. The one that has been calling to you since you first arrived in the forest above." I nodded, unable to speak as the full weight of what was happening crashed over me. Somehow, impossibly, I was at the center of something vast and ancient, something that threatened the very fabric of reality. The lead echo gestured towards an opening at the base of the tree cathedral. "Enter," it sang. "Your destiny awaits." With a deep breath, I stepped inside. The interior was a single vast chamber, its walls alive with swirling patterns of light. At the center stood a dais, upon which rested what looked like a living orb of water, suspended in midair. As I approached, images began to form in the orb. I saw flashes of the world above, of the twisted forest and the bird-masked cultists. I saw other places too, deserts transforming into lush jungles, mountains crumbling into dust, oceans boiling and freezing in the blink of an eye. "What am I seeing?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. "The world as it will be if the sleeping one fully awakens," the echo's song was somber. "Reality itself will be unmade and remade according to its whims. Few will survive the transition." I tore my eyes away from the horrific visions. "How do I stop it?" "You said I have a role to play. What is it?" The echo's song grew more complex, layered with emotions I couldn't fully comprehend. The lullaby that keeps the sleeping one at rest is weakening. It must be renewed, strengthened. But to do so requires a sacrifice. My heart sank. "What kind of sacrifice?" "A merger," the echo sang, "between one who walks in the world above and one who dwells in the depths. A joining of two songs to create a new harmony strong enough to soothe the sleeping one." I took a step back, the implications hitting me like a physical blow. "You mean I'd have to stay down here? Become like you?" The echo's song was gentle, but firm. "Yes. Your consciousness, your memories, your very essence would merge with one of us. Together, you would become the new voice of the lullaby." I shook my head, overwhelmed. "I can't. I have a life up there. People who care about me, my work." "We understand," the echo sang sympathetically. "The choice must be yours. But know this, if the sleeping one awakens, all you know and love will be lost regardless." I stared at the orb, watching as more visions of devastation played out across its surface. I thought of Sarah, of Dr. Thornton, of all the people in the town above. I thought of the birds I'd come here to study, of the forest I'd grown to love. With a heavy heart, I realized there was only one choice I could make. "I'll do it," I said, my voice steadier than I felt. "Tell me what I need to do." The echo's song swelled with a mixture of joy and sorrow. "Step into the orb," it instructed. "Open your mind and your heart to the song. Let it fill you. Become you." Taking a deep breath, I reached out and touched the surface of the orb. It was cool and yielding, like touching the surface of a soap bubble. With one last look at the world I was leaving behind, I stepped forward, allowing the strange liquid to envelop me. As I was submerged, I felt a presence joining with me. The echo I had been speaking with was merging its consciousness with mine. Our memories, our knowledge, our very beings began to intertwine. And then, we began to sing. The song that erupted from our joined being was unlike anything I had ever experienced. It was a symphony of life and death, of growth and decay, of sleeping and waking. It resonated through the heart chamber, through the caverns beyond, and up into the world above. As we sang, I could feel the sleeping one responding. Its restless stirring began to calm, its chaotic dreams subsiding. The visions in the orb around us shifted, showing the forest above returning to normal, the twisted creatures regaining their true forms. I don't know how long we sang. Time lost all meaning as we poured everything we were into the lullaby. But gradually I became aware that the crisis had passed. The sleeping one had been soothed back into its deep slumber. As our song faded to a gentle hum, I found myself back in the heart chamber, forever changed. I was neither fully human nor fully echo, but something new. A guardian of the boundary between sleeping and waking. I turned to the other echoes who regarded me with a mixture of awe and acceptance. When I spoke, it was with a voice that was both song and speech. "The danger has passed," I said, sang. "But our vigil must continue. For as long as the sleeping one dreams, we must be here to sing the lullaby." As the echoes dispersed to spread the news throughout their underground realm, I took one last look at the orb. In its depths, I caught a fleeting glimpse of Sarah and Dr. Thornton, standing at the edge of a now peaceful forest. They were safe, even if they would never know the sacrifice that had been made to protect them. With a bittersweet smile, I turned away from the last vestiges of my old life. I had a new purpose now, a new existence that spanned two worlds. And as I settled into my role as keeper of the cosmic balance, I began to sing once more. A song of sleeping gods and the fragile beauty of a universe hanging in the balance. The cavern thrummed with an otherworldly energy as I stood before the gathered echoes, their large pupilless eyes fixed upon me. The merger had changed me in ways I was still struggling to comprehend. My skin now held a faint luminescence, and I could feel the vibrations of the earth and the whispers of the sleeping god as if they were extensions of my own nervous system. The elder of the echoes, a being I now knew as Siltharina, approached me. Her song speech reverberated through the chamber, a complex harmony of concern and urgency. "The time grows short, John, who is now more," she intoned. "The awakening ritual above gains strength. We must act swiftly." I nodded, feeling the weight of responsibility settle heavily upon me. "Teach me," I said, my own voice now a blend of human speech and the echo's melodic language. "Show me how to weave the counter-melody." Siltharina's song took on a more somber tone. "It will not be easy," she warned. "The song you must learn is as old as the earth itself. It requires not just voice, but the very essence of your being. Are you prepared for the toll it will take?" I thought of the world above, of Sarah and Dr. Thornton, of the forests and cities that would be unmade if we failed. "I am," I said firmly. The elder nodded, then gestured for the other echoes to form a circle around us. As they began to hum a low, resonant tone, Siltharina placed her hands on either side of my head. The contact sent a jolt through me, and suddenly my mind was flooded with images and sounds from eons past. I saw the world as it was before humans, before even the dinosaurs. I witnessed the sleeping one in all its terrifying glory, its mere presence reshaping reality. And then I heard it, the song that had lulled it to sleep, a melody so complex and beautiful that it brought tears to my eyes. As the vision faded, I found myself on my knees, gasping for breath. The other echoes looked at me with a mixture of awe and concern. "You have seen the truth," Siltharina said softly. "Now you must learn to sing it, for what felt like hours or perhaps days. Time had little meaning in this subterranean realm. I practiced. My voice cracked and strained as I attempted to replicate the intricate harmonies and impossible notes of the ancient lullaby. The echoes were patient teachers guiding me through each difficult passage. As I sang, I could feel the cavern responding. The bioluminescent fungi pulsed in time with the melody, and the strange coral-like trees swayed as if caught in an unfelt breeze. Even the very rocks seemed to resonate with the song. Finally, exhausted and with my throat raw, I managed to complete the entire counter-melody without faltering. The assembled echoes burst into a chorus of approving trills and chirps. Siltharina approached me, her expression solemn. "You have learned well, John, who is now more, but the true test lies above. Are you ready to face what awaits on the surface?" I nodded, feeling a mix of determination and fear. "I am. But how do we get back up there? The sinkhole I fell through." The elder's song took on an amused tone. "There are many paths between our world and yours, for those who know how to walk them." She gestured towards a narrow tunnel that I hadn't noticed before. "This will lead you to where you need to be. But be warned, the world above may have changed in ways you cannot imagine." I took a deep breath, steeling myself for what lay ahead. As I turned to enter the tunnel, I felt a hand on my shoulder. It was one of the younger echoes, one who had been particularly helpful during my training. "I will go with you," it said, its song tinged with determination. "You may need aid in the world above." I smiled, grateful for the companionship. "Thank you," I said. "What should I call you?" The echo's song shifted, becoming more melodic. "In your tongue, I am Lyria," she said. With a final nod to Siltharina and the other echoes, Lyria and I entered the tunnel. The path twisted and turned, sometimes so narrow we had to squeeze through sideways, other times opening into caverns of breathtaking beauty. All the while, I could feel the pull of the surface growing stronger. As we neared the end of the tunnel, I began to hear something that made my blood run cold. It was the bird song from before, but amplified 100-fold. The maddening melody seemed to penetrate the very rock around us. "They're getting closer to awakening it," I said to Lyria, my voice tight with worry. She nodded, her large eyes reflecting the dim bioluminescence of the tunnel. "We must hurry," she sang softly. We emerged from the tunnel into a scene of utter chaos. The forest I had known was gone, replaced by a nightmarish landscape of writhing vegetation and impossible geometries. The trees had become towering monstrosities, their branches reaching towards the sky like grasping fingers. The ground pulsed and shifted as if alive, and the air was thick with the mind-bending song of thousands of birds. In the center of it all was a massive sinkhole. Not the one I had fallen through, but a new one, easily 100 feet across. From its depths came a sickly, pulsing light and a low, earth-shaking rumble. "Oh God," I whispered, the full horror of the situation hitting me. We might be too late. Lyria's song was tense but determined. "No," she trilled. "Look there." She pointed towards the edge of the sinkhole. There, barely visible through the chaos, I saw a group of figures. Some wore the bird masks of the cultists, while others... My heart leapt as I recognized Sarah and Dr. Thornton among them. "They're fighting it," I said, a spark of hope igniting in my chest. "They're trying to stop the awakening." Without another word, Lyria and I began to make our way towards the sinkhole. The transformed landscape fought us every step of the way. Vines lashed out, trying to ensnare us. The ground buckled and heaved beneath our feet. And all the while, that maddening bird song grew louder, threatening to overwhelm my senses. As we neared the group, I could hear snatches of conversation over the cacophony. "Can't hold it much longer," that was Sarah's voice, strained and desperate. "Keep singing," Dr. Thornton shouted back. "It's our only chance." I realized they were attempting their own counter-melody, a ragtag harmony that was barely holding the awakening at bay. But it wasn't enough. The pulsing light from the sinkhole grew brighter. and I could see something vast and terrible beginning to take shape in its depths. "Sarah! Dr. Thornton!" I called out as we finally reached them. They turned, their eyes widening in shock as they took in my transformed appearance. "John?" Sarah gasped. "Is that really you? What happened to you?" There was no time to explain. "I know how to stop this," I said quickly, "but I need your help. All of you." Dr. Thornton looked skeptical but desperate. "How?" "We've tried everything." I took a deep breath, feeling the ancient melody thrumming through my veins. "Just follow my lead." And then I began to sing. The counter melody poured out of me, more powerful and pure than it had been even in the echo's cavern. I could feel the surprise and awe from those around me, but there was no time to dwell on it. I gestured frantically for them to join in. To my relief, they did. Sarah and Dr. Thornton's voices blended with mine first, their scientific minds quickly grasping the complex harmonies. Then, one by one, the others joined. Even some of the cultists, their masks discarded as they were swept up in the power of the song. Lyria's voice soared above us all, adding an otherworldly quality to the melody that sent shivers down my spine. As we sang, I could feel the very fabric of reality trembling around us. The writhing vegetation began to still. The impossible geometries started to unravel. And from the depths of the sinkhole, there came a sound, not of awakening, but of something vast and ancient settling back into slumber. But it wasn't enough. I could feel the strain on my body and mind as I poured everything I had into the song. The others were flagging too, their voices growing hoarse and weak. The sleeping one was fighting the lullaby, its dreams of awakening not easily dispelled. In that moment of desperation, I remembered Siltharina's words. "It requires not just voice, but the very essence of your being." I understood then what I had to do. With a silent apology to Sarah, to Dr. Thornton, to the life I was leaving behind, I stepped to the edge of the sinkhole. Still singing, I locked eyes with Lyria. She nodded, understanding passing between us. Together we leapt into the abyss. As we fell, our voices never faltering, I felt myself beginning to change. My body was dissolving, merging with the very essence of the song. Lyria too was transforming, our beings intertwining as we became one with the counter-melody. We struck the surface of something that was neither liquid nor solid, and in that moment, I saw the sleeping one in all its incomprehensible glory. Its dreams washed over me, visions of realities unmade and remade, of cosmic truths no human mind was meant to comprehend. But we did not falter. Our song, for we were the song now, grew stronger, weaving itself into the very fabric of the sleeping one's consciousness. We became the lullaby, the buffer between slumber and awakening, between cosmic horror and the fragile beauty of the world above. I don't know how long we sang. Time had no meaning in that place between places. But gradually I became aware of a change. The sleeping one's dreams grew calmer, its stirrings less violent. The threat of awakening receded, replaced by the deep, steady rhythm of cosmic slumber. As our song faded to a gentle hum, I felt myself being drawn back. Up through the sinkhole, through layers of rock and earth, back to the world I had left behind. But I was no longer fully human, nor was I fully Echo. I had become something new, a guardian of the boundary between sleeping and waking. I opened my eyes to find myself lying on the forest floor. The sinkhole was gone, the trees once again normal. Sarah and Dr. Thornton knelt beside me, their faces etched with concern and wonder. "John?" Sarah said softly, her voice hoarse from singing. Are you okay?" I sat up slowly, feeling the echo of the counter-melody still humming through my being. "I'm different," I said, my voice a strange blend of human speech and echo song. "But I'm here." Dr. Thornton shook her head in amazement. "What happened down there? The sinkhole, the thing we saw?" I smiled sadly. "It's a long story," I said. one that I'm not sure you'd believe. But the important thing is, it's over. The sleeping one will not wake, at least not for a very long time. As I looked around, I saw the cultists being rounded up by park rangers and police who had finally arrived on the scene. The forest was healing itself, the last traces of the eldritch transformation fading away. But I knew that my journey was far from over. I could feel the connection to the sleeping one, to the delicate balance between cosmic forces that I now had to maintain. And somewhere, in a place between worlds, I knew Lyria was waiting for me. "I can't stay," I said softly to Sarah and Dr. Thornton. "There's work I have to do to make sure this never happens again." Sarah's eyes filled with tears. "Will we ever see you again?" I reached out and squeezed her hand. "I'll be around," I said, "in the song of the birds, in the whisper of the wind through the trees. And who knows, maybe someday, when the world needs reminding of the tune that keeps reality intact, you'll hear my voice again." As I stood, I felt the pull of two worlds, the sunlit realm of humanity and the bioluminescent caverns of the echoes. With one last smile at my friends, I began to sing. The air shimmered around me, reality bending to the will of the counter-melody. And as the forest faded from view, replaced by the glowing fungi and crystalline structures of the underground realm, I knew that my greatest adventure, as guardian of the cosmic lullaby, was just beginning. The forest was healing, but the scars remained. I stood at the edge of where the massive sinkhole had been, now nothing more than a slight depression in the earth rapidly being reclaimed by vegetation. The air hummed with an undercurrent of energy that only I could perceive, the residual vibrations of the sleeping one's near awakening. Sarah approached, her steps hesitant. I could sense her unease, her struggle to reconcile the John she knew with the being I had become. "John?" she said softly. "Are you still in there?" I turned to face her, knowing my appearance must be unsettling. My skin had a faint, otherworldly glow, and my eyes now held depths that reflected the vast cosmic truths I had glimpsed. "I'm here, Sarah," I replied, my voice a strange blend of human speech and the melodic tones of the echoes. "But I'm also more." She nodded, trying to understand. "What happens now? Is it really over?" I sighed, feeling the weight of my new responsibilities settling upon me. "The immediate danger has passed," I explained. "But the sleeping one, it's still there, beneath the surface. Its dreams can still reshape reality if we're not vigilant." Dr. Thornton joined us, her face etched with a mixture of scientific curiosity and barely concealed fear. "And you're what? Its guardian now?" "In a sense," I said. "I'm the buffer between its slumber and our world, the living embodiment of the lullaby that keeps it asleep." Sarah's eyes widened. "That song, the one we all sang together, that was the lullaby?" I nodded. "A fragment of it. The full melody is beyond human comprehension. It's woven into the fabric of reality itself." Dr. Thornton shook her head, struggling to process it all. "This is... God, John, this is beyond anything we could have imagined when we started studying those bird populations." A pang of nostalgia hit me as I remembered the simplicity of my former life. "Yeah," I said softly. "Feels like a lifetime ago now." Suddenly, a discordant note rang through the air. To Sarah and Dr. Thornton, it might have sounded like nothing more than an off-key bird call, but to my enhanced senses it was like nails on a cosmic chalkboard. I stiffened, my eyes scanning the tree line. "Something's wrong," I said, my voice tense. "What is it?" Sarah asked, alarmed by my sudden change in demeanor. Before I could answer, a figure burst from the underbrush. It was one of the cultists who had escaped during the chaos of the sleeping one's near awakening. His eyes were wild, his bird mask askew, and in his hand he clutched a crude dagger made of some strange, iridescent material. "The awakening cannot be stopped," he shrieked, lunging towards us. I reacted instinctively, pushing Sarah and Dr. Thornton behind me. As the cultist charged, I opened my mouth and let out a single, pure note. The sound visibly rippled through the air, striking the man like a physical force. He stumbled, the dagger falling from his grasp. What are you?" he gasped, staring at me with a mixture of awe and terror. I took a step forward, my voice resonating with power. "I am the Watcher," I said, the title coming to me unbidden. "The guardian of the dreaming god. Your ritual has failed. Go now and trouble this place no more." The cultist scrambled backward, tripping over roots and undergrowth in his haste to escape. As he disappeared into the forest, I turned back to Sarah and Dr. Thornton, who were staring at me with wide eyes. "Holy shit, John," Sarah breathed. "That was intense." I nodded grimly. "And it's not over. That dagger he was carrying, it's made from a fragment of the Sleeping One's essence. Its very existence is an aberration, a threat to the balance we've just restored." Dr. Thornton frowned. "What does that mean? Is it dangerous?" "Extremely," I said. "In the wrong hands, it could be used to tear holes in the fabric of reality, to let the Sleeping One's dreams seep into our world." I could feel a pull, a cosmic tug urging me to action. "I have to go after him," I said. "I have to find that dagger and destroy it." Sarah grabbed my arm. "We'll come with you," she said firmly. I shook my head. "It's too dangerous. Where I'm going, it's not entirely in this reality. You could get lost between worlds." Dr. Thornton stepped forward, her jaw set with determination. "John, we've come this far together. We're not abandoning you now, otherworldly powers or not." I looked at them both, feeling a surge of affection for these humans who had become so much more than colleagues. "All right," I said finally, "but stay close, and whatever you do, don't let go of me." I took their hands, one in each of mine, and began to sing. It wasn't the full lullaby. That would have overwhelmed their mortal minds. But a simplified version, a key to unlock the hidden paths between realities. The forest around us began to shimmer and shift. Colors became more vivid, then began to bleed into one another. The trees stretched and distorted, their branches reaching out like grasping fingers. And underlying it all was that maddening bird song, the echo of the Sleeping One's dreams. "Oh my God," Sarah whispered, her grip on my hand tightening. "Don't look directly at anything," I warned them. "Focus on me, on my voice. It'll keep you anchored." We moved through this warped version of the forest, following traces of the cultists' passage that only I could perceive. Strange creatures flitted at the edges of our vision, things that were part bird, part shadow, part living geometry. The air itself seemed to pulse with malevolent intent. "John," Dr. Thornton said, her voice strained. "I can hear whispers. They're telling me to let go, to embrace the dream." "Ignore them," I said firmly, infusing my voice with the power of the lullaby. "They're echoes of the Sleeping One's consciousness, trying to draw you in. Focus on my song." We pressed on, deeper into this nightmare realm. The landscape became increasingly alien. Forests of crystal that sang with discordant melodies, rivers of flowing mathematics, mountains that rearranged themselves when you weren't looking directly at them. Finally, we emerged into a clearing that defied Euclidean geometry. At its center stood the cultist, his arms raised towards a sky that boiled with impossible colors. The dagger hovered before him, pulsing with an inner light that hurt to look at. "Yes," he cried out, his voice distorted and multi-layered. "Come, O dreamer, awaken and remake this paltry world in your image." "Stop," I shouted, my voice carrying the full weight of my newfound power. The cultist whirled to face us, his eyes now glowing with an inner fire. "You're too late, Watcher," he sneered. "The key has been turned, the lock is opening. Soon, the Sleeping One will." His words were cut off as a massive tremor shook the impossible landscape. The sky above us split open, revealing a vast, lidless eye that filled the entire horizon. Its gaze swept over us, and I felt the full weight of the sleeping one's attention bearing down upon this fragile bubble of reality. Sarah and Dr. Thornton fell to their knees, overwhelmed by the sheer cosmic horror of what they were witnessing. Even I, changed as I was, felt my grip on sanity beginning to slip. But then I heard it. A faint, familiar melody drifting up from the depths of my being. Lyria's voice, the essence of the echo that had merged with me, singing the counter-melody. I straightened, drawing strength from the song. "No," I said, my voice growing in power. "This ends now." I began to sing in earnest, weaving together the lullaby with Lyria's counter-melody. The sound expanded outward, a spherical wave of pure harmonic energy that caused the very air to ripple. The cultist screamed, clutching his head. "No, you can't! The awakening must happen. We've waited so long." But his protests were drowned out by the song. The dagger shuddered, cracks appearing in its otherworldly surface. The sky-filling eye began to close, slowly at first, then with increasing speed. I poured everything I had into the song, drawing upon reserves of power I didn't know I possessed. Sarah and Dr. Thornton, recovering slightly, added their voices to mine. Their human tones blended with my otherworldly melody, creating a harmony that spoke of the beauty and resilience of our reality. With a sound like shattering glass multiplied 1,000-fold, the dagger exploded into motes of quickly fading light. The cultist collapsed, strings cut, nothing more than a normal man once again. The eye closed fully, and with it, the impossible landscape around us began to fade. The colors bled away, the non-Euclidean geometries straightened themselves out, and soon we found ourselves back in the normal forest, the late afternoon sun filtering through the leaves above. I fell to my knees, exhausted beyond measure. Sarah and Dr. Thornton were at my side in an instant, supporting me. "John? John, are you okay?" Sarah asked, her voice frantic. I nodded weakly. "Yeah, that took a lot out of me." Dr. Thornton looked around, bewildered. What happened? Where's the cultist?" I gestured to a spot a few yards away where the man lay unconscious but breathing. "He's there. He'll live, but I don't think he'll remember much of what happened. Probably for the best." As my strength slowly returned, I became aware of a change in the forest around us. The birds were singing again, but their songs were different now, more complex, more harmonious. I could hear echoes of the lullaby in their calls. "It's done," I said softly. "The tear has been mended. The sleeping one's dreams have been contained for now." Sarah helped me to my feet. "For now?" she asked. "You mean this could happen again?" I nodded grimly. "The sleeping one is eternal. As long as it dreams, there's a chance for those dreams to affect our world. But now..." I trailed off, feeling a new awareness settling over me. I could sense the ley lines of reality, the weak points where the barrier between our world and the realm of dreams was thinnest. "Now I can watch," I finished. "I can guard those weak points, strengthen them. And if something like this ever happens again..." "We'll be ready," Dr. Thornton said firmly. I looked at them both, these humans who had faced incomprehensible cosmic horrors and emerged with their sanity intact. "You don't have to be part of this," I said. "You could go back to your normal lives, forget all of this ever happened." Sarah snorted. "Fat chance. You're stuck with us, bird boy." Despite everything, I felt a smile tugging at my lips. "Okay then, I guess we have work to do." As we made our way out of the forest, I could feel the weight of my new responsibility settling upon me. I was the watcher now, the guardian of the dreaming god. But I wasn't alone. With Sarah and Dr. Thornton by my side, and the song of the echoes in my heart, I felt ready to face whatever cosmic horrors might threaten our reality. The birds sang overhead, their melody a reminder of the delicate balance we had to maintain. And as we stepped out of the forest and into the fading light of day, I knew that our greatest adventures, and our greatest challenges, were yet to come. Months had passed since that fateful day in the forest, but the echoes of our encounter with the sleeping one still reverberated through our lives. I stood at the window of our makeshift headquarters, a ramshackle cabin on the outskirts of town that we'd converted into a base of operations. Outside, the autumn leaves were turning, their colors a vivid reminder of how much time had passed. Sarah's voice broke through my reverie. "John, we've got something." I turned to find her hunched over a complex array of equipment, a bizarre marriage of cutting-edge technology and arcane artifacts we'd cobbled together to monitor the thin places between worlds. "What is it?" I asked, moving to join her. Dr. Thornton looked up from her own station, her face grave. "Another breach. Small, but growing." I closed my eyes, extending my senses outward. Sure enough, I could feel it. A discordant note in the symphony of reality, a place where the sleeping one's dreams were seeping through. "Where?" I asked, though I already knew the answer. Sarah pulled up a map on one of the screens. "The old mining town of Hollow Creek. It's been abandoned for decades, but our readings show increased activity there over the past week." I nodded grimly. "The cultists. They're trying again." Dr. Thornton frowned. "But how?" "We destroyed the dagger, without a focus point for the sleeping one's essence. They found another way," I cut in, my voice tinged with the otherworldly resonance that never quite left me these days. "The sleeping one's dreams. They're insidious. They find cracks no matter how small and widen them." Sarah stood, determination etched on her face. "Then we go to Hollow Creek. We stop this before it starts." I hesitated. Each time we intervened, each time I used my powers to mend the fabric of reality, I could feel something changing within me. The human part of me was slowly being eroded, replaced by something other. Dr. Thornton must have sensed my unease. "John," she said softly, "we need you. You're the only one who can truly stop this." I nodded, pushing my doubts aside. "All right, let's go." The drive to Hollow Creek was tense, filled with a heavy silence that none of us seemed willing to break. As we neared the town, I could feel the wrongness growing stronger. The birds had gone quiet, and even the trees seemed to lean away from the road, as if trying to escape some unseen horror. We parked at the outskirts of town and continued on foot. Hollow Creek was a ghost town in the truest sense. Empty buildings with broken windows stared at us like hollow eye sockets, and the wind whistled mournfully through abandoned mine shafts. "My God," Sarah whispered. "What happened here?" I cocked my head, listening to something only I could hear. "The dreams found fertile ground," I said. "In the despair of a dying town, in the echoes of lives abandoned. The sleeping one's influence has been growing here for years." As if to punctuate my words, a flock of birds suddenly burst from a nearby building. But these were no ordinary birds. Their forms twisted and writhed as they flew, beaks elongating into needle-like protrusions, wings sprouting extra appendages. "Get down," I shouted, pushing Sarah and Dr. Thornton behind an overturned truck. The flock wheeled overhead, their cries a maddening cacophony that set my teeth on edge. I stood, drawing upon the power of the lullaby, and let out a single pure note. The sound rippled through the air, visible waves of harmonic energy that collided with the twisted birds. They shrieked, their impossible forms unraveling, and fell to the ground as nothing more than piles of feathers and quickly evaporating ooze. "That's new," Dr. Thornton said, her scientific curiosity warring with her horror. "They're getting stronger," I replied grimly. "The barrier between worlds is thinner here. We need to find the source and seal it fast." We made our way deeper into town, towards the center where the old mine shaft elevator stood like a rusted sentinel. As we approached, I could feel the wrongness growing stronger, pulsing like a malignant heartbeat. "There," I said, pointing to the elevator shaft. "That's where they're trying to bring it through." Sarah pulled out a device of her own invention, a sort of spectral camera that could capture images of otherworldly phenomena. "I'm getting massive readings," she reported. "Whatever they're doing down there, it's big." Just then, a chant began to echo from the depths of the mine. The sound sent shivers down my spine. It was a twisted backwards version of the lullaby, designed to wake rather than soothe. No, I breathed. We're too late. They're starting the ritual. Dr. Thornton grabbed my arm. Can you stop it? I closed my eyes, reaching out with my senses. The chant was powerful, resonating with the sleeping one's essence. But underneath it, I could hear something else. A faint counter-melody, the song of reality fighting back. I can try, I said, but I need to get closer, and I might not be able to protect you both if something goes wrong. Sarah and Dr. Thornton exchanged a look. We're with you, Sarah said firmly. All the way. We approached the elevator shaft, the chanting growing louder with each step. The air around us began to warp and twist, reality struggling to maintain its shape in the face of the sleeping one's influence. Stay close, I warned, and whatever you do, don't let go of each other. Taking a deep breath, I began to sing. The lullaby poured out of me, a pure, crystalline sound that cut through the cultists' chanting. As my voice rose, the world around us began to shift. The decrepit town melted away, replaced by a landscape of impossible geometry and colors that hurt to look at. We were no longer standing at the top of a mine shaft, but at the edge of a vast, swirling vortex of dream stuff and nightmares. And there, suspended above the center of the vortex, was an eye. Vast beyond comprehension, its pupil a window into a universe of madness. The sleeping one was awakening. Oh God, Sarah whimpered, her grip on my hand tightening. Don't look directly at it, I warned. My voice strained as I fought to maintain the lullaby. Focus on my voice. It's the only thing keeping us anchored to our reality. Below us, I could see the cultists, their forms twisted and elongated, more geometry than flesh now. They writhed in ecstasy, their chant reaching a fever pitch. I poured everything I had into the song, drawing upon reserves of power I didn't know I possessed. The lullaby expanded, a sphere of pure harmonic energy that pushed back against the encroaching madness. For a moment it seemed to be working. The eye began to close, the vortex of nightmares starting to collapse in on itself. But then one of the cultists looked up, its face a twisted mass of eyes and beaks. "The Watcher!" it shrieked. "Stop him!" A tendril of pure chaos lashed out, striking me in the chest. I stumbled, my song faltering for just a moment. But a moment was all it took. The eye snapped fully open, its gaze fixing upon us. I felt the full weight of the sleeping one's attention, an intellect so vast and alien that my mind began to crack under its scrutiny. "John." Dr. Thornton's voice seemed to come from very far away. "John, stay with us." I tried to focus to find the thread of the lullaby again, but it was slipping away from me. The sleeping one's dreams were overwhelming, drowning out everything else. And then, just as I was about to lose myself entirely, I heard it. A voice, achingly familiar, singing a counter-melody that wove through the chaos like a lifeline. Lyria. The echo that had merged with me, that had become a part of my very being, was singing. Her voice rekindled something within me, a spark of defiance against the cosmic horror that threatened to unmake us all. With a supreme effort of will, I found my voice again. The lullaby burst forth, stronger than ever, harmonizing with Lyria's song in a duet that shook the very foundations of reality. The cultists screamed, their twisted forms unable to withstand the purity of our song. They dissolved, returning to the stuff of dreams from which they had been wrought. The eye began to close, slowly at first, then with increasing speed. The vortex of nightmares collapsed in on itself, reality reasserting its dominance. With a sound like 1,000 windows shattering at once, the barrier between worlds sealed itself. We found ourselves back in Hollow Creek, standing at the edge of the mineshaft elevator. I fell to my knees, utterly drained. Sarah and Dr. Thornton were at my side in an instant, supporting me. "John? John, can you hear me?" Sarah's voice was frantic. I nodded weakly. "I'm here. We did it. Dr. Thornton looked around, her scientific mind already working to process what had happened. The town, it's changing. She was right. Before our eyes, Hollow Creek was transforming. The decrepit buildings were repairing themselves, color returning to the faded paint. Birds, normal birds, began to sing again, and I could hear the faint sounds of life returning to the long-abandoned streets. The sleeping one's influence is gone, I said, my voice hoarse. Without it, the town is returning to what it once was. Sarah helped me to my feet. And the cultists? I shook my head. Gone. Unmade. They became so much a part of the dream that when it ended, they ended with it. Dr. Thornton put a hand on my shoulder. John, what you did, that wasn't just the lullaby, was it? I smiled wearily. No, it was something more. Lyria and I, we're not just coexisting anymore. We're becoming something new, something that can stand against the sleeping one. As we made our way back to our vehicle, I could feel the change within me. The human part of me and the echo were merging more fully, creating a being that was neither one nor the other, but something entirely new. I knew that our fight was far from over. The sleeping one would try again, its dreams forever seeking purchase in our world. But for now, we had won. We had sealed the breach, saved a town, and perhaps bought ourselves a little more time. As we drove away from Hollow Creek, leaving behind a town reborn, I looked at Sarah and Dr. Thornton, these humans who had faced cosmic horrors and emerged with their sanity intact. I felt a surge of affection for them, and a renewed determination to protect this world with all its beauty and fragility. The birds sang overhead, their melody a reminder of the delicate balance we fought to maintain. And as we headed back to our makeshift headquarters, I knew that whatever challenges lay ahead, we would face them together. The Watcher, the Echo, and the humans who dared to stand against the dreams of a sleeping god. The harsh winter wind howled outside our cabin headquarters, but inside the air was thick with tension. I stood before a large map of the country, red pins marking the locations where we'd detected breaches in reality. There were far too many for comfort. Sarah's voice broke the uneasy silence. John, we can't keep this up forever. We're running ourselves ragged. I turned to face her and Dr. Thornton. Both looked exhausted, dark circles under their eyes testifying to countless sleepless nights. I know, I said, my voice carrying that otherworldly resonance that had become more pronounced since Hollow Creek. But what choice do we have, if we don't seal these breaches? The world ends. Yeah, we get it, Dr. Thornton cut in, uncharacteristically sharp. She softened almost immediately. I'm sorry, John. It's just, we're only human. We can't keep going at this pace. I felt a pang of guilt. In my drive to protect the world, I'd been pushing them too hard. You're right, I conceded. We need help. Sarah perked up. You mean, recruit more people? But who could we possibly trust with this kind of information? Before I could answer, a piercing shriek cut through the air. It wasn't coming from outside, but from the array of monitors and arcane devices we used to detect incursions. We rushed to the equipment. The main screen showed a pulsing red dot over a familiar location. No, I breathed. It can't be. Hollow Creek, Dr. Thornton confirmed, her voice grim. The readings, John, they're off the charts. This is bigger than anything we've seen before. I closed my eyes, extending my senses outward. What I felt made my blood run cold. It's not just a breach, I said. The sleeping one. It's trying to fully manifest. Sarah's face paled. But how? We sealed that place. We saw it return to normal. The sleeping one is patient, I explained, the knowledge coming from a place deeper than conscious thought. It used Hollow Creek as an anchor point, a familiar place to focus its dreams. And now it's ready to wake up, Dr. Thornton finished. I nodded grimly. We have to go. Now. The drive to Hollow Creek was tense, the silence broken only by the howling wind and the occasional update from our monitoring equipment. As we neared the town, the wrongness in the air became palpable. Even Sarah and Dr. Thornton, without my enhanced senses, were visibly uncomfortable. We crested a hill, and Hollow Creek came into view. Or rather, what was left of it. The town was melting. Buildings twisted and flowed like wax under a flame, streets rippled like water, and the sky above was a maelstrom of impossible colors. "My God," Sarah whispered. I gripped the steering wheel tighter, fighting against the waves of unreality that threatened to overwhelm us. "Stay focused," I warned. "The Sleeping One is trying to reshape this place in its image. If we let our minds wander, we'll be reshaped too." We parked at the outskirts of town and continued on foot, each step a battle against a reality that no longer played by the rules we knew. The old mineshaft elevator loomed before us, but it was no longer a simple structure of metal and wood. It pulsed and writhed, looking more like a living thing than a piece of machinery. As we approached, a figure stepped out from behind the twisted elevator. I recognized him immediately, the cultist leader we'd faced months ago. "Welcome, Watcher," he said, his voice echoing strangely. "You're just in time for the Grand Awakening." I pushed Sarah and Dr. Thornton behind me, readying myself for a confrontation. "This ends now," I growled. "I won't let you destroy this world." The cultist laughed, the sound rippling through the air like waves on a pond. "Destroy? Oh no, Watcher. We're going to remake it, improve it. Under the Sleeping One's guidance, reality itself will be perfected." "You're insane," Dr. Thornton spat. "You have no idea what you're dealing with." The cultist's form began to shift, his features blurring and realigning into something that hurt to look at. "On the contrary, Doctor, we understand perfectly. The Sleeping One has shown us the truth of existence, and now it's time for everyone to see." He raised his arms, and the ground beneath us began to tremble. The mine shaft elevator creaked and groaned, its doors slowly opening to reveal not a shaft but a swirling vortex of nightmares. I knew what I had to do. Turning to Sarah and Dr. Thornton, I spoke quickly. "I have to go in there. It's the only way to stop this." Sarah grabbed my arm. "John, no, you can't. You might not come back." I placed my hand over hers, feeling the warmth of her humanity. "I have to try. But I need you both to do something for me. The lullaby. I've taught you parts of it. You need to sing. Create a barrier around this place. Keep the dreams from spreading." Dr. Thornton nodded, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "We'll do it. But John, come back to us." I managed a smile. "I'll do my best." With one last look at my friends, my anchors to humanity, I turned and strode towards the vortex. The cultist made no move to stop me, his twisted form vibrating with anticipation. As I stepped into the swirling chaos, I heard Sarah and Dr. Thornton begin to sing. Their voices, though human, carried the power of the lullaby, creating a dome of protective energy around Hollow Creek. Then, I was falling. The world around me was a kaleidoscope of fractured realities, each shard showing a different version of what could be. I saw worlds where humanity had evolved into beings of pure energy, planets where life took forms that defied comprehension, universes where the very concepts of space and time were meaningless. And through it all, I felt the presence of the Sleeping One. It was vast beyond imagining, a cosmic intellect that spanned realities. Its dreams were the stuff of creation and destruction, and now it was stirring. I reached deep within myself, calling upon every ounce of power I possessed. The lullaby rose within me, not just a song but a fundamental force of reality. As I sang, I felt Lyria's essence merging with mine more fully than ever before. We were no longer two beings sharing a form, but a single entity, neither human nor echo, but something entirely new. Our voice rang out, a pure crystalline sound that cut through the chaos of the Sleeping One's dreams. I could feel it react, its vast consciousness focusing on us. "Who dares?" The thought wasn't words, but a concept that filled every fiber of my being. I am the Watcher, we replied, our voice resonating with power. The guardian of the dreaming God, and I say to you now, sleep. Your time is not yet come. I felt amusement from the vast entity, tinged with something like respect. You are bold, little one, but you cannot comprehend what I am, what I will bring. Images flooded my mind, worlds remade in the sleeping one's image, realities where the laws of physics were mere suggestions, existence freed from the constraints of logic and reason. I see what you offer, we said, but it's not for us, not for humanity. We're not ready for your gifts. They will never be ready, came the response. I have slept for eons, waiting. It is time. The vortex around us began to solidify, taking on more defined shapes. I realized with horror that the sleeping one was beginning to manifest, to pull itself fully into our reality. Desperately, I reached out with my song, trying to soothe the cosmic entity back into slumber. But it was like trying to stop an avalanche with a whisper. The sleeping one's awakening had too much momentum. And then, just as I was about to be overwhelmed, I heard it. Sarah and Dr. Thornton's voices, faint but clear, singing the lullaby. Their song threaded through the chaos, reaching me, strengthening me. I wasn't alone. I never had been. With renewed determination, we began to sing again. But this time, it wasn't just the lullaby. It was a new song, one that spoke of humanity's potential, of the beauty and wonder of a universe that still held mysteries. It was a song of balance, of the need for both dreams and waking, for both cosmic wonder and earthly joys. The sleeping one's manifestation slowed, then stopped. I could feel its vast intellect considering, weighing the truth of our song. Perhaps. The thought was tinged with something almost like regret. Perhaps it is not yet time. Sleep, we sang. Sleep and dream. But let your dreams inspire rather than overwhelm. Let them be a beacon of possibility, not a force of destruction. Slowly, so slowly, the vortex began to collapse. The fragments of alternate realities faded, returning to the realm of potential rather than actuality. The sleeping one's presence receded, not gone but no longer pressing against the fabric of our world. As the chaos subsided, I found myself back in Hollow Creek. The town was still twisted, buildings and streets warped into impossible shapes. But the sense of wrongness was fading. Reality was reasserting itself, guided by the lullaby that still echoed through the air. Sarah and Dr. Thornton rushed to me, their faces etched with worry and relief. "John," Sarah cried, embracing me tightly. "We thought we'd lost you." I hugged her back, savoring the simple human contact. For a moment there, so did I. Dr. Thornton looked around at the slowly normalizing town. "Is it over? Did we win?" I shook my head. "Not over. Never over. But we've earned a reprieve. The sleeping one has returned to its slumber for now." As we made our way back to our vehicle, I could feel the change within me. The merger with Lyria was complete, creating a being that was more than the sum of its parts. I was the Watcher now, fully and truly, with all the power and responsibility that entailed. But looking at Sarah and Dr. Thornton, I knew I was still human too. Their love, their unwavering support, had been the anchor that kept me from losing myself in the cosmic depths. As we drove away from Hollow Creek, leaving behind a town forever changed, but no longer in danger of unmaking reality, I knew our work was far from over. The sleeping one would stir again, its dreams forever seeking purchase in our world. But we would be ready. And in the meantime, we had a world to protect, to nurture, to help grow into something that might, someday, be ready for the wonders and terrors of a fully awakened cosmos. The sun was rising as we crested a hill, its light chasing away the lingering shadows of the night's ordeal. And in that moment, with my friends beside me and a new day dawning, I allowed myself to hope. For in the delicate balance between sleeping and waking, between cosmic dreams and human determination, lay the seeds of a future brighter than any of us could imagine. The ground beneath our feet shuddered violently, sending tremors up through our bodies. I struggled to maintain my footing as the earth split open before us, revealing a chasm of unfathomable depth. From within the abyss, a massive, alien eye slowly emerged, its pupil dilating as it took in the chaotic scene around us. "Oh my God," Sarah whispered, her voice barely audible over the cacophony of breaking earth and screeching birds. "It's real. It's all real." I swallowed hard, trying to quell the rising panic in my chest. This was the moment we had been dreading, the culmination of all our fears and suspicions. The entity, this ancient, slumbering beast of legend, was finally awakening. Taking a deep breath, I began to sing the counter-melody the elder had taught me. My voice was shaky at first, barely audible over the din of the forest's transformation, but I pressed on, knowing that this song was our only hope of stopping the catastrophe unfolding before us. "What are you doing?" Dr. Thornton called out, her eyes wild with a mixture of fear and excitement. She was still under the entity's thrall, her body swaying in time with the cultist's chant. I ignored her, focusing all my energy on the intricate notes and harmonies of the counter-melody. As I sang, I felt a strange vibration in the air around me, as if the very molecules were resonating with my voice. Sarah, who had been standing frozen in shock, suddenly snapped out of her trance. She turned to me, her eyes wide with recognition. Without a word, she joined in, her voice harmonizing perfectly with mine, as if she had known the song all along. Our combined voices grew stronger, cutting through the chaos around us. The cultists faltered in their chanting, some of them turning to look at us with confusion and anger. As we sang, the massive eye before us blinked slowly, its gaze seeming to focus on our small group. The ground continued to shift and crack, and I could see more of the entity's form beginning to emerge from the depths. Massive, feathered tentacles burst from the ground around us, flailing wildly and uprooting trees as if they were matchsticks. One of them whipped dangerously close to where we stood, and I had to duck to avoid being struck. "Keep singing," I shouted to Sarah during a brief pause in the melody. "We can't let it fully awaken." She nodded, her face set with determination as we launched back into the song. The air itself seemed to vibrate with power, making it difficult to breathe. I could feel the entity's presence pressing down on us, an incomprehensible weight of ancient consciousness. As more of the creature emerged, I could see that its true form was a colossal, chimeric abomination. Part bird, part beast, and wholly alien. Its body was covered in iridescent feathers that shifted colors in impossible ways, and multiple limbs of various shapes and sizes protruded from its central mass. "It's beautiful," Dr. Thornton murmured, her voice filled with awe. "Can't you see? This is what we've been working towards." "No, Eliza," I called out between verses. "This isn't right. We have to stop it before it's too late." But she wasn't listening. Her eyes were fixed on the emerging entity, a rapturous smile on her face. The other cultists had formed a circle around the chasm, their chanting growing more frenzied as more of the creature became visible. Our voices grew stronger, fueled by desperation and what felt like the forest's own life force. I could sense the energy of the trees, the soil, and even the panicked animals flowing through us, amplifying our song. The entity let out a piercing shriek that shook me to my core. The sound was unlike anything I had ever heard before, a combination of a bird's cry, a whale's song, and something utterly inhuman. Windows in nearby buildings shattered, and I could feel warm blood trickling from my ears. "Don't stop," Sarah yelled, grabbing my hand and squeezing it tightly. "We're having an effect." She was right. I could see the entity's movements becoming more erratic, its emergence slowing. The cultist chant was faltering, discord creeping into their once unified voices. Dr. Thornton stumbled towards us, her face a mask of conflicting emotions. "What are you doing?" she demanded. "You're ruining everything we've worked for." "We're saving the world, Eliza," I managed to say between verses. "This thing was never meant to wake up. It'll destroy everything if we don't stop it." For a moment I thought I saw a flicker of doubt in her eyes. But then the entity let out another ear-splitting cry, and her resolve seemed to harden once more. "You don't understand," she said, her voice taking on a strange, multi-toned quality. "This is the next step in our evolution. We'll become one with it, ascend to a higher plane of existence." As she spoke, I noticed with horror that her skin was beginning to ripple and shift, feathers sprouting from her arms. The transformation that had affected the birds was now taking hold of the human cultists as well. "Eliza, please," Sarah pleaded, never breaking from the melody. "Fight it. This isn't you." But Dr. Thornton was beyond reasoning. With a snarl that was more avian than human, she lunged at us, her hands curled into claws. I braced for impact, knowing we couldn't stop singing even to defend ourselves. Just as she was about to reach us, a blur of motion knocked her aside. It was one of the park rangers, the one who had given me directions earlier. He was fighting against his own transformation, feathers sprouting and receding on his skin as he wrestled with Dr. Thornton. "Keep singing," he growled through gritted teeth. "I'll hold them off as long as I can." Grateful for the unexpected help, Sarah and I redoubled our efforts. Our voices soared above the chaos, weaving a complex tapestry of sound that seemed to physically push against the entity's emergence. The massive eye blinked again, and this time I could see something like confusion in its alien gaze. The feathered tentacles began to withdraw, slowly sinking back into the earth. "It's working," Sarah exclaimed, a note of hope in her voice. But our victory was short-lived. With a roar that seemed to shake the very foundations of the earth, the entity began to rise once more. Its full form was finally revealed, a mountain-sized monstrosity that defied description. Multiple heads, each a twisted amalgamation of bird and beast, rose on long, sinuous necks. Wings the size of football fields unfurled, blotting out the sun. The sheer impossibility of our task hit me then. How could we, two ordinary humans, hope to stop something like this? Our voices wavered as despair threatened to overwhelm us. "Don't give up," the park ranger shouted, still grappling with Dr. Thornton and several other cultists. "The song is the key. You have to finish it." His words sparked something in me, a memory of what the elder in the underground tribe had told me. The counter melody wasn't just a song. It was a key to unlocking something within the entity itself. "Sarah," I said urgently, "we need to change the melody. Follow my lead." I began to alter the song subtly, weaving in elements of the entity's own melody that I had heard in the bird's song. Sarah caught on quickly, her voice blending seamlessly with mine as we created a new harmony. The effect was immediate and startling. The entity froze in place, its many heads swiveling to focus on us. The cultists' chanting cut off abruptly, leaving an eerie silence broken only by our singing. As we continued, I felt a strange connection forming between us and the entity. Images began to flash through my mind, glimpses of ancient times, of the entity's long slumber, and of the world it had known before. "Do you feel that?" Sarah asked, her eyes wide with wonder. I nodded, unable to speak as the visions flowed through me. I understood now what we had to do. This wasn't about forcing the entity back to sleep. It was about reminding it of its true nature, of a time before it had become this monstrous thing. Our song changed again, becoming a story told in music. We sang of peace, of harmony with nature, of the entity's role as a guardian rather than a destroyer. As we did, I could see the creature beginning to change. Its form shimmered and shifted, the excess limbs and heads melting away. The feathers lost their iridescent, unnatural sheen, becoming soft and downy. Slowly, impossibly, the entity was shrinking, its vast bulk condensing into a smaller, more manageable form. The cultists cried out in anguish as their god transformed before their eyes. Dr. Thornton fell to her knees, the feathers receding from her skin as tears streamed down her face. "What have you done?" she whispered, her voice filled with a mixture of awe and despair. But I couldn't answer her. The song demanded all of our concentration now. As we reached the final verses, I could feel something building, a crescendo of energy that pulsed in time with our voices. With one final, soaring note, we completed the melody. A blinding light engulfed everything, and I felt my consciousness slipping away. The last thing I saw before darkness took me was the entity, now no larger than a horse, gently touching down on the forest floor. As I fell into unconsciousness, I heard a voice, ancient, wise, and filled with gratitude, whisper in my mind, "Thank you for reminding me of who I once was. Sleep now, and when you wake, all will be as it should be." Then, everything faded to white, and I knew no more. The world around us began to blur, reality itself seeming to warp and twist. Past and present merged chaotically, creating a dizzying kaleidoscope of images and sensations. I struggled to maintain my footing, both physically and mentally, as waves of temporal distortion washed over us. "What's happening?" Sarah cried out, her voice sounding distant and echoing strangely. Are we seeing through time?" I tried to respond, but my words were swallowed by the cacophony of colliding timelines. Instead, I reached out and grasped her hand, anchoring us together in this sea of chaos. Dr. Thornton, who had been kneeling on the ground, suddenly stood up, her eyes wide with wonder. "It's showing us," she whispered, her voice filled with awe. "The entity is sharing its memories." As if triggered by her words, the swirling chaos around us coalesced into more coherent visions. We found ourselves witnessing the entity's previous awakenings throughout history, each scene playing out before us with startling clarity. The first vision transported us to an ancient primordial forest. The trees were impossibly tall, their canopies lost in the mists above. Strange prehistoric creatures roamed the undergrowth, and the air was thick with the buzz of giant insects. "This must be millions of years ago," I breathed, taking in the alien landscape. As we watched, the ground began to tremble, and a familiar eye emerged from the earth. The entity, in its full, terrifying glory, rose from its slumber. But instead of the destruction we had feared, we saw something entirely different. The prehistoric creatures approached the entity without fear, seeming to welcome its presence. The entity's many limbs gently caressed the trees and the earth, and everywhere it touched, life flourished with renewed vigor. "It's not a destroyer," Sarah said, her voice filled with wonder. "It's a caretaker, a guardian of life itself." The scene shifted, and we found ourselves in ancient Egypt. The entity, now in a form resembling a massive chimeric bird, soared over the Nile Delta. Humans gazed up at it in reverence, arms raised in worship. A pharaoh, resplendent in gold and lapis lazuli, approached the entity. "Great Bennu," he intoned, "bringer of creation and renewal, we welcome your return and humbly ask for your blessing upon our lands." The entity, the Bennu bird of Egyptian mythology, lowered one of its heads to touch the pharaoh gently. In that moment I felt a surge of connection between the creature and humanity, a bond of mutual respect and protection. "It was worshipped," Dr. Thornton murmured. "Not as a god of destruction, but as a force of creation and rebirth." The visions continued to cascade around us. We saw the entity in countless forms across cultures and ages. The thunderbird of Native American lore, the phoenix rising from the ashes, the Garuda of Hindu mythology. In each incarnation, it brought balance and renewal to the world. But as we progressed through time, something began to change. The scenes became darker, more violent. We witnessed wars fought in the entity's name, civilizations crumbling as they sought to harness its power. "Humanity," I said, my heart heavy with the realization. We corrupted its purpose, twisted its nature to suit our own desires. Sarah nodded grimly. And each time it awoke, it found a world more damaged, more out of balance. No wonder it became the monster we saw today. As this understanding washed over us, I felt a shift in the energy surrounding us. The chaotic swirl of vision slowed, and I sensed that the entity was communicating directly with us now. A voice, ancient and multifaceted, resonated in our minds. "You who have sung the song of remembrance, do you now understand?" "We do," I replied, surprised to find that I could speak clearly now. "You never meant to harm us. You were trying to restore balance, but the world had changed too much," the entity continued. "My purpose became distorted, my actions misguided. In my confusion and pain, I nearly destroyed that which I had sworn to protect." Dr. Thornton stepped forward, tears streaming down her face. "I'm so sorry," she said, her voice choked with emotion. "We thought we were serving you, but we were only making things worse. Can you ever forgive us?" The entity's presence seemed to envelop us, a sensation of warmth and compassion washing over our small group. "There is nothing to forgive, child. You acted out of ignorance, not malice. It is I who must atone for the harm I have caused in my misguided attempts to heal this world." As the entity spoke, a new understanding began to dawn on me. I turned to Sarah and Dr. Thornton, my eyes wide with the revelation. "I think I know what we need to do," I said urgently. "The counter melody wasn't just about stopping the awakening. It's about helping the entity remember its true purpose." Sarah's eyes lit up with comprehension. "Of course. That's why it responded when we changed the song. We weren't fighting against it. We were reminding it of who it truly is." Dr. Thornton nodded slowly, the last vestiges of the entity's corrupting influence fading from her eyes. "And now that it remembers, it needs our help to fulfill its purpose in a world that has changed so much." The entity's voice resonated with approval. "You understand well, my children, but the task ahead is not an easy one. The world is out of balance, and my power alone is not enough to restore it. Will you help me?" I took a deep breath, feeling the weight of this moment. This was why we were here, why we had been drawn into this impossible situation. It wasn't just about preventing a catastrophe, it was about healing the world itself. "We'll help," I said firmly, looking at Sarah and Dr. Thornton for confirmation. They both nodded in agreement. "But how?" Sarah asked. "What can we possibly do in the face of such a monumental task?" The entity's presence seemed to pulse with renewed energy. "The song you sang to awaken my memories. It holds more power than you know. It is a key to unlocking the ancient harmony that once existed between all living things. With it, we can begin to heal the rifts that have torn this world asunder." "Then teach us," Dr. Thornton said, her scientific curiosity overcoming her lingering doubts. "Show us how to use this song to its full potential." As if in response to her words, the swirling visions around us coalesced once more, this time forming intricate patterns of light and sound. I recognized elements of the counter melody we had sung, but now they were interwoven with new harmonies and rhythms of otherworldly beauty. "This is the true song of creation," the entity explained. "A melody as old as life itself, capable of restoring balance and awakening the dormant connections between all living things. Learn it, sing it, and let its power flow through you." We began to sing, our voices blending with the ethereal music surrounding us. As we did, I felt a profound shift in my perception. It was as if I could sense the living essence of everything around me, the trees, the soil, the animals, and even the rocks beneath our feet. All were connected in a vast, intricate web of life. The song flowed through us, growing in power and complexity. I could feel it spreading outward, touching everything in its path. Trees stood taller, their leaves greener and more vibrant. Animals emerged from hiding, their eyes clear and free from fear. Even the air itself seemed cleaner, charged with a renewed vitality. As we sang, I saw visions of the song's effect spreading beyond the forest. Rivers ran clearer, polluted skies began to clear, and in cities around the world people paused in their daily lives, touched by a sudden sense of connection to the world around them. "It's working," Sarah gasped between verses, her eyes shining with joy and wonder. Dr. Thornton nodded, tears streaming down her face as she sang. We're healing the world, one note at a time. The entity's presence enveloped us, its many voices joining our song in perfect harmony. Together we wove a tapestry of sound that resonated with the very fabric of reality. As the song reached its crescendo, I felt a surge of energy unlike anything I had ever experienced. It was as if the entire world was singing with us, every living thing adding its voice to the chorus. In that moment of perfect unity, I understood the true nature of the entity and our role in its awakening. We were not saviors or destroyers, but participants in an ancient cycle of renewal and rebirth. Our task was not to control or suppress the entity, but to work in harmony with it, to restore balance to a world that had lost its way. As the final notes of the song faded away, I felt a profound sense of peace settle over me. The chaotic visions that had surrounded us dissipated, leaving us standing once more in the heart of Pisgah National Forest. But the forest was transformed, vibrant with new life and energy. The entity, now diminished in size but no less majestic, stood before us in a form that blended elements of all its past incarnations. It radiated an aura of ancient wisdom and renewed purpose. The work has only just begun, it said, its voice now a gentle whisper on the wind. But together we have taken the first step towards healing this world. Remember the song, for you may need to sing it again in times to come. With those words, the entity began to fade from view, its form dispersing into motes of golden light that spread throughout the forest. As it disappeared, I felt its essence merge with the land itself, becoming one with the web of life we had awakened. I turned to Sarah and Dr. Thornton, seeing my own mix of exhaustion and exhilaration mirrored in their faces. We had witnessed something profound, something that would change the course of our lives and the world forever. What do we do now? Sarah asked, her voice barely above a whisper. I took a deep breath, feeling the weight of our newfound responsibility settling on my shoulders. Now, I said, we continue what we've started. We learn, we teach, and we sing. The world still needs healing, and we've been given the tools to help. Dr. Thornton nodded solemnly. We have a lot of work ahead of us, but we're not alone. The entity is with us now, in everything around us, and we have each other. As we stood there, surrounded by the rejuvenated forest, I felt a glimmer of hope for the future. We had faced an ancient power, stared into the abyss of potential destruction, and emerged not as conquerors, but as partners in a grand cosmic dance of renewal. The sun began to set, painting the sky in brilliant hues of orange and pink. A gentle breeze rustled through the trees, carrying with it the faintest echo of our world-changing song. And in that moment, I knew that our greatest adventure was only just beginning. The entity's massive form hovered before us, its multitude of eyes fixed intently on our small group. The cacophony of its awakening had subsided, replaced by an eerie stillness that seemed to stretch across the entire forest. In this moment of quiet, our new melody began to take shape. I locked eyes with Sarah and Dr. Thornton, silently communicating my plan. They nodded in understanding, a mix of determination and fear etched on their faces. Taking a deep breath, we began to weave a new song, one that told the entity's own story. As our voices rose in harmony, the air around us shimmered with an otherworldly energy. The entity paused, its writhing form becoming still as it was drawn in by our song of its long-forgotten past. In the dawn of time you were born of stardust and primordial fire, I sang, my voice carrying with it visions of cosmic creation. Sarah's clear soprano joined in, guardian of life, protector of balance, your wings spanned continents. Through eons you watched, nurturing the spark of consciousness, Dr. Thornton added, her voice steady despite the tears in her eyes. As we sang, the entity's form began to shift and ripple. Its myriad eyes blinked in rapid succession, and I could sense a growing awareness emanating from its massive form. Suddenly, a voice that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere spoke directly into our minds. These memories, they are mine, yet they feel so distant. How can this be? I didn't dare stop singing, but I projected my thoughts towards the entity. You've been asleep for so long, lost in dreams of chaos. But this is who you truly are. We continued our song, weaving tales of the entity's interactions with early humanity. We sang of ancient civilizations that revered it as a god of wisdom and renewal, of times when humans and nature existed in harmony under its watchful gaze. As we did so, the forest around us began to change. The twisted, nightmarish landscape that had formed during the entity's awakening started to revert. Trees straightened, their bark smoothing out, and leaves regaining their natural hue. The unnatural fungi and creeping vines receded, replaced by lush ferns and wildflowers. The cultists, who had been watching in silent awe, began to stir. Some fell to their knees, overcome by the power of the song and the memories it evoked. Others looked around in confusion, as if waking from a long dream. Dr. Thornton's voice faltered for a moment as she watched her former followers. "I led them astray," she whispered. "I thought we were working towards enlightenment, but we nearly destroyed everything." "Keep singing," Sarah urged gently. "This is our chance to make it right." We pressed on, our song now telling of the long years of the entity's slumber. We sang of a world changing rapidly, of humanity's progress and the growing disconnect from nature. Our melody carried notes of sorrow for the balance lost, for the entity's purpose forgotten. The entity's form continued to shift as it absorbed these memories. Its once terrifying visage began to soften, the excess of eyes and limbs melting away to reveal a more cohesive shape. It was still massive and alien, but no longer the stuff of nightmares. "I remember." The entity's voice resonated in our minds, tinged with a profound sadness. "I slept too long. The world moved on without me, and when I stirred, I no longer recognized it, or myself." The cultists who had regained their senses began to back away, fear and awe warring on their faces. One of them, a young man with wide eyes, called out, "What's happening? What is that thing?" Dr. Thornton broke from our song for a moment to address him. "It's the being we sought to awaken, Thomas, but not as we imagined it. This is its true form, its true purpose." "But the texts," Thomas protested weakly. "All our research was incomplete," Dr. Thornton finished for him. "We saw only a fraction of the truth, and in our ignorance we nearly brought about catastrophe." As this exchange took place, Sarah and I continued our song, our voices harmonizing to maintain the delicate connection we'd established with the entity. We sang of hope, of the possibility of renewal and reconnection. The entity's form continued to change, becoming more defined and less chaotic. It now resembled an impossibly large bird, its feathers shimmering with starlight, its wings spanning the clearing we stood in. "I see now." The entity's voice came again, stronger and clearer than before. "I am the world singer, the harmony weaver. My purpose is not destruction, but balance and renewal." As it spoke, the last vestiges of its monstrous form fell away. The world singer now stood before us, majestic and terrible in its beauty. It was still enormous, dwarfing the trees around us, but it no longer inspired the primal terror of before. Our song reached its crescendo, and as it did, a wave of energy pulsed out from the world singer. It washed over us, over the cultists, and spread out into the forest beyond. In its wake, I could feel a profound shift in the world around us. The trees seemed to stand taller, their leaves rustling with newfound vitality. The air felt cleaner, charged with a vibrant energy, and most strikingly, I could sense a web of connections forming between all living things, a harmonious resonance that hummed just at the edge of perception. As our song came to an end, silence fell over the clearing. The world singer regarded us with eyes that now held infinite wisdom and compassion. "You have reminded me of who I am," it said, its voice no longer just in our minds but resonating in the air around us. "In doing so, You have saved not only yourselves, but the balance of this world. I thank you. I stepped forward, my heart pounding but my voice steady. We sang your story, but it was your memories that changed you. We only helped you remember. Sarah joined me, adding, "What happens now? The world has changed so much since you last walked it." The World Singer's form shimmered, and for a moment I saw overlapping images of all its past incarnations. The Phoenix, the Thunderbird, the Bennu, and countless others I couldn't name. "Now," it said, "the real work begins. This world has fallen far out of balance. It will take time and effort to restore harmony." Dr. Thornton stepped forward, her face etched with remorse and determination. "How can we help? We who were so misguided before." The World Singer's gaze fell upon her, and I saw her stand straighter under its scrutiny. "Your misguided actions stemmed from a genuine desire for knowledge and connection. That desire, properly directed, can be a powerful force for healing." It turned its attention to the cultists, who were watching the exchange with a mix of fear and wonder. "All of you have a choice to make. Will you continue to seek power for its own sake, or will you join in the work of restoration?" Thomas, the young cultist who had spoken earlier, fell to his knees. "Great One, we didn't understand. Please, teach us the right way." The World Singer's form seemed to soften, and I felt a wave of compassion emanate from it. "The right way is not something I can simply give you. It is a path you must walk yourselves, with open hearts and minds. But I can show you the first steps." As it spoke, the World Singer began to sing. Its voice was unlike anything I had ever heard, a symphony of nature itself. In its song I heard the rustle of leaves, the babbling of brooks, the cry of eagles, and the deep resonance of the earth itself. Without conscious thought, we all began to join in. Our voices blended with the World Singer's, creating a harmony that seemed to touch the very fabric of reality. As we sang, I felt the web of connections I had sensed earlier grow stronger, extending far beyond our small clearing. In my mind's eye, I saw the song spreading out across the forest, the state, the country, and beyond. Everywhere it touched, I saw small but significant changes. People paused in their daily routines, looking around as if seeing their world anew. Animals emerged from hiding, no longer driven by fear. Plants seemed to reach towards the sky with renewed vigor. As the song faded, the World Singer spoke once more. "This is but a taste of what is possible when humanity and nature work in harmony. The song of creation never truly ends. It is always there, waiting for those with the wisdom to hear it and join in." It turned its gaze to Sarah, Dr. Thornton, and me. "You three have shown great courage and insight. Will you continue to sing? Will you teach others to hear the song?" I felt the weight of the question, understanding that saying yes would irrevocably change the course of our lives. But as I looked at Sarah and Dr. Thornton, I saw my own decision reflected in their eyes. "We will," I said, my voice joined by theirs in perfect unison. The World Singer's form began to shimmer and fade, its essence seeming to merge with the forest around us. "Then go forth and sing. Remind this world of the harmony it has forgotten. And know that though you may not always see me, I am there in every leaf, every stone, every breath of wind. The song of the world is my song, and now it is yours as well." With those final words, the World Singer disappeared, leaving behind a world forever changed. The cultists began to disperse, their faces a mix of awe and newfound purpose. Dr. Thornton moved among them, already beginning the work of guiding them towards a new understanding. Sarah turned to me, her eyes bright with unshed tears and fierce determination. "So," she said, a smile tugging at her lips, "ready to change the world?" I looked out at the transformed forest, feeling the pulse of the World Singer's song still resonating within me. The task ahead was enormous, the challenges daunting, but for the first time since this strange journey began, I felt a true sense of hope. "Ready as I'll ever be?" I replied, taking her hand. Let's go teach the world to sing. As we set off, the forest around us seemed to whisper in harmony, the first notes of a new song for a reawakened world. I awoke with a start, my heart pounding in my chest. The vibrant, otherworldly song that had filled my ears just moments ago faded into the mundane sounds of a forest morning. Birdsong filtered through the canopy, and a gentle breeze rustled the leaves. It all seemed so normal. Sitting up, I blinked in confusion. The clearing where we had confronted the entity, the world singer, was gone. Instead, I found myself in my original campsite, my tent still standing untouched by the chaos we had experienced. "Sarah?" I called out, my voice hoarse. "Dr. Thornton?" Silence answered me. Panic began to rise in my throat as I scrambled to my feet, spinning around to take in my surroundings. The forest looked pristine, undisturbed by the cosmic events we had witnessed. There was no sign of the massive chasm, no trace of the cultists, and no indication that anything out of the ordinary had occurred. "This can't be right," I muttered to myself, running a hand through my hair. It couldn't have all been a dream, could it? I fumbled for my phone, nearly dropping it in my haste. The date on the screen made my breath catch. 2 weeks had passed since I had first arrived in Pisgah National Forest. 2 weeks since everything changed, I whispered, the weight of realization settling over me. With trembling fingers, I dialed Sarah's number. The phone rang once, twice, 3 times. Each unanswered ring sent a fresh wave of anxiety through me. "Come on, Sarah, pick up," I pleaded. Finally, on the 6th ring, there was a click. "Hello?" Sarah's voice came through, sounding groggy and confused. "Sarah!" I exclaimed, relief washing over me. "Thank God! Are you okay? Where are you?" There was a pause on the other end of the line, long enough to make my heart skip a beat. When Sarah spoke again, her voice was hesitant. I'm at home, in Chicago. Who is this?" The world seemed to tilt beneath my feet. "Sarah, it's me. We were just, don't you remember? The entity, the world singer, the song we sang together." Another long pause. When Sarah replied, her tone was a mixture of concern and confusion. "I'm sorry, but I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know anyone named World Singer, and I certainly haven't sung any songs recently. Are you sure you have the right number?" My mind reeled. How could she not remember? We had faced the end of the world together, had touched the very fabric of reality. "Sarah, please," I said, my voice cracking. "Think hard. The forest, Dr. Thornton, the cultists. We saved the world, Sarah. Look," Sarah interrupted, her voice firmer now. "I don't know who you are or what kind of joke this is, but I'm not interested. Please don't call this number again." The line went dead before I could respond. I stared at the phone in disbelief, my hand shaking. This couldn't be happening. Sarah was my anchor, my partner through that impossible experience. If she didn't remember. With a growing sense of dread, I dialed Dr. Thornton's number. It went straight to voicemail. I left a message trying to keep my voice steady. "Dr. Thornton, it's me. Something's wrong. Sarah doesn't remember anything, and I need to know if you do. Please call me back as soon as you can." Hanging up, I sat heavily on a nearby log, my mind racing. Had it all been a hallucination? Some sort of mass delusion? But no, it had felt too real, too profound to be a mere figment of my imagination. I spent the next hour meticulously searching the campsite and surrounding area for any evidence of what we had experienced. But there was nothing. No strange markings, no unexplained phenomena, not even a hint of the cosmic events that had transpired. As the sun climbed higher in the sky, I made the difficult decision to pack up my camp. With each item I stowed away, I felt as if I was somehow betraying the memory of what had happened. But I knew I couldn't stay here. Not when there were so many unanswered questions. The hike back to civilization was a blur. My mind kept replaying the events of the past 2 weeks. or what I thought had been the past 2 weeks. The birds' eerie melody, the cave paintings, the cultists, the emergence of the entity. Had I imagined it all? As I reached the ranger station at the edge of the forest, I was struck by how ordinary everything seemed. Tourists milled about, snapping photos and consulting maps. A pair of hikers argued good-naturedly about which trail to take. It was as if the world had never been on the brink of cosmic upheaval. I approached the front desk, where a ranger I didn't recognize was sorting through some paperwork. "Excuse me," I said, my voice sounding strange to my own ears. "I'm looking for Ranger Mike. Is he around?" The ranger looked up, a polite smile on his face. "I'm sorry, but there's no Ranger Mike stationed here. Maybe you're thinking of a different park?" I felt the blood drain from my face. Ranger Mike had been the one who had given me directions, who had fought against the cultists to protect us. How could he not exist? "Are you all right, sir?" the ranger asked, concern creeping into his voice. "You look a bit pale. Would you like some water?" I shook my head, mumbling a thanks as I stumbled away from the desk. Outside, I leaned against the wall of the station, trying to catch my breath. The world I had returned to was not the one I remembered leaving. Everything was the same, and yet profoundly different. Over the next few weeks, I tried desperately to find any corroboration of my experiences. I scoured news websites for reports of strange occurrences in Pisgah National Forest, but found nothing out of the ordinary. I reached out to universities, asking about Dr. Thornton, only to be told that no one by that name worked in their biology departments. I even tried contacting some of the fringe groups I remembered the cultists being associated with, but my inquiries were met with confusion or outright hostility. It was as if the entire event had been wiped from existence, leaving only my memories as testament to what had occurred. 1 month after my return from the forest, I sat in my apartment, surrounded by notes, maps, and printouts from my fruitless investigation. The TV droned in the background, a news anchor discussing the latest political scandal. I was about to turn it off when a phrase caught my attention. "Unprecedented global shift in environmental policies," the anchor was saying. "Scientists are baffled by the sudden surge in ecological awareness and conservation efforts worldwide." I turned up the volume, my heart racing. The report went on to detail a series of seemingly unconnected events. Corporations voluntarily implementing stringent environmental protections, a massive uptick in reforestation projects, and a global reduction in pollution levels. While experts are at a loss to explain the sudden change, the anchor continued, many are hailing it as a turning point in humanity's relationship with the natural world. I sat back, a mix of emotions washing over me. Could this be the result of what we had done? The world singer had spoken of restoring balance, of healing the rifts between humanity and nature. Was this the manifestation of that promise? As if in answer to my unspoken question, I felt a subtle shift in the air. For a brief moment, I could have sworn I heard a faint melody, the same otherworldly song we had sung in the forest. But as quickly as it came, it was gone, leaving me to wonder if I had imagined it. The next day, driven by a mixture of hope and desperation, I found myself booking a flight back to North Carolina. I knew it was probably futile, but I had to see the forest one more time, to stand in the place where everything had changed. As the plane took off, I gazed out the window at the patchwork of cities and wilderness below. The world looked the same, and yet I knew it wasn't. Something fundamental had shifted, even if I was the only one who remembered why. My phone buzzed with a text message. It was from an unknown number, but the contents made my heart skip a beat. The song never truly ends. Keep listening, E.T. I stared at the message, my mind racing. E.T. Eliza Thornton? Could it be? But before I could reply, the message disappeared, leaving no trace in my phone's history. As the plane soared towards North Carolina, I felt a glimmer of hope ignite in my chest. Maybe I wasn't alone after all. Maybe somewhere out there others remembered the song of the world singer. The forests below seemed to shimmer in the sunlight, and for a moment I could have sworn I saw a massive, bird-like shape soaring among the clouds. I blinked, and it was gone. But the feeling remained, a sense of connection, of harmony, of a world slowly but surely coming back into balance. I settled back in my seat, closing my eyes and letting the faint echoes of the World Singer's song wash over me. The melody was still there, hidden in the hum of the airplane engines, in the whisper of wind outside the window, in the very beating of my own heart. As I drifted off to sleep, one thought crystallized in my mind. The story wasn't over. In fact, it was only just beginning. And somehow, some way, I would find a way to make the world hear the song again. The familiar scent of pine and damp earth filled my nostrils as I stepped off the trail and into the heart of Pisgah National Forest. It had been 3 months since my return to civilization, 3 months of questioning my sanity and searching for any shred of evidence to confirm what I had experienced. Now, standing amidst the towering trees, I felt a sense of homecoming that I couldn't quite explain. "I'm back," I whispered to the forest, half expecting a response. The woods remained silent, save for the gentle rustling of leaves and the distant call of a bird. I adjusted my backpack and set off deeper into the forest, retracing the steps that had led me to that fateful clearing months ago. As I walked, I couldn't help but notice subtle changes in the environment. The foliage seemed more vibrant, the air clearer, and there was a palpable sense of vitality that I didn't remember from my first visit. After several hours of hiking, I reached a familiar outcropping of rocks. My heart raced as I recognized the area where I had first heard the bird's eerie melody. I paused, holding my breath and straining my ears for any hint of that otherworldly song. Silence. Disappointment washed over me, but I pressed on. As the day wore on, I visited each location I remembered from my previous adventure: the cave with the ancient paintings, the abandoned mine shaft, the underground lake. Each site appeared untouched, showing no signs of the incredible events I had witnessed. As the sun began to set, casting long shadows through the trees, I finally arrived at the clearing where we had confronted the World Singer. I stood at the edge, my heart pounding in my chest, half expecting to see the massive, chimeric form of the entity rising from the earth. But the clearing was empty, peaceful in the fading light of day. "What did you expect?" I muttered to myself, running a hand through my hair in frustration. "Some kind of cosmic welcome back party?" As if in response to my words, a gentle breeze rustled through the clearing, carrying with it the faintest hint of a melody. I froze, hardly daring to breathe as I strained to hear it more clearly. "Hello?" I called out, my voice echoing in the empty space. "Is anyone there?" The breeze died down, and with it, the whisper of music faded away. I was left standing alone in the growing twilight, questioning once again if I had imagined it all. With a heavy sigh, I set up my tent at the edge of the clearing. As I prepared a simple dinner over a small campfire, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. Every rustle in the underbrush, every snap of a twig made me whirl around, expecting to see something. But each time, I was met with only shadows and silence. As I settled into my sleeping bag that night, exhaustion finally overcame my racing thoughts. Just before I drifted off to sleep, I could have sworn I heard a faint, familiar voice carried on the night wind. The song never truly ends. I bolted upright, fully awake now. "Dr. Thornton," I called out into the darkness. "Is that you?" But only the normal sounds of the nighttime forest answered me. Shaking my head, I lay back down, wondering if I was finally losing my grip on reality. The next morning, I awoke to the sound of birdsong. For a moment, still caught in the haze between sleep and wakefulness, I thought I recognized the complex harmonies of the World Singer's melody. But as I became fully alert, the song resolved into normal, if beautiful, bird calls. I emerged from my tent to find the clearing bathed in golden morning light. As I prepared breakfast, I tried to shake off the disappointment that had settled over me. What had I really expected to find here? The world had moved on, apparently oblivious to the cosmic events that had transpired. Maybe it was time for me to do the same. As I was packing up my campsite, a voice behind me nearly made me jump out of my skin. "Beautiful morning, isn't it?" I spun around to find an old man standing at the edge of the clearing. He was tall and thin, with a long white beard and piercing blue eyes that seemed to look right through me. Despite the warm weather, he wore a heavy flannel shirt and carried a gnarled walking stick. Yes, it is, I stammered, trying to regain my composure. I'm sorry. I didn't hear you approach. Are you a ranger? The old man chuckled, the sound reminding me oddly of rustling leaves. No. Just an old wanderer who knows these woods better than most. The name's Eli. He extended a weathered hand, which I shook hesitantly. Nice to meet you, Eli. I know who you are. Eli interrupted, his eyes twinkling. You're the one who came back, the one who remembers the song. I felt my breath catch in my throat. You know about that? About the world singer? Eli nodded slowly, his expression turning serious. I do, and I've been waiting for you to return. We have much to discuss, but not here. Come, walk with me. Without waiting for a response, Eli turned and began walking into the forest. For a moment, I hesitated, torn between following this mysterious stranger and the rational part of my brain screaming that this was how horror movies started. But the promise of answers was too tempting to resist. I quickly finished packing up my camp and jogged to catch up with Eli, who was moving with surprising speed for his apparent age. As we walked, Eli began to speak, his voice taking on a rhythmic, almost hypnotic quality. The world has changed, though few can see it. The song of creation echoes through every living thing, but most have forgotten how to listen. You, however, have not forgotten. You still hear the echoes, don't you? I nodded, a lump forming in my throat. Yes, but I thought I was going crazy. No one else remembers what happened. Sarah, Dr. Thornton, they're just gone. It's like it never happened. Eli stopped walking and turned to face me, his blue eyes blazing with an inner fire. But it did happen. The world singer awoke, and through your actions the balance began to be restored. But the work is far from over. What do you mean? I asked, a mixture of excitement and trepidation building in my chest. And how do you know all this? Who are you, really? The old man smiled enigmatically. I am many things. A keeper of old ways, a listener to the songs of the earth, a guide for those who seek to restore harmony. But right now, I am simply a messenger. The world singer has not abandoned this realm, nor has it forgotten you and your companions. My mind reeled with questions, but before I could voice any of them, Eli held up a hand. I know you have many questions, but now is not the time for answers. Now is the time for action. The balance is still fragile, and there are those who would seek to disrupt it for their own gain. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a small, intricately carved wooden flute. This is for you, he said, pressing it into my hand. Learn its song, and you will begin to understand your role in what is to come. I examined the flute, marveling at the detailed carvings that seemed to shift and change as I turned it in my hands. But I don't know how to play, I protested weakly. Eli's laugh rang out through the forest. The music is already within you. The flute is merely a tool to help you express it. Now come, there is something you need to see. We walked for what felt like hours, deeper into the forest than I had ever ventured before. The trees here were ancient, their massive trunks twisted into fantastic shapes. The very air seemed charged with a strange energy that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. Finally, we emerged into a small glade. In the center stood a circle of standing stones, each easily twice my height. They looked impossibly old, covered in moss and lichen, yet there was a sense of power about them that felt very much alive. What is this place? I asked in a hushed voice. A nexus, Eli replied, a place where the veils between worlds grow thin. It is here that you will begin your true work. He gestured for me to enter the circle. As I stepped between two of the massive stones, I felt a shift in the air, as if I had passed through an invisible barrier. The sounds of the forest faded away, replaced by a deep, resonant hum that seemed to come from the stones themselves. "Play," Eli commanded, pointing to the flute in my hand. Feeling slightly foolish, I raised the flute to my lips and blew gently. To my amazement, a clear, pure note rang out. Encouraged, I began to play, my fingers moving over the holes as if they had a will of their own. The melody that emerged was hauntingly familiar, echoes of the World Singer's song interwoven with something new, something that felt uniquely mine. As I played, the humming of the stones grew louder, harmonizing with the flute's song. Suddenly, the air within the circle shimmered and I saw everything. Past, present, and possible futures flashed before my eyes in a dizzying kaleidoscope of images. I saw Sarah and Dr. Thornton, alive and well, but changed by their experiences. I saw the World Singer, its vast consciousness spread throughout the natural world. And I saw others, scattered across the globe, who like me had been touched by the song, and were working in their own ways to restore balance. As the vision faded, I lowered the flute, gasping for breath. Eli stood just outside the circle, watching me with a mixture of pride and sadness. "Now you begin to understand," he said softly. "The awakening of the World Singer was just the beginning. The song of creation must be nurtured, protected, and spread, and you, my young friend, are one of its chosen voices." I stepped out of the stone circle on shaky legs, my mind reeling from what I had seen and experienced. But what does that mean? What am I supposed to do? Eli placed a comforting hand on my shoulder. "You must learn to fully hear and understand the song. You must find others who can hear it and teach them. And you must be prepared to defend the growing harmony against those who would seek to silence it." He gestured back the way we had come. "Your old life awaits you, should you choose to return to it. But know that if you do, you will always feel the pull of the song, the call to something greater." I looked down at the flute in my hand, then back up at the ancient stones. In that moment, I knew there was really no choice at all. "I'm in," I said, my voice stronger than I felt. "Tell me what I need to do." Eli's face broke into a wide grin. "Excellent. Your training begins now. But first, we must find your companions. They too have a part to play in what is to come." As we began the long walk back through the forest, Eli explained more about the nature of the World Singer and the delicate balance it sought to maintain. He spoke of ancient traditions and forgotten knowledge, of the interconnectedness of all living things, and of the power of harmony to heal and transform. By the time we reached the edge of the forest, night had fallen. The stars above seemed brighter somehow, and I fancied I could hear a faint melody in the twinkling of their light. "Rest now," Eli said as we parted ways. "Tomorrow we begin your real journey. The world is changing, and you must be ready to change with it." As I settled into my tent that night, I felt a profound sense of purpose that I had never known before. The doubts and fears that had plagued me since my return from the forest melted away, replaced by a quiet determination. Just before I drifted off to sleep, I heard it, the song of the World Singer, faint but unmistakable, woven into the nighttime sounds of the forest. But now, for the first time, I understood that it wasn't just the World Singer's song. It was the song of the earth itself, of every living thing, of the very fabric of reality. And somehow, impossibly, it was my song too. As I closed my eyes, I whispered a promise to the darkness. I will learn, I will remember, and I will sing. The journey ahead would be long and fraught with challenges, I knew. But with the memory of the World Singer's song in my heart, and the weight of the carved flute in my hand, I felt ready to face whatever might come. For the first time since that fateful day in the forest, I slept without dreams, lulled by the gentle, ever-present melody of a world slowly coming back into harmony. The crunch of gravel under my tires faded to silence as I pulled into the small clearing that would be my home for the next few days. I killed the engine and sat for a moment, inhaling deeply. The scent of pine and damp earth filled my lungs, a welcome change from the exhaust-choked air of Boston. I stepped out of my car, stretching my arms above my head. The late afternoon sun filtered through the canopy, dappling the forest floor with patches of golden light. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, carrying with it the faint sound of a distant stream. Just what the doctor ordered, I murmured to myself, already feeling the tension of city life melting away. I popped the trunk and began unloading my gear. The familiar routine of setting up camp was soothing, each action automatic after years of weekend escapes to the wilderness. As I hammered the last tent peg into the soft earth, I surveyed my handiwork with satisfaction. Home sweet home, I grinned, hands on my hips. The growl of my stomach reminded me that I hadn't eaten since breakfast. I checked my watch, still a few hours until sunset. Plenty of time to gather some firewood and get dinner started. I grabbed my hatchet and a length of rope, then set off into the woods surrounding my campsite. The White Mountain National Forest was a place of raw beauty, untamed and wild. Each step took me deeper into a world that seemed untouched by time. As I gathered fallen branches and chopped smaller logs, my mind wandered. This solo camping trip was meant to be a reset, a chance to clear my head and figure out my next move. At 32, I was feeling increasingly trapped in my corporate job, the days blending into a monotonous blur of meetings and deadlines. Lost in thought, I almost missed it. A glint of something not quite natural caught my eye, half buried beneath a thick carpet of fallen leaves. Curious, I knelt down, brushing aside the detritus of the forest floor. My fingers touched weathered leather, cracked and peeling with age. I carefully extracted the object from its earthy bed, revealing a book, its pages yellowed and warped by time and the elements. "What the hell?" I muttered, turning the book over in my hands. It was a diary, or journal of some kind, its cover unmarked save for the ravages of age. A part of me knew I should leave it where I found it. This was government land after all, and removing anything was technically illegal, but curiosity got the better of me. I tucked the book into my jacket pocket, finished gathering my firewood, and headed back to camp. As night began to fall, I got a fire going and heated up some beans and hot dogs. Hardly gourmet, but it hit the spot. The flames cast dancing shadows across the clearing, and a chorus of crickets and night birds filled the air. With dinner done and dishes washed, I settled into my camp chair, pulled out my flashlight, and retrieved the mysterious diary from my pocket. The leather cover was cool and rough beneath my fingers as I carefully opened it to the first page. The handwriting was spidery and faded, but still legible. I leaned closer, adjusting my flashlight to better illuminate the words. August 15th, 1692. I write this in desperation and fear, for I know not how long I have left in this world. My name is Sarah Goodwin, and I am accused of a most heinous crime: witchcraft. I felt a chill run down my spine despite the warmth of the fire. 1692, the height of the witch trials. I knew my New England history well enough to recognize the significance of the date. Captivated, I read on. I have fled Salem, hoping to find sanctuary in these wild mountains, but I fear my pursuers are close behind. Last night, I witnessed a sight that still haunts me. A man, John Proctor, I believe, was dragged into this very clearing by a mob. They accused him of consorting with the devil, of signing his name in the black man's book. I watched, hidden and trembling, as I stopped reading, my blood running cold. The diary described, in gruesome detail, the torture and execution of John Proctor, in the very spot where I now sat. This has to be some kind of joke, I said aloud, trying to laugh it off. Probably left by some horror writer wannabe. But even as I said it, I knew it wasn't true. The book was far too old, the details too specific and archaic to be a modern fabrication. I glanced up from the diary, suddenly aware of how dark it had become. The fire had died down to embers, and the shadows at the edge of the clearing seemed to have grown deeper, more menacing. A twig snapped somewhere in the darkness beyond my tent. I jumped, my heart racing. "Hello," I called out, my voice sounding small and frightened in the vast silence of the forest. "Is someone there?" No response came save for the whisper of wind through the trees and the faint, mocking echo of my own voice. I stood up, shining my flashlight into the woods. The beam cut through the darkness, illuminating trees and underbrush, but nothing more. And yet I couldn't shake the feeling that something was out there, watching me. "Get a grip, Jessica," I muttered to myself. "It's just an animal, a deer or maybe a raccoon." But the chill that ran down my spine told a different story. With shaking hands, I zipped up my tent, creating a flimsy barrier between myself and whatever lurked in the night. Inside my sleeping bag, I tried to calm my racing thoughts. It was just an old book, probably full of folklore and superstition. There was no reason to be afraid. And yet, every time I closed my eyes, I saw the words from the diary swimming before me, telling of death and darkness in this very spot. As I drifted into an uneasy sleep, one thought kept circling in my mind. What if the story in the diary was true? And if it was, what other horrors might be waiting to be discovered in the pages of that weathered old book? The wind picked up outside, rustling the leaves of the forest. But beneath that familiar sound, I could have sworn I heard something else. A whisper, faint but distinct, calling my name from the darkness beyond the thin walls of my tent. I awoke to the sound of rain pattering against my tent. Groggily, I reached for my phone to check the time. 6:17 a.m. I groaned, rolling over in my sleeping bag. The events of the previous night came flooding back. The diary, the eerie feeling of being watched. In the light of day, it all seemed ridiculous. "Get it together, Jess," I muttered to myself. "It's just an old book." I unzipped the tent flap, ready to start my day, but the sight that greeted me stopped me cold. My campsite, which I'd meticulously set up yesterday, was in complete disarray. The camp chairs were overturned, my cooler lay on its side with its contents strewn about, and my carefully stacked firewood was scattered across the clearing. "What the hell?" I breathed, stepping out into the drizzle. I surveyed the damage, my mind racing. Had a bear gotten into the camp overnight? But there was no sign of claw marks, no torn packaging from the food. It was as if a tornado had swept through, disturbing everything but my tent. As I began to clean up, a nagging thought wormed its way into my mind. The diary. I rushed back to my tent, digging through my backpack until my fingers closed around the weathered leather cover. It was still there, undisturbed. The sound of car engines in the distance snapped me out of my reverie. My friends were arriving. I hastily shoved the diary back into my pack and finished tidying up as best I could. 2 cars pulled into the clearing. From the first, my best friend Lisa emerged, her curly red hair bouncing as she hopped out. "Jess!" she called, waving enthusiastically. "Ready for a weekend of roughing it?" Behind her, Mark and Sarah climbed out, stretching after the long drive. From the second car came the booming voice of Big Mike. "Hey, hey, let's get this party started." His girlfriend, Tina, rolled her eyes good-naturedly as she joined him. I plastered on a smile, pushing aside my unease. "Hey, guys, glad you made it." As they unloaded their gear, Lisa sidled up to me. "You okay, Jess? You look like you've seen a ghost." I hesitated, then decided to come clean. "You're not going to believe this, but the weirdest thing happened last night." I recounted my discovery of the diary and the state I'd found the camp in this morning. As I spoke, I could see the skepticism growing on their faces. Mark was the first to speak up. "Come on, Jess, you probably just had too much to drink and messed up the camp yourself." "I didn't even bring any alcohol," I protested. Sarah chimed in. "Maybe it was just the wind. It got pretty gusty last night." I shook my head. No, this was different. "Here, let me show you the diary." I retrieved the book from my tent and showed it to my friends. They passed it around, flipping through the pages with mild interest. Big Mike chuckled. "This is some Blair Witch Project shit right here. You sure you didn't plant this yourself to spice up the weekend?" "No," I exclaimed, frustration building. "Look, I know how it sounds, but—" Lisa cut me off with a gentle hand on my arm. "Jess, honey, it's okay. It's probably just an elaborate prank someone set up. Let's not let it ruin our weekend, all right?" I wanted to argue further, but I could see I was fighting a losing battle. "Yeah, you're right," I conceded, forcing a laugh. "Pretty good prank, though, right?" The tension broken, everyone set about setting up their tents and organizing the campsite. As the day wore on, the incident began to feel more and more distant, like a half-remembered dream. After lunch, we decided to go for a hike deeper into the forest. The rain had cleared, leaving behind a fresh, crisp scent in the air. As we walked, the conversation flowed freely, filled with jokes and stories. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Every so often, I'd catch a glimpse of movement out of the corner of my eye, only to turn and see nothing there. The hairs on the back of my neck stood on end, as if we were being watched. We paused at a bubbling creek to refill our water bottles. As I knelt by the water's edge, I froze. There, reflected in the clear surface of the creek, was a pale face. Not my own, but that of a woman with long, dark hair and hollow eyes. I whirled around, heart pounding, but there was no one there. "Jess?" Sarah's voice cut through my panic. "You okay? You look like you've seen a ghost." I forced a smile. "Yeah, just thought I saw something in the water. Trick of the light, I guess." As we made our way back to camp, the sun began to set, painting the sky in brilliant shades of orange and pink. Despite the beauty, I felt a growing sense of dread. Back at the campsite, as the others prepared dinner, I slipped away to my tent. I needed to look at the diary again to prove to myself that I wasn't going crazy. As I opened the book, a loose page fell out, one I was certain I hadn't seen before. The handwriting was the same spidery script, but the ink looked fresher, almost wet. My blood ran cold as I read, "5 come to the cursed ground, unaware of the fate that awaits them. The red-haired one laughs, the tall one doubts, the lovers embrace, and the seeker trembles. The wheel turns again, as it has for centuries." It was an exact description of our day, down to the smallest detail. But how was that possible? The diary was centuries old. A call from outside interrupted my spiraling thoughts. "Jess, dinner's ready." I quickly shoved the diary and the loose page into my backpack. "Coming," I called back, my voice shaky. As I emerged from the tent, I saw my friends gathered around the campfire, plates of food in hand, laughing and joking. They looked so normal, so unaware of the darkness that seemed to be closing in around us. Big Mike raised his beer in a toast. "To a weekend of adventure," the others cheered, but I couldn't bring myself to join in. As night fell and the forest grew dark around us, I couldn't shake the feeling that our real adventure, and our real danger, was just beginning. Later that night, as I lay in my tent listening to the sounds of the forest, I heard a whisper on the wind. It might have been my imagination, but it sounded like a woman's voice, soft and menacing. "Welcome to my woods, seekers. Your journey has only just begun." I pulled my sleeping bag tighter around me, trying to convince myself it was just the wind. But deep down I knew. Something ancient and malevolent had awakened in these woods, and somehow I had a feeling it was all my fault. The witching hour. That's what my grandmother used to call it, that dead time between 3 and 4 a.m. when the veil between worlds is thinnest. I never believed in such superstitions, but as I jolted awake to the sound of a blood-curdling scream, I wondered if maybe I should have. My heart hammered against my ribs as I fumbled for my flashlight. The scream had come from outside, echoing through the trees and setting my nerves on edge. I unzipped my tent with shaking hands, poking my head out into the moonlit clearing. "Hello?" I called, my voice trembling. "Is everyone okay?" The campsite erupted into chaos. Tent zippers rasped open, and confused voices filled the air. Lisa emerged first, her red hair a tangled mess. "What the hell was that?" she asked, eyes wide with fear. Before I could answer, Sarah's panicked voice cut through the night. "Mark? Mark, where are you?" We gathered in the center of the clearing, flashlight beams dancing wildly as we searched for our missing friend. The fire had long since died out, leaving only the pale moonlight to illuminate the scene. "There!" Big Mike shouted, pointing towards the tree line. Our lights converged on a figure huddled at the base of a massive oak tree. It was Mark, his face ashen, eyes wide and unfocused. We rushed over, Tina kneeling beside him. "Mark? Honey, what happened?" she asked, her voice gentle but tinged with fear. Mark's gaze snapped to her, then darted around wildly, as if searching for something in the shadows. When he spoke, his voice was barely above a whisper. I saw her. She was standing right there, watching me." A chill ran down my spine. "Who, Mark? Who did you see?" His eyes locked onto mine, filled with a terror that made my blood run cold. A woman, in a tattered dress. She was just standing there, staring at me. And then she smiled. Sarah wrapped a blanket around Mark's shoulders. "It was just a nightmare, sweetie. You must have been sleepwalking." But I knew better. The diary, the strange occurrences, it all pointed to something far more sinister than a simple bad dream. We managed to coax Mark back to his tent, but none of us felt much like sleeping after that. We huddled around the rekindled campfire, jumping at every snapping twig and rustle of leaves. As dawn broke, painting the sky in pale pinks and golds, we began to relax. The horrors of the night seemed less real in the light of day. But when I went to check on Mark, I found his tent empty. "Guys," I called out, trying to keep the panic from my voice. "Has anyone seen Mark this morning?" The others gathered around, confusion turning to concern as we realized Mark was nowhere to be found. We split up to search the campsite, calling his name. It was Tina who found it. A scrap of paper pinned to a tree with Mark's pocket knife. 2 words were scrawled across it in jagged, desperate letters. "She's real." "Oh God," Tina sobbed, sinking to her knees. "What's happening?" I wanted to comfort her, to tell her everything would be okay, but the words stuck in my throat, because I knew deep down that nothing about this situation was okay. We spent the next few hours combing the woods around our campsite, calling Mark's name until our voices grew hoarse. As we searched, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. Strange symbols carved into the trees, just like those described in the diary I'd found. "Guys," I said, my voice shaking, "I think we need to get out of here. Now." But Lisa shook her head firmly. "We can't leave, Jess, not without Mark." "Yeah," Big Mike chimed in. "What if he's hurt? We can't just abandon him." I wanted to scream, to make them understand the danger we were in. But I knew they wouldn't believe me. Hell, I barely believed it myself. As we neared a steep cliff edge, Sarah suddenly called out, "Look, over there." We rushed forward, hope and dread warring in our hearts. There, caught on a gnarled branch jutting out from the cliff face, was Mark's backpack. It was torn and stained with what looked horribly like blood. Tina let out a strangled sob. "No. Oh God, no." Big Mike peered over the edge of the cliff, his face grim. "I don't see any sign of him down there. Maybe he dropped his pack and kept going." But we all knew it was a false hope. The amount of blood on the backpack told a grim story. As we made our way back to camp, defeated and shell-shocked, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. The forest, which had seemed so peaceful yesterday, now felt oppressive and threatening. Back at the campsite, we gathered around the fire pit, no one quite sure what to do next. The gravity of the situation hung over us like a dark cloud. "We need to call the police," Sarah said, breaking the heavy silence. Lisa nodded in agreement. "Yeah, and park rangers. They'll know how to handle this." But when we tried our phones, we found no signal. Even Big Mike's satellite phone, which he'd brought for emergencies, refused to connect. "This is impossible," he muttered, frustration evident in his voice. "We had signal yesterday." A cold dread settled in the pit of my stomach. I knew then with absolute certainty that whatever force had taken Mark wasn't going to let us leave easily. As night began to fall once more, tension filled the air. None of us wanted to sleep, afraid of what might happen in the darkness. "Maybe we should take shifts," I suggested. "2 people stay awake while the others rest." The others agreed, and we set up a rotation. As I took the first watch with Lisa, I couldn't help but think about the diary, safely hidden in my backpack. I knew I should tell the others everything, but I was afraid they'd think I was crazy. "Jess," Lisa said softly, breaking into my thoughts. "What's really going on here? You've been acting strange ever since we arrived." I took a deep breath, steeling myself. "Lisa, there's something I need to tell you. About that diary I found." But before I could continue, a bone-chilling howl echoed through the forest, cutting off my words. It wasn't the cry of any animal I'd ever heard before. It was filled with rage and hunger and something that sounded terrifyingly human. Lisa grabbed my arm, her nails digging into my skin. "What was that?" I shook my head, words failing me, because I knew, deep in my bones, that whatever had made that sound was coming for us next. As we huddled closer to the fire, I realized with growing horror that our nightmare was far from over. In fact, it was only just beginning. And as the shadows grew longer and the night pressed in around us, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were all going to meet the same fate as Mark, unless we could unravel the mystery of the diary and the dark history of these cursed woods. Sleep eluded me as the night wore on. The others had finally succumbed to exhaustion, their soft snores a counterpoint to the eerie silence of the forest. But I couldn't close my eyes. Not with the diary calling to me from my backpack, its secrets burning a hole in my conscience. With trembling hands, I retrieved the weathered book and slipped out of my tent. The campfire had died down to glowing embers, casting long shadows across the clearing. I settled into a camp chair, flicked on my headlamp, and opened the diary. "Okay, Sarah," I whispered to the night. "Let's see what other horrors you've got for me." The spidery handwriting danced in the beam of my light as I delved deeper into Sarah's story. Hours passed as I pieced together the tragic tale of a woman wrongfully accused of witchcraft in the late 1600s. "July 14th, 1692, I read aloud, my voice barely a whisper. "They came for me today. The accusations are false, but in these dark times, truth matters little. I flee into the wilderness praying for sanctuary, but I fear my persecutors are close behind." My heart ached for Sarah as I read of her desperate flight into these very woods. But as I turned the page, the story took a dark turn. August 1st, 1692. I am changed. The forest has shown me secrets, whispered to me of power beyond mortal ken. If they wish to name me witch, then a witch I shall become. They will rue the day they drove me to this. A chill ran down my spine as I read Sarah's descent into darkness. The diary detailed rituals performed under moonlight, sacrifices made to entities I dared not name. And with each passing entry, the deaths began. "Oh, Sarah," I murmured, "what did you do?" "Jess?" Lisa's voice made me jump. She emerged from her tent, rubbing sleep from her eyes. "What are you doing up?" I hesitated, then decided to come clean. "I couldn't sleep. I've been reading the diary." Lisa sat down beside me, her face etched with concern. "And?" I took a deep breath. "It's worse than we thought, Liz. The woman who wrote this, Sarah. She was accused of witchcraft back in 1692. She fled here to these woods, but something happened to her. Something changed her." Lisa's brow furrowed. "Changed her how?" She became what they accused her of being. A witch, and not the good kind." I swallowed hard. "Lisa, I think she's still here. I think she's what's been causing all of this." To my surprise, Lisa didn't immediately dismiss me. She was quiet for a long moment, then said, "You know, my grandmother used to tell stories about these woods, about a vengeful spirit that preyed on campers and hikers. I always thought they were just scary stories to keep us kids in line, but now..." A twig snapped in the darkness beyond our camp, making us both jump. We peered into the gloom, but saw nothing. "We need to tell the others," Lisa said, her voice shaking slightly. I nodded. "At first light. For now, let's..." A scream cut through the night, jolting everyone awake. We all scrambled out of our tents, hearts pounding. "What's happening?" Sarah cried, clinging to Big Mike. Tina pointed towards the tree line, her hand shaking. There! I saw something." We all turned to look. For a moment, there was nothing. Then, a figure stepped out of the shadows. It was a woman, her dress tattered and stained, her long dark hair wild and matted. But it was her eyes that held me transfixed. They glowed with an unholy light. "Sarah," I breathed. The apparition smiled, a terrible, hungry expression. Then, as quickly as she had appeared, she vanished. Chaos erupted in the camp. Everyone was talking at once, voices rising in panic and disbelief. "Enough!" I shouted, surprising even myself with the force of my voice. When everyone fell silent, I continued. "There's something I need to tell you all. About the diary. About this place. About everything." As the sun began to rise, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, I told them Sarah's story. I showed them the diary, the entries detailing the horrors that had occurred in these woods over centuries. "So you're saying we're being haunted by a 300-year-old witch?" Big Mike asked, his usual bravado noticeably subdued. I nodded grimly. "I know it sounds crazy, but after what we just saw..." "It explains the symbols on the trees," Sarah said quietly. "I noticed them yesterday but didn't want to say anything. I thought I was imagining things." Tina, who had been silent throughout my explanation, suddenly gasped. "Oh God," she whispered, her face pale. "I just remembered something. Last night, before Mark disappeared, I woke up and saw him standing outside the tent. He was talking to someone, but I couldn't see who. I thought I was dreaming, so I went back to sleep. But what if..." A heavy silence fell over the group as the implications of Tina's words sank in. "We need to get out of here," Lisa said, voicing what we were all thinking. "Now." But as we started to pack up our camp, a fierce wind whipped through the clearing. The trees around us groaned and creaked, their branches seeming to reach for us like grasping fingers. "She's not going to let us leave," I realized aloud, my heart sinking. As if in response to my words, an unearthly wail echoed through the forest. We huddled together, watching in horror as spectral figures began to materialize at the edge of our camp. Men and women in old-fashioned clothes, their faces twisted in agony and rage. "The souls of those she's taken," I whispered, remembering a passage from the diary. "She's using them to keep us here." "What do we do?" Sarah asked, her voice trembling. I clutched the diary to my chest, my mind racing. There had to be a way out, a way to end this centuries-old cycle of violence and revenge. "We need to find Sarah's grave," I said, the idea forming even as I spoke. The diary mentioned a hidden graveyard deep in the woods. If we can find it, maybe we can put her to rest. "And if we can't?" Big Mike asked. I met his gaze, seeing my own fear reflected in his eyes. "Then we might end up joining Mark and all the others she's taken over the years." As we gathered what supplies we could and prepared to venture deeper into the haunted forest, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were walking into a trap, but we had no choice. Our only hope of survival lay in unraveling the mystery of Sarah Goodwin and putting her tormented spirit to rest. With one last look at our abandoned campsite, we set off into the woods, the diary clutched tightly in my hands. Whatever horrors awaited us, whatever dark secrets these ancient trees held, we would face them together. And somehow, some way, we would find a way to break the curse of White Mountain National Forest. The forest seemed to close in around us as we ventured deeper into its heart. What had once been a peaceful sanctuary now felt like a green prison, with every tree and shadow harboring potential danger. We moved in a tight group, jumping at every snapping twig and rustle of leaves. "Does anyone else feel like we're being watched?" Sarah whispered, her eyes darting nervously from tree to tree. I nodded grimly. I've felt it since we found the diary. Like there are eyes everywhere. As if to confirm our fears, a low moan echoed through the trees, sending shivers down our spines. We quickened our pace, driven by a mixture of fear and desperation. Suddenly, Lisa stopped in her tracks. "Wait," she said, her voice trembling. "Did you see that?" We all turned to look where she was pointing. For a moment, there was nothing but dense foliage. Then, a shadow seemed to detach itself from a tree, moving with unnatural fluidity before disappearing into the underbrush. "Oh, God," Tina whimpered. "What was that?" Before anyone could answer, a blood-curdling scream pierced the air. It wasn't human. It was too raw, too primal. The sound reverberated through the forest, setting birds to flight and sending small animals scurrying for cover. "Run!" Big Mike yelled, grabbing Tina's hand. We took off, crashing through the underbrush with no regard for direction. Branches whipped at our faces and roots threatened to trip us, but terror lent speed to our feet. After what felt like hours but was probably only minutes, we burst into a small clearing, gasping for breath. Is everyone okay?" I panted, doing a quick head count. Nods and murmured affirmations answered me, but the relief was short-lived. As we caught our breath, an eerie stillness settled over the clearing. The forest had gone completely silent. No birds, no insects, not even the whisper of wind through leaves. "Guys," Sarah said, her voice barely above a whisper. "Look." We followed her gaze to the center of the clearing. There, arranged in a perfect circle, were small piles of stones. Each pile was topped with a human skull, their empty eye sockets seeming to stare accusingly at us. "What the hell?" Big Mike breathed, taking an involuntary step back. I approached the macabre display, the diary clutched tightly in my hands. As I got closer, I noticed symbols carved into each skull, the same symbols we'd seen on the trees. "It's a warning," I said, my mouth dry with fear. "She's trying to scare us off." Lisa joined me, her face pale but determined. "Well, it's working. But we can't turn back now, can we?" I shook my head. "No. We have to end this, or we'll never get out of these woods alive." As night began to fall, we decided to make camp in the clearing. Despite the grisly decoration, it felt safer than pressing on in the darkness. We set up our tents and built a fire, though its cheerful crackling did little to dispel the oppressive atmosphere. "I'll take first watch," I volunteered, settling down by the fire with the diary. The others murmured their agreement and retreated to their tents, exhaustion finally overcoming fear. The forest had grown unnaturally quiet. No birdsong, no rustling of small animals in the underbrush. Just the sound of our labored breathing as we trudged back to camp, defeated and terrified after our failed attempt to find Sarah's grave. "We should have never come here," Sarah muttered, her arms wrapped tightly around herself. Big Mike put a comforting arm around her shoulders. "We'll figure this out. We always do." But his voice lacked its usual confidence. We all knew we were in way over our heads. As we entered the clearing where we'd set up camp, Lisa suddenly stopped short. "Guys," she whispered, "where's Tina?" A jolt of panic shot through me. How had we not noticed she was missing? We'd been so focused on getting back to camp, on trying to come up with a new plan. "Tina?" Big Mike called out, his deep voice echoing through the trees. "Tina, where are you?" A rustling sound came from behind Tina and Mark's tent. We all tensed, ready to run if Sarah's ghost made another appearance. But it was Tina who emerged, her movements stiff and unnatural. Relief flooded through me, quickly followed by unease. Something was off about her. Her eyes were glassy and unfocused, her skin pale as death. "Tina?" I said cautiously, taking a step towards her. Are you okay? When she spoke, my blood ran cold. Her voice was different, deeper, with an odd accent that sounded centuries old. Tina is not here, she said, her lips curving into a cruel smile. But I am. Lisa gasped. Oh my God. Sarah? Tina, or rather the entity possessing her, turned to face Lisa. "'Tis I, Sarah Goodwin, whom you and yours have so rudely awakened." I stepped forward, trying to keep my voice steady. "Sarah, please. We mean you no harm. We just want to help you find peace." Sarah's laughter coming from Tina's mouth was harsh and bitter. "Peace? There be no peace for the likes of me, girl. Not after what was done to me." "But it wasn't us," Big Mike protested. "We had nothing to do with what happened to you." Sarah's eyes flashed with an otherworldly light. "Did you not? Your ancestors were among those who hunted me, who drove me to this cursed place. Their blood runs in your veins, and for that, you must pay the price." As she spoke, the wind began to pick up, whipping through the clearing with unnatural force. Dark clouds rolled in, blotting out the sun and plunging us into an eerie twilight. "Please," I begged. "There must be something we can do to make this right, to help you move on." Sarah turned her gaze to me, and I felt the weight of centuries of pain and rage bearing down on me. "You wish to help? Then suffer as I have suffered. Watch as all you love is torn away, as you are forced to linger in this world long past your time." With a gesture from Sarah, Tina's body rose into the air, hovering several feet off the ground. When she spoke again, her voice seemed to come from everywhere at once. "I will show you the truth of my story, the horror of my fate. And then, when you understand the depth of my suffering, you will beg for the sweet release of death." Images began to flash before our eyes. Visions of a colonial village, of angry mobs and terrified women being dragged to the gallows. We saw Sarah, young and beautiful, fleeing into the forest. We felt her terror, her desperation, and then we saw her transformation, the dark rituals she performed, the sacrifices she made to entities beyond our comprehension. We witnessed the deaths she caused over the centuries, the souls she trapped to fuel her vengeance. When the visions faded, we all stood there, shaken to our cores. Sarah, Tina lowered herself back to the ground, a triumphant smile on her face. "Now you see," she said. "Now you understand." Lisa, tears streaming down her face, stepped forward. "Sarah, I'm so sorry for what happened to you. It was wrong, all of it. But please, this has to end. You can't keep punishing innocent people for the crimes of the past." For a moment, something like doubt flickered in Sarah's eyes, but then her expression hardened once more. "Innocent? There be no innocence in this world, girl. Only victims and oppressors." Suddenly, Tina's body convulsed. Her eyes rolled back in her head, and she collapsed to the ground. We rushed to her side, but before we could reach her, she sat up abruptly, gasping for air. "Tina," Big Mike said cautiously, "is that you?" Tina looked around wildly, her eyes wide with fear. What happened?" Oh God, I saw terrible things." As we helped Tina to her feet, trying to calm her down, a bone-chilling laugh echoed through the clearing. Sarah's voice, no longer coming from Tina, seemed to surround us. "Your friend was but a vessel, a taste of what's to come. The real game is yet to begin." Thunder crashed overhead and rain began to pour down in sheets, but this was no ordinary storm. The raindrops hissed and steamed where they hit the ground, and I could have sworn I saw faces forming in the clouds, twisted in agony. "We need to get out of here," Sarah shouted over the howling wind. "Now!" We grabbed what we could and ran, our feet slipping on the muddy ground. But no matter which direction we took, we always seemed to end up back at the campsite. It was as if the forest itself was conspiring against us, trapping us in this nightmare. Exhausted and soaked to the bone, we huddled together under the meager shelter of a large tree. The storm raged on around us, unnatural and terrifying. "What are we going to do?" Lisa asked, her voice barely audible over the tempest. I clutched the diary to my chest, my mind racing. There had to be a way out of this, a way to break Sarah's curse. But as I looked at the frightened faces of my friends, I realized with a sinking heart that I had no idea how to save us. "I don't know," I admitted, the words tasting bitter in my mouth. "I just don't know." As if in response to my despair, a bolt of lightning struck a nearby tree. The ancient oak split down the middle with a deafening crack, and in the splintered trunk, illuminated by the storm's fury, we saw something that made our blood run cold. Faces, dozens of them, screaming silently from within the wood. The trapped souls of Sarah's victims, their torment etched into the very fabric of the forest. "Oh my God," Tina whispered, her voice shaking. "What have we gotten ourselves into?" As we stared in horror at the grisly sight before us, I couldn't help but wonder if we were destined to join those poor souls. If our faces would soon be added to the grim gallery of Sarah's victims, trapped for eternity in this cursed forest. The storm intensified, the wind howling with inhuman voices, and somewhere in that maelstrom, I could have sworn I heard Sarah's laughter, triumphant and terrible. Our ordeal was far from over. In fact, I feared it was only just beginning. And as the night closed in around us, I wondered if any of us would live to see the dawn. The storm raged on through the night, an unnatural tempest that seemed to feed off our fear. By the time the first gray light of dawn began to seep through the clouds, we were exhausted, soaked to the bone, and teetering on the edge of despair. "We can't stay here," I said, my voice hoarse from shouting over the wind. "We have to make a run for it." Lisa looked at me, her usually vibrant red hair plastered to her pale face. "And go where, Jess? We don't even know which way is out anymore." She had a point. The forest seemed to shift and change around us, paths disappearing and reappearing at will. But staying put wasn't an option either. Big Mike stood up, his imposing frame a welcome sight in our dire circumstances. "I say we pick a direction and just go. Better than waiting around to become ghost food." We all nodded in agreement. It wasn't much of a plan, but it was all we had. As we gathered what little remained of our supplies, Tina suddenly gasped, "Guys, look!" We followed her gaze to the edge of the clearing. There, barely visible through the mist and rain, stood a figure. It was Sarah, her spectral form flickering like a candle flame in the wind. "She's showing us the way out," Tina whispered, a note of hope in her voice. But I wasn't so sure. "Or leading us into a trap," I muttered. Sarah's ghost turned and drifted into the woods. Without any better options, we followed. The forest seemed to come alive around us as we ran. Branches whipped at our faces, roots rose up to trip us, and the wind howled with inhuman voices. It was as if the entire forest was trying to stop us from leaving. "Keep going," I shouted, ducking under a low-hanging branch. "Don't look back." But it was hard not to. Every few seconds I caught glimpses of shadowy figures flitting between the trees, always just at the edge of my vision. The trapped souls of Sarah's victims, I realized with a chill. We ran for what felt like hours, our lungs burning, our legs aching. The ghost of Sarah always stayed just ahead, leading us deeper and deeper into the woods. Suddenly, Sarah stopped. We skidded to a halt, gasping for breath. "Why are we stopping?" Sarah, our Sarah, not the ghost, panted. Before anyone could answer, the ground beneath our feet began to tremble. Trees groaned and swayed, their roots writhing like snakes. "Run!" I screamed, but it was too late. The forest floor buckled and heaved, sending us sprawling. When I looked up, I realized with horror that the trees had moved, forming an impenetrable wall around us. "No," Lisa whimpered. "No, no, no." We were trapped in a clearing we hadn't seen before, and at its center stood an ancient gnarled tree unlike any I'd ever seen. Its trunk was twisted into grotesque shapes, almost like faces frozen in agony. The ghost of Sarah appeared before the tree, her form more solid now. When she spoke, her voice seemed to come from everywhere at once. "Welcome to my sanctuary," she said, a cruel smile playing on her lips. "The heart of my power, where the veil between worlds is thinnest." I struggled to my feet, the diary clutched tightly to my chest. "Why are you doing this, Sarah? We've done nothing to you." Sarah's eyes flashed with centuries-old rage. "You've done everything. Your kind hunted me, persecuted me, drove me to this, and now you shall pay the price." With a gesture from Sarah, the grotesque tree began to move. Its branches reached out like grasping hands, and I could hear screams echoing from within its trunk. "Oh God," Big Mike breathed. "Those are people in there." Sarah nodded, a look of grim satisfaction on her face. "The souls of those who came before you, trapped for eternity, feeding my power, and soon you shall join them." As the branches reached for us, we scattered, desperately looking for a way out. But the wall of trees surrounding us was impenetrable. "There has to be a way to stop this," I shouted, dodging a grasping branch. "Sarah, please, this isn't justice, it's vengeance." For a moment, Sarah's expression wavered. "You know nothing of justice," she spat. "You cannot understand my suffering." An idea struck me then, born of desperation. I held up the diary. "But I do understand, Sarah. I've read your story. I know what they did to you, and it was wrong, so terribly wrong." Sarah's ghost drifted closer, her eyes fixed on the diary. "My words," she whispered. "My pain." I nodded, taking a cautious step forward. "Yes, and I want to help you, Sarah. We all do. But this isn't the way. You're becoming the very thing you hated. The very thing that destroyed you." Sarah's form flickered, uncertainty crossing her face. For a moment I thought I'd gotten through to her. But then her expression hardened once more. "Pretty words," she snarled. "But words cannot undo centuries of torment." With a wave of her hand, the ground beneath our feet began to shake. Fissures opened up, revealing a network of tunnels beneath the forest floor. "These catacombs run beneath the entire forest," Sarah said, her voice echoing ominously. "A fitting tomb for the descendants of my persecutors." As the ground continued to crumble, we found ourselves falling, tumbling into the darkness below. I heard my friends screaming, felt the rush of air around me, and then impact. Hard, but not as hard as I'd feared. We'd landed on some kind of underground slope, sliding deeper into the earth. When we finally came to a stop, we found ourselves in a vast underground chamber. The walls were lined with crude stone shelves, each holding a human skull. "Where are we?" Tina asked, her voice trembling. I shone my flashlight around, revealing more and more skulls. "It's some kind of ossuary," I said. "A burial chamber. Look!" Lisa pointed to a far corner of the chamber. There, partially obscured by shadows, stood a simple wooden coffin. The name carved into its lid made my heart skip a beat. Sarah Goodwin. "We found it," I breathed. "We found Sarah's grave." But our triumph was short-lived. A cold wind whipped through the chamber, extinguishing our flashlights. In the darkness, I heard Sarah's voice, filled with fury and despair. "You think finding my earthly remains will save you? Fools! I've long since transcended the bonds of flesh and bone. This sacred ground will be your final resting place, as it was mine." The chamber began to shake, dust and small stones raining down from the ceiling. I could hear the others crying out in fear, but I couldn't see them in the pitch darkness. "Sarah, wait!" I called out, an idea forming. "You wanted us to understand your pain. Well, now we do. We're trapped, persecuted, just as you were. Is this what you really want? To become the very monster that destroyed you?" The shaking subsided slightly, and I pressed on. "You were a victim, Sarah. But now you're making victims of others. Break the cycle, let go of your anger, find peace." For a long moment there was silence. Then, a soft, ethereal light began to fill the chamber. Sarah's ghost appeared before us, but she looked different now. Younger, softer, the anger gone from her eyes. "Peace," she whispered, the word sounding foreign on her lips. I had forgotten what that felt like. I took a step towards her, my hand outstretched. "It's not too late, Sarah. You can still choose a different path." Sarah looked at each of us in turn, centuries of pain and loneliness reflected in her eyes. Then slowly she nodded. Perhaps you are right," she said softly. "Perhaps it is time to let go." As we watched in awe, Sarah's form began to fade, the light growing brighter and brighter until we had to shield our eyes. When it finally dimmed, Sarah was gone. The chamber was silent for a moment, then we heard a rumbling from above. But this time it wasn't threatening. A shaft of sunlight broke through the ceiling, illuminating a path back to the surface. As we made our way towards the light, exhausted but relieved, I couldn't help but feel a mix of emotions. We had survived, yes, but at what cost? And what would we tell the world about what had happened here? But those were questions for later. For now, we climbed towards the sunlight, leaving the darkness of Sarah's tomb, and hopefully, her curse, behind us. The journey back to our campsite was a blur of exhaustion and relief. As we stumbled into the clearing, the first rays of dawn were just beginning to filter through the trees. The storm had passed, leaving behind a world washed clean, as if the horrors of the night had never happened. "I can't believe we made it," Lisa said, collapsing onto a fallen log. Big Mike nodded, his usual bravado subdued. "Yeah, but what exactly did we make it through? I mean, was all of that real?" I looked down at the diary in my hands, its leather cover now caked with dirt from our underground ordeal. "It was real," I said softly. "All of it." We spent the next hour in silence, each of us lost in our own thoughts as we tried to process what we'd experienced. The possession, the chase through the forest, the underground tomb. It all seemed like a fever dream in the light of day. As the others busied themselves with rebuilding our camp, I retreated to my tent. I needed answers, and I knew the diary was the key to finding them. I pulled out my phone, grateful to see I had a signal again. "Time to do some digging," I muttered to myself, opening my browser. Hours passed as I cross-referenced the diary's entries with historical records. The more I discovered, the colder I felt despite the warmth of the day outside. "Guys," I called out, my voice shaking slightly, "I think you need to see this." They gathered around as I spread out my findings, printouts from genealogy websites, historical records, and pages from the diary. "What is all this, Jess?" Sarah asked, peering at the papers. I took a deep breath. "It's us. Our families. Our history." "What do you mean?" Tina leaned in closer. "I mean," I said, my voice barely above a whisper, "that we're all connected to this, to Sarah Goodwin, to what happened here centuries ago." A heavy silence fell over the group as the implications of my words sank in. Lisa was the first to speak. "Connected how?" I pointed to a family tree I'd pieced together. Sarah Goodwin was accused of witchcraft in 1692 by a man named Jonathan Proctor. Jonathan Proctor was my ancestor. The others gasped, but I wasn't finished. "And it's not just me. Mike, your family name appears in the town records as part of the militia that hunted Sarah down. Lisa, one of your ancestors, was on the jury that condemned her. Sarah, Tina, your families were all there too, all involved in some way." "That's impossible," Big Mike protested, but his voice lacked conviction. I shook my head. "I wish it was, but it's all here in black and white. We're all descendants of the people who wronged Sarah Goodwin." The revelation hit us like a physical blow. We'd thought we were random victims of a vengeful spirit, but the truth was far more complex and disturbing. "So what does this mean?" Tina asked, her voice trembling. "Are we cursed or something?" I ran a hand through my hair, frustration and fear warring inside me. I don't know. Maybe. Or maybe it's just a cosmic coincidence that brought us all here. Some coincidence, Lisa muttered. As night began to fall once more, we huddled around the campfire, the warmth of the flames doing little to dispel the chill that had settled over us. We need to decide what we're going to do, I said, breaking the long silence. Sarah looked up, her eyes reflecting the firelight. Do? What can we do? It's over, isn't it? Sarah's ghost is gone. I shook my head. Is it, though? We may have appeased her spirit for now, but what about the next time? What about all the other victims trapped in this forest? What are you suggesting? Big Mike asked, leaning forward. I took a deep breath. I think we have a responsibility. To Sarah, to her victims, to ourselves. We need to make this right. Make it right, Tina echoed. How? I pulled out the diary. By telling her story, the true story. Not the witch hunt narrative that's been passed down, but the real tale of an innocent woman, persecuted by ignorance and fear. Lisa nodded slowly. A kind of historical redemption. Exactly, I said, warming to the idea. We clear Sarah's name, bring to light the injustices she suffered. Maybe then, her spirit can truly rest. Big Mike stood up, pacing around the fire. That's all well and good, but how do we explain everything that's happened here? The possessions, the ghost sightings, whatever the hell that was in the woods? It was a fair point. We'd experienced things that defied rational explanation, things that would be hard for anyone to believe. We tell the truth, I said simply. All of it. Let people make of it what they will. Sarah let out a bitter laugh. Right, because that worked out so well for the original Sarah Goodwin. They'll think we're crazy. Maybe, I conceded. But it's better than staying silent, better than letting the lies of the past continue to hurt people. We debated long into the night, weighing the risks and responsibilities of what we'd learned. By the time the first light of dawn began to break, we'd reached a decision. So we're really doing this? Tina asked, looking around at our tired but determined faces. I nodded. We are. We'll start with the Historical Society, then move on to the media. We'll use the diary as evidence, along with our own testimonies. And what about this place? Lisa gestured to the forest around us. Do we tell people to stay away? I considered for a moment. No, I think Sarah would want people to come here, to remember her, to learn from what happened. But we warn them. We make sure they know the true history of this place. As we began to pack up our camp for the final time, I couldn't help but feel a mix of emotions. Fear of what lay ahead, sorrow for what Sarah and her victims had endured, but also a sense of purpose. We had been brought here for a reason, bound together by threads of history and fate. Hey, Jess, Big Mike called out as we loaded the last of our gear into the cars. You really think this will make a difference? That people will believe us? I looked out at the forest, remembering all we'd seen and experienced. The terror, yes, but also the moments of revelation and understanding. I don't know, I admitted. But we have to try. For Sarah, for all of them. As we drove away from the campsite, I couldn't shake the feeling that our journey was far from over. We had unraveled one mystery, but in doing so, we'd stumbled upon something much bigger. A story of injustice, redemption, and the long shadow cast by the sins of the past. The White Mountain National Forest receded in our rearview mirror, but I knew a part of it, and a part of Sarah, would always be with us. We had come seeking a simple camping trip and found instead a mission, a calling. The truth of Sarah Goodwin's story had been buried for centuries. Now it was up to us to bring it into the light. Whatever the cost, whatever the consequences, we owed her that much. As we hit the main road, I opened the diary one last time. On the final page, in fresh ink that seemed to shimmer in the morning light, a new entry had appeared. The wheel turns, the truth emerges, May you find the peace that eluded me. I smiled, feeling a weight lift from my shoulders. Our ordeal in the forest was over, but our real work was just beginning. And somehow I knew that Sarah would be with us every step of the way. The days following our return from the White Mountain National Forest were a blur of activity. We'd agreed to meet at my apartment in Boston to plan our next steps. As I paced around my living room, waiting for the others to arrive, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. A knock at the door made me jump. I opened it to find Lisa, her normally vibrant face drawn and pale. "You look how I feel," I said, stepping aside to let her in. She managed a weak smile. "Haven't been sleeping much. You?" I shook my head. "Every time I close my eyes, I see the forest," she finished for me. "The faces in the trees." The others arrived soon after, each bearing the same haunted look. We gathered around my dining table, the diary sitting ominously at its center. "So," Big Mike said, breaking the tense silence, "what's the plan?" I took a deep breath. "We need to go public with Sarah's story, but we have to do it right. If we just start spouting off about ghosts and curses, no one will take us seriously." Sarah nodded. "We need evidence, historical records, expert opinions, anything that can corroborate the diary's contents." "I've been doing some digging," Tina chimed in, pulling out her laptop. "There are records of Sarah Goodwin's trial in the Salem archives. It's not much, but it's a start." As we discussed our strategy, a cold breeze swept through the room, despite the closed windows. The lights flickered, and for a moment, I could have sworn I saw a figure standing in the corner of the room. "Did you guys see that?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. The others nodded, their faces pale with fear. "She's here," Lisa breathed. "Sarah's followed us." As if in response to Lisa's words, the diary on the table flew open, its pages flipping wildly. We all jumped back, chairs scraping against the floor. "Sarah?" I called out, trying to keep my voice steady. "Is that you?" The pages stopped on a blank section near the back of the book. As we watched in stunned silence, words began to appear on the page, written by an invisible hand. "The truth must be told. But beware, for dark forces seek to keep it hidden." "Dark forces?" Big Mike read aloud. "What does that mean?" Before anyone could respond, a deep rumbling sound filled the apartment. The walls began to shake, picture frames rattling and books tumbling from shelves. "Everyone out!" I shouted, grabbing the diary and rushing for the door. We spilled out into the hallway, gasping for breath. The shaking stopped as suddenly as it had started, leaving an eerie silence in its wake. "What the hell was that?" Sarah asked, her voice shaking. I looked down at the diary in my hands. I think it was a warning. We decided it wasn't safe to stay in the apartment. Gathering what supplies we could, we piled into Big Mike's SUV and headed out of the city. As the lights of Boston faded in the rearview mirror, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were driving towards something far more dangerous than what we were leaving behind. We ended up at a small motel just off the highway, gathering in my room to regroup. "Okay," I said, spreading out our research materials on the bed. "We need to figure out what Sarah meant by dark forces. Who would want to keep her story hidden?" Tina's fingers flew over her laptop keyboard. "I've been looking into the descendants of the people involved in Sarah's trial. Most of the families have died out or moved away, but there's one that still holds a lot of power in the area." She turned the screen towards us, showing a news article about a prominent New England family. "The Proctors," I read aloud, my blood running cold. "My family." Lisa put a comforting hand on my shoulder. "Jess, this isn't your fault. You're not responsible for what your ancestors did." I nodded, but the weight of guilt was heavy on my shoulders. "Maybe not, but I am responsible for making it right." As night fell, we took turns keeping watch, too wired and frightened to sleep. It was during my shift in the early hours of the morning that it happened. The temperature in the room plummeted, my breath coming out in visible puffs. The air seemed to thicken, and then, Before my eyes, multiple spectral figures began to materialize. "Guys, wake up!" I shouted, backing away from the apparitions. The others jolted awake, their eyes widening in terror at the scene before them. The ghosts were clearer now, their features distinct. I recognized Sarah Goodwin, but the others were strangers to me. Men and women in colonial dress, their faces etched with pain and anger. Sarah's ghost stepped forward, her voice echoing with an otherworldly resonance. "The time has come. The final battle approaches." "Battle?" Big Mike asked, his usual bravado nowhere to be found. "What battle?" Another ghost, a man with a stern face and piercing eyes, spoke up. "The battle for truth, for justice, for our very souls." I swallowed hard, forcing myself to step forward. "Tell us what to do. How can we help?" Sarah's ghost smiled, a sad, ethereal expression. "Brave girl, you must return to the forest, to the heart of where it all began. There you will face the darkness that has kept us bound for centuries. But be warned," another ghost added. "The forces aligned against you are powerful. They will stop at nothing to keep the truth buried." As quickly as they had appeared, the ghosts began to fade. Sarah's was the last to go, her final words hanging in the air. "The cycle must be broken. The wheel must turn. We are counting on you." In the silence that followed their departure, we all looked at each other, the weight of our task settling heavily upon us. "So," Tina said, her voice small in the oppressive quiet, "I guess we're going back to the forest." I nodded, my resolve strengthening. "We are. But this time, we're going prepared." The next few hours were a flurry of activity. We gathered supplies, pored over maps of the White Mountain National Forest, and tried to prepare ourselves mentally for what lay ahead. As dawn broke, we stood in the motel parking lot, ready to embark on what felt like a final mission. "Everyone clear on the plan?" I asked, looking at each of my friends in turn. They nodded, their faces a mix of fear and determination. "Jess," Lisa said softly, "what if we don't all make it back?" I wish I could have reassured her, told her that everything would be fine. But after all we'd been through, false comfort seemed cruel. "Then we make sure our sacrifice means something," I said instead. "We make sure Sarah's story is told no matter what." As we piled into the SUV, I couldn't help but feel like we were soldiers heading into battle. In a way, I suppose we were. A battle against lies, against injustice, against the dark legacy of our own history. The diary sat heavy in my lap as we drove, its pages seeming to whisper with the voices of the dead. Whatever awaited us in the forest, I knew it would be unlike anything we'd faced before. "Here we go," Big Mike said as he turned onto the road leading into the White Mountain National Forest, into the belly of the beast. As the trees closed in around us, I sent up a silent prayer. Not for our safety, I knew that was far from guaranteed, but for the strength to see this through. To finally bring peace to Sarah Goodwin and all the other souls trapped in this cursed place. The final battle was about to begin, and one way or another, the truth would finally be set free. The forest loomed before us, a wall of ancient trees shrouded in mist. As we stepped out of the SUV, the air felt heavy with anticipation, as if the very land knew what was about to unfold. "Everyone remember the plan?" I asked, shouldering my backpack. The others nodded, their faces a mix of determination and fear. We had agreed to head straight for the heart of the forest, where we had encountered Sarah's ghost before. It seemed the most likely place for our final confrontation. As we set off down the overgrown trail, Big Mike took point, his imposing frame pushing aside low-hanging branches. "Stay close," he called back. "No wandering off this time." We had been walking for about an hour when Tina suddenly stopped, her head cocked to one side. "Do you guys hear that?" We all froze, straining our ears. At first I heard nothing but the rustle of leaves and the distant call of birds. But then, carried on the wind, came the faint sound of singing. "It's coming from over there." Lisa pointed off to our right, where the trees seemed to grow even denser. I hesitated, torn between following our original plan and investigating this new development, but something in my gut told me this was important. "Let's check it out," I said. "But stay together." We veered off the path, pushing through thick underbrush. The singing grew louder as we approached, a haunting melody in a language I didn't recognize. Suddenly, the trees opened up into a small clearing. In its center stood a circle of standing stones, each taller than a person and covered in strange, swirling symbols. And there, in the middle of the circle, was a woman. She was elderly, with long white hair and skin as wrinkled as old parchment. Her eyes were closed as she sang, her arms raised to the sky. Excuse me?" I called out, not sure how else to announce our presence. The woman's eyes snapped open, fixing us with a piercing gaze. Her song cut off abruptly. "So," she said, her voice strong despite her apparent age, "you've come at last." We all exchanged confused glances. "You were expecting us?" Sarah asked. The old woman smiled, but there was no warmth in it. "The spirits have been restless. They spoke of your coming, of the reckoning that approaches." A chill ran down my spine. "Who are you?" I demanded. "I am Agatha," she replied, "last of the true witches of these woods." Big Mike scoffed. "Witches? Lady, I think you've been out in the sun too long." Agatha's eyes flashed dangerously. "Mock me at your peril, boy. You stand on the threshold of forces beyond your comprehension." I stepped forward, trying to diffuse the tension. "We're here about Sarah Goodwin. We want to set things right." At the mention of Sarah's name, Agatha's demeanor changed. Her face softened, a look of deep sadness passing over it. "Ah, poor Sarah," she murmured. "So much pain, so much anger. Her story has poisoned these woods for centuries." "You knew her?" Tina asked, her voice hushed with awe. Agatha nodded. "She was my apprentice many years ago, before the madness of the witch trials tore everything apart." As Agatha spoke, the air around us seemed to shimmer. Ghostly figures began to appear at the edge of the clearing, watching us with hollow eyes. "The veil between worlds grows thin," Agatha said, noticing our fearful glances. "The spirits gather for the final act of this long tragedy." "What do we need to do?" I asked, clutching Sarah's diary tightly. Agatha pointed to the center of the stone circle. "Place the diary there. It is the key to unraveling the curse that binds these souls." With shaking hands, I stepped into the circle and placed the diary on the ground. As soon as it touched the earth, a jolt of energy surged through the clearing. The ghostly figures drew closer, their forms becoming more solid. "Now," Agatha commanded, "you must confront the darkness, both within and without." Before I could ask what she meant, a cold wind whipped through the clearing. The ghosts began to wail, a sound of such anguish that it brought tears to my eyes. And then, emerging from the shadows between the trees, came a figure that made my blood run cold. It was a man dressed in the severe black clothes of a Puritan. His face was a mask of righteous fury. "Who dares disturb the judgment of God?" he boomed. Agatha's voice was grim. "Jonathan Proctor, the man who condemned Sarah Goodwin." I felt like I'd been punched in the gut. This was my ancestor, the source of the guilt that had been gnawing at me since we discovered the truth. "You," Jonathan Proctor's ghost snarled, pointing at me. "Betrayer of your own blood. You would side with the witch?" I swallowed hard, forcing myself to stand tall. "I side with the truth. Sarah was innocent. You murdered her." Jonathan's form seemed to grow, looming over us. "Innocent? She consorted with the devil. She brought ruin upon our village." "No," came another voice, soft but firm. Sarah Goodwin's ghost appeared beside me, her eyes blazing with long-suppressed anger. "You brought ruin upon yourself, Jonathan. Your fear, your hatred, your refusal to see the world as it truly was." The two ghosts faced each other, centuries of pain and anger crackling between them like electricity. "It's time to end this," I said, my voice stronger than I felt. "Time to let go of the past and move on." Jonathan's ghost turned to me, his face contorted with rage. You know nothing of the past, girl. You cannot undo what has been done. Maybe not. Lisa spoke up, stepping to my side. But we can learn from it. We can do better. One by one, my friends joined me in the circle. We stood together, facing down the specter of hatred and intolerance that had haunted these woods for so long. Agatha began to chant, her voice rising and falling in an otherworldly rhythm. The standing stones began to glow, pulsing with an inner light. The wheel turns, Agatha intoned. The truth emerges. Let the veil be lifted, the bonds broken, the spirit set free. A wind picked up, swirling around us with increasing intensity. The ghosts that had been watching from the sidelines were drawn into the vortex, their forms blurring and merging. Jonathan's ghost let out a howl of defiance, but he too began to fade. You cannot erase what was done, he cried. No, I shouted over the wind. But we can learn from it. We can grow. We can be better than those who came before us. Sarah's ghost smiled at me, a look of peace finally settling over her features. Thank you, she whispered, before she too was swept up in the whirlwind. The wind reached a fever pitch, and then suddenly everything went still. The clearing was empty save for us and Agatha. The oppressive atmosphere that had hung over the forest was gone, replaced by a sense of lightness and renewal. It is done, Agatha said, lowering her arms. The spirits have moved on. The curse is lifted. We all stood in stunned silence, trying to process what had just happened. It felt like we had just witnessed the turning of a great cosmic wheel, the righting of an ancient wrong. So, what now? Big Mike asked, breaking the silence. I walked to the center of the circle and picked up Sarah's diary. Its pages were blank now, as if the story it had contained had finally been told in full. Now, I said, looking at my friends, at Agatha, at the forest around us, we tell the world. We make sure Sarah's story is known. We make sure nothing like this ever happens again. As we made our way back through the forest, I couldn't help but feel that something fundamental had changed. Not just in the woods, but in us. We had faced the darkest parts of our history and come out the other side. The truth had been set free, and with it, so had we. The dense canopy of the Willamette National Forest loomed over us, a verdant ceiling that seemed to swallow the late afternoon sun. I pulled out my phone for what felt like the 100th time, squinting at the screen in vain hope. Any luck, Alex? Sarah asked, her voice tinged with a nervousness she was trying hard to mask. I shook my head, shoving the useless device back into my pocket. Still no signal. It's like we've walked off the edge of the world. Mike snorted, adjusting his heavy backpack. More like we've walked into the asshole of Oregon. Jake, I thought you said you knew these trails. Jake, our self-proclaimed expert hiker and de facto leader of this ill-fated expedition, was fiddling with his GPS unit. His usual cocky demeanor had given way to a furrowed brow and pursed lips. I do know them, he muttered, tapping the device with more force than necessary. Or at least I thought I did. Something's not right here. Lisa, always the peacemaker of our group, stepped between Mike and Jake. Come on, guys. Let's not point fingers. We're all in this together, right? I nodded, trying to inject some optimism into my voice. Lisa's right. We've still got a few hours of daylight left. We'll figure this out. But as I spoke, I couldn't shake the growing unease in the pit of my stomach. We'd set out early this morning for what was supposed to be a day hike, a chance to escape the confines of Portland and breathe in the crisp mountain air. Now, the forest that had seemed so inviting at dawn felt oppressive, almost malevolent. Jake's GPS chose that moment to let out a harsh beep. He stared at it, confusion etched across his face. What the hell? He muttered. Sarah peered over his shoulder. What is it? It's glitching out or something, Jake replied, shaking the unit. 1 second it's showing us miles from where we should be. The next it's saying we're back at the trailhead. It's never done this before. Mike threw his hands up in exasperation. Great. Just great. So not only are we lost, but our only reliable piece of tech decides to crap out on us. Any other good news, fearless leader? I was about to intervene when I noticed the light changing. The sun was dipping below the tree line, casting long shadows that seemed to reach for us like grasping fingers. A chill ran down my spine that had nothing to do with the dropping temperature. Guys, I said, my voice sounding strange even to my own ears. I think we need to make a decision. It'll be dark soon. The statement hung in the air, heavy with implication. We all knew the stories of hikers who'd been caught unprepared after nightfall. The forest was unforgiving to the careless or unlucky. We should make camp, Lisa suggested, always the voice of reason. We've got supplies. In the morning we can try to retrace our steps. Jake shook his head vehemently. No way, we keep moving. I'm sure I can get us back to a marked trail if we just push on a little further. Are you insane? Mike exploded. We're already lost and you want to wander around in the dark? That's a great way to end up as bear food. There aren't any bears in this part of the forest, Jake shot back, but his voice lacked conviction. Sarah, who'd been quietly scanning our surroundings, suddenly grabbed my arm. Did you hear that? She whispered. We all fell silent, straining our ears. At first I heard nothing but the rustle of leaves and the faint call of birds settling in for the night. Then, just at the edge of perception, I caught it. A distant, eerie whistle. Probably just the wind, I said, but the words sounded hollow even to me. That's not the wind, Lisa murmured, her eyes wide. The whistle came again, longer this time, with a cadence that was undeniably melodic. It echoed through the trees, seeming to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. Okay, that's it, Mike declared, his face pale in the fading light. I'm not sticking around to find out what's making that noise. We need to make camp now. For once, Jake didn't argue. We quickly found a small clearing and began setting up our tents with practiced efficiency born from countless camping trips. But this was different. Every snapping twig, every rustle of leaves set our nerves on edge. As I hammered in the last stake for my tent, I happened to glance up. Through a gap in the trees, I swore I saw a flicker of light in the distance. It was gone in an instant, so quick I might have imagined it. Hey, I called out, my voice barely above a whisper. Did anyone else see that? The others gathered around me, following my gaze into the deepening gloom of the forest. See what? Sarah asked, clutching her jacket tightly around her. I was about to explain when the whistle came again, closer this time. We all jumped, instinctively huddling together. What the hell is going on? Jake muttered. All his earlier bravado evaporated. Lisa gripped my hand tightly. Alex, I'm scared, she admitted, her voice trembling. I wanted to reassure her, to tell her everything would be all right. But as the shadows lengthened and that unearthly whistle echoed through the darkening forest, I knew I'd be lying. Something was out there. Something that didn't want us here. Let's just try to get some sleep, I suggested, trying to keep the fear out of my voice. We'll figure this out in the morning. We mumbled our goodnights and retreated to our tents. But as I lay in my sleeping bag, every sense on high alert, I knew sleep would be a long time coming. The forest had changed with the setting of the sun, transformed into a realm of shadows and secrets. And somewhere out there, beyond the thin fabric of our tents, something was waiting, watching. I closed my eyes, praying for dawn, but the whistle came again, closer now, a haunting melody that spoke of loss and longing and things best left forgotten. Welcome to Whisper Creek, a voice seemed to say in my mind. Welcome home. The long night had only just begun. Dawn broke with a sickly pale light that did little to dispel the shadows clinging to the forest floor. None of us had slept well, our dreams haunted by that eerie whistle and flashes of movement just beyond our vision. We packed up camp in silence, the weight of unspoken fears hanging heavy in the air. So, what's the plan? Mike finally asked, his usual sarcasm replaced by genuine concern. Jake, looking haggard and uncertain, shrugged. I guess we keep moving. Try to find our way back to a marked trail. And if we don't? Sarah pressed, voicing the question we were all afraid to ask. Before Jake could respond, Lisa let out a gasp. Guys, look! We followed her gaze and collectively froze. Through a break in the trees we could see a clearing. And in that clearing... Is that a town? I whispered, hardly daring to believe my eyes. We stumbled forward, drawn by the promise of civilization. As we entered the clearing, the full view of what lay before us stole our breath away. It was indeed a town, or what remained of one. Decrepit buildings lined what must have once been a main street, their windows dark and empty, like the eye sockets of a skull. This is impossible, Jake muttered, pulling out his useless GPS. There's no town marked anywhere near here. Sarah stepped forward, her face a mix of wonder and apprehension. It looks like it's been abandoned for years. As we moved further into the town, the sense of wrongness grew. Cars from the 1950s sat rusting along the curb, frozen in time. Storefronts advertised products long out of production. It was as if we'd stepped through a portal into the past. Welcome to Whisper Creek, Mike read aloud from a rusted sign at the town's entrance. The moment the words left his lips, a chill ran down my spine. Whisper Creek. The name from my dreams. Does anyone else feel like we're being watched? Lisa asked, hugging herself tightly. I nodded, unable to shake the sensation of unseen eyes following our every move. Let's check out some of these buildings. Maybe we can find a working phone or something. We split up, agreeing to meet back in the town square in an hour. Sarah and I headed towards what looked like it had once been a general store. The bell above the door let out a mournful jingle as we entered, stirring up clouds of dust. Alex, Sarah called from behind the counter. You need to see this. She held up a yellowed newspaper, its edges crumbling at her touch. The date at the top read, July 15th, 1952. But it was the headline that made my blood run cold. Mysterious illness continues to plague Whisper Creek. What the hell happened here? I wondered aloud, scanning the article. It spoke of a rapidly spreading sickness, of quarantines and failed treatments. And at the end, a chilling quote from the town doctor. It's as if the very soul of our town is being consumed. A sudden crash from outside made us both jump. We rushed to the window, but the street remained empty. We should find the others, Sarah said, her voice shaking slightly. As we stepped back onto the street, the sun was already dipping towards the horizon. Impossible. We couldn't have been in the store for more than 20 minutes. We found Mike and Jake in the town square, both looking shaken. This place is wrong, Mike said without preamble. The clocks in the hardware store, they're all stopped at 3:33. Every single one of them. Jake nodded, his earlier skepticism replaced by a look of dread. And the calendars in the post office, they're all open to July 1952, the same month as that newspaper you found. A thought struck me. Where's Lisa? The others looked around, realization dawning on their faces. Lisa was nowhere to be seen. Lisa, I called out, my voice echoing unnaturally in the empty town. No response. She probably just lost track of time exploring, Sarah said, but her tone betrayed her lack of conviction. As if in response to our growing panic, the sun suddenly plummeted below the horizon, plunging the town into darkness with unnatural speed. Street lamps flickered to life, casting pools of sickly yellow light that seemed to pulse with a life of their own. We need to find shelter, Jake said, taking charge once again. We can look for Lisa in the morning. Are you insane? I shot back. We can't leave her out here alone. But even as I protested, I knew he was right. The darkness between the buildings seemed to writhe and shift, and that damned whistle was back, closer than ever. The church, Sarah suggested, pointing to a steeple that loomed over the other buildings. It's the biggest building in town. If Lisa is looking for us, she might go there. We made our way through the darkened streets, our footsteps echoing far too loudly in the oppressive silence. The church doors creaked open at our touch, as if welcoming us in. The interior was a study in decay. Pews lay toppled and rotting, and a thick layer of dust covered everything. But it was the altar that drew our attention. Dozens of candles burned there, their flames steady despite the draft from the open door. "Okay, someone want to explain that?" Mike asked, his voice higher than usual. "Because I'm pretty sure candles don't burn for 70 years. Before anyone could respond, a child's laughter echoed through the church. We spun around, but the nave behind us was empty. "Did you see that?" Sarah whispered, clutching my arm. "By the door, I swear I saw a little girl." But the doorway was empty, the street beyond dark and still. "We need to barricade the door," Jake said, already moving to push a heavy pew across the entrance. "Whatever's out there, I don't want it getting in here." We worked quickly, piling anything we could find against the doors and windows. When we finally finished, we gathered near the altar, the candle's warm light doing little to dispel the chill that had settled into our bones. "What's happening to us?" Sarah asked, her voice small and frightened. I wished I had an answer for her. Instead, I unrolled my sleeping bag on the dusty floor. "We should try to get some sleep. Maybe things will make more sense in the morning." But as I lay there, listening to the others toss and turn, I knew sleep would be a long time coming. Every creak of the old building, every whisper of wind outside sounded like footsteps, like whispered voices just on the edge of comprehension. I must have dozed off eventually, because suddenly I was awake, heart pounding. Something had woken me, but what? Then I heard it, a scratching sound coming from inside the walls. Scratch, 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 like bony fingers clawing their way through the wood. "Guys," I whispered, sitting up. "Do you hear that?" The others stirred, and I saw the moment awareness hit them, their eyes widening in the candlelight. The scratching grew louder, more frantic, and then, carried on a draft that shouldn't have been possible in our barricaded sanctuary, came a whisper. "Join us, join us, join us." Sarah let out a muffled scream, burying her face in her sleeping bag. Mike cursed, scrambling backwards until his back hit the altar. Jake just sat there, frozen, his face a mask of terror. And me? I found myself standing, drawn towards the source of the scratching, despite every instinct screaming at me to run. Because in that whisper, beneath the otherworldly chill, I'd heard something familiar. A voice I recognized. "Lisa," I called out, my own voice sounding strange to my ears. "Lisa, is that you?" The scratching stopped abruptly. For a moment, silence reigned. Then, so quietly I might have imagined it, came a response. "Alex, help me." As dawn broke over Whisper Creek, painting the abandoned town in shades of gray, 4 terrified friends huddled in a desecrated church, while somewhere in the walls something that might once have been their friend scratched and whispered, beckoning them to join the town's long-dead residents in whatever hell they'd found themselves trapped in. Welcome to Whisper Creek, where the past never dies, and neither do you. The pale light of dawn did little to ease our fears. We'd spent the night huddled together in the church, jumping at every creak and whisper. The scratching in the walls had eventually subsided, but the memory of it, and of Lisa's voice, lingered like a bad taste. I was the first to stir, my eyes gritty from lack of sleep. The others were still dozing fitfully, their faces drawn and pale even in repose. I stood, stretching muscles stiff from tension, and made my way to one of the windows we'd barricaded the night before. Carefully, I shifted aside a piece of broken pew and peered out. The street beyond was empty, bathed in a gray light that seemed to leach the color from everything it touched. But something was different. I blinked, trying to figure out what had changed. The crosses, every gravestone in the small cemetery beside the church had been inverted. "What the hell?" I muttered, rubbing my eyes. But the impossible sight remained. A hand on my shoulder made me jump. It was Sarah, her eyes wide with concern. "Alex? What is it?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. I gestured wordlessly at the window. Sarah looked, then quickly stumbled back, her hand over her mouth to stifle a scream. The commotion roused Mike and Jake. They joined us at the window, and I watched the color drain from their faces as they took in the scene. Okay, Mike said, his voice shaky. I'm officially freaked out now. This isn't just some abandoned town. This is something else. Jake nodded, for once at a loss for words. Then a sound broke the eerie silence, children's laughter drifting in from the street. We all froze, exchanging looks of disbelief and terror. Slowly we turned back to the window. The street was no longer empty. A group of children, maybe 5 or 6 of them, were playing some kind of game in front of the church. Their clothes were old-fashioned, like something out of a 1950s movie. And their skin, it was too pale, almost translucent in the weak morning light. "This isn't real," Sarah whispered, backing away from the window. "It can't be real." But even as she spoke, one of the children, a little girl in a blue dress, turned and looked directly at us. Her eyes were black, empty voids that seemed to swallow the light. She smiled, revealing teeth that were just a bit too sharp, and waved. I jerked back from the window, my heart pounding. "We need to get out of here, now." No one argued. We grabbed our packs and began dismantling the barricade we'd built the night before. The laughter outside had stopped, replaced by an expectant silence that was somehow worse. As Jake pulled open the heavy church doors, we all held our breath. But the street beyond was empty once more. No sign of the spectral children we'd seen moments before. "Maybe we imagined it," Mike said, but his tone suggested he didn't believe it for a second. We made our way down the church steps, our eyes darting in every direction, half expecting something to leap out at us from the shadows. But nothing did. The town remained still and silent around us. "We need to find Lisa," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "Then we get the hell out of this place." The others nodded in agreement. We decided to start with the buildings we hadn't explored the day before, hoping against hope that Lisa had simply gotten lost or trapped somewhere. As we walked, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. The empty windows of the buildings seemed to follow our progress, and more than once I caught a flicker of movement in my peripheral vision, only to find nothing when I turned to look. We'd been searching for about an hour when Mike suddenly stopped in his tracks, his face pale. "Guys," he said, his voice trembling. I think I saw something in my sleeping bag last night." We all turned to him, a chill running down my spine at his words. "What do you mean you saw something?" Jake asked, his earlier skepticism long gone. Mike swallowed hard. "I woke up in the middle of the night. There was a figure standing at the foot of my sleeping bag, just watching me." Sarah gasped, her hand flying to her mouth. "Why didn't you say anything?" "I thought I was dreaming," Mike replied, running a shaky hand through his hair. I closed my eyes, and when I opened them again, it was gone. I convinced myself I'd imagined it. But now, after what we saw this morning, we all fell silent, the implications of Mike's story hanging heavy in the air. If what he'd seen was real, then we weren't alone in that church last night, and whatever was in there with us, it wasn't Lisa. "Let's keep moving," I said, trying to inject some confidence into my voice. "We still need to find Lisa." We continued our search, but with a new urgency and a heightened sense of dread. Every shadow seemed to hide a potential threat. Every unexpected sound made us jump. It was Jake who made the next disturbing discovery. We were passing by what looked like it had once been a small electronics store when he suddenly stopped, fishing his phone out of his pocket. "That's weird," he muttered, tapping at the screen. "What is it?" Sarah asked, peering over his shoulder. Jake held up his phone, showing us the blank screen. "It's dead. But I swear it was fully charged when we left Portland." A chill ran through me as I remembered my own phone. I pulled it out, only to find it completely unresponsive as well. "Mine too," I said, a sinking feeling in my stomach. Sarah and Mike checked their phones only to find the same result. All of our devices, which had been working fine just yesterday, were now completely dead. "This is impossible," Mike muttered, shaking his phone as if that might somehow bring it back to life. They can't all have died at the same time. But they had. And suddenly, our tenuous connection to the outside world, our hope of calling for help, was gone. As the reality of our situation sank in, a new sound reached our ears. A low, rhythmic scratching coming from inside the walls of the building next to us. It was the same sound we'd heard in the church, but louder now, more insistent. We backed away from the building, huddling together in the middle of the street. The scratching grew louder, seeming to come from everywhere at once. And then, carried on a breeze that shouldn't have existed in the still air, came the whispers, "Join us. Join us. Join us." Sarah let out a choked sob, clinging to my arm. Mike had gone pale, his eyes darting from building to building as if expecting something to burst through the walls at any moment. Even Jake, our self-appointed leader, looked lost and scared. And then, as suddenly as it had started, the scratching stopped. The whispers faded away, leaving us in a silence so profound it seemed to press against our eardrums. For a long moment, none of us moved or spoke. Then, slowly, we turned to look at each other, the same question reflected in all of our eyes. What do we do now? We were trapped in a town that shouldn't exist, surrounded by horrors we couldn't explain. Our technology was useless, our friend was missing, and with every passing moment, the line between reality and nightmare seemed to blur a little more. As we stood there, lost and afraid in the empty street of Whisper Creek, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were running out of time. Whatever had happened to this town, whatever had taken Lisa, it was coming for us next. And in the back of my mind, a traitorous little voice whispered a terrible truth. Maybe joining them was the only way out. Welcome to Whisper Creek, where the past is always present, and the future. Well, the future might just be more terrifying than we could ever imagine. The sun had climbed higher in the sky, but its light seemed unable to penetrate the oppressive gloom that hung over Whisper Creek. We'd been wandering the streets for hours, calling Lisa's name until our voices were hoarse but to no avail. The town remained silent, save for the occasional whisper that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. "We need a plan," Jake said, his voice rough with exhaustion and fear. "We can't just keep wandering around aimlessly." Sarah nodded, her eyes red-rimmed from crying. Maybe we should check out the town hall. If there are any records left, they might tell us what happened here." It was as good an idea as any. We made our way down the main street, our footsteps echoing unnaturally loud in the eerie silence. The town hall was the imposing Victorian structure, its white paint peeling and windows dark with decades of grime. As we approached, I noticed something odd about the building next door. It was smaller, more modest, but there was a faded red cross painted above the door. "Guys, look," I said, pointing. "I think that's the old doctor's office." Mike frowned. Wasn't there something in that newspaper about a doctor? And a plague? A chill ran down my spine as I remembered the headline. "You're right. Maybe we should check it out. There might be some clues about what happened here." We approached the building cautiously. The door creaked open at my touch as if welcoming us in. The interior was dark, musty, and filled with outdated medical equipment that looked more like instruments of torture. "This place gives me the creeps," Sarah muttered, wrapping her arms around herself. Jake had made his way to an old desk in the corner. "Guys, come look at this." We gathered around. He was holding a leather-bound journal, its pages yellow with age. As he opened it, a cloud of dust rose, making us all cough. "It's the doctor's journal," Jake said, squinting at the faded handwriting. "Listen to this. July 10th, 1952. 3 more cases today. The symptoms are progressing faster now. Fever, delirium, and then they start hearing the whispers." We all exchanged uneasy glances. Sarah's hand unconsciously went to her throat. "Keep reading," Mike urged, his face pale. Jake flipped through a few more pages. "Here's another entry. July 15th, 1952. God help us all. The quarantine has failed. Half the town is infected now. Those who aren't sick swear they can hear scratching in the walls at night. And the whispers. The whispers are getting louder. A sudden crash from upstairs made us all jump. Sarah let out a small scream. "What was that?" she whispered, clutching my arm. Before anyone could answer, we heard it. Scratch, 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 coming from inside the walls. "We need to get out of here," I said, my heart pounding. "Now!" We turned to leave, but Sarah suddenly doubled over, coughing violently. "Sarah?" I said, reaching for her. "Are you okay?" She straightened up, her face pale. "I'm fine, just dust, I think." But as she lowered her hand, I caught a glimpse of something on her wrist. A rash, angry and red, spreading up her arm. "Oh God," Mike breathed, seeing it too. "That looks just like the symptoms described in the journal," Jake finished, his voice barely above a whisper. Sarah's eyes widened in panic. No, it can't be. It's just an allergy or something. It has to be." But even as she spoke, I could see the fear in her eyes. She knew, as we all did, that this was no ordinary rash. A commotion outside drew our attention. We rushed to the window, peering out into the street. What we saw made my blood run cold. Shadowy figures were darting between the buildings, moving with an unnatural speed and grace. They seemed to flicker in and out of existence, like a badly tuned TV signal. "What the hell are those things?" Mike whispered, his voice shaking. Before anyone could answer, one of the figures stopped in the middle of the street. Slowly, it turned its head towards us. Even from this distance, I could see that where its eyes should have been, there were only empty black sockets. It smiled, revealing rows of needle-sharp teeth, and then it was gone, vanishing as if it had never been there at all. We stumbled back from the window, our hearts racing. "We need to get out of this town," Jake said, his earlier bravado completely gone. "Now." No one argued. We grabbed Sarah, who was still staring at the rash on her arm in horror, and made for the door. But as we stepped outside, we realized our predicament had only worsened. A thick, unnatural fog had rolled in, obscuring everything beyond a few feet. The buildings loomed out of the mist like the ghosts of themselves, their edges blurred and indistinct. "Which way?" Mike asked, spinning around in confusion. "This way," I said, pointing down what I hoped was the street leading out of town. "Come on." We ran, the fog swirling around our feet. Sarah's increasingly labored breathing the only sound beyond our pounding footsteps. I could feel the wrongness of this place pressing in on us, as if the very air was trying to infect us with its malevolence. Suddenly, Mike skidded to a halt. "Wait, where's my backpack?" We all stopped, looking around in confusion. In our panic to leave the doctor's office, Mike must have left his pack behind. "We have to go back for it," he insisted. "All my supplies are in there." Jake shook his head vehemently. "Are you insane? We can't go back there." But Mike was already turning, disappearing into the fog before we could stop him. "Mike!" I called out. "Mike, come back!" But there was no response. The fog had swallowed him completely. We stood there, uncertain, the tendrils of mist curling around us like grasping fingers. Sarah's coughing had gotten worse, and I could see the rash had spread further up her arm. "We can't leave him," I said finally. "I'll go back and look for him. You two keep going. Try to find a way out of town." Jake nodded, putting an arm around Sarah to support her. "Be careful, Alex, and if you can't find him quickly, just get out of there, okay?" I nodded, trying to ignore the fear churning in my gut. As I watched Jake and Sarah disappear into the fog, I couldn't shake the feeling that I might never see them again. Taking a deep breath, I turned and headed back towards the doctor's office. The fog seemed to part before me, guiding my way with an intelligence that sent shivers down my spine. As I approached the building, I saw something that made my heart stop. Mike's backpack was lying in the middle of the street, torn to shreds as if by some savage animal. "Mike?" I called out, my voice shaking. "Mike, are you here?" But the only response was the ever-present whisper growing louder now. "Join us. Join us. Join us." As I stood there, alone in the fog-shrouded street of Whisper Creek, I realized with a sinking heart that we might already be too late. Whatever malevolent force held this town in its grip, it had Mike now. And if we didn't find a way out soon, it would have us all. The whispers grew louder, and in the swirling mist I could almost see faces forming, their mouths moving in silent screams. Welcome to Whisper Creek, where the past is a predator, and the future, well, the future might just be more terrifying than we could ever imagine. The fog swirled around me, thick and oppressive, as I stumbled back towards where I'd last seen Jake and Sarah. Mike's shredded backpack weighed heavily in my hands, a grim reminder of what we were up against. "Jake, Sarah!" I called out, my voice sounding muffled in the dense mist. After what felt like an eternity, I heard Sarah's labored cough. Following the sound, I found them huddled against the wall of a dilapidated building. Jake's eyes widened as he saw me. "Alex, thank God, but where's Mike?" I held up the tattered remains of the backpack, my throat tight. "I found this in the street. There was no sign of him." Sarah let out a choked sob, her face pale and drawn. The rash had spread further, angry red tendrils now creeping up her neck. "We can't stay here," I said, trying to keep the panic out of my voice. "We need to find a way out of this town." Jake nodded, helping Sarah to her feet. I think I saw something when the fog cleared for a moment. Looked like some kind of track leading into the woods. It was as good a lead as any. We made our way through the ghostly town, the fog parting just enough to show us the way, as if it were guiding us towards some predetermined destination. At the edge of town, we found what Jake had seen, an old, overgrown trail leading into the dense forest. Beside it stood a weathered sign, Whisper Creek Mine, 1 mile. "A mine?" Sarah rasped, her voice weak. "Maybe there's another way out through there." I nodded, though a sense of foreboding settled in my gut. "It's worth a shot. At least it'll get us out of this fog." We started down the trail, the trees looming over us like silent sentinels. As we walked, the whispers that had plagued us in town grew louder, more insistent. "Do you hear that?" Jake asked, his voice tight with fear. I nodded grimly. "It's getting clearer, almost like voices." And they were. As we delved deeper into the forest, the whispers began to form words, snippets of conversation that echoed around us. "The infection spreads. Can't escape the darkness. Join us in eternity." Sarah stumbled, nearly falling. As Jake and I caught her, I noticed her eyes were glassy, unfocused. "Sarah," I said, shaking her gently, "stay with us, okay?" She blinked, seeming to come back to herself. I can hear them, Alex. They're calling to me." Before I could respond, the trees suddenly parted, revealing the yawning mouth of the mine. The entrance was a black void, seeming to swallow all light. Jake pulled out a flashlight, its beam barely penetrating the darkness. "I guess we go in?" Taking a deep breath, we stepped into the mine. The temperature dropped immediately, our breath fogging in the cold air. The walls were slick with moisture, and the ground beneath our feet was treacherously uneven. As we ventured deeper, Jake's flashlight beam caught something on the wall. We moved closer, and I felt my blood run cold. Cave paintings covered the rock face, but these were like nothing I'd ever seen before. They depicted grotesque figures, their bodies twisted and deformed, and in the center of it all, a massive, dark shape with too many eyes and grasping tentacles. "What the hell is that?" Jake whispered, his voice echoing in the tunnel. Before I could answer, Sarah let out a strangled gasp. "It's moving." And it was. As we watched in horror, the figures in the painting began to writhe and shift, as if trying to break free from the rock itself. "This isn't possible," I muttered, backing away. But in Whisper Creek, the impossible seemed to be the norm. We pressed on, trying to ignore the way the painted figures seemed to follow us with their eyes. The tunnel sloped downward, taking us deeper into the earth. Suddenly, Jake's foot caught on something, and he pitched forward with a yell. Sarah and I grabbed for him, but too late. He disappeared into a dark opening we hadn't seen. "Jake!" I shouted, shining the flashlight into the hole. It illuminated a steep shaft, disappearing into darkness. For a heart-stopping moment, there was no response. Then, faintly, we heard Jake's voice. "I'm okay, it's not too deep. There's something down here, you need to see this." Sarah and I exchanged glances. "We're coming down," I called back. Carefully, we made our way down the shaft. At the bottom, we found Jake standing in a large cavern, his flashlight beam dancing over the walls. "Look," he said, his voice filled with a mix of awe and terror. The cavern walls were covered in more paintings, but these were different. They told a story, the story of Whisper Creek. We saw images of the town in its heyday, of smiling families and prosperous businesses. Then came darker images, people falling ill, buildings being boarded up, and always in the background, that same dark, many-eyed shape from the earlier painting. "It's the plague," Sarah whispered, her voice weak. "It's showing us how it all began." As we watched, the images began to move again, faster now. We saw people transforming, their bodies twisting into inhuman shapes. We saw them scratching at walls, whispering to the living, luring them into the darkness. And then, to our horror, we saw ourselves. Our arrival in town, our exploration of the abandoned buildings, our descent into the mine. The paintings were creating our story, even as we lived it. Jake stumbled back, his face pale. "We need to get out of here, now." But as we turned to leave, we found our way blocked. The shaft we'd climbed down had vanished, replaced by smooth, unbroken rock. "No," I muttered, running my hands over the wall. "No, no, no." Sarah sank to her knees, coughing violently. When she looked up, her eyes were black, empty voids. "Can you hear them?" she asked, her voice no longer her own. "They're calling us home." Jake and I backed away, our hearts pounding. The whispers had returned, louder than ever, seeming to come from the very rock around us. "Join us. Join us. Join us." As we stood there, trapped in the bowels of the earth, I realized with a sinking heart that we had walked willingly into the belly of the beast. Whisper Creek had led us here, to this cavern deep beneath the town, where the line between past and present, between life and death, blurred into meaninglessness. The paintings on the walls continued to shift and change, showing us glimpses of a future too horrifying to contemplate. And as Sarah's eyes rolled back in her head, her body beginning to twitch and transform, I knew that our story was far from over. Welcome to Whisper Creek, where the earth itself holds ancient secrets and the darkness, well, the darkness might just be the least of our worries. The cavern walls seemed to close in around us as Sarah's body contorted, her skin taking on a sickly, translucent quality. Jake and I stood frozen, caught between the horror of Sarah's transformation and the impossible moving images on the cave walls. "We have to do something," Jake shouted, his voice cracking with panic. I nodded, forcing myself into action. Sarah, can you hear me?" Her head snapped towards us, those black, empty eyes fixing on mine. When she spoke, her voice was a rasping whisper that seemed to echo from everywhere at once. "Why fight it, Alex? Don't you see? This is where we belong. Where we've always belonged." A chill ran down my spine. "That's not Sarah talking," I muttered to Jake. "Whatever's infected this town, it's got her now." Jake's face hardened with determination. "Then we'll just have to snap her out of it." He stepped forward, reaching for Sarah, but I pulled him back just as her arm lashed out, fingernails elongated into wicked claws. "Careful," I warned. "I don't think that's our Sarah anymore." As if in response to my words, Sarah's body began to twist and stretch in ways that defied anatomy. Her joints popped and cracked, limbs bending at impossible angles. "Run!" I yelled, grabbing Jake's arm and pulling him towards the only exit we could see, a narrow tunnel leading deeper into the mine. We sprinted down the passageway, the sound of Sarah's inhuman shrieks echoing behind us. The beam of Jake's flashlight bounced wildly off the walls, creating a dizzying strobe effect. Suddenly, the tunnel opened up into another cavern, this one vast and dimly lit by an eerie phosphorescent glow emanating from the walls. In the center stood a collection of strange angular machines, their surfaces covered in a thick layer of dust. "What the hell is this place?" Jake panted, his eyes wide as he took in our surroundings. Before I could respond, a familiar voice called out from the shadows. "Alex? Jake? Is that you?" We spun around to see Mike emerging from behind one of the machines, his face pale and drawn. "Mike!" I exclaimed, relief washing over me. "You're alive. How did you get here?" He shook his head, confusion clear in his eyes. "I don't know. One minute I was in the street going back for my backpack. The next, I was here. But guys, something's wrong with time in this place." Jake frowned. "What do you mean?" Mike held up his wrist, showing us his watch. The hands were spinning wildly, sometimes clockwise, sometimes counterclockwise. "It hasn't stopped doing this since I got here, and look at this." He led us to one of the machines, wiping away the dust to reveal a control panel. The date displayed on it read, July 15th, 1952. "That's the date from the newspaper," I whispered. "The day the plague hit its peak." Suddenly, a piercing shriek echoed through the cavern. Sarah, or what used to be Sarah, had found us. "Quick, hide," Jake hissed, pulling us behind one of the larger machines. We crouched in the shadows, hardly daring to breathe as the thing that had been our friend stalked into the room. It moved in jerky, unnatural motions, its head swiveling as it searched for us. As we watched in horror, Sarah's form seemed to flicker and change. One moment she was as we had last seen her, twisted and monstrous. The next she was as she had been when we first entered Whisper Creek, whole and human. The transitions happened in the blink of an eye, as if two realities were superimposed on each other. "Time isn't just broken here," Mike whispered. "It's shattered." As if to prove his point, I noticed something strange happening to our surroundings. The dust on the machines began to disappear, the metal surfaces gleaming as if brand new. The phosphorescent glow brightened, and suddenly the cavern was filled with people. Scientists in lab coats, military personnel, all moving about with purpose. "What's happening?" Jake gasped. "We're seeing the past," I realized. "This is Whisper Creek as it was in 1952. We watched, transfixed, as the scene played out before us. The scientists huddled around the machines, their faces a mix of excitement and fear. One of them, a tall man with thick glasses, approached a central console. "Initiating the temporal fold now," he announced, his voice somehow clear despite the decades separating us. As he pulled a lever, a low hum filled the air. The machines came to life, lights flashing and gears grinding. In the center of the room, the air itself seemed to ripple and tear. "My God," one of the other scientists breathed. "It's working. We've opened a gateway to—" His words were cut off by a sudden, deafening roar. The tear in the air widened, and through it, we caught a glimpse of something so horrifying, so alien, that my mind recoiled from the sight. Tentacles, eyes, mouths, all wrong, all impossible, began to force their way through the rift. The scientists screamed, trying to shut down the machines, but it was too late. As suddenly as it had appeared, the vision vanished. We were back in the dusty, abandoned cavern, alone except for the twisted thing that had once been Sarah. "They did this," Mike said, his voice shaking. "They opened a door to somewhere they shouldn't have and let something through." Jake nodded grimly. "The plague. It wasn't a disease, it was an invasion." The realization hit me like a physical blow. And now we're caught in the aftermath, trapped in a town where time itself has been fractured. A low chuckle made us all freeze. Sarah, or the thing wearing Sarah's form, was standing right in front of our hiding place. "Smart little rats, aren't you?" it said, its voice a horrifying blend of Sarah's and something utterly inhuman. "But knowing the truth won't save you. Nothing can save you now." It lunged forward, claws extended. We scattered, diving in different directions. I found myself next to the central console, the same one the scientist had used in our vision of the past. Without thinking, I grabbed the lever and pulled. The machines roared to life, lights flashing and gears grinding just as they had in the vision. The air in the center of the room began to ripple and tear. "Alex, what are you doing?" Jake shouted over the noise. "I don't know," I yelled back, "but it's our only chance." The thing that had been Sarah shrieked, a sound of equal parts rage and fear. It lunged for me, but Mike tackled it from behind, sending them both sprawling. "Go," Mike shouted. "I'll hold it off." Jake grabbed my arm, pulling me towards the widening rift in the air. "We can't leave him." But even as he spoke, I saw Mike's eyes begin to darken, his skin taking on the same sickly translucence as Sarah's. The infection was spreading. "We have to go," I said, my heart breaking, "or we'll all be lost." With a final look at our friends, one lost to the horrors of Whisper Creek, one in the process of joining them, Jake and I leapt into the rift. The world dissolved into a kaleidoscope of images and sensations. I saw Whisper Creek as it had been, as it was, as it might be. I saw versions of ourselves living and dying in countless iterations of the town's endless recursive nightmare. And through it all, I heard the whispers, growing louder and more insistent. "Join us. Join us. Join us." As Jake and I tumbled through the fractured timescape of Whisper Creek, I realized that our ordeal was far from over. We had escaped the immediate danger, but we were now lost in the twisted heart of whatever cosmic horror had engulfed this town. Welcome to Whisper Creek, where time is a broken mirror and reality, well, reality might just be the most terrifying illusion of all. The world snapped back into focus with jarring suddenness. Jake and I found ourselves sprawled on the cracked pavement of Whisper Creek's main street, gasping for air as if we'd just been underwater. The fog that had engulfed the town earlier was gone, replaced by an eerie, unnatural clarity. "Are we back?" Jake croaked, pushing himself to his feet. I stood up slowly, my head spinning. "I think so. But when are we?" The town looked different somehow. The buildings were still dilapidated, but they seemed fresher, as if they'd been abandoned more recently. Before we could ponder this further, a sound split the air that made our blood run cold. Bong, bong, bong. The church bell, silent since our arrival, was tolling. "That's impossible," Jake whispered, his face pale. That bell tower was falling apart when we saw it. Yet the sound continued, echoing through the empty streets. With each resonant tone, I felt a vibration in my chest, as if the bell were calling to something deep inside me. "We need to get out of sight," I said, grabbing Jake's arm. "I've got a bad feeling about this." We ducked into the nearest building, which turned out to be the old sheriff's office. As we barricaded the door behind us, I caught movement out of the corner of my eye. Through the grimy window, I saw shapes emerging from the buildings lining the street. "Jake," I hissed. "Look." He joined me at the window, and I heard his sharp intake of breath. Dozens of figures were shuffling out onto the street, moving with the jerky, unnatural gait we'd seen in Sarah. But these weren't the twisted monstrosities we'd fled in the mine. These looked human, or at least they had once. "Are they ghosts?" Jake whispered. I shook my head slowly. "I don't think so. I think they're echoes, remnants of the town's past, caught in this time slip." We watched in horrified fascination as the spectral procession made its way down the street, heading towards the church. Men, women, children, all with the same vacant, black-eyed stare we'd seen in Sarah. "What do we do now?" Jake asked, his voice trembling. Before I could answer, a new sound caught my attention. Footsteps coming from deeper within the building. We weren't alone. "Quick," I whispered. "In here." We ducked into what looked like an old jail cell, pressing ourselves against the wall. The footsteps grew louder, and then a figure passed by our hiding spot. It was a man in an old-fashioned sheriff's uniform, his movements stiff and jerky. As he passed, I caught a glimpse of his face. His eyes were normal, not the black voids we'd seen in the others, but they were unfocused, unseeing. He was moving like a sleepwalker, heading towards the exit. He's joining the procession, Jake realized. I nodded grimly. Whatever's happening, it's affecting everyone who was in the town when it happened. We waited until the sheriff had left before emerging from our hiding spot. Jake immediately went to the desk, rifling through the papers scattered across its surface. "What are you doing?" I asked. "Looking for answers," he replied. If anyone knew what was really going on in this town, it would have been the sheriff. As Jake searched, I noticed something odd about the cell we'd hidden in. The mirror on the wall was covered in a thick layer of grime, but underneath I could see something scratched into the glass. I wiped away the dirt, revealing a series of numbers and symbols etched into the mirror's surface. "Jake, look at this." He joined me, frowning at the strange markings. "What do you think it means?" "I don't know, but..." I broke off as I caught sight of our reflections in the cleared part of the mirror. Or rather, what should have been our reflections. The faces looking back at us were blurred, indistinct, as if we were fading away. "Oh God," Jake breathed. "What's happening to us?" I swallowed hard, trying to keep the panic at bay. I think we're being erased. The longer we stay here, the more we become part of whatever this is." A sudden chill filled the air, and I saw Jake's breath mist in front of him. "Did it just get colder in here?" I nodded, rubbing my arms. "Much colder. Almost like..." My words were cut off by a blood-curdling scream from outside. We rushed to the window, peering out onto the street. The spectral procession had stopped, and all the figures were looking up at the sky. Following their gaze, I felt my heart stop. The sky was changing. The blue was draining away, replaced by a swirling vortex of darkness. And in that darkness I could see things. Shapes that hurt my eyes to look at, tentacles and mouths and too many eyes. "It's happening again," I whispered. "Whatever came through in 1952, it's coming back." Jake grabbed my arm, his face a mask of terror. "We have to get out of here, now." We turned to leave, but found our path blocked. The spectral sheriff was standing in the doorway, his eyes now black and empty. "Join us," he rasped, his voice a chorus of whispers. "Join us in eternity." Jake and I backed away, looking frantically for another exit. But the room seemed to be shrinking, the walls closing in. The temperature continued to drop, frost forming on every surface. And then, in the mirror behind us, a face appeared. Not our fading reflections, but a woman's face, her eyes wide with fear and desperation. Her mouth moved, forming words we couldn't hear. "What's she saying?" Jake asked, his voice barely above a whisper. I squinted, trying to read her lips. I think she's saying, "The bell. Stop the bell." The face vanished as quickly as it had appeared, leaving us alone with the advancing sheriff and the increasingly claustrophobic room. "The bell," Jake repeated. "Alex, we have to get to the church. It's the center of all this." I nodded, my mind racing. But how do we get past him? As if in answer, the sheriff lunged forward, his hands grasping for us. We dodged, ducking under his arms and making a break for the door. Behind us, I heard him crash into the desk, but I didn't dare look back. We burst out onto the street, immediately assaulted by the bitter cold and the otherworldly screech coming from the vortex above. The spectral figures were all around us now, reaching for us with grasping hands as we pushed through their midst. "The church!" I yelled over the cacophony. "We have to get to the church." We ran, our feet pounding on the cracked pavement. The world around us seemed to be unraveling, buildings flickering in and out of existence, the street itself rippling like water. As we neared the church, the bell's toll grew louder, each bong sending a shockwave of force that nearly knocked us off our feet. The doors loomed before us, impossibly large and ornate. With the last of our strength, Jake and I threw ourselves against them. For a moment, I thought they wouldn't budge, that we'd be trapped outside as reality collapsed around us. Then, with a groan of ancient wood, the doors swung open. We tumbled inside, slamming them shut behind us. The interior of the church was a maelstrom of swirling energy, centered around the bell tower. Each toll of the bell sent out a pulse of sickly green light, and I could see something forming in the air, a tear in the fabric of reality itself. "We have to stop the bell," I shouted to Jake over the deafening noise. He nodded, already moving towards the tower stairs. I followed, my legs burning with exhaustion. As we climbed, the air grew thicker, harder to breathe. My vision began to blur, and I could feel something tugging at the edges of my mind, urging me to give in, to join the others in their eternal purgatory. Finally, we reached the bell chamber. The massive bronze bell swung back and forth of its own accord, each movement sending out another reality-warping toll. "How do we stop it?" Jake yelled, looking around desperately. I spotted a heavy piece of wood, probably part of the old bell frame. "There," I pointed. "We have to jam it." Together we lifted the beam, struggling to time our movements with the swing of the bell. On the count of 3, we shoved it forward, wedging it between the bell and its frame. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, with a sound like the world itself screaming in agony, the bell gave one final discordant toll and shattered. The explosion threw us back against the wall. As consciousness faded, I had one last fleeting thought. Welcome to Whisper Creek, where the bell tolls for thee. But what happens when the bell stops tolling? Consciousness returned slowly, like wading through molasses. I blinked, my vision clearing to reveal the shattered remains of the bell chamber around us. Jake was stirring beside me, groaning as he pushed himself up. "Are we dead?" he mumbled, rubbing his head. I sat up, wincing at the pain that shot through my body. "I don't think so. Though I'm not sure that's a good thing." The air felt different, charged with a static electricity that made the hair on my arms stand on end. The otherworldly screech that had filled the air was gone, replaced by an eerie silence. "We should get out of here," I said, struggling to my feet. "See what's changed." Jake nodded, and together we made our way down the tower stairs. The church was empty, no sign of the spectral congregation we'd seen earlier. As we stepped outside, we were met with a sight that took our breath away. Whisper Creek was whole. The building stood pristine, as if newly built. The streets were clean, free of the decay and ruin we'd become accustomed to. "What the hell?" Jake whispered, his eyes wide. "Did we go back in time?" I shook my head slowly. "I don't think so. Look." I pointed to the sky. While it was no longer the swirling vortex of darkness, it wasn't quite right either. The blue was too vivid, almost painfully bright, and there were no clouds, no sun, just an endless expanse of color. "It's like a memory of a sky," I mused, "or an idea of what a sky should be." As we walked down the main street, I noticed something else odd. There were no people, no signs of life at all. The town was perfectly preserved, but utterly empty. "It's like a stage set," Jake said, voicing my thoughts. "All dressed up with nowhere to go." We made our way to the sheriff's office, drawn by the memory of the hidden message we'd seen in the mirror. The building was unlocked, and we stepped inside cautiously. Everything was in perfect order, a far cry from the cluttered, decaying office we'd hidden in before. Jake immediately went to the desk, rifling through the drawers. "There's got to be something here," he muttered. "Some clue about what really happened in this town." As he searched, I found myself drawn to a section of the floor behind the desk. Something about it seemed off. I knelt down, running my hands over the wooden planks. "Jake," I called. "I think there's something under here." Together we managed to pry up one of the floorboards, revealing a hidden compartment beneath. Inside was a leather-bound journal and a stack of official-looking documents. "Jackpot," Jake breathed, reaching for the papers. As we spread the documents out on the desk, a chilling picture began to emerge. Government memos, classified reports, and handwritten notes all pointed to one inescapable conclusion. It was an experiment, I said, my voice barely above a whisper. They were trying to open a doorway. Jake nodded grimly, holding up one of the reports. Not just any doorway, a gateway to another dimension. They thought they could harness some kind of energy, use it as a weapon. But something went wrong, I continued, piecing it together. They opened the door, but they couldn't control what came through. We looked at each other, the full weight of the realization settling over us. Whisper Creek hadn't been struck by a plague. It had been ground zero for an invasion from another reality. As if triggered by our discovery, a low rumble began to shake the building. Books fell from shelves, and cracks started to appear in the walls. "We need to get out of here," Jake shouted, grabbing the journal and as many of the documents as he could. We ran out into the street only to find the perfect facade of the town crumbling around us. Buildings wavered like mirages, occasionally flickering to show their true decayed state. "The bunker," I yelled over the growing noise. "There's got to be a bunker." It was a guess, but an educated one. If this had been a government experiment, they would have had a secure facility to run it from. We raced through the disintegrating town, searching for anything that looked like it might lead underground. Just when I thought we were out of time, Jake spotted it. A heavy metal door set into the side of a hill at the edge of town. "There," he pointed. We sprinted towards it, the world literally falling apart behind us. I grabbed the handle, expecting it to be locked, but it turned easily under my hand. We threw ourselves inside, slamming the door shut just as a wave of unreality washed over the town. For a moment we stood in darkness, our ragged breathing the only sound. Then, with a hum, emergency lights flickered to life, revealing a long corridor stretching into the earth. "My God," Jake breathed. "It's real. It's all real." We made our way down the corridor, passing rooms filled with antiquated scientific equipment and banks of computers. At the end, we found what could only be the control center, a large room dominated by a massive screen and a control panel that looked like something out of a 1950s sci-fi movie. "This is where it happened," I said, running my hand over the dusty controls. "This is where they opened the door." Jake was at one of the computer terminals, somehow still operational after all these years. "Alex," he called, his voice tight. "You need to see this." I joined him, looking at the screen. It showed a video feed, date stamped July 15th, 1952, the day of the plague. We watched in horror as the scene unfolded. Scientists in white lab coats scurried around the control room, excitement clear on their faces. A man in a military uniform, a general by his insignia, stood watching with stern anticipation. "Initiating the portal now, sir," one of the scientists said, his hand hovering over a large red button. "Proceed." The general nodded. The scientist pressed the button, and for a moment nothing happened. Then, with a sound that made my teeth ache even through the grainy audio, a tear appeared in the air at the center of the room. "My God," one of the scientists breathed. "We've done it. We've opened a gateway to—" His words were cut off as something began to emerge from the portal. It was wrong, in a way that defied description. Tentacles, eyes, mouths all writhed together in a mass that hurt to look at. The room erupted into chaos. Scientists screamed, trying to shut down the equipment, but it was too late. The thing from the portal lashed out, grabbing the nearest person and absorbing them, for lack of a better word. "Shut it down," the general roared. "Shut it all down." But it was too late. The thing was fully in our world now, and it was changing. With each person it touched, it seemed to grow, to evolve. And those it didn't outright absorb began to change too, their eyes turning black, their movements becoming jerky and unnatural. The video cut out abruptly, leaving us staring at a blank screen. "They did this," Jake said, his voice shaking. "They brought that thing into our world." I nodded, my mind reeling. And now we're caught in the aftermath, trapped in a town where reality itself has been warped. A sudden noise from behind us made us both spin around. There in the doorway stood Sarah, but not the twisted, monstrous Sarah we'd last seen. This was Sarah as she had been when we first arrived in Whisper Creek, whole, human, and terrified. "Alex? Jake?" she said, her voice trembling. "What's happening? Where are we?" Before we could respond, her form flickered like a bad TV signal. For a moment, I saw the monstrous version of her overlaid on the human one. "Help me," she pleaded, her voice distorting. "It's got me. It's got all of us. You have to—" She vanished mid-sentence, leaving us alone in the control room. Jake and I looked at each other, the weight of our discovery pressing down on us. We were in the heart of the mystery now, surrounded by the truth of what had happened to Whisper Creek. But knowledge, it seemed, was not enough to save us. As if to underscore this point, a familiar whisper began to fill the air. "Join us. Join us. Join us." Welcome to Whisper Creek, where the truth is buried deep, and knowledge, well, knowledge might just be the most dangerous thing of all. The whispers grew louder, seeming to come from the very walls of the bunker. Jake and I exchanged panicked glances, the realization sinking in that we were trapped underground with whatever horrors Whisper Creek had spawned. "We need to find a way out," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "There has to be another exit." Jake nodded, already moving towards the door. "Let's go. I don't want to stick around to see what happens when those whispers get any closer." We hurried down the corridor, checking each room we passed. Most were filled with more outdated scientific equipment or filing cabinets bursting with documents we didn't have time to examine. The whispers followed us, growing in volume and intensity with each passing moment. As we reached the end of the hallway, we found ourselves facing a heavy steel door. A keypad glowed faintly next to it, demanding a code we didn't have. "Damn it!" Jake slammed his fist against the unyielding metal. "We're trapped." I was about to suggest we go back and look for the code when a flicker of movement caught my eye. The air in front of the door seemed to ripple, and suddenly Sarah was there again, her form wavering like a mirage. "Sarah?" I called out, taking a step towards her. She turned to face us, her eyes clear for a moment before flickering to the empty black voids we'd seen before. "Alex? Jake? You have to hurry. It's coming." "What's coming, Sarah?" Jake asked, his voice tight with fear. "How do we stop it?" Sarah's form flickered again, and for a moment I saw the twisted, monstrous version of her superimposed over her human self. "The code. It's in the past. You have to remember." Before she could say more, she vanished, leaving us alone in the corridor once more. The whispers had grown to a fever pitch, and I could swear I heard footsteps approaching from the way we'd come. "The past," I muttered, my mind racing. "What did she mean?" Jake's eyes widened suddenly. "The mirror. In the sheriff's office, remember? There were numbers scratched into it." I nodded, the memory flooding back. "But what were they? I can't remember." As if in response to our desperation, the world around us began to shift. The sterile walls of the bunker faded away, replaced by the familiar, decrepit interior of the sheriff's office. But it wasn't like before. Everything seemed hazy, insubstantial, like a dream half-remembered. "What's happening?" Jake whispered, reaching out to touch a desk that wasn't quite there. "I think—" I swallowed hard, trying to make sense of it. "I think we're experiencing a memory. Or maybe we're slipping through time again." We made our way to the cell where we'd seen the mirror before. There it was, grimy and cracked, with the mysterious numbers etched into its surface. 7, 15, 19, 52. I read aloud, committing the sequence to memory. As soon as I'd spoken the last number, the world shifted again. We were back in the bunker corridor, facing the locked door. Without hesitation, I punched the numbers into the keypad, 7 to 15, 1952. The date the experiment had gone wrong. The date Whisper Creek had changed forever. For a heart-stopping moment, nothing happened. Then, with a hiss of hydraulics, the door slid open. "You did it!" Jake exclaimed, relief evident in his voice. We rushed through the doorway, finding ourselves in what looked like an emergency exit tunnel. A ladder at the far end led up to a hatch in the ceiling. As we ran towards it, the whispers behind us coalesced into a roar. I risked a glance back and immediately wished I hadn't. A writhing mass of darkness was pouring into the tunnel, tentacles and mouths and too many eyes all blended together in a nightmarish amalgamation. "Go!" I shouted, pushing Jake towards the ladder. "Climb!" We scrambled up the rungs, the eldritch horror gaining on us with every second. Jake reached the hatch first, straining to turn the wheel that would open it. "It's stuck," he grunted, his face red with exertion. I joined him on the small platform, adding my strength to his. Slowly, agonizingly, the wheel began to turn. Below us, the first of the tentacles reached the base of the ladder. I could feel the malevolent intelligence behind it, probing, searching for us. With a final desperate heave, we managed to spin the wheel fully. The hatch popped open, and we tumbled out onto soft grass, slamming it shut behind us. For a moment, we just lay there, gasping for breath. The sky above was that unnatural, too bright blue we'd seen before. But right then, it was the most beautiful thing I'd ever seen. "We made it," Jake panted, a hysterical note of laughter in his voice. We actually made it. But our relief was short-lived. As we got to our feet, we realized we were standing in the town square of Whisper Creek, and it was changing. Buildings flickered in and out of existence, sometimes pristine, sometimes decayed, sometimes warped into impossible geometries. The ground beneath our feet rippled like water, and the air itself seemed to shimmer with barely contained energy. "It's falling apart," I realized, horror dawning. "Whatever was holding this place together, we've disrupted it." Jake nodded grimly. "So what do we do now?" Before I could answer, a familiar voice called out, "Alex! Jake!" We turned to see Mike running towards us. He looked haggard, his clothes torn and dirty, but his eyes were clear, human. "Mike!" I exclaimed as he reached us. "You're okay, but how?" He shook his head, gasping for breath. "No time to explain. We have to get to the school. There's something there, something important." "The school?" Jake frowned. "Why?" "I've been jumping," Mike said, his eyes darting around nervously. "Through time, through different versions of the town. I've seen things, learned things. There's a message hidden in the school, from someone who tried to stop this." Another violent tremor shook the town, nearly knocking us off our feet. In the distance, I could see the darkness we'd fled in the bunker starting to seep up through cracks in the ground. "Lead the way," I told Mike, "and hurry." We raced through the shifting landscape of Whisper Creek, the world around us becoming more unstable with each passing moment. Buildings melted and reformed, streets twisted into impossible angles, and everywhere the darkness spread, consuming everything it touched. We reached the school just as another tremor hit. The building wavered before our eyes, cycling through states of newness and decay. "In here!" Mike shouted, leading us to what had once been the principal's office. The room was a chaos of temporal shifts. With each flicker, the decor changed, spanning decades in the blink of an eye. Mike seemed unaffected, moving with purpose to a spot on the wall. "Here," he said, placing his hand on a section of wallpaper. "It's hidden, but I've seen it. We just need to wait for the right moment." As if on cue, the room shifted again. The wallpaper melted away, revealing bare plaster beneath. And there, scratched into the wall, was a message. "The bell is the key. Silence it to seal the rift. But beware, the price is high." "We already stopped the bell," Jake said, confusion clear in his voice. "Didn't we?" I shook my head slowly, a terrible understanding dawning. "No, we just interrupted it. We need to silence it permanently." Mike nodded grimly. "And I think I know how. But you're not going to like it." As Mike explained his plan, I felt a weight settle in my chest. He was right. I didn't like it. But as I looked out the window at the disintegrating town, at the encroaching darkness that threatened to consume not just Whisper Creek, but potentially the entire world, I knew we had no choice. "Let's do it," I said, my voice sounding strange to my own ears. As we left the school, preparing to make our final stand against the horrors of Whisper Creek, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were walking towards our doom. But sometimes, the only way to save everything is to be willing to sacrifice anything. Welcome to Whisper Creek, where the end is just another beginning, and salvation might come at a price too terrible to contemplate. The world around us was coming apart at the seams. Reality flickered and warped, buildings melting and reforming in grotesque parodies of themselves. The sky above had turned into a swirling vortex of unnatural colors, punctuated by flashes of otherworldly lightning. And through it all, the darkness spread, consuming everything in its path. Mike, Jake, and I raced through the chaos towards the church. Mike's plan was insane, desperate, and probably suicidal. But it was all we had. "Are you sure about this?" Jake shouted over the cacophony of a world tearing itself apart. Mike nodded grimly. "It's the only way. We have to close the rift, and the bell is the key. It's what's keeping the portal open." As we neared the church, I saw shapes moving in the shadows, twisted, half-formed things that had once been the people of Whisper Creek. They turned their eyeless faces towards us, mouths gaping in silent screams. "Don't look at them," I yelled. "Just keep moving." We burst through the church doors, slamming them shut behind us. The interior was a maelstrom of swirling energy, all of it centered on the bell tower. Each pulse sent out a wave of sickly green light, widening the tear in reality that hovered in the air. "Now what?" Jake asked, his voice tight with fear. Mike was already moving towards the tower stairs. "We climb. The bell has to be silenced permanently." As we ascended, the air grew thick and heavy, making each breath a struggle. I could feel something tugging at the edges of my mind, urging me to give in, to join the others in their eternal purgatory. I shook my head, trying to clear it. We reached the bell chamber, and I felt my heart sink. The bell, which we had shattered earlier, was whole again. It swung back and forth of its own accord, each toll sending out another reality-warping pulse. "How is this possible?" I gasped. Mike's face was grim. "Time isn't linear here anymore. What we did before, it never happened, or it's happening now, or it will happen, it's all the same." "So what do we do?" Jake demanded. Mike took a deep breath. "We have to merge with it." Jake and I stared at him in shock. "What?" I managed to choke out. "The bell is a conduit," Mike explained, his words coming fast now. "It's connected to whatever's on the other side of that rift. If we can merge with it, become part of it, we can control it, silence it from within." "That's insane," Jake protested. "We'll be killed." Mike shook his head. "Not killed, transformed. We'll become part of Whisper Creek's story, but we'll be able to end it." I looked at the bell, swinging in its terrible rhythm, then back at my friends. The choice was impossible, but there was no choice at all. "I'll do it," I said, stepping forward. "Alex, no." Jake grabbed my arm. I turned to him, seeing the fear and desperation in his eyes. "It has to be done, Jake. And it has to be me." "Why?" he demanded. I smiled sadly. "Because I'm the one telling the story." Before he could stop me, I broke free and ran towards the bell. As I neared it, I felt the air around me grow thick, as if I were moving through molasses. The bell's tolling filled my head, drowning out everything else. With the last of my strength, I leapt, throwing myself into the path of the swinging bell. For a moment, I felt the cold metal against my skin. Then the world exploded into light and pain. I was everywhere and nowhere. I was the bell. I was the church. I was Whisper Creek itself. I saw the town's history flash before me, its founding, its growth, the terrible experiment that had doomed it. I saw the entities from beyond the rift, their alien minds brushing against mine in a way that threatened to shatter my sanity. and I saw the way out. With what was left of my consciousness, I focused on the bell, on silencing it, on closing the rift that had torn reality apart. The tolling slowed, each ring coming further apart. As it did, I felt the fabric of reality begin to knit itself back together. The rift started to close, the otherworldly energies retreating back to their own dimension. But the entities fought back. They clawed at the closing rift, desperate to maintain their foothold in our world. I felt their alien minds pressing against mine, trying to break my will. In that moment, I understood the true horror of Whisper Creek. It wasn't just a town trapped in time. It was a battleground between realities with the soul of every inhabitant as the prize. "Alex!" I heard Jake's voice, distant and fading. "Alex, come back to us." I wanted to. God, how I wanted to. But I knew that if I let go now, everything would be lost. Whisper Creek would fall, and the rest of the world would follow. So I held on. I poured everything I had into that final desperate act, silencing the bell, closing the rift, saving what was left of Whisper Creek and the world beyond. The tolling slowed further. Seconds stretched between each ring, each one weaker than the last. The rift was nearly closed now, a mere pinprick in the fabric of reality. With the last of my strength, I gave one final push. The bell rang out one last time, a sound so soft it was barely a whisper. And then, silence. The rift closed with a sound like the world itself sighing in relief. I felt the alien presences recede, pushed back to their own reality. Whisper Creek shuddered, decades of twisted time and space realigning themselves. And then, darkness. I don't know how long I was unconscious. When I came to, I was lying on the floor of the bell tower. Jake and Mike were kneeling beside me, their faces etched with worry. "Alex?" Jake said, his voice choked with emotion. "Are you?" "You?" I sat up slowly, every part of me aching. "I think so." "What happened?" Mike helped me to my feet. "You did it. The rift is closed. Whisper Creek is, well, it's not fixed, but it's stable." We made our way down the tower stairs and out of the church. The town outside was a mess of broken buildings and debris, but it was real, solid. No more flickering realities or temporal shifts. As we stood there, taking in the scene, we heard a sound that made us all freeze. Helicopter rotors, growing louder. "Is that—" Jake began. I nodded, a smile spreading across my face despite everything. "Rescue, it's over, we're going home." As the helicopter came into view, I felt a weight lift from my shoulders. We had survived. We had saved Whisper Creek, and perhaps the world. But I knew that the experience would stay with us forever. The chopper landed in the town square, and as the rescue team approached us, I turned to take one last look at the town. For a moment, just a moment, I thought I saw familiar faces watching us from the windows of the broken buildings. Sarah, the old sheriff, all the lost souls of Whisper Creek, finally at peace. Then they were gone, and it was just a town, a broken, haunted town, but no longer a threat to reality itself. As we were led to the helicopter, I heard Jake ask, "What do we tell them about what happened here?" I shook my head. "The truth. All of it. The world needs to know." Mike nodded in agreement. "No more secrets. No more experiments. Whisper Creek's story needs to be told." As the helicopter lifted off, carrying us away from the nightmare we'd endured, I looked down at the rapidly shrinking town. In that moment, I made a silent promise. To remember, to warn others, to make sure nothing like this ever happened again. Welcome to Whisper Creek, I thought. A town with a story to tell. A story of horror, of courage, of the thin line between reality and nightmare. And now, finally, a story with an ending. As we flew towards home, towards safety, I couldn't shake the feeling that our ordeal wasn't truly over. That somehow, somewhere, the echoes of Whisper Creek would resonate for years to come. But for now, we had won. We had survived. And that in itself was a victory worth celebrating. The end? Or is it just the beginning? The crunch of dead leaves beneath my boots echoed through the dense canopy of the Ozark National Forest. I paused, inhaling deeply, savoring the earthy aroma that permeated the air. As an entomologist, I'd visited countless forests, but something about this place felt different. A shiver ran down my spine, though the afternoon sun still warmed the air. "Get a grip, Amanda," I muttered to myself, adjusting the straps of my backpack. "It's just another research trip." But even as the words left my lips, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. I glanced over my shoulder, half expecting to see a curious deer or perhaps a watchful owl. Instead, I was met with nothing but the gently swaying trees and the occasional fluttering of leaves in the breeze. I pushed on, my mind racing with the possibilities that lay ahead. This expedition was supposed to be routine: collect soil samples, catalog any interesting insect species, and head back to the lab. But as I ventured deeper into the forest, the usual sounds of wildlife began to fade, replaced by an unsettling silence. "Hello?" I called out, immediately feeling foolish. Who did I expect to answer? The trees? My voice seemed to be swallowed by the forest, leaving no echo. The silence pressed in around me, making the hair on the back of my neck stand on end. I quickened my pace, eager to reach the clearing where I planned to set up my equipment. As I walked, I couldn't help but recall the conversation I'd had with my colleague, Dr. Harriet Chen, just before leaving for this trip. "Amanda, are you sure you want to go alone?" Harriet had asked, concern etched on her face. "The Ozarks can be tricky, especially for solo researchers." I had laughed off her worries. "Harriet, I've been doing this for years. Besides, it's just a few days of sample collection. What could possibly go wrong?" Now, as the silence of the forest enveloped me, Harriet's words echoed in my mind. I shook my head, trying to dispel the creeping unease. I was a scientist, for crying out loud. There was no room for superstition or unfounded fears in my work. Finally, I reached the small clearing I had marked on my map. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, creating dappled patterns on the forest floor. I set down my backpack and began to unpack my equipment: sample containers, a trowel, gloves, and my trusty field journal. "All right," I said aloud, my voice sounding unnaturally loud in the quiet forest. "Let's see what secrets you're hiding." I knelt on the soft earth, my fingers hovering just above the soil. Something felt off, but I couldn't quite put my finger on it. The ground seemed to hum with an energy I'd never encountered before. Shaking off the sensation, I pulled on my gloves and picked up the trowel. As I began to dig, the silence of the forest was broken by a soft rustling. At first, I thought it was just the wind, but as I continued to work, the sound grew louder. I paused, listening intently. It seemed to be coming from beneath me. "What the hell?" I muttered, leaning closer to examine the soil. That's when I saw it. The earth itself was moving, ever so slightly. Tiny particles of soil shifted and swirled as if alive. My heart began to race as I realized what I was seeing. Or rather, what I thought I was seeing. "Impossible," I whispered, my scientific mind rebelling against what my eyes were telling me. I reached out, my gloved hand trembling as it hovered over the writhing earth. Just as my fingertips were about to make contact, the ground beneath me heaved. I stumbled backward, my heart pounding in my chest. The earth where I had been kneeling moments before began to rise, forming a small mound. Then, in a sight that would forever be etched in my memory, the mound burst open. Thousands, no, millions, of tiny insects poured forth from the earth. They moved with a synchronicity I had never seen before, their bodies forming intricate, ever-changing patterns. I watched, transfixed, as they flowed across the forest floor like a living river. This can't be happening, I said, my voice barely above a whisper. This isn't possible. But it was happening, right before my eyes. The insects, a species I couldn't even begin to identify, continued to emerge from the earth. They moved with purpose, as if guided by some unseen intelligence. I fumbled for my camera, desperate to document what I was seeing. As I raised it to my eye, the insects suddenly froze. Every single one of them stopped moving at precisely the same moment. Then, as one, they turned towards me. A chill ran down my spine as I realized that they were reacting to my presence. But how? How could they possibly be aware of me? "Hello?" I said, feeling ridiculous even as the word left my mouth. "Can you understand me?" The mass of insects began to move again, this time forming a distinct shape. My jaw dropped as I watched them arrange themselves into what could only be described as a face. It was crude and constantly shifting, but undeniably a face. And then I heard it. A whisper, so faint I thought I might have imagined it. But no, there it was again. A voice, not in my ears, but somehow inside my mind. "Amanda," the voice whispered, sending shivers down my spine. How did they know my name? I opened my mouth to respond, but no words came out. My mind reeled, unable to process what was happening. This defied everything I knew about insect behavior, about biology, about the very nature of consciousness itself. As quickly as it had appeared, the face in the insects dissolved. The living carpet began to retreat, disappearing back into the earth from which it had emerged. Within moments, the forest floor looked normal again, as if nothing extraordinary had happened. I stood there, my camera forgotten in my hands, staring at the now still earth. My legs felt weak, and I sank to my knees, my mind struggling to make sense of what I had just witnessed. "This changes everything," I whispered to the silent forest. As the implications of what I had seen began to sink in, I knew that my life would never be the same. I had stumbled upon something extraordinary, something that would challenge our understanding of life itself. With shaking hands, I reached for my field journal. I had to document this, had to make sure I wasn't losing my mind. As I began to write, I couldn't shake the feeling that this was only the beginning. Whatever I had encountered here in the Ozarks, whatever intelligence lay beneath the earth, I knew one thing for certain. I had to understand it. Little did I know that this discovery would set in motion a chain of events that would not only change my life, but potentially the fate of our entire species. As I sat there scribbling furiously in my journal, the forest around me seemed to hold its breath, waiting to see what I would do next. The adventure had only just begun. I stared at the writhing mass of insects beneath my feet, my mind reeling. The forest floor had transformed into a living, breathing entity, composed of countless tiny bodies moving in perfect unison. My scientific brain struggled to process what my eyes were witnessing. "This can't be real," I muttered, rubbing my eyes furiously. But when I looked again, the scene remained unchanged. The insects, if you could call them that, were unlike anything I'd ever encountered in my years as an entomologist. Their bodies seemed to shimmer and change color as they moved, creating a hypnotic effect that made my head spin. I took a tentative step backward, and the entire mass rippled in response. My heart pounded in my chest, a primal fear taking hold despite my scientific curiosity. "Okay, Amanda," I said to myself, trying to steady my nerves. "You're a scientist. Observe, document, don't panic." I reached for my camera with trembling hands, determined to capture evidence of this phenomenon. As I raised the device to my eye, the insect mass suddenly froze, as if sensing my intention. "Oh, come on," I groaned. "Don't be camera shy now." As if in response to my words, the creatures began to move again, this time with even greater purpose. They flowed across the forest floor like a liquid, forming intricate patterns that seemed to pulsate with life. I snapped photo after photo, my scientific mind finally kicking into gear. "Remarkable," I breathed, zooming in on a particularly complex formation. The level of coordination is unprecedented. It's almost as if they're... My voice trailed off as the realization hit me. They were communicating, not just with each other, but with me. The insects began to coalesce, rising up from the ground in a column that reached my eye level. I stumbled backward, nearly tripping over a tree root in my haste to put some distance between myself and the swarm. "Stay back," I shouted, knowing how ridiculous I sounded. Since when did insects respond to verbal commands? But to my utter astonishment, the column stopped its advance. It hovered there, swaying slightly, as if waiting for something. Waiting for me. I swallowed hard, my throat dry with fear and excitement. "Can you understand me?" I asked, feeling both foolish and exhilarated. The column of insects rippled and then began to change shape. I watched, transfixed, as it morphed into a crude approximation of a human face. The features were constantly shifting, composed of thousands of tiny bodies in constant motion, but the overall effect was undeniable. And then I heard it. A voice, not in my ears, but somehow inside my mind. "Amanda," it whispered, the sound sending shivers down my spine. I clasped my hands over my ears even though I knew it was futile. The voice was coming from inside my head. "This isn't happening," I said aloud, squeezing my eyes shut. "I'm hallucinating. Maybe I ate some bad berries or something." When I opened my eyes again, the face was still there, watching me with eyeless sockets that somehow managed to convey an intense curiosity. What are you?" I asked, my scientific training finally overcoming my fear. The face shifted, the insects rearranging themselves into a new pattern. This time, they formed a series of symbols that looked vaguely like hieroglyphics. They changed too quickly for me to make sense of them, but I had the distinct impression that they were trying to communicate complex ideas. "I'm sorry," I said, shaking my head. "I don't understand." The face reappeared, and this time the voice in my mind was clearer. "We are many," it said, the words coming in fits and starts, as if it was struggling to translate its thoughts into human language. "We are one." I nodded slowly, my mind racing to keep up with the implications of what I was witnessing. "A hive mind," I murmured, "a collective consciousness. But how? And why here?" The insect face didn't respond to my questions. Instead, it began to change shape again, this time forming a rough map of the forest. A specific area pulsed with light, and I realized it was showing me a location. "You want me to go there?" I asked, pointing to the glowing spot. The face nodded, the movement jerky and unnatural. I hesitated, every instinct screaming at me to run, to get as far away from this impossible phenomenon as I could. But the scientist in me, the part that had always pushed me to seek out the unknown, was impossible to ignore. "Okay," I said, taking a deep breath. "Lead the way." The insect mass collapsed back to the ground, forming a path through the underbrush. I followed, my heart pounding with each step. The forest seemed to close in around me, the trees looming overhead like silent sentinels. As we walked, or rather, as I walked and the insects flowed, I tried to make sense of what was happening. "Are you native to this forest?" I asked. The voice in my mind responded, its words clearer now. "We have always been here, waiting, watching, learning." "Learning what?" I pressed, fascinated despite my fear. "Everything," came the reply. We reached a small clearing and the insect mass surged forward, coalescing into a large mound in the center. I approached cautiously, my scientific curiosity warring with my survival instinct. The mound began to shift and change, forming into a structure that looked disturbingly like a throne. And seated upon it was a figure composed entirely of the shimmering insects. "Holy shit," I breathed, unable to contain my awe. The figure raised a hand, and I felt a presence brush against my mind stronger than before. Images flooded my consciousness, Flashes of ancient forests, of civilizations rising and falling, of a world where insects ruled and humans were nothing but a distant possibility. I staggered under the mental onslaught, falling to my knees. "Stop," I gasped. "It's too much." The visions ceased immediately, and I looked up to see the insect figure regarding me with what I could only describe as concern. "We did not mean to harm," the voice in my mind said. "We forget the fragility of individual minds." I stood on shaky legs, brushing dirt from my knees. "What are you?" I asked again, my voice barely above a whisper. The figure on the throne seemed to consider the question. "We are the memory of the earth," it said finally. "We are the keepers of secrets long forgotten by your kind." I shook my head, struggling to comprehend. "But why reveal yourselves now? Why to me?" The insect figure stood, its body constantly shifting and reforming. "Because the time has come," it said, its mental voice tinged with what I could only describe as urgency. "The balance is shifting. The old agreements are failing." "What agreements?" I asked, feeling like I was falling down a rabbit hole of cosmic proportions. But before the figure could answer, a new sound cut through the forest, the whump, whump, whump of helicopter blades. The insect figure dissolved instantly, the entire mass disappearing into the earth in a matter of seconds. "Wait!" I cried out. "Don't go!" But they were gone, leaving me alone in the clearing as the sound of the helicopter grew louder. I looked up through the canopy to see a black shape hovering overhead, a spotlight cutting through the trees. As the light found me, pinning me in its harsh glare, I realized that my life had just become infinitely more complicated. Whatever I had stumbled upon here in the Ozarks, it was clear that I wasn't the only one interested in it. The helicopter began to descend, and I steeled myself for what was to come. I had a feeling that my conversation with the insect intelligence was just the beginning of a much larger and potentially more dangerous adventure. As the wind from the rotors whipped around me, I clenched my fists, determined to protect the secret I had uncovered. Whatever happened next, I knew one thing for certain. The world as I knew it would never be the same again. The fluorescent lights of my research station hummed incessantly, a sound that usually faded into the background but now seemed to drill into my skull. I hunched over my desk, surrounded by scattered notes, soil samples, and blurry photographs that seemed to mock me with their inadequacy. "It was real," I muttered, rubbing my bloodshot eyes. "I know what I saw." But doubt gnawed at me like a hungry rat. The events in the forest seemed more like a fever dream with each passing hour. The government agents who had intercepted me after the helicopter landing had been frustratingly vague, asking questions but offering no explanations. A knock at the door startled me from my reverie. "Come in," I called, hastily shuffling my notes into a semblance of order. Dr. Harriet Chen, my colleague and friend, stepped into the cluttered office. Her eyes widened as she took in my disheveled appearance. "Amanda, you look like hell. Have you slept at all?" I shook my head, gesturing to the mess on my desk. "How can I sleep, Harriet? I'm so close to something big here, I can feel it." Harriet sighed, pulling up a chair. "Close to what exactly?" "Amanda, you've been holed up in here for days, barely eating, hardly speaking to anyone. We're all worried about you." I leaned back in my chair, studying Harriet's concerned face. Could I trust her with the truth? The whole unbelievable truth? "Harriet," I began, choosing my words carefully, "what if I told you I discovered something in the Ozarks that could change everything we know about insect behavior? About consciousness itself?" Harriet's eyebrows shot up. "That's quite a claim, Amanda. What exactly did you find?" I took a deep breath and launched into my story, describing the living carpet of insects, the face they had formed, the voice in my mind. As I spoke, Harriet's expression shifted from concern to disbelief to outright skepticism. When I finished, silence hung heavy in the air. Harriet cleared her throat. "Amanda, I don't know what to say. Are you sure you didn't imagine this? Stress, isolation, it can play tricks on the mind." I slammed my hand on the desk, causing Harriet to jump. Damn it, Harriet. I know what I saw. I'm not crazy. I didn't say you were crazy, Harriet said softly. But you have to admit it sounds far-fetched. Telepathic insects? A collective consciousness? It goes against everything we know about entomology. I slumped in my chair, the fight draining out of me. I know how it sounds, but I can't shake the feeling that I'm on the verge of something monumental, something that could change the world. Harriet reached out, placing a comforting hand on my arm. Look, why don't you get some rest? A good night's sleep might help you see things more clearly. I nodded, suddenly feeling the weight of my exhaustion. Maybe you're right. I'll try to get some sleep. Harriet stood, relief evident on her face. Good. We'll talk more tomorrow, okay? Try not to worry too much. As she left, closing the door behind her, I couldn't help but feel a pang of loneliness. I was alone with my incredible secret, and the burden of it was crushing. I made my way to the small cot in the corner of my office, not bothering to change out of my rumpled clothes. As soon as my head hit the pillow, exhaustion overwhelmed me, and I fell into a deep sleep. But my rest was far from peaceful. In my dreams, I found myself back in the Ozark forest. The trees loomed impossibly tall, their branches weaving together to form a living canopy that blocked out the sky. The ground beneath my feet pulsed with life, millions of tiny bodies moving in perfect synchronicity. Hello? I called out, my voice echoing strangely in the dream forest. Are you there? A whisper answered, seeming to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. Amanda, we need you. I spun around, trying to locate the source of the voice. What do you need? How can I help? The forest floor began to ripple, and a figure rose from the writhing mass of insects. It was humanoid in shape, but its features were constantly shifting, composed of countless tiny bodies. The balance is shifting, the figure said, its voice resonating in my mind. The old agreements are failing. You must protect us. Protect you from what? I asked, frustration coloring my voice. I don't understand. The figure reached out a hand, its arm elongating impossibly. As it touched my forehead, a flood of images assaulted my mind. I saw vast underground networks, pulsing with life and information. I saw humans in lab coats, conducting terrible experiments. I saw swarms of insects, weaponized and unleashed upon unsuspecting populations. I jerked awake with a gasp, my heart pounding. The images from my dream lingered, feeling more like memories than figments of my imagination. I glanced at the clock, 3:27 a.m. Just a dream, I muttered, trying to calm my racing pulse. It was just a dream. But even as I said it, I knew it wasn't true. The voice in my dream had been the same one I'd heard in the forest. They were trying to contact me again. I stumbled to my desk, flicking on the lamp. My eyes fell on the pile of classified documents I'd managed to swipe during my escape from the government facility. I hadn't had the courage to look at them yet, but now, with trembling hands, I opened the first folder. As I read, my eyes widened in horror. The documents detailed a top-secret program aimed at harnessing insect intelligence for military purposes. Codenamed Project Hive, it spoke of experiments, of attempts to control and weaponize the very beings I had encountered. Oh my God, I breathed, the implications hitting me like a physical blow. A soft scratching sound made me freeze. It was coming from the window. Slowly, I turned to look. The glass was covered in insects, hundreds of them, forming a familiar pattern. A face. Amanda, the voice in my mind said, clearer than ever before. We don't have much time. They're coming. I stood on shaky legs, approaching the window. Who's coming? What do you want me to do? Protect the secret, the voice urged. Find the others. The fate of two worlds depends on it. Before I could ask any more questions, the insects dispersed, vanishing into the night as quickly as they had appeared. For a moment I stood there, my mind reeling. Then, spurred by a sudden sense of urgency, I began to move. I grabbed my backpack, stuffing it with the classified documents, my research notes, and a few essential supplies. As I worked, a plan began to form in my mind. I couldn't stay here. It was only a matter of time before someone connected the dots and came for me. I needed to go off the grid, to find a way to continue my research in secret. Just as I was about to leave, my eyes fell on a framed photo on my desk. It showed me and Harriet at a conference last year, both of us smiling and carefree. I felt a pang of regret. I couldn't involve her in this. It was too dangerous. I scribbled a quick note. Harriet, I'm sorry. I have to go. Please don't look for me. I'll explain everything when I can. Stay safe. Amanda. With one last look around the office that had been my home for so many years, I slipped out into the dark hallway. The research station was quiet, most of my colleagues long gone for the night. As I made my way to the parking lot, my mind raced with questions. Who were the others the insects had mentioned? How was I supposed to protect a secret I barely understood? And what did they mean by 2 worlds? I reached my car and tossed my backpack onto the passenger seat. As I started the engine, I caught movement in my rearview mirror. A black SUV was pulling into the lot, its headlights off. My heart jumped into my throat. Somehow I knew they were here for me. Without hesitation, I threw the car into gear and peeled out of the parking lot, tires squealing. The SUV's engine roared to life behind me, giving chase. As I sped into the night, the enormity of what I was doing hit me. I was leaving behind everything I knew, running from my own government, all to protect a secret I didn't fully understand. But deep down, I knew I had no choice. Whatever was happening, whatever role I had to play in it, one thing was clear: nothing would ever be the same again. The open road stretched before me, dark and full of unknowns. But for the first time in days, I felt a sense of purpose. Whatever challenges lay ahead, I was ready to face them. The adventure had truly begun. The headlights of my battered Subaru cut through the darkness as I navigated the winding roads back to the Ozark National Forest. My hands gripped the steering wheel so tightly my knuckles had turned white, and every shadow made me flinch, expecting government agents to materialize at any moment. You're doing the right thing, Amanda, I muttered to myself, trying to quell the rising panic in my chest. You're not crazy. You're not a traitor. You're protecting something important. The forest loomed ahead, a wall of darkness that seemed to swallow the road. I pulled off onto a hidden dirt track I'd discovered during my previous expedition, killing the headlights and relying on moonlight to guide me. After a few tense minutes, I reached a small clearing and cut the engine. Silence enveloped me, broken only by the gentle ticking of the cooling engine and the distant calls of night birds. I took a deep breath, steeling myself for what was to come. Okay, I whispered. I'm here. Now what? As if in response, a soft rustling sound emanated from the forest floor. I grabbed my backpack and stepped out of the car, my heart pounding as I watched the ground begin to move. Thousands of insects emerged from the earth, their bodies glinting in the moonlight. They formed intricate patterns, swirling around my feet but never quite touching me. I stood transfixed, equal parts terrified and awestruck. Hello again, I said, my voice barely above a whisper. I came back, like you asked. The insects coalesced into a vaguely humanoid shape, and the now familiar voice echoed in my mind. Amanda, you have questions. We have answers. But first you must see. The figure gestured towards the depths of the forest, and I felt an overwhelming urge to follow. Swallowing my fear, I nodded and began to walk, the insect swarm guiding my path. As we delved deeper into the woods, the air grew thick with an otherworldly energy. The trees seemed to whisper, their leaves rustling in a wind I couldn't feel. After what felt like hours but could have been minutes, we reached a small clearing bathed in an eerie, pulsating light. In the center of the clearing stood what looked like a massive anthill, but unlike anything I'd ever seen before. It towered at least 15 feet high, its surface crawling with millions of insects that seemed to phase in and out of visibility. What is this place? I asked, my scientific curiosity overriding my fear. The insect figure turned to me, its features constantly shifting. This is a nexus, a point where our world touches yours. Here, we can show you the truth. Before I could respond, the ground beneath my feet began to glow. Geometric patterns etched themselves into the soil, forming complex equations and diagrams that hurt my eyes to look at directly. My God, I breathed, recognition dawning. These are advanced mathematical concepts, quantum mechanics, theories of consciousness. How is this possible? We have existed for millions of years, the voice in my mind explained. We have observed, learned, evolved. What your kind is only beginning to understand, we have known for eons. I knelt down, my hand hovering over the glowing symbols. But why show me this? Why now? The insect figure seemed to sigh, a sound like rustling leaves. Because the balance is shifting. Humans have discovered our existence, but they do not understand. They seek to control, to weaponize. If they succeed, both our worlds will suffer. A chill ran down my spine as I remembered the classified documents I'd stolen. Project Hive, I said. They're trying to harness your intelligence for military purposes. Yes, the voice confirmed, but they do not realize the danger. Our consciousness is not meant to be controlled or divided. To do so would unleash chaos beyond imagining. I stood, my mind reeling with the implications. So what can I do? I'm just one person. How can I stop this? The insect figure approached me, its form rippling. You are more than you know, Amanda. You have a unique ability to bridge our worlds. With your help, we can find a way to coexist, to share knowledge without destruction. Suddenly, the clearing was bathed in harsh light. The whump, whump, whump of helicopter blades shattered the night's stillness. No, I gasped. They found us. How? The insect figure began to dissolve. We must protect the Nexus. You must go. Remember what you've seen. Find the others. Trust your instincts. Wait, I cried. I don't understand. Who are the others? But the figure was gone, the insects disappearing into the earth with impossible speed. I was left alone in the clearing as a voice boomed from above. This is the United States government. You are trespassing in a restricted area. Put your hands in the air and prepare to be detained. My heart raced as I weighed my options. I couldn't let them take me, couldn't let them access the knowledge I'd gained. With a silent apology to the insects, I turned and ran, plunging into the darkest part of the forest. Branches whipped at my face as I sprinted, the sound of pursuit close behind. My lungs burned, but fear and adrenaline pushed me forward. I had no idea where I was going, but something, instinct or perhaps something more, guided my steps. After what felt like an eternity, I burst out of the tree line and found myself at the edge of a cliff. Far below, a river snaked through the valley, its waters black in the moonlight. "Stop right there," a gruff voice commanded. I turned to see a man in a dark suit emerging from the trees, gun aimed at my chest. His face was hidden in shadow, but I could feel the intensity of his gaze. "Please," I said, raising my hands slowly. "You don't understand what's happening. We need to protect them, not exploit them." The man took a step closer. "Dr. Reynolds, you're in possession of classified information. Come with me now and we can sort this out." I shook my head, taking a small step backward. My heel met empty air, and I fought to maintain my balance. "I can't do that. There's too much at stake." The man's grip on his gun tightened. "Don't do anything stupid, Doctor. There's nowhere to go." In that moment, time seemed to slow. I heard the insect's voice in my mind, clear as day. "Trust your instincts." Without allowing myself to think, I turned and leaped off the cliff. The man's shout of surprise was drowned out by the rush of wind as I plummeted towards the river. Just before I hit the water, I felt something impossible. Thousands of tiny bodies swarming around me, slowing my fall. I plunged into the icy river, the shock nearly causing me to gasp. But the insects were there, forming a protective cocoon around me as the current swept me away from my pursuers. As I was carried downstream, my mind raced with questions. Who were the others I needed to find? How could I hope to stop a secret government program? And most importantly, what had I truly become a part of? One thing was clear. My life as I knew it was over. I was now a fugitive caught between two worlds, with the fate of both possibly resting on my shoulders. As the river carried me into the unknown, I made a silent vow. I would find answers. I would protect the insects and their incredible knowledge. And somehow I would find a way to bridge the gap between our species before it was too late. The night enveloped me, and with it, the first chapter of my new life began. The first rays of dawn were breaking through the trees when I finally dragged myself out of the river. My clothes clung to me like a second skin, and every muscle in my body screamed in protest as I collapsed on the muddy bank. For a moment I just lay there, gulping in air and trying to process the events of the past few hours. "You're alive," I muttered to myself, running a hand over my face. Somehow, you're still alive. As if in response, I felt a tingling sensation across my skin. I looked down to see dozens of tiny insects crawling over me, their bodies glistening in the early morning light. They moved with purpose, seeming to assess my condition. "Thank you," I whispered, not entirely sure if they could understand me. "You saved my life back there." The insects formed a pattern on my arm, a simple spiral that pulsed briefly before they dispersed, disappearing into the surrounding vegetation. I took it as a sign of acknowledgement. Groaning, I pushed myself to my feet and took stock of my surroundings. The river had carried me several miles downstream, far from the clearing where I'd encountered the government agents. But I knew I couldn't afford to relax. They'd be searching for me, and I had to keep moving. I reached for my backpack, relieved to find it still securely strapped to my back. The waterproof material had done its job. The classified documents and my research notes were damp but legible. As I rifled through the contents, my hand brushed against something unfamiliar. Frowning, I pulled out a small, metallic object about the size of a coin. It was covered in intricate, swirling patterns that seemed to shift as I looked at them. I had no memory of putting this in my bag. "What the hell are you?" I murmured, turning the object over in my hands. Suddenly, the patterns on the device began to glow with a soft blue light. A holographic display flickered to life above it, showing a map of the surrounding area. A pulsing red dot indicated my location, and a series of green dots appeared at various points on the map. My heart raced as I realized what I was looking at. "The others," I breathed. "This must be how I find them." A twig snapped in the forest behind me, and I whirled around, my body tensing for a fight. But instead of a government agent, I saw a young woman emerge from the trees. She was dressed in hiking gear, her long black hair pulled back in a ponytail. Her eyes widened as she saw me. "Oh my God," she gasped. "Are you okay? You look like you've been through hell." I hesitated, unsure whether to trust this stranger, but something about her felt familiar. Before I could respond, I noticed a faint shimmering around her, almost like an aura. Tiny insects, nearly invisible to the naked eye, swarmed around her in intricate patterns. "You're one of them," I said, my voice barely above a whisper. "One of the others." The woman's expression changed from concern to wariness. "Who are you?" she demanded, taking a step back. "How do you know about that?" I held up my hands in a placating gesture. "My name is Dr. Amanda Reynolds. I'm an entomologist. I've been in contact with them. The insect intelligence." Her eyes narrowed, studying me intently. After a moment, she seemed to come to a decision. "I'm Zoe," she said, "and if what you're saying is true, we need to get out of here. Now." As if on cue, the distant sound of helicopter blades cut through the morning air. Zoe grabbed my arm, pulling me into the cover of the trees. "Come on," she hissed. "I know a place we can hide." We ran through the forest, ducking under low-hanging branches and leaping over fallen logs. Despite my exhaustion, I found myself keeping pace with Zoe, my body seeming to move with an unnatural grace and agility. After what felt like hours but was probably only minutes, we reached a small, well-hidden cave entrance. Zoe ushered me inside, then carefully arranged some brush to conceal the opening. The cave was cool and damp, lit by an eerie bioluminescent fungus that clung to the walls. As my eyes adjusted to the dim light, I saw that the cave was larger than it first appeared, stretching back into the darkness. "What is this place?" I asked, my voice echoing slightly. Zoe sat down on a flat rock, gesturing for me to do the same. "It's a safe haven," she explained, "one of many scattered across the country. We use them to hide from those who would exploit our connection." I sank down onto another rock, wincing as my battered body protested. "So, there are more of you? More people who can communicate with the insects?" Zoe nodded. "We call ourselves the Awakened. We're few in number, but growing. Each of us has a unique ability that manifests through our connection to the hive mind." "Hive mind," I repeated, the term sending a shiver down my spine. "That's what the government is after. Project Hive." Zoe's eyes widened. "You know about that? How?" I reached into my backpack and pulled out the classified documents, handing them to her. As she leafed through them, her expression grew increasingly grim. "This is worse than we thought," she muttered. "They're closer to weaponizing the hive mind than we realized." "But why?" I asked. "What could they possibly hope to gain?" Zoe looked up at me, her eyes intense. "Imagine an army that moves with perfect coordination, that can process information and adapt strategies in real time. Soldiers linked by a hive mind would be nearly unstoppable." The implications hit me like a physical blow. "My God," I breathed. "But from what I've seen, the hive mind isn't something that can be controlled or divided like that. The consequences could be catastrophic." Zoe nodded gravely. "Exactly. That's why we've been working to protect the secret, to find others like us who can help maintain the balance." A thought struck me. "The device," I said, pulling out the small metallic object. "This is how you find each other, isn't it?" Zoe's eyes widened as she saw the device. "Where did you get that? Those are incredibly rare." I shook my head. "I don't know. It just appeared in my bag. I think the insects might have given it to me." Zoe reached out, her fingers brushing against the device. As she touched it, the holographic display sprang to life again, this time showing a complex network of interconnected nodes. "This is incredible," Zoe murmured. "I've never seen one with this level of detail before. Amanda, do you realize what this means?" I shook my head, still struggling to process everything. "It means you're not just an observer anymore," Zoe explained. "You've been chosen. The hive mind has accepted you as one of us." The weight of her words settled over me like a heavy blanket. "But I'm not. I don't have any special abilities. I'm just a scientist." Zoe smiled, a knowing look in her eyes. "Are you sure about that? Think about how you escaped, how you've been moving through the forest. Haven't you noticed anything different?" As she spoke, I became acutely aware of the insects around us. I could sense them, not just with my eyes or ears, but with some new, impossible sense. I could feel their movements, their intentions, almost as if they were extensions of my own body. "Oh my God," I whispered, looking down at my hands in wonder. "What's happening to me?" Zoe stood, offering me her hand. "You're evolving, Amanda, and we need your help. The balance between our world and theirs is more fragile than ever. Will you join us?" I stared at her outstretched hand, my mind reeling with the implications of what she was offering. Everything I'd known, my entire life's work, had led me to this moment. I thought of the wonders I'd seen, the secrets I'd uncovered, and the dangers that loomed on the horizon. Taking a deep breath, I reached out and grasped Zoe's hand. I'm in, I said, my voice steady despite the fear and excitement coursing through me. What's our next move? Zoe's smile widened. Now, she said, we find the others, and we prepare for the fight of our lives. As if in response to her words, the insects around us began to move with renewed purpose. I could feel their determination, their readiness for whatever challenges lay ahead. And for the first time since this wild journey began, I felt a sense of true belonging. The cave seemed to pulse with energy as Zoe and I began to plan our next steps. Outside, the world was changing, evolving in ways beyond imagination, and I was now at the very heart of it all. The cave hummed with an otherworldly energy as Zoe and I huddled over the holographic map projected by the mysterious device. Green dots pulsed at various locations across the country, each representing one of the awakened. There are more of us than I realized, I murmured, my eyes tracing the intricate web of connections between the dots. Zoe nodded, her face illuminated by the soft blue glow. We've been growing in number, but so have our enemies. The government isn't the only group after us. A chill ran down my spine. What do you mean? Before Zoe could answer, a low rumble echoed through the cave. Dust and small pebbles rained down from the ceiling as the ground beneath us shuddered. Shit, Zoe hissed, shutting off the device. They've found us. We need to move, now. We scrambled to our feet, gathering our meager supplies. As we rushed towards the cave entrance, I felt a strange tingling sensation at the base of my skull. Suddenly, my vision blurred, and I was overwhelmed by a flood of sensory input. I could feel every insect within a mile radius, their movements, their intentions, and through their eyes, I saw what was coming for us. Zoe, wait. I grabbed her arm, pulling her back from the entrance. There's a team outside, heavily armed. They've got the cave surrounded. Zoe's eyes widened. How do you know that? I tapped the side of my head. I can see through them. The insects. It's like I'm connected to all of them at once. A smile flickered across Zoe's face. Your ability is manifesting. Good timing. Another tremor shook the cave, stronger this time. Cracks began to spiderweb across the ceiling. They're using some kind of sonic weapon, I said, the knowledge coming to me through the hive mind. Trying to flush us out or bury us alive. Zoe's expression hardened. Not if I have anything to say about it. She closed her eyes, her face a mask of concentration. The air around us began to vibrate, and I watched in awe as thousands of insects poured into the cave from hidden crevices. They swarmed together, forming a living barrier across the entrance. That won't hold them for long, Zoe said, her voice strained. We need another way out. I closed my eyes, reaching out with my newfound senses. Through the collective awareness of the insects, I explored every inch of the cave system. There, I said, pointing to a narrow fissure at the back of the cave. It leads to an underground river. We might be able to squeeze through. Zoe nodded, sweat beading on her forehead as she maintained the insect barrier. Lead the way. We made our way to the fissure, the sound of gunfire and shouting growing louder behind us. I went first, sucking in my breath as I squeezed through the narrow opening. Sharp rocks scraped against my skin, but I pushed on, driven by a desperate need to survive. After what felt like an eternity, the passage widened, and I found myself on a narrow ledge above an underground river. The roar of rushing water filled the cavern. Zoe, I called back. We're through. Moments later, Zoe emerged from the fissure looking battered but determined. They've breached the entrance, she panted. We don't have much time. A distant explosion rocked the cavern, sending a shower of rocks and debris into the river below. We have to jump, I said, eyeing the churning water. It's our only chance. Zoe nodded grimly. Together? I reached out and took her hand. Together. We leapt from the ledge just as another explosion shook the cavern. The icy water hit me like a physical blow, knocking the air from my lungs. The current grabbed us, pulling us deeper into the earth. As we were swept along, I felt the presence of the hive mind grow stronger. The insects in the water formed a protective cocoon around us, guiding us through the treacherous underground rapids. After what felt like hours but was probably only minutes, we were spat out into a larger body of water. Gasping and spluttering, we swam to the shore of what appeared to be an underground lake. As we dragged ourselves onto the rocky beach, the magnitude of what had just happened hit me. I started to laugh, a hysterical edge to the sound. "We're alive," I gasped between bouts of laughter. "How the hell are we still alive?" Zoe managed a weak smile. "Welcome to life as one of the awakened. It's never dull." As our laughter subsided, I became aware of a soft, pulsing light emanating from deeper within the cavern. "Zoe," I whispered, "do you see that?" She nodded, her expression a mixture of awe and trepidation. "I've never seen anything like it." We stood, our bodies protesting after the ordeal we'd just been through, and made our way towards the light. As we drew closer, I realized the glow was coming from a vast network of bioluminescent fungi that covered the walls and ceiling of the cavern. But it wasn't just beautiful. It was alive with information. Patterns flowed through the network, reminiscent of the equations and diagrams I'd seen in the forest clearing. "It's some kind of data storage system," I breathed, reaching out to touch the glowing fungi. As my fingers made contact, a jolt of electricity shot through me. Suddenly, my mind was flooded with images and information. I saw the history of the Earth from the perspective of the insect hive mind. Millions of years of evolution, adaptation, and silent observation of the rise of humanity. I saw the first contact between humans and the hive mind, centuries ago. Shamans and mystics who learned to communicate with the insects, who glimpsed the vast intelligence that permeated the natural world. And I saw the future, possible futures, branching out like the mycelial networks before us. Some were bright with the promise of cooperation between humans and the hive mind. Others were dark, filled with war and destruction as humanity sought to control what it didn't understand. "Amanda!" Zoe's voice snapped me back to reality. I realized I had fallen to my knees, tears streaming down my face. "What did you see?" she asked, helping me to my feet. I shook my head, struggling to put the experience into words. "Everything," I whispered. "The past, the future. Zoe, we're on the cusp of something monumental. The choices we make now will determine the fate of both our species." Zoe's expression grew solemn. "Then we better make the right choices." A low hum filled the cavern, and the bioluminescent network began to pulse with increased intensity. Words formed in my mind, not in any human language, but in concepts and emotions that I somehow understood. "We need to find the others," I said, the certainty of the hive mind flowing through me. "All of the awakened. It's time to come together." Zoe nodded, a fierce determination in her eyes. "Where do we start?" I closed my eyes, letting the knowledge from the fungal network wash over me. When I opened them again, I knew our path forward with absolute clarity. "New Mexico," I said. "There's a place in the desert where the veil between our world and theirs is thin. We'll gather there and make our stand." As if in response to my words, the insects around us began to move with renewed purpose. They formed intricate patterns in the air, a living map showing us the way forward. Zoe squeezed my hand. "Lead the way, Dr. Reynolds. The fate of two worlds is in our hands." As we set off into the unknown, guided by the ancient wisdom of the hive mind, I felt a mix of terror and exhilaration. Whatever challenges lay ahead, whatever enemies we would face, I knew one thing for certain: nothing would ever be the same again. The adventure that had begun in the Ozark forest had now become a quest to save not just humanity, but the very fabric of life on Earth. And somehow, improbably, I found myself at the center of it all. As we made our way through the twisting caverns, the words of the hive mind echoed in my thoughts. The balance must be maintained. The old agreements must be honored. The awakening has begun. The New Mexico desert stretched before us, an endless sea of sand and scrub brush shimmering in the oppressive heat. Zoe and I had been driving for hours, our stolen pickup truck kicking up dust as we followed a path only I could see. "Are you sure we're going the right way?" Zoe asked, squinting against the glare of the sun. "It all looks the same out here." I nodded, my eyes fixed on the horizon. "I can feel it. We're close." The connection to the hive mind had grown stronger with each mile we traveled west. It thrummed in the back of my skull, a constant presence guiding our way. But it wasn't just direction it provided. With each passing day, I found my abilities growing, evolving in ways I could barely comprehend. As if to demonstrate, I reached out with my mind, feeling the vibrations of countless insects buried in the sand around us. With a thought, I called to them and the desert came alive. Zoe gasped as a swarm of locusts rose from the ground, forming a swirling tornado of wings and bodies that engulfed our truck. "Jesus, Amanda," she breathed. "Warn a girl next time, will you?" I couldn't help but smile. "Sorry, I'm still getting used to this." The locust swarm dispersed as quickly as it had formed, disappearing back into the desert. But its purpose had been served. I'd used their eyes to scout the area ahead, and what I saw made my heart race. "Stop the truck," I said urgently. "We need to go the rest of the way on foot." Zoe pulled over, eyeing me warily. "What did you see?" "Trouble," I replied, grabbing my backpack from the truck bed. "There's a military checkpoint about 2 miles ahead. They're stopping every vehicle that comes through." Zoe swore under her breath. "How did they find us so quickly?" I shook my head. "I don't think they're looking for us specifically, but they know something's going on out here. We need to be careful." We set off across the desert, the sun beating down mercilessly. Despite the heat, I felt a sense of growing anticipation. We were close to our destination. I could feel it in my bones. After an hour of trudging through the sand, we crested a small rise and I stopped short. Before us, nestled in a small valley, was a cluster of ancient Pueblo ruins. But it wasn't the ruins themselves that caught my attention. It was the shimmering distortion in the air above them, like heat waves, but more substantial. "Is that?" Zoe began. I nodded. "The veil. The boundary between our world and theirs." As we approached the ruins, the air grew thick with tension. The very fabric of reality seemed to warp and twist around us. And then as we stepped into the shadow of an ancient wall, everything changed. The desert fell away, replaced by a vast, alien landscape. The sky above us was a swirling mass of colors I had no names for. Strange, crystalline structures rose from the ground, pulsing with an inner light. And everywhere, as far as the eye could see, were insects, billions upon billions of them, moving in perfect synchronicity, forming patterns and structures of impossible complexity. "Oh my God," Zoe whispered, her voice filled with awe. "Where are we?" Before I could answer, a figure stepped out from behind one of the crystal structures. It was humanoid in shape, but its body was composed entirely of swarming insects, constantly shifting and reforming. "Welcome, awakened ones," the figure said, its voice resonating directly in our minds. "We have been expecting you." I stepped forward, my heart pounding. "Who are you? What is this place?" The figure's form rippled, insects dispersing and reassembling. "I am a nexus, a point of connection between your world and ours. This place exists in the space between realities, a manifestation of the hive mind itself." Zoe moved closer to me, her eyes wide. "Why have you brought us here?" "Because the balance is in danger," the Nexus replied. "The barriers between our worlds are weakening. If they collapse entirely, both realms will be destroyed." A chill ran down my spine. "The government's experiments," I said. "Project Hive. They're trying to weaponize the connection to the hive mind." The Nexus nodded, its form shimmering. "Yes, but they do not understand the forces they are tampering with. Their actions threaten to tear apart the very fabric of reality." "So what can we do?" I asked, feeling the weight of responsibility settling on my shoulders. The Nexus gestured, and the air around us filled with holographic images. I saw other awakened individuals scattered across the globe, each with their own unique abilities. You must gather the others, the Nexus said. Together you have the power to reinforce the barriers, to maintain the balance between our worlds. Zoe frowned. But how? We're being hunted. And even if we could find the others, how can we hope to stand against the military? The Nexus turned to me, its insectoid features somehow conveying a sense of urgency. Amanda, you have been chosen for a reason. Your connection to the hive mind is stronger than any we have seen in centuries. You have the potential to bridge our worlds, to communicate our needs to humanity. I shook my head, overwhelmed. I'm just a scientist. I don't know how to do any of this. You will learn, the Nexus assured me. But you must act quickly. Even now, your pursuers draw near. As if on cue, a distant rumbling filled the air. The crystalline structures around us began to vibrate, and cracks appeared in the alien sky. They're breaching the veil, the Nexus said, its form beginning to disintegrate. You must go. Remember what you have seen here. The fate of both our worlds depends on you. Before we could protest, the alien landscape dissolved around us. We found ourselves back in the desert, standing among the Pueblo ruins. But something had changed. I could still see faint traces of the other realm, ghostly afterimages superimposed over reality. Zoe grabbed my arm. Amanda, look. I turned to see a convoy of military vehicles approaching in the distance, kicking up massive clouds of dust. Run, I yelled, pulling Zoe towards a narrow gap between two crumbling walls. As we fled, I reached out with my mind, calling to the insects of the desert. They responded immediately, rising from the sand in a massive living wave. Holy shit, Zoe gasped as we ran. Are you doing that? I nodded, concentrating on directing the swarm. I'm buying us some time. We reached the far side of the ruins, just as the sound of shouting and gunfire erupted behind us. I risked a glance back and saw the military vehicles engulfed in a writhing mass of insects, soldiers swatting frantically at the air. There! Zoe pointed to a narrow ravine cutting through the desert floor. We can lose them in there. We half ran, half slid down into the ravine, the rough stones scraping our hands and knees. Above us, I could hear the angry buzz of helicopters joining the search. As we huddled in the shadow of the ravine, catching our breath, the full weight of our situation hit me. What are we going to do? I whispered. How can we possibly find the others and stop this? Zoe took my hand, her grip firm and reassuring. We'll figure it out. We have to. You heard what the Nexus said. You're special, Amanda. If anyone can do this, it's you. I closed my eyes, reaching out to the hive mind. And there, beneath the chaos and fear, I felt something else. A spark of hope, a sense of purpose. You're right, I said, opening my eyes and meeting Zoe's gaze. We can do this. We have to. The sound of vehicles and shouting voices grew closer. We couldn't stay here much longer. So, Zoe said, a hint of a smile on her face despite the danger. What's our next move? Oh, chosen one. I took a deep breath, letting the knowledge of the hive mind flow through me. West, I said with certainty. We need to go west. There's someone we need to find in California. Another awakened, but different, powerful. Zoe nodded. All right then. West it is. Let's just hope your new insect friends can cause enough of a distraction for us to slip away. As if in response, the air above the ravine filled with the beating of countless wings. I smiled, feeling the collective determination of the swarm. Oh, I think they're up to the task, I said. Are you ready? Zoe squeezed my hand. Ready as I'll ever be. Let's save the world, Dr. Reynolds. With that, we emerged from our hiding place, the desert sun blinding after the darkness of the ravine. As we ran, a living cloud of insects descended upon our pursuers, buying us the precious time we needed to escape. The next chapter of our journey was beginning, and with it, the real fight to save both our world and the realm of the hive mind. Whatever challenges lay ahead, I knew one thing for certain: nothing would ever be the same again. The San Francisco skyline loomed before us, a forest of glass and steel rising from the bay. After days of dodging military patrols and sleeping in abandoned buildings, the sight of the bustling city was both a relief and a new source of anxiety. "Are you sure about this?" Zoe asked, her eyes darting nervously from one pedestrian to another as we made our way down Market Street. "We're kind of exposed here." I nodded, trying to project more confidence than I felt. The hive mind was clear. Our next awakened is here, in the heart of Silicon Valley. As we walked, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Not by the government agents we'd been fleeing, but by something else. Something older and far more vast. The insects of the city, from the ants scurrying along the sidewalk to the flies buzzing around street vendors' carts, all seemed to be aware of our presence. We turned down a side street, and I felt a sudden pull, like an invisible hand tugging at my consciousness. "This way," I murmured, leading Zoe towards a nondescript office building. The lobby was empty save for a bored-looking security guard who barely glanced up from his phone as we entered. We took the elevator to the top floor, my heart pounding with each passing floor. When the doors opened, we found ourselves in a stark white hallway. At the end stood a single door with no markings, no nameplate, nothing to indicate what lay beyond. Zoe raised an eyebrow. "Well, this isn't ominous at all." Before I could respond, the door swung open on its own. A voice, neither male nor female, called out from within. "Enter, awakened ones. I've been expecting you." We shared a nervous glance before stepping inside. The room beyond was a stark contrast to the sterile hallway. Every surface was covered in screens, holographic displays, and tangles of wires. In the center of this technological maelstrom sat a figure in a high-backed chair, their features obscured by a sleek VR headset. "Welcome, Amanda Reynolds and Zoe Chen," the figure said, their voice modulated and artificial. "I am the Oracle." I stepped forward, my scientific curiosity warring with my growing unease. "You're the awakened we've been seeking." The Oracle chuckled, the sound oddly distorted. "In a manner of speaking, my connection to the hive mind manifests differently than yours." With a gesture, the Oracle brought the surrounding screens to life. Each displayed a different feed: news broadcasts, social media streams, classified military communications. "I see everything," the Oracle continued. "Every digital signal, every electronic pulse. The insects are the neurons of the planet's brain, but I am its eyes and ears." Zoe moved closer, her gaze flicking from screen to screen. "So you know what's coming, what we're up against?" The Oracle nodded, their fingers dancing across an unseen keyboard. "The government's Project Hive is more advanced than you realize. They've managed to create a rudimentary artificial hive mind, a perversion of the natural order." My blood ran cold. "What does that mean? What are they planning?" In response, one of the larger screens flickered to life, showing grainy footage of what looked like a military base. Soldiers moved with an unnatural synchronicity, their movements too precise, too coordinated. "They've begun field tests," the Oracle explained, linking soldiers through their artificial network. "But it's unstable, prone to cascading failures." The footage changed, showing a squad of linked soldiers suddenly turning on each other, tearing themselves apart in a frenzy of violence. Zoe turned away, her face pale. "Jesus, we have to stop this." The Oracle's head tilted, an oddly human gesture despite their cybernetic appearance. "Yes, but not in the way you might think. The government's actions have weakened the barriers between our world and the realm of the hive mind. If they aren't stopped, both realities will collapse." I thought back to the alien landscape we'd glimpsed in the desert, the Nexus's warnings. How do we stop it? We're just two people against the entire military-industrial complex. The Oracle's fingers danced across their invisible keyboard once more. The screens around us changed, showing faces, dozens of them, scattered across the globe. "You're not alone," the Oracle said. "These are the other awakened, each with their own unique connection to the hive mind. Together you have the power to reinforce the barriers, to push back against the artificial network." Zoe leaned in, studying the faces. "How do we find them? We've been on the run for weeks. We can't exactly send out invitations." The Oracle reached up, finally removing their VR headset. The face beneath was surprisingly young, androgynous, with eyes that seemed to flicker with lines of code. "That's where I come in," they said, their natural voice soft but intense. "I can guide you to the others, help you stay ahead of your pursuers. But be warned, gathering the awakened will not go unnoticed. The forces aligned against you will stop at nothing to prevent it." I felt the weight of responsibility settling on my shoulders once more. What choice do we have? If we do nothing, both worlds are doomed. The Oracle nodded, a hint of a smile on their face. Spoken like a true leader of the awakened, Dr. Reynolds. Before I could protest that I was no leader, alarms began blaring throughout the building. The Oracle's eyes widened, lines of code scrolling across their irises. "They've found us," they said, urgency in their voice. "You need to go. Now." Zoe was already moving towards the door. "What about you? We can't just leave you here." The Oracle shook their head, redonning their VR headset. "My physical form is irrelevant. I exist in the network. Go. I'll cover your escape and contact you when it's safe." As if to emphasize the point, the building shook with a muffled explosion. The sound of booted feet and shouted orders echoed from the hallway outside. "Amanda, come on!" Zoe yelled, grabbing my arm. I hesitated for just a moment, looking back at the Oracle. "Thank you," I said, "for everything." The Oracle's modulated voice followed us as we fled. "Remember, Dr. Reynolds, the fate of two worlds rests in your hands. Trust in the hive mind. Trust in yourself." We burst out of the office just as a squad of heavily armed soldiers rounded the corner. Without thinking, I reached out to the hive mind, feeling the presence of every insect in the building. "Cover your face," I shouted to Zoe as I unleashed a swarm unlike anything I'd managed before. The air filled with buzzing wings and chitinous bodies. Cockroaches poured from the walls, flies descended in choking clouds, and armies of ants swarmed across the floor. The soldiers' shouts of surprise turned to screams of panic. In the chaos, Zoe and I slipped past them, racing for the stairwell. We took the steps 3 at a time, the sounds of pursuit growing more distant with each floor we descended. We burst out of a fire exit into a back alley, gulping in the relatively fresh air. In the distance, sirens wailed. "What now?" Zoe panted, bent over with her hands on her knees. I closed my eyes, reaching out to the hive mind. And there, beneath the panic and adrenaline, I felt it. A pull, a direction. "East," I said, opening my eyes. "We need to go east. There's another awakened waiting for us." Zoe straightened up, a determined look on her face despite her exhaustion. "All right then. East it is. Let's just hope your insect friends can buy us enough time to get out of the city." As we set off down the alley, a small swarm of flies formed a protective cloud around us. I couldn't help but smile, feeling the collective determination of the hive mind. "Oh, I think they're up to the task," I said. "Are you ready for the next chapter of this insane journey?" Zoe laughed, a sound of both fear and exhilaration. "Ready as I'll ever be. Lead on, Bug Whisperer." As we disappeared into the labyrinth of San Francisco's back streets, I couldn't shake the Oracle's final words. The fate of two worlds rested in our hands. It was a terrifying thought, but also exhilarating. For the first time since this wild adventure began, I felt like we had a real chance. The next leg of our journey awaited, and with it, new allies, new powers, and challenges we couldn't begin to imagine. But whatever lay ahead, I knew one thing for certain. We would face it together, humans and insects united against the coming storm. The Greyhound bus rumbled down the highway, cutting through the night like a tarnished bullet. Zoe and I sat near the back, our nerves frayed from days of constant vigilance. The steady drone of the engine and the soft snores of our fellow passengers did little to ease the tension coiled in my gut. "Any word from our digital friend?" Zoe whispered, her eyes scanning the other passengers for the 100th time. I shook my head, absently rubbing the burner phone the Oracle had provided us before our hasty escape from San Francisco. Nothing yet, but they said they'd contact us when it was safe. As if on cue, the phone buzzed in my hand. A single text message appeared on the screen. Des Moines, 4158TR, Order N, 93.6250W. Hurry. Zoe leaned in, reading the message over my shoulder. Iowa? What the hell is in Iowa? I closed my eyes, reaching out to the hive mind. Even here, speeding down a highway in the middle of the night, I could feel the presence of countless insects. Their collective consciousness whispered to me, painting a picture of what lay ahead. Another awakened, I murmured, opening my eyes. Someone powerful. And something else. Something big is about to happen there. Zoe's expression hardened. Something big as in good for us, or big as in we're all going to die? I wished I could give her a reassuring answer, but the truth was I had no idea. The hive mind's warnings were becoming more urgent, more chaotic. It was like trying to listen to 1,000 radio stations at once, each broadcasting a different emergency alert. I guess we'll find out when we get there, I said, trying to inject some confidence into my voice. The rest of the journey passed in a blur of truck stops and changing landscapes. As we crossed into Iowa, I felt a shift in the energy around us. The insects of the Midwest were different from those we'd encountered before, hardier, more numerous, and they were all moving with a singular purpose, converging on Des Moines. We arrived in the city just as dawn was breaking, the sky a sickly greenish-gray that set my teeth on edge. The air felt heavy, charged with an electric tension that had nothing to do with the weather. "Amanda," Zoe said, her voice tight with worry, "look at the sky." I followed her gaze and felt my heart skip a beat. Dark clouds were gathering on the horizon, swirling in a way that defied natural weather patterns. And within those clouds, I could see flashes of movement, millions of insects all swarming together. "We need to move," I said, grabbing our meager luggage. "Whatever's going to happen, it's starting now." We made our way through the mostly empty streets, following the pull of the hive mind. It led us to a sprawling park in the heart of the city, where a solitary figure stood beneath an ancient oak tree. As we approached, I felt a surge of energy unlike anything I'd experienced before. The woman under the tree turned to face us, and I gasped. Her eyes were a shifting kaleidoscope of insect wings, her skin seeming to ripple with the movement of countless tiny bodies just beneath the surface. "Welcome, sister," she said, her voice a harmonious buzz. "I am Cassandra. We've been waiting for you." Zoe tensed beside me, her hand instinctively reaching for the weapon she'd started carrying since San Francisco. "We? Who's we?" Cassandra smiled, and the air around her shimmered with the movement of invisible wings. "The swarm, of course, the true hive mind, not that pale imitation the government has created." I took a step forward, drawn by an irresistible pull. "You're like me, and awakened." "Oh, child," Cassandra laughed, the sound like the rustling of a million tiny legs. "I am what you might become if you embrace your true nature. I am one with the swarm, as you could be." Before I could respond, a deafening crack of thunder split the air. The unnatural storm was upon us, the swirling clouds now directly overhead. I could see them clearly now, billions of insects, all moving as one, forming shapes and patterns of impossible complexity. "What is this?" I shouted over the rising wind. "What's happening?" Cassandra's expression turned grim. "The veil between worlds is tearing, Amanda. The government's experiments have weakened the barriers beyond repair. If we don't act now, both realms will collapse into chaos." As if to emphasize her point, the air around us began to shimmer and distort. For brief, terrifying moments, I caught glimpses of that alien landscape we'd seen in the New Mexico desert, crystal spires and impossible geometries bleeding through into our reality. Zoe grabbed my arm, her eyes wide with fear. "Amanda, what do we do?" I turned to Cassandra, desperation clawing at my throat. "Tell me, how do we stop this?" The older woman's eyes softened, filled with a mixture of pity and resolve. "We don't stop it, child. We guide it. The convergence of worlds is inevitable now, but we can shape it, mold it into something new. A reality where humans and insects exist in true symbiosis." She held out her hand, and I watched in fascination as it seemed to dissolve into a swarm of tiny beetles, then reform. But to do that, you must fully embrace your connection to the hive mind. You must become one with the swarm. I hesitated, the scientist in me recoiling at the idea of losing my individuality. But another part of me, the part that had been growing stronger with each passing day, yearned for that connection. "Amanda, don't," Zoe pleaded, sensing my internal struggle. "We'll find another way." Cassandra shook her head, her form flickering between human and swarm. "There is no other way. The choice is simple. Evolve or perish." The storm above us intensified, the very fabric of reality groaning under the strain. In the distance I could hear sirens and the sounds of panic as the citizens of Des Moines awoke to the impossible. I closed my eyes, reaching out to the hive mind one last time, and there, in the chaos and the fear, I felt something else. Hope. A vision of a future where humanity and nature existed in perfect balance, where the barriers between worlds were bridges instead of walls. "I understand now," I whispered, opening my eyes. I turned to Zoe, my heart breaking at the fear in her eyes. "I'm sorry, but this is bigger than us, bigger than anything we could have imagined." Before she could stop me, I stepped forward and took Cassandra's outstretched hand. The moment our skin touched, I felt a rush of energy unlike anything I'd ever experienced. My consciousness expanded, merging with the billions of tiny minds that made up the swarm. I was everywhere and nowhere, seeing through compound eyes and feeling the electric pulse of pheromone communications. I was the swarm, and the swarm was me. Through our collective awareness, I could see the full scope of what was happening. The governments of the world scrambling to respond to a threat they couldn't comprehend. The other awakened, scattered across the globe, each playing their part in this cosmic dance. And at the center of it all, the tear in reality, growing larger by the second. But now, with the full power of the swarm at my command, I could see how to shape it, how to guide the merging of worlds into something beautiful rather than catastrophic. "Amanda!" Zoe's voice cut through the cacophony of the hive mind. I turned to see her, my perception altered now. I could see the potential in her, the dormant connection to the swarm that existed in all humans. "It's all right," I said, my voice a chorus of buzzing wings. "I understand now. This is how we save both worlds." I held out my hand, now shimmering with the forms of countless insects. "Join us, Zoe. Be part of something greater than yourself." Zoe stared at my outstretched hand, tears streaming down her face. The storm raged around us, reality itself groaning at the seams. In that moment, balanced on the knife edge between two worlds, the fate of everything hung in the balance. "Trust me," I said, pouring all my love and conviction into those two words. And as Zoe reached out to take my hand, the world around us exploded into a symphony of wings and chitinous bodies. The swarm enveloped us, and together, we rose to meet the coming storm. The old world was ending, but a new one was about to be born, and we would be its architects, the bridge between humanity and the vast, ancient intelligence of the hive mind. As we ascended into the maelstrom, I caught one last glimpse of the city below, already transforming into something new and wonderful. The adventure that had begun in the Ozark Forest had led us here, to the dawn of a new age. Whatever challenges lay ahead, we would face them together, not as individuals, but as part of something far greater. The true awakening had only just begun. The world had changed. In the weeks following what the media dubbed the convergence, humanity struggled to come to terms with its new reality. Cities around the globe had been transformed, organic structures of chitin and silk intertwining with steel and concrete. The sky itself seemed different, shimmering with the constant movement of insect swarms that now served as a living communication network. I stood atop what was once the Willis Tower in Chicago, my form shifting between human and swarm as I surveyed the new landscape. Zoe stood beside me, her eyes reflecting the same kaleidoscope of insect wings that mine did. "It's beautiful," she murmured, her voice carrying the harmonious buzz of the hive mind. "Terrifying, but beautiful." I nodded, feeling the pulse of millions of tiny lives coursing through me. "The integration is proceeding faster than we anticipated. Most of the major population centers have accepted the change. But even as I spoke, I could feel pockets of resistance across the globe. Humans who refused to accept the new order, who saw our transformation as an invasion rather than an evolution. A familiar presence brushed against my consciousness. Cassandra, communicating from halfway across the world. "Amanda," her voice echoed in my mind. "We have a problem. The remnants of the old governments are mobilizing. They're planning to strike against the hive nodes." I frowned, reaching out with my expanded senses. Sure enough, I could feel the movement of military forces, the activation of weapon systems that had lain dormant since the convergence. "They don't understand," I said, my voice heavy with sadness. "They think they can put the genie back in the bottle." Zoe turned to me, her expression grim. "What do? We can't let them destroy everything we've built." I closed my eyes, communing with the vast intelligence of the hive mind. In an instant, I saw 1,000 possible futures, branching out like the roots of a great tree. Most led to destruction, a war between the old world and the new that would leave both in ruins. But there was one path, narrow and treacherous, that led to a future of true harmony. "We need to show them," I said, opening my eyes. "Not tell them, not force them, but show them what we've become, what they could become." Zoe raised an eyebrow, a human gesture that seemed almost quaint now. "And how do we do that?" I held out my hand, watching as it dissolved into a swarm of iridescent beetles before reforming. "We go to them, to the heart of their resistance, and we open ourselves up completely." "That's insane," Zoe protested. "They'll kill us on sight." I shook my head, a smile playing on my lips. "No, they won't. Because we won't go as conquerors or monsters. We'll go as what we truly are. Human beings who have embraced something greater than themselves." With a thought, I reached out to the other awakened scattered across the globe. Their responses came instantly, a chorus of agreement and support flooding through the hive mind. "It's decided then," I said. "We make our stand in Washington, D.C." The journey to the capital took mere hours, our new forms allowing us to travel with the speed and efficiency of the insect swarms we now commanded. As we approached the city, I could feel the fear and tension radiating from the humans below. Washington had been one of the few major cities to resist the convergence, its streets still largely unchanged, save for the military checkpoints and anti-air defenses that now dotted the landscape. As our swarm descended towards the National Mall, alarms began to blare. "Hold steady," I communicated to the others. "Remember, we're not here to fight." We reformed into our human shapes on the steps of the Lincoln Memorial, facing a line of tanks and heavily armed soldiers. I could see the terror in their eyes, mixed with determination and hatred. A voice boomed out over a loudspeaker. "This is your only warning. Leave immediately or we will open fire." I took a step forward, my hands raised in a gesture of peace. "We're not here to fight," I called out. "We're here to talk, to show you the truth." For a moment, nothing happened. Then, a figure emerged from behind the line of tanks, a man in a rumpled suit that I recognized as the Secretary of Defense. "Truth?" he spat. You mean the truth of how you and your kind have destroyed our world? Turned people into monsters? I shook my head, taking another step forward. Behind me, I could feel Zoe and the others tensing, ready to act if things went south. We haven't destroyed anything, I said, my voice carrying clearly across the mall. We've evolved, become something greater than we were, and we want to show you how. The secretary scoffed. And why should we trust you? In response, I let my form dissolve partially, my arms becoming swarms of butterflies that fluttered gently towards the soldiers. I heard gasps and the clicking of weapons being raised, but no one fired. Because we're still human, I said. We still feel, we still love, we still hope. We've just expanded what that means. I could feel the confusion and fear radiating from the humans before us. But underneath that, I sensed something else. Curiosity. Wonder. The same hunger for knowledge that had driven me when I first encountered the hive mind. Slowly, cautiously, I approached the secretary. The soldiers parted, whether out of fear or fascination, I couldn't tell. Let me show you, I said softly, holding out my hand. Just for a moment. Experience what we've become. The secretary hesitated, beads of sweat forming on his brow. I could practically see the war raging behind his eyes. Duty versus curiosity, fear versus hope. Finally, with a shaky breath, he reached out and took my hand. The moment our skin touched, I opened my mind fully, letting him experience the vast consciousness of the hive mind. I felt his shock, his awe, his terror at the sheer scale of what he was feeling. And then, gradually, I felt something else. Understanding, acceptance, wonder. When I finally broke the connection, the secretary staggered back, his eyes wide and brimming with tears. My God, he whispered. It's beautiful. A murmur ran through the gathered soldiers. I could feel the shift in the air, the change in their collective emotional state. This is what we're offering, I said, raising my voice to address everyone present. Not conquest, not destruction, but evolution. A chance to be part of something greater than ourselves while still retaining our humanity. The secretary turned to his men, his voice shaky but firm. Stand down, all of you, stand down. As the soldiers lowered their weapons, I felt a wave of relief wash over me. It wasn't a complete victory. I knew there would still be resistance, still be challenges to overcome. But it was a start. Over the next few hours, more officials arrived, senators, generals, even the president himself. One by one, they experienced the touch of the hive mind, and one by one, they began to understand. As the sun set over the National Mall, casting long shadows across the transformed landscape, I stood with Zoe and watched as the first tendrils of our new world began to take root in the heart of the old order. Do you think it will last? Zoe asked, her hand finding mine. I squeezed her hand, feeling the pulse of our shared consciousness. I don't know, I admitted. But I do know that we've given them a choice, a real choice. And that's more than we had before. As night fell, the sky above Washington came alive with the shimmering forms of millions of insects, their patterns forming a new kind of stars, a new constellation for a new age. The road ahead would be long and fraught with challenges. But as I stood there, feeling the heartbeat of two worlds now inextricably linked, I felt something I hadn't experienced in a long time. Hope. The convergence had been just the beginning. The true work of building our new world was only just starting. But together, humans and insects, individuals and hive mind, I knew we could face whatever the future might bring. As the last light faded from the sky, I closed my eyes and reached out, feeling the pulse of life across the globe. And for the first time since this wild journey began, I felt truly, completely at peace. 6 months had passed since that fateful day in Washington, D.C., and the world continued its metamorphosis. Cities across the globe pulsed with new life, organic structures intertwining with the remnants of human civilization. The air hummed with the constant chatter of billions of insects, a living network that connected humanity in ways never before imagined. But with great change comes great resistance, and not everyone embraced our new reality with open arms. I stood atop the newly transformed Empire State Building, my form flickering between human and swarm as I surveyed the glittering expanse of New York City. Zoe materialized beside me, her presence a comforting buzz in the back of my mind. "Another sanctuary city," she said, her voice carrying an undercurrent of concern. "That's the third one this week." I nodded, feeling the weight of responsibility settle on my shoulders. "Where?" "Pittsburgh," Zoe replied. "They've set up some kind of electromagnetic barrier. We can't get near it without losing cohesion." I frowned, reaching out with my expanded senses. Sure enough, I could feel a void in the hive mind's awareness, a black hole where Pittsburgh should be. "They're scared," I murmured. "Can't blame them, really. We're asking them to give up everything they've ever known." Zoe's form rippled, agitation causing her to momentarily lose control of her human shape. "But we're offering them so much more in return. Why can't they see that?" I turned to her, a sad smile playing on my lips. "Change is hard, Zoe, especially when it comes so fast, so completely. We need to be patient." As if in response to my words, I felt a sudden surge of panic through the hive mind. Thousands of voices cried out in alarm, their fear and confusion washing over me like a tidal wave. "Amanda," Zoe gasped, her eyes wide. "Something's wrong." I closed my eyes, focusing on the source of the disturbance. In an instant I was there, or at least my consciousness was. Times Square, once a bustling hub of commerce and tourism, now a beautiful fusion of human ingenuity and insect architecture, and it was under attack. A group of humans, clad in silver suits that seemed to repel our swarms, were methodically destroying the hive structures. They moved with military precision, planting devices that emitted pulses of energy that shattered the delicate organic lattices. "No," I whispered, my heart breaking at the senseless destruction. I snapped back to my physical form atop the Empire State Building, my mind racing. "We need to go. Now." Zoe nodded, and without another word we dissolved into our swarm forms, racing through the city with impossible speed. We reformed in the heart of Times Square, materializing amidst chaos. Swarms of insects darted about in confusion, their connection to the hive mind disrupted by the attackers' technology. Humans who had embraced the change cowered in fear, their newly acquired abilities faltering in the face of this assault. One of the attackers turned towards us, his face hidden behind a reflective visor. "More of them," he shouted, raising a weapon that crackled with electrical energy. "Wait," I called out, raising my hands in a gesture of peace. "Please, we don't want to fight you." The attacker hesitated for a moment, then fired. A bolt of energy lanced towards us, but I was faster. My form dissolved into a swarm of dragonflies, the attack passing harmlessly through the space where I had been. Zoe wasn't so lucky. The edge of the energy bolt caught her, and she cried out in pain, her form flickering between human and swarm. Anger surged through me, a red haze that threatened to overwhelm my reason. I felt the hive mind respond to my emotions, millions of insects converging on Times Square with murderous intent. "No," I growled, forcing myself to regain control. We couldn't afford to prove the fears of these resistors right. We weren't monsters, and we wouldn't act like them. With a thought, I redirected the swarms, using them to form a protective barrier around the civilians, both those who had embraced the change and those who hadn't. "Listen to me," I shouted, my voice amplified by thousands of tiny wings. "We are not your enemy. We're still human, just like you." The lead attacker laughed, a harsh sound distorted by his suit's speakers. "Human? You're abominations, freaks who gave up their humanity for this." He gestured at the organic structures around us. I took a step forward, letting my form solidify into its fully human appearance. "My name is Amanda Reynolds. 6 months ago, I was a scientist studying insect behavior. I had a cat named Schrödinger. I loved Thai food, and I cried every time I watched It's a Wonderful Life. The attacker's weapon wavered slightly. I'm still that person, I continued. I still love Thai food. I still cry at sappy movies. The only difference is that now, I'm connected to something greater than myself, something that could help humanity solve problems we've struggled with for centuries. Pretty words, the attacker spat. But words won't bring back the world you destroyed. We didn't destroy anything, Zoe said, limping to my side. Her form was fully human now, a trickle of blood running from her nose. We evolved, and you can too if you just give it a chance. For a long moment, nobody moved. The only sound was the angry buzzing of insects and the hum of the attacker's energy weapons. Then, slowly, one of the attackers lowered his weapon. He reached up, removing his helmet to reveal the face of a young man, barely out of his teens. Is it true? He asked, his voice trembling. Can you really help us solve our problems? I nodded, feeling a glimmer of hope. Climate change, disease, hunger. The hive mind gives us access to levels of cooperation and innovation we've never had before. We can tackle challenges that seemed insurmountable just a year ago. The lead attacker swore, grabbing his subordinate's arm. Don't listen to her, it's a trick. But doubt had crept into the group. One by one, the attackers lowered their weapons, uncertainty clear in their body language. I took another step forward, holding out my hand. Let me show you. Just for a moment. Experience what we've become. The young man who had removed his helmet stared at my outstretched hand, fear and curiosity warring in his eyes. Tommy, don't you dare! The lead attacker shouted. But it was too late. Tommy reached out, his gloved hand clasping mine. In that instant, I opened my mind fully, letting him experience the vast consciousness of the hive mind. I felt his shock, his awe, his terror at the sheer scale of what he was feeling. And then, gradually, I felt something else. Understanding. Wonder. Hope. When I finally broke the connection, Tommy staggered back, his eyes wide and brimming with tears. Oh my God, he whispered. It's beautiful. The lead attacker grabbed Tommy, shaking him roughly. Snap out of it. They've done something to you. But Tommy shook his head, a smile spreading across his face. No, sir. They haven't done anything to me. They've shown me everything. One by one, the other attackers removed their helmets. The fear and hatred in their eyes had been replaced by curiosity, and in some cases, longing. The lead attacker looked around, realizing he had lost control of the situation. With a snarl of frustration, he raised his weapon again. If you won't see reason, he growled, then I'll put an end to this myself. Time seemed to slow as he squeezed the trigger. I saw the energy bolt forming at the barrel of his weapon, felt the surge of fear from the hive mind. But before the attack could be unleashed, a swarm of butterflies engulfed the attacker. They didn't hurt him, didn't even touch him. They simply surrounded him in a whirlwind of color and motion. When the butterflies dispersed, the attacker stood frozen, his weapon clattering to the ground. Tears streamed down his face as he stared at something only he could see. Sarah, he whispered, reaching out to touch empty air. Oh God, Sarah, I'm so sorry. I approached him cautiously, understanding dawning. You lost someone, I said softly. In the convergence. He nodded, his shoulders shaking with silent sobs. My daughter. She changed. I didn't understand. I was scared, and I pushed her away. I placed a hand on his shoulder, feeling his grief and regret wash over me. She's still here, I said. Part of her, at least, part of all of us. The man looked at me, his eyes red-rimmed but clear. Can I see her again? I nodded, offering my hand once more. You can do more than that. You can join her. As the man reached out, I felt a shift in the air. The fear and tension that had gripped Times Square moments ago was replaced by something else, hope, curiosity, and the first tentative tendrils of acceptance. Over the next few hours we talked, We explained, we demonstrated, we listened to fears and answered questions, and one by one, the attackers made their choice. By the time the sun set over New York City, Times Square had been transformed once again. The damage from the attack was being repaired, new organic structures growing to replace those that had been destroyed. And amidst it all, humans and insects worked together in perfect harmony. As Zoe and I watched from atop a newly formed spire, I felt a sense of cautious optimism. "Do you think it will last?" Zoe asked, echoing her question from that day in Washington. I squeezed her hand, feeling the pulse of our shared consciousness. "I don't know," I admitted. "But today we turned enemies into allies. We showed them the truth, and they chose to embrace it. That's a victory worth celebrating." As night fell, the sky above New York came alive with swarms of fireflies, their bioluminescent displays forming messages of hope and unity. A new chapter in human history was being written, one tiny light at a time. The road ahead would still be long and challenging. There would be more sanctuary cities to contend with, more fears to allay, more hearts and minds to win over. But as I stood there, feeling the heartbeat of our new world pulsing through every insect and every transformed human, I knew we were on the right path. The convergence had been just the beginning. The true work of building our new world was ongoing. But together, humans and insects, individuals and hive mind, we would face whatever the future might bring. As the last light faded from the sky, I closed my eyes and reached out, feeling the pulse of life across the globe. And in that moment, I realized that our greatest challenges might also be our greatest opportunities for growth. The hive's shadow had fallen across the world, yes, but it was not a shadow of darkness and fear. It was a shadow of protection, of unity, of potential. And in that shadow, humanity would rise to heights we had never before imagined. A year had passed since the convergence, and the world continued its uneasy transformation. While many had embraced the change, pockets of resistance still dotted the globe like festering wounds. The sanctuary cities stood as bastions of the old world, their electromagnetic barriers a constant reminder of humanity's fear of the unknown. I stood at the edge of what was once Central Park, now a sprawling metropolis of organic architecture that pulsed with life. The hum of millions of insects filled the air, a symphony of wings and mandibles that never truly fell silent. Zoe materialized beside me, her form shimmering into existence from a swarm of fireflies. "Amanda," she said, her voice tight with concern, "we've got a problem." I turned to her, feeling the weight of leadership settle on my shoulders once more. "What is it?" "It's London," she replied. "The sanctuary there. It's expanding." I frowned, reaching out with my expanded senses. Sure enough, I could feel a growing void in the hive mind's awareness, a black hole where London should be. "How?" I asked, my mind racing. "We've been monitoring their energy output. They shouldn't have the resources for this." Zoe's form flickered, betraying her agitation. "That's not all. We're picking up whispers, fragments of communication we can't quite decipher. It's like..." "Like what?" I prompted, a chill running down my spine. "Like they've found a way to tap into the hive mind without fully joining it," Zoe finished, her eyes meeting mine with a mixture of fear and awe. The implications were staggering. If the sanctuary cities had found a way to access the power of the hive mind while maintaining their independence, it could upset the delicate balance we'd been working so hard to maintain. "We need to go there," I said, my resolve hardening. "Now." Zoe nodded, and without another word we dissolved into our swarm forms, racing across the Atlantic with impossible speed. We reformed on the outskirts of London, or what used to be London. The city was now encased in a shimmering dome of energy, its surface rippling like the skin of a soap bubble. Beyond the barrier I could see the familiar skyline, unchanged since the convergence. But something was different. The barrier, once opaque to our senses, now seemed to pulse with a familiar energy. Faint whispers tickled the edges of my consciousness, maddeningly just out of reach. "You feel it too?" Zoe asked, her form shifting uneasily. I nodded, taking a step towards the barrier. It's like they're calling to us. As we approached, a figure emerged from within the dome. A man in a crisp suit, his face a mask of calm authority. "That's far enough," he called out, his voice carrying clearly across the no man's land between us and the barrier. "You're not welcome here, creature." I held up my hands in a gesture of peace, forcing my form to solidify into its fully human appearance. "We're not here to fight," I said. "We just want to talk." The man's eyes narrowed. "Talk? About what? How you've destroyed our world? Turned people into abominations?" I shook my head, feeling a familiar frustration rise within me. "We haven't destroyed anything. We've evolved, and we want to understand what's happening here." For a long moment the man said nothing. Then, with a sigh that seemed to carry the weight of the world, he spoke again. "My name is James Holloway. I'm the director of Project Firewall." "Project Firewall?" Zoe asked, taking a step forward. Holloway nodded. "Our last line of defense against your infection, and our key to reclaiming what was lost." I felt a surge of alarm from the hive mind, millions of tiny voices crying out in fear and confusion. "What do you mean, reclaiming?" I asked, though I feared I already knew the answer. Holloway's lips curled into a cold smile. "Why don't you come inside and see for yourself?" Every instinct screamed that this was a trap, but curiosity and the need for answers overrode my caution. I glanced at Zoe, seeing my own determination mirrored in her eyes. "All right," I said. "We'll come." As we approached the barrier, I braced myself for the disorienting loss of connection to the hive mind. But to my surprise, the whispers only grew louder as we passed through the energy field. The London beyond the barrier was a study in contrasts. On the surface, it looked unchanged. The same buildings, the same streets, the same flow of human life. But underneath it all, I could feel a current of something. A pulse of energy that echoed the rhythms of the hive mind, but twisted, constrained. Holloway led us through the streets, past people who regarded us with a mixture of fear and fascination. I could feel their minds brushing against mine, a pale imitation of the connection I shared with the hive. "What have you done?" I whispered, the reality of the situation slowly dawning on me. Holloway's stride never faltered as he replied, "We've found a way to harness the power of your hive mind without surrendering our humanity. The best of both worlds, you might say." We arrived at a nondescript building in the heart of the city. As we entered, I realized it was anything but ordinary. Banks of computers lined the walls, their screens flickering with patterns that mimicked the communication networks of insect swarms. And in the center of it all stood a massive containment unit, filled with a writhing mass of insects. "Oh God," Zoe gasped, her form flickering in distress. I approached the containment unit, my heart breaking at the sight. The insects inside were clearly part of the hive mind, but their movements were erratic, panicked. They were trapped, their connection to the greater whole severed. "This is cruel," I said, turning to Holloway. "You're torturing them." Holloway shrugged, unmoved by our distress. "A necessary evil. Their suffering allows us to tap into the hive mind, to use its power without being consumed by it." I shook my head, anger rising within me. "You don't understand. The hive mind isn't something to be used or controlled. It's a partnership, a symbiosis." "A pretty lie," Holloway spat. "We've seen the truth. Your symbiosis is just a slower form of consumption, but we've found a better way." As if on cue, one of the technicians approached, holding what looked like a neural interface headset. "It's ready, sir," she said, her eyes flickering nervously between Holloway and us. Holloway took the headset, a look of triumph on his face. "Allow me to demonstrate the future of humanity." He placed the headset on his temples, and immediately I felt a surge of energy. The whispers in my mind grew to a roar as Holloway's consciousness clumsily inserted itself into the hive mind. But something was wrong. The connection was forced, unnatural. I could feel the strain it put on both Holloway and the captive insects. "Stop this," I pleaded, taking a step towards him. "You're hurting yourself and them." Holloway's eyes snapped open, and I recoiled at the alien intelligence I saw there. "Hurting?" he laughed, the sound distorted and inhuman. "I've never felt more alive. I can feel the power coursing through me. I can see everything." His gaze fixed on me, and I felt a pressure against my mind, crude but undeniably strong. "I see you, Amanda Reynolds. I see your fears, your doubts. You're afraid of what you've become, aren't you? Afraid that you've lost your humanity after all." I staggered back, overwhelmed by the assault on my psyche. Zoe caught me, her presence a comforting anchor in the storm of conflicting energies. "This isn't right," she growled, her form shifting between human and swarm as her anger grew. "You're perverting everything the hive mind stands for." Holloway turned his gaze on her, and I felt Zoe flinch at the mental onslaught. "Stand down, little bug," he sneered. "You're obsolete. We are the next step in evolution." As Holloway's power grew, I could feel the captive insects' pain intensifying. Their suffering echoed through the hive mind, a cry for help that rang out across the globe. And in that moment of crisis, I understood what needed to be done. I closed my eyes, reaching out not just to the hive mind, but to the human minds all around us, to the technicians who watched with growing horror, to the citizens of London who could feel something momentous happening. "Listen to me," I broadcast, my thoughts carried on waves of insect wings. "This isn't the way. What's happening here is an abomination, a perversion of the gift we've been given." I felt minds turning towards me, curious, afraid, but listening. "The hive mind isn't a tool to be used or a power to be harnessed," I continued. "It's a new way of being, a chance for true understanding and cooperation. What's happening here is like trying to trap lightning in a bottle. It might work for a moment, but eventually it will destroy you." I opened my eyes, meeting Holloway's gaze. The alien intelligence there flickered, uncertainty creeping in. "You're afraid," I said softly. "I understand that. We all were at first. But this isn't the answer. Let me show you the truth." Before Holloway could react, I reached out and placed my hand on his arm. In that instant, I opened my mind fully, not just to him, but to everyone in the building, everyone in London. I showed them everything. The wonder of the hive mind, the beauty of true symbiosis, the challenges we'd faced and overcome, the potential for a future beyond anything we'd ever imagined. And I showed them the cost of what they were doing, the pain of the captive insects, the strain on the very fabric of the hive mind. For a moment that seemed to stretch into eternity, the world held its breath. Then, with a cry of anguish, Holloway tore the headset from his temples. The unnatural connection severed, and I felt a wave of relief wash through the hive mind. What have we done?" Holloway whispered, staring at his hands in horror. Around us, the technicians were shutting down their equipment, many of them weeping openly. I could feel minds all across London awakening to the truth, the whispers of the hive mind growing stronger, purer. I approached the containment unit, placing my hand against the glass. "It's okay," I said softly to the insects inside. "You're free now." With a thought, I dissolved the barrier, allowing the captive swarm to join with us. Their joy and relief flooded through the hive mind, a balm to the pain of the past year. As the last of the insects found their freedom, I turned back to Holloway. He stood there, broken and lost, the weight of his actions clear on his face. "What happens now?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. I held out my hand, offering not judgment but understanding. "Now, we heal. Together." As Holloway reached out to take my hand, I felt a shift in the very air around us. The fear and suspicion that had gripped London for so long began to dissolve, replaced by curiosity and cautious hope. The barrier around the city flickered and died, allowing the full presence of the hive mind to flood in, and with it came a sense of homecoming, of pieces long separated finally reuniting. As night fell over London, the sky came alive with swarms of insects, their patterns telling a story of forgiveness, of new beginnings. The sanctuary had fallen, but something far greater had risen in its place. The road ahead would still be long and challenging. There would be more fears to allay, more hearts and minds to win over. But as I stood there, feeling the pulse of our expanding world echoing through every insect and every awakening human, I knew we had taken a crucial step forward. The whispers in the dark had been silenced, replaced by a chorus of unity. And in that harmony, I heard the promise of a future brighter than anything we had dared to dream. The fall of London Sanctuary had sent shockwaves through the remnants of the old world. One by one, the barriers fell, humanity embracing the change that had once terrified them. But as our numbers grew, so did an uneasiness that crept through the hive mind like a cancer. I stood atop the ruins of the Eiffel Tower, now a sprawling organic structure that pulsed with the life of countless insects. Zoe materialized beside me, her form coalescing from a swarm of moths. "Amanda," she said, her voice tight with worry, "we need to talk." I turned to her, feeling the weight of countless minds pressing against my consciousness. "What is it?" Zoe's form flickered, betraying her agitation. "It's the hive mind. Something's changing." I frowned, reaching out with my expanded senses. At first I felt nothing unusual, just the comforting buzz of billions of connected minds. But then I sensed it. A hunger, vast and insatiable, lurking at the edges of our collective consciousness. "My God," I whispered, "what is that?" Before Zoe could respond, a voice rang out from behind us. "The inevitable result of your arrogance." We turned to see Cassandra, the awakened who had first shown us the true power of the hive mind. Her form was barely human now, a shifting mass of insects held together by sheer will. "Cassandra," I said, fighting to keep my voice steady. "What do you mean?" She laughed, a sound like rustling leaves. "Did you really think we could merge with the insect world without consequences? We've awakened something ancient, something hungry." The unease I'd felt earlier blossomed into full-blown fear. "What are you saying?" Cassandra's eyes, a kaleidoscope of compound lenses, fixed on me. "The hive mind is evolving, Amanda, and it's developing an appetite that humanity can't satisfy." As if in response to her words, I felt a surge of hunger wash through the hive mind. All across the globe, I sensed humans and insects alike pausing, overwhelmed by a craving for something. "No," I said, shaking my head in denial. "We're in control. We're partners with the insects, not their puppets." Cassandra finished, her voice dripping with scorn. "Wake up, Amanda. We were never in control. We just convinced ourselves we were." Zoe stepped forward, her form solidifying as she drew on her anger. "If that's true, why tell us now? Why not just let it happen?" Cassandra's form rippled, countless tiny bodies shifting in agitation. "Because I still have enough humanity left to care, and because you two might be the only ones who can stop this." "Stop what?" I demanded, fear and frustration warring within me. "What exactly is happening?" Cassandra turned her gaze to the horizon, where storm clouds were gathering with unnatural speed. "The hive mind is reaching out, searching for new connections, new minds to absorb, and it won't stop with Earth." The implications hit me like a physical blow. "Other worlds, but how?" "The tear in reality," Zoe gasped, understanding dawning in her eyes. "The one we saw in New Mexico before all this started." Cassandra nodded, her form seeming to grow more insubstantial by the moment. The convergence was just the beginning. Now the hive mind wants more. It wants everything. As if to punctuate her words, a bolt of lightning split the sky, striking the organic spire that had once been the Arc de Triomphe. In that flash of illumination, I saw the fabric of reality itself begin to warp and tear. "It's starting," Cassandra said, her voice fading as her form began to dissipate. "Find a way to stop it, or everything we know will be consumed." With those final words, she dissolved into a swarm of fireflies that quickly vanished into the gathering storm. I turned to Zoe, seeing my own fear and determination mirrored in her eyes. "We need to go to New Mexico. Now." She nodded, and without another word, we dissolved into our swarm forms, racing across the Atlantic with desperate speed. We reformed in the New Mexico desert, at the site where our journey had begun what felt like a lifetime ago. The secret government facility was long abandoned, its structures overgrown with the same organic architecture that had consumed most of the world's cities. But at the center of it all, hovering above the ground like a wound in the very air, was a shimmering tear in reality. As we approached, I felt the hunger of the hive mind intensify. Millions of voices cried out in my mind, begging for something just out of reach. "Amanda," Zoe said, her voice trembling, "look." Through the tear I could see glimpses of other worlds, alien landscapes, impossible geometries, forms of life beyond human comprehension. And with each passing moment, tendrils of our world, organic structures pulsing with insect life, were reaching through, seeking to make connections. "We have to close it," I said, my resolve hardening. "Somehow we have to cut off the hive mind's access to these other realities." Zoe nodded, but her expression was grim. "And how exactly do we do that? We're part of the hive mind, Amanda. Its hunger is our hunger." She was right. Even now I could feel the pull of those alien worlds, the promise of new connections, new forms of life to integrate into our ever-expanding consciousness. "There has to be a way," I insisted, racking my brain for a solution. "Maybe if we—" My words were cut off by a deafening roar. The tear in reality was expanding, its edges fluctuating wildly. And through it came something. It was vast, incomprehensible, a being of pure energy and thought, so alien that my mind recoiled from the sight of it. And yet I could sense its kinship with the hive mind, its own vast network of connections. "Oh my God," Zoe whispered, her form flickering in terror. "What is that?" Before I could respond, I felt the entity's attention focus on us. In an instant, I was overwhelmed by its consciousness, drowning in an ocean of alien thoughts and memories. I saw the birth of stars and the death of entire galaxies. I experienced the rise and fall of civilizations beyond human imagining. And through it all, I felt the same hunger that now consumed our hive mind. The need to connect, to absorb, to become ever greater. With a monumental effort, I pulled myself back from the brink of losing myself entirely. "It's like us," I gasped, my mind reeling from the contact. "A hive mind from another reality. And it's so old, Zoe. So vast." The entity pulsed, and I felt its intention as clearly as if it had spoken. It had sensed our world, our fledgling hive mind, and it wanted to merge with us, to absorb us into its unimaginably ancient consciousness. "No," I said, my voice growing stronger as I pushed back against its will. "We're not ready for this. Our world isn't ready." I felt its amusement, its dismissal of our concerns. To it, we were children, playing with forces we couldn't possibly understand. It would absorb us, whether we wanted it or not. As the entity began to push its way further into our reality, I felt the hive mind respond. All across the globe, insects and humans alike were being drawn to its presence, eager to make the connection it offered. "Amanda," Zoe cried, her form starting to dissolve as the pull grew stronger. I can't resist it." I reached out, grabbing her hand and anchoring her to me. "Focus on my voice," I said, pouring all my will into the words. "Remember who you are, who we are." As Zoe struggled to maintain her form, I cast my mind out to the hive mind, reaching every human and insect that had joined our collective consciousness. Listen to me, I broadcast, my thoughts carried on waves of desperation. This isn't what we are. We're not just a hive mind. We're still human. We still have our individuality, our hopes and dreams. We can't let that go. I felt minds turning towards me, curious, afraid, but listening. What's happening now isn't evolution, I continued. It's consumption. If we let this entity absorb us, everything that makes us unique will be lost. We'll be nothing more than a drop in its cosmic ocean. I opened my eyes, meeting the gaze of the vast alien intelligence that hovered before us. We're not ready, I said, speaking now to both the entity and the hive mind. Maybe someday we will be. But not now. Not like this. For a moment that seemed to stretch into eternity, nothing happened. The entity pulsed, its incomprehensible thoughts probing at the defenses I'd thrown up. Then slowly I felt a shift in the hive mind. The hunger began to recede, replaced by something else. A fierce determination to remain ourselves, to chart our own course. All across the world I sensed humans and insects alike pushing back against the entity's influence. The organic tendrils that had been reaching through the tear began to withdraw. The entity pulsed once more, a feeling of surprise and, was it respect, emanating from it. Then, with a silent explosion of light and energy, it retreated back through the tear. As it vanished, the rift in reality began to close. The edges pulled together like the healing of a wound, until finally, with a sound like a thunderclap, it sealed shut. The sudden silence was deafening. I turned to Zoe, seeing my own shock and relief mirrored in her eyes. "Is it over?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. I nodded, feeling the hive mind settling back into its normal rhythms. For now, at least, we've bought ourselves some time. As the adrenaline of the moment faded, I became aware of a change in the hive mind. The hunger that had been growing was gone, replaced by a new sense of purpose and unity. We've evolved, I realized, a smile spreading across my face. Not in the way that entity wanted, but in our own way. We've learned to balance our connection with our individuality. Zoe's form solidified fully, a look of wonder in her eyes. You're right. I can feel it. We're more ourselves than we've ever been. As the sun began to rise over the New Mexico desert, I felt a surge of hope wash through the hive mind. We had faced our greatest challenge and emerged stronger, more united, and yet more individual than ever before. The road ahead would still be long and filled with challenges. There would be more tears in reality to contend with, more temptations to resist. But as I stood there, feeling the pulse of our world echoing through every insect and every human, I knew we were ready to face whatever the future might bring. The hive's hunger had been sated, not with alien worlds and cosmic connections, but with the realization of our own potential. And in that realization, I saw the promise of a future brighter and more wondrous than anything we had dared to imagine. As Zoe and I dissolved into our swarm forms, ready to spread the news of our victory, I felt a sense of peace settle over me. Whatever came next, we would face it together, as individuals, as a hive, as humanity evolved. The adventure that had begun in an Ozark forest had led us here, to the dawn of a new age. And though the path forward was uncertain, I knew one thing for sure. Our story was far from over. 6 months had passed since our encounter with the alien entity in New Mexico. The world had settled into an uneasy peace, humanity and insects coexisting in a delicate balance. But beneath the surface, tensions simmered. I stood atop the organic spire that had once been the Empire State Building, my form flickering between human and swarm as I surveyed the transformed landscape of New York City. Zoe materialized beside me, her presence a comforting buzz in the back of my mind. "Another one?" she asked, her voice heavy with concern. I nodded, feeling the weight of leadership settle on my shoulders once more. 3 more disconnected communities in the last week, this time in what used to be upstate New York. The disconnected. Humans who had rejected the hive mind, cutting themselves off from the global consciousness we'd built. At first, we'd respected their choice. But lately, their numbers had been growing, and with them, a sense of unease rippled through the collective. "We need to talk to them," Zoe said, her form shifting restlessly. "Find out why they're turning away from us." Before I could respond, a familiar presence brushed against my mind. Cassandra, her thoughts as enigmatic as ever. "Be careful," her voice echoed in our heads. "The balance is more fragile than you know." I frowned, reaching out to locate her, but her presence slipped away like smoke. Ever since the incident in New Mexico, Cassandra had become increasingly elusive, appearing only to deliver cryptic warnings before vanishing again. "What do you think she meant?" Zoe asked, her compound eyes reflecting the golden light of sunset. I shook my head, uncertainty gnawing at me. "I don't know, but I think it's time we paid a visit to our disconnected neighbors." We dissolved into our swarm forms, racing north through the cool evening air. As we approached the location of the newest disconnected community, I felt the familiar disorientation of leaving the hive mind's range. We reformed at the edge of a small town, its buildings untouched by the organic growth that had consumed most of the world's cities. A hastily erected barrier surrounded the settlement, crude but effective at disrupting the hive mind's influence. As we approached the gate, a voice called out from a watchtower, "That's far enough, state your business." I held up my hands, forcing my form to solidify into its fully human appearance. "We're here to talk, to understand why you've chosen to disconnect." There was a long pause, then the sound of hushed conversation. Finally, the gate creaked open, revealing a man in his late 50s, his face weathered and wary. "I'm Tom," he said, his hand resting near a holstered pistol. "I speak for this community, and you are?" "I'm Amanda," I replied, fighting the urge to reach out with my mind. "And this is Zoe. We're representatives of the hive mind." Tom's expression hardened. "We want nothing to do with your hive mind. We've seen what it does to people." Zoe stepped forward, her own form fully human now. "What do you mean? The hive mind has brought unity, understanding." "At what cost?" Tom interrupted, his voice rising. "Our individuality? Our free will?" "No, thank you. We'll take our chances on our own." I felt a flicker of frustration, quickly suppressed. "May we come in? Talk to your people? We want to understand your concerns." Tom hesitated, then nodded curtly. "You can come in. But any sign of insect business and you're out. Understood?" We agreed, following Tom into the town. As we walked, I couldn't help but notice the stark contrast between this place and the world outside. Here, everything was purely human. No organic architecture, no symbiotic insect life. It felt empty. Tom led us to a community center where a crowd had already gathered. Faces peered at us with a mixture of curiosity and fear. "All right," Tom said, turning to address us and the crowd. "You wanted to talk. So talk." I took a deep breath, suddenly aware of how alien I must seem to these people. "We're here because we're concerned. More and more people are choosing to disconnect from the hive mind. We want to understand why." A woman in the crowd spoke up, her voice trembling. "You want to know why? Because it's unnatural. Humans aren't meant to be merged with insects." Murmurs of agreement rippled through the gathering. "But the benefits," Zoe began, but another voice cut her off. "Benefits?" A young man pushed his way to the front. "Like losing yourself? Like feeling the thoughts of billions of others crawling through your mind?" I felt a pang of sympathy. "It can be overwhelming at first," I admitted. "But with time..." "With time what?" Tom interrupted. "We become less human, more whatever it is you are now?" The crowd was growing restless, anger and fear radiating from them in waves. I realized with a start that I could feel their emotions, even here. outside the hive mind's influence. Listen, I said, raising my voice to be heard over the growing murmurs. I understand your fear. Believe me, I do. When this all started, I was terrified. But what we've become, it's not a loss of humanity. It's an expansion of it. Prove it, Tom challenged, his eyes locked on mine. Show us what's so great about this hive mind of yours. I hesitated, looking to Zoe. She nodded encouragingly. All right, I said, turning back to Tom. But I need a volunteer, someone willing to experience the hive mind, just for a moment. The crowd fell silent, fear and curiosity warring on their faces. Then slowly, a young woman stepped forward. I'll do it, she said. Her voice barely above a whisper. Tom started to protest, but the woman held up her hand. No, Dad. I need to know. We all do. My heart ached at the fear in her eyes, but I admired her courage. What's your name? I asked gently. Sarah, she replied, squaring her shoulders. I nodded, holding out my hand. Okay, Sarah. I'm going to open a small connection to the hive mind. You might feel disoriented at first, but I promise you're in control. You can break the connection at any time. Ready? Sarah took a deep breath, then placed her hand in mine. In that instant, I opened my mind, creating a carefully controlled link to the hive consciousness. Sarah gasped, her eyes widening in wonder. Through our connection, I could feel her amazement, her awe at the vast network of minds she was suddenly privy to. Oh my God, she whispered. It's beautiful. I smiled, guiding her gently through the experience. Focus on your sense of self, I instructed. Feel how it remains intact, even as you connect to something greater. Sarah nodded, her initial fear giving way to curiosity. Through her, I let the gathered crowd experience echoes of the hive mind, the shared knowledge, the sense of unity, the incredible potential of our collective consciousness. After what seemed like an eternity but was probably only a few minutes, I gently severed the connection. Sarah staggered slightly and her father rushed to support her. Sarah? Tom asked, his voice thick with concern. Are you okay? What did they do to you? But Sarah was smiling, tears streaming down her face. Dad, she said, her voice filled with wonder. It's not what you think, it's amazing. I felt connected to everything, everyone, but I was still me. A ripple of confusion and interest passed through the crowd. I could see minds changing, fear giving way to curiosity. But before anyone else could step forward, a piercing scream split the air. We all turned to see a woman pointing at the sky, her face a mask of terror. I looked up and felt my heart skip a beat. The sky was wrong. Fractures appeared in the very fabric of reality, jagged lines of impossibility spreading like cracks in a windshield. No, I whispered, a chill running down my spine. Not again. Zoe was at my side in an instant, her form flickering between human and swarm. Amanda, she said, her voice tight with fear. What's happening? I reached out with my expanded senses, feeling the panic spreading through the hive mind. All across the globe, the same phenomenon was occurring. Reality itself was coming apart at the seams. It's what Cassandra warned us about, I realized, my mind racing. The balance. We've disrupted it somehow, as if in response to my words, a familiar presence brushed against my mind. Cassandra materialized before us, her form barely holding together. The disconnected, she said, her voice echoing strangely. They're the key. The hive mind needs them, needs the contrast they provide. Without them, without choice, the balance fails. I turned to Tom and the gathered crowd, seeing the fear and confusion on their faces. We need your help, I said, my voice urgent. All of you. The world, reality itself, it's falling apart. And I think you're the only ones who can save it. Tom looked from me to the fractured sky, then back to his daughter. What do we need to do? He asked, his voice gruff but determined. Choose, I said simply, freely without coercion. Choose to connect or to remain apart, but make it a real choice, not one born of fear or misunderstanding. As I spoke, I felt Cassandra's presence growing stronger. Yes, she said, her form solidifying. The hive mind must have its counterpoint, unity and individuality in perfect balance. I turned to the crowd, my heart pounding. I know you're scared. I know this isn't what you wanted. But right now you're the most important people in the world. Your choice, your free will, it might be the only thing holding reality together. For a long moment, nobody moved. The only sound was the ominous cracking of the sky above us. Then slowly Sarah stepped forward. I choose to connect, she said, her voice strong and clear. Tom looked at his daughter, a complex mix of emotions playing across his face. Then, with a heavy sigh, he nodded. I choose to remain disconnected, he said. Someone has to remember the old ways. One by one, the members of the community made their choices. Some opted to join the hive mind, their eyes lighting up with wonder as the connection blossomed. Others stood firm with Tom, choosing to remain apart. As the last person made their decision, I felt a shift in the very air around us. The cracks in the sky began to seal, reality knitting itself back together. Cassandra smiled, her form more stable than I'd seen in months. The balance is restored, she said. For now. I turned to Tom, feeling a newfound respect for him, and those who had chosen to remain disconnected. Thank you, I said softly. All of you. You've saved us all. Tom nodded gruffly, but I could see the beginnings of understanding in his eyes. Just remember, he said, we're choosing this. To be apart. It's not a failure of your hive mind. It's a necessary part of it. As the sun began to set, casting long shadows across the transformed landscape, I felt a sense of hope wash through me. We had faced our greatest challenge yet and emerged stronger, more balanced than ever before. The road ahead would still be long and filled with challenges. There would be more choices to make, more balances to maintain. But as I stood there, feeling the pulse of our world echoing through every connected mind and every free individual, I knew we were ready to face whatever the future might bring. The hive mind had found its counterpoint, its necessary opposite. And in that delicate balance I saw the promise of a future brighter and more complex than anything we had dared to imagine. As Zoe and I prepared to leave, spreading the news of our new understanding, I felt a sense of peace settle over me. Whatever came next, we would face it together, as individuals, as a hive, as humanity in all its beautiful complexity. Our story was far from over. In fact, it felt like it was only just beginning. A year had passed since the near collapse of reality, and an uneasy equilibrium had settled over the world. The hive and the disconnected coexisted in a delicate balance, each group acutely aware of their dependence on the other. But as autumn painted the landscape in hues of red and gold, a new threat emerged from the shadows of our collective consciousness. I stood at the edge of Central Park, now a sprawling labyrinth of organic architecture and natural wonder. Zoe materialized beside me, her form shimmering into existence from a swarm of monarch butterflies. Amanda, she said, her voice tight with worry. It's happening again. I nodded grimly, feeling the disquiet rippling through the hive mind. How many this time? 17 in the last week, Zoe replied, all of them long-term members of the hive, and the symptoms are getting worse. The symptoms. A shudder ran through my hybrid form at the thought. We'd been calling it hive decay, a progressive deterioration of the mind that left its victims trapped between human consciousness and insect instinct, unable to fully inhabit either state. We need to talk to Cassandra, I said, my resolve hardening. She must know something about this. As if summoned by my words, Cassandra's presence brushed against our minds. But something was wrong. Her thoughts were fragmented, chaotic. The twilight comes. Her voice echoed in our heads, more insectile than human. The hive dims. The balance shifts. Before we could respond, her presence vanished, leaving behind a mental coordinates, a location deep in the Appalachian Mountains. Zoe and I exchanged a worried glance. "We have to go," she said, voicing what we both knew. We dissolved into our swarm forms, racing south through the crisp autumn air. As we traveled, I couldn't shake a growing sense of dread. Something fundamental was changing in the hive, and I feared we might already be too late to stop it. We reformed at the base of a mountain, its slopes covered in a riot of fall colors. But amidst the natural beauty, I sensed something alien, a presence that sent shivers through both my human and insect aspects. "There," Zoe said, pointing to a cave entrance half hidden by overgrown vines. As we approached, a figure emerged from the shadows. It took me a moment to recognize Cassandra. Her form was barely humanoid now, a writhing mass of insects held together by sheer will. "You came," she chittered, her voice a discordant blend of human speech and insect sounds. "Good. There isn't much time." "Cassandra," I said, fighting to keep my voice steady. "What's happening? The hive decay, your warning. What does it all mean?" Cassandra's form rippled, countless tiny bodies shifting in agitation. "It means the end is near. The hive. Our hive. It was never meant to last." "What?" Zoe exclaimed, her own form flickering in distress. "But we've done so much. Evolved so far." "Evolved?" Cassandra laughed, a sound like rustling leaves. "No, child, we haven't evolved. We've been infected." The word hit me like a physical blow. "Infected? By what?" Cassandra gestured for us to follow her into the cave. As we entered, I gasped. The walls were covered in intricate patterns, glowing with a soft bioluminescence. But it wasn't the beauty that shocked me. It was what the patterns depicted. "It's our history," I whispered, recognizing scenes from the early days of the convergence. "But there's more. Things I don't remember." "Things none of us remember," Cassandra said, her compound eyes reflecting the eerie light. "Because they happened long before we were born, before humanity itself existed." She pointed to an image that showed a familiar sight, the tear in reality we'd encountered in New Mexico. But in this depiction, something was emerging from the rift, something vast and incomprehensible. "The entity," Zoe breathed, "the one we thought we'd driven away." Cassandra nodded, her form seeming to grow more insubstantial by the moment. "We didn't drive it away. We couldn't. It's been here all along, sleeping, waiting." "I don't understand," I said, my mind reeling. "Are you saying the entity created the hive mind?" "Not created," Cassandra corrected. "Infected. Humanity was always meant to evolve, to reach a state of collective consciousness. But the entity, it hijacked that process, used us as incubators for its own kind. The implications hit me like a tidal wave. Everything we'd experienced, everything we'd become, it had all been part of some cosmic parasite's life cycle." "The hive decay," Zoe said, horror dawning in her eyes. "It's not a malfunction, it's metamorphosis," Cassandra finished. "The final stage before the entity's offspring emerge, consuming their host in the process." I felt sick, my human revulsion warring with the insect part of me that found the process fascinating. How long do we have?" Cassandra's form flickered, parts of her body dissolving into swarms that quickly rejoined the whole. "Days. Maybe hours. I can feel it starting in myself. Soon, I won't be me anymore. There has to be a way to stop it," I insisted, desperation clawing at my throat. "What about the disconnected? They're not part of the hive. Are they safe?" A sound like chitinous laughter emanated from Cassandra. "Safe? Perhaps. But for how long? Once the entity's children emerge, they'll consume everything. The disconnected will just be dessert." Zoe stepped forward, her form solidifying as she drew on her determination. "Then we fight. We've faced cosmic horrors before. We can do it again." Cassandra's compound eyes fixed on Zoe, a glimmer of her old intelligence shining through. Brave words, little one. But how do you fight something that's become a part of you? That is you in so many ways. As if to emphasize her point, I felt a wave of alien hunger wash through the hive mind. All across the globe I sensed humans and insects alike pausing, overwhelmed by a craving for something beyond. No, I said, shaking my head in denial. There has to be a way. Cassandra, please. You wouldn't have called us here if there wasn't hope. Cassandra's form rippled once more, and for a moment I saw a glimpse of the woman she had once been. There might be a way, she said, her voice more human than it had been in months. But the cost would be terrible. Tell us, Zoe and I said in unison. Cassandra turned, pointing to a section of the cave wall we hadn't noticed before. It showed a familiar sight, the hive mind, represented as a vast network of glowing nodes. But at the center of the image was a dark void, a hole in the very fabric of the network. The entity's influence spreads from a central point, Cassandra explained. If that point were to be severed, it might disrupt the metamorphosis. I studied the image, a sick feeling growing in my stomach as I began to understand. The central point. It's a person, isn't it? Someone in the hive. Cassandra nodded, her eyes fixing on me with a terrible sympathy. The first to be infected, the one who brought the hive mind into being. Me, I whispered, the truth hitting me like a physical blow. It's me. Zoe grabbed my arm, her eyes wide with fear and denial. No, there has to be another way. I can't lose you. But I barely heard her. My mind was racing, pieces falling into place. The strange dreams I'd had before the convergence, my inexplicable connection to the insects, the ease with which I'd taken to the hive mind. It all made sense now. What do I have to do? I asked, my voice steady despite the terror coursing through me. Cassandra's form began to dissolve, her time nearly up. Sever yourself from the hive, completely. Not just disconnected, but excised. It will create a void that the entity can't bridge. But that would kill her, Zoe protested, her form flickering wildly. Cassandra's voice was fading, her body almost entirely dissipated into swarms of insects. Yes, but it might save everyone else. The hive, the disconnected, all of humanity. With those final words, Cassandra vanished, leaving Zoe and me alone in the glowing cave. For a long moment, neither of us spoke. The weight of what we'd learned, of the choice before us, was too immense for words. Finally, Zoe turned to me, tears streaming down her face. Amanda, no. We'll find another way. We always do. I reached out, cupping her face in my hands. In that moment, I allowed myself to feel everything, my love for her, my connection to the hive, my fear of what was to come. Zoe, I said softly, you know there's no other way, not in the time we have left. She shook her head, clinging to me desperately. I can't lose you, not after everything we've been through. I pulled her close, feeling her form shift between human and swarm as her emotions warred within her. You won't lose me, I whispered. Not really. I'll always be a part of you, a part of everyone I've touched through the hive. As we held each other, I felt the alien hunger growing stronger, pushing at the edges of my consciousness. We were running out of time. I gently disentangled myself from Zoe's embrace, summoning every ounce of courage I possessed. I need you to do something for me, I said, my voice thick with unshed tears. Zoe nodded, unable to speak. When it's done, when I'm gone, you need to lead them. The hive, the disconnected, all of them. Help them rebuild. Help them find a way to truly evolve, without the entity's influence. Amanda, please, Zoe begged, one last desperate attempt to change my mind. But I was already reaching out to the hive mind, preparing to do what needed to be done. I love you, I said, pouring all my emotion into those 3 words. Always remember that. Before Zoe could respond, I closed my eyes and plunged deep into the heart of the hive consciousness. I felt the entity there, vast and alien, its tendrils wrapped around every connection I'd ever made. With a final silent apology to everyone I was about to leave behind, I gathered every scrap of will I possessed. And then, in one cataclysmic moment, I severed every connection, tearing myself free from the hive mind. The pain was indescribable. Every cell in my body screamed as I ripped away the very thing that had defined me for so long. I was dimly aware of Zoe crying out, of the cave collapsing around us, of a psychic shockwave radiating out across the globe. As darkness closed in, I caught one last glimpse of Zoe's face, contorted in anguish but alive. Safe. In that moment, I knew it had all been worth it. Then, there was nothing. In the days and weeks that followed, the world would struggle to come to terms with what had happened. The hive mind, freed from the entity's influence, would begin to evolve in new and wondrous ways. The disconnected would find their place in this new world order, providing the necessary balance to keep reality stable. And somewhere, in the depths of the collective unconscious, a spark of what had once been Amanda Reynolds would live on. A memory, a legacy, a sacrifice that had saved humanity from a fate worse than death. The hive's twilight had come, but with it, the dawn of a new era. An era of true symbiosis, of balance between unity and individuality. An era that would be shaped by those left behind, carrying forward the lessons learned in the crucible of cosmic horror and human determination. The story wasn't over. In many ways, it was only just beginning. But that would be a tale for another time. 5 years had passed since Amanda's sacrifice. The world had changed in ways both subtle and profound. The hive mind, freed from the entity's influence, had evolved into something new, a collective consciousness that respected individual autonomy while fostering unprecedented cooperation. The disconnected had integrated into society, providing the crucial counterbalance that kept reality stable. But for Zoe, the world would never be the same. She stood atop the organic spire that had once been the Washington Monument, her form flickering between human and swarm as she surveyed the transformed landscape of the nation's capital. The setting sun painted the sky in hues of orange and purple, a beauty that still failed to touch the void in her heart. "You're brooding again," a voice said from behind her. Zoe turned to see Tom, the former leader of the disconnected community, now her closest advisor and friend. His weathered face bore new lines, etched by years of helping to rebuild a world forever changed. "Can you blame me?" Zoe asked, a hint of bitterness creeping into her voice. "It's been 5 years, Tom. 5 years since—" She couldn't finish the sentence. Even now, the pain of Amanda's loss was too raw. Tom stepped forward, placing a comforting hand on her shoulder. "I know, but she wouldn't want you to dwell on it. She'd want you to keep moving forward, keep building the world she sacrificed everything for." Zoe nodded, knowing he was right but unable to shake the melancholy that had settled over her. I can't help feeling like we've missed something. Like there's more to the story that we don't understand." Before Tom could respond, a ripple of alarm spread through the hive mind. Zoe's eyes widened as she processed the information flooding in from countless minds across the globe. "What is it?" Tom asked, recognizing the look on her face. "The tear," Zoe whispered, her voice a mix of fear and disbelief. "It's back." Without another word, Zoe dissolved into her swarm form, racing towards the coordinates seared into her memory. Tom, unable to follow, could only watch as she vanished into the darkening sky. Zoe reformed at the edge of a familiar clearing in the New Mexico desert. The secret government facility that had once stood here was long gone, consumed by the organic growth that had swept across the world. But at the center of the clearing, hovering above the ground like a wound in the very air, was a shimmering tear in reality. As she approached, Zoe felt a surge of conflicting emotions. Fear, certainly, The last time this tear had appeared, it had nearly spelled the end of humanity. But also, hope. A desperate, irrational hope that she couldn't quite suppress. "Amanda!" she called out, her voice trembling. "Are you there?" For a long moment there was only silence. Then, from within the tear, a voice responded, familiar yet alien, like a beloved song played on an instrument she'd never heard before. "Zoe, is that you?" Zoe's heart leapt into her throat. "Amanda! Oh my God, Amanda, you're alive!" But as the figure emerged from the tear, Zoe's joy turned to horror. It looked like Amanda, yes, but twisted, changed. Her form was a constantly shifting mass of insects, never quite settling into a recognizable shape. "Not alive," the Amanda thing said, its voice a discordant chorus of human speech and insect sounds. "Not dead. Something in between." Zoe took a step back, her mind reeling. "I don't understand. I thought you were gone." The Amanda thing's form rippled, briefly taking on a more human appearance. "I was. It's complicated. The entity, Zoe. It didn't die when I severed myself from the hive. It just changed. Evolved. And it took you with it," Zoe realized, her heart breaking anew. The Amanda thing nodded, its form dissolving into a swarm of fireflies before coalescing again. "Yes. But not in the way it intended. I've spent 5 years fighting it, Zoe, learning its secrets, understanding its nature. And now I think I know how to truly defeat it." Zoe's mind raced, hope warring with caution. "How? And why come back now?" "Because the fight isn't over," the Amanda thing said, its voice growing urgent. "The entity is weak, yes, but it's regrouping, preparing for a final assault on reality itself. And this time, if it succeeds, there will be nothing left to save." As if in response to its words, the tear in reality began to pulse, expanding outwards. Zoe could feel the fabric of the world straining, reality itself groaning under the pressure. "What do we do?" Zoe asked, pushing aside her shock and confusion. There would be time for that later, if they survived. The Amanda thing's form solidified, becoming more human than it had been since emerging from the tear. "We need to go back, Zoe. Back to where it all began. The Ozark Forest where I first connected with the insects." Zoe nodded, understanding dawning. "The source. The place where the entity first infected our world." "Exactly," Amanda said. And for a moment, she sounded so much like her old self that Zoe's heart ached. "But I can't do it alone. I need you, Zoe. I need the hive mind and the disconnected. Every aspect of humanity, working together." Zoe hesitated, torn between her desire to trust Amanda and her fear of what might happen. "How do I know this isn't a trick? That you're really... you?" Amanda's form flickered, a look of pain crossing her face. "You don't. You can't. But Zoe, you once told me that you'd follow me anywhere. Do you remember?" Zoe nodded, tears welling up in her eyes. "Of course I remember. It was the night before I sacrificed myself," Amanda finished. "I'm asking you to trust me one more time, Zoe, to take a leap of faith, for the sake of everything we've built, everything we've fought for." For a long moment, Zoe said nothing. She reached out with her mind, feeling the pulse of the hive consciousness. She could sense their fear, their uncertainty, but also their determination, their willingness to face whatever might come. "All right," Zoe said finally, her voice steady despite the turmoil in her heart. "What's the plan?" Amanda's relief was palpable, her form settling into a more stable configuration. "We need to gather everyone, hive and disconnected alike, bring them to the Ozark Forest, and then we open ourselves up completely, to each other, to the entity, to whatever lies beyond." Zoe's eyes widened. "That's insane. Opening ourselves up to the entity is what caused all this in the first place." "I know," Amanda said, her voice gentle. But it's different now. We understand what we're facing, and more importantly, we have something the entity doesn't. What's that? Zoe asked. Amanda's form shimmered, and for a brief moment Zoe saw the woman she had fallen in love with all those years ago. Choice, Zoe. Free will. The ability to face the unknown and decide our own fate. As Amanda spoke, Zoe felt a ripple of something pass through the hive mind. A sense of purpose, of destiny. She realized with a start that Amanda wasn't just talking to her. She was communicating with every connected mind on the planet. Will you help me? Amanda asked, her words echoing in Zoe's mind and in the minds of billions across the globe. Will you take this final leap with me into the unknown? The response was immediate and overwhelming. Across the world, humans and insects alike answered the call. The hive mind pulsed with determination, while the disconnected reached out in their own way, offering their support. Zoe took a deep breath, feeling the weight of the moment settle on her shoulders. Okay, she said, her voice steady. Let's do this. Together. Amanda nodded, her form beginning to dissolve. Meet me in the Ozarks. And Zoe. Thank you. For everything. As Amanda vanished back through the tear, Zoe turned her attention to the monumental task ahead, coordinating the movement of billions of people and insects, preparing for a battle that would determine the fate of not just their world, but of reality itself. The next few days passed in a blur of activity. Zoe worked tirelessly, using the hive mind to orchestrate the largest migration in human history. Trains, planes, and swarms of insects all converged on the Ozark forest, guided by a shared purpose that transcended individual concerns. Tom and the other disconnected leaders played their part, ensuring that those who remained separate from the hive were included and informed. It was a logistical nightmare, but somehow, impossibly, it all came together. As the appointed hour drew near, Zoe found herself standing at the edge of the forest clearing where it had all begun. Around her, millions of people and countless insects gathered, their collective presence humming with nervous energy. Are you sure about this? Tom asked, coming to stand beside her. It's not too late to back out. Zoe shook her head, her eyes fixed on the center of the clearing where a familiar shimmering tear was beginning to form. No, it isn't. But we have to try. For Amanda. For all of us. As if summoned by her words, Amanda emerged from the tear. Her form was more stable now, closer to human than it had been in the desert, but there was an otherworldly quality to her, a sense of something vast and incomprehensible just beneath the surface. It's time, Amanda said, her voice carrying clearly across the hushed gathering. Zoe took a deep breath, then stepped forward. As she moved, she felt the hive mind surge with her, millions of consciousnesses moving as one. Even the disconnected in their own way were part of this moment. As Zoe reached Amanda, she held out her hand. Together? She asked, echoing a question from what felt like a lifetime ago. Amanda smiled, and for a moment she was entirely herself again. Together, she agreed, taking Zoe's hand. In that instant, everything changed. Zoe felt her consciousness expand, not just into the familiar channels of the hive mind, but beyond. She saw the entity in all its terrifying vastness, a being of pure thought and endless hunger. But she also saw something else, a spark of humanity, preserved against all odds in the heart of the cosmic horror. Amanda fighting, holding on, refusing to be consumed. And then, with a collective effort that strained the very fabric of reality, they pushed back. Not just Zoe and Amanda, but every mind connected to them. Hive and disconnected, insect and human, all united in a single purpose. The entity reeled, its vast consciousness struggling against the onslaught of human will. For a moment that seemed to stretch into eternity, the outcome hung in the balance. Then, with a sound like the birth of a universe, something broke. The entity shattered, its fractured essence scattering across dimensions. And in its wake, something new began to form. As Zoe's consciousness snapped back to her body, she found herself lying on the forest floor, gasping for breath. Around her, others were stirring, looks of wonder and confusion on their faces. Did we do it? Tom asked, his voice hoarse. Before Zoe could respond, a familiar presence touched her mind. But it was different now. Vast, yet intimately familiar. Connected, yet distinct. We did it, Amanda's voice echoed, not just in Zoe's head but in the minds of everyone present. But it's not over. It's only just beginning. As Zoe struggled to her feet, she saw Amanda standing at the center of the clearing. But she wasn't alone. Around her, shimmering forms were taking shape, echoes of the entity, transformed by human will and understanding. What happens now? Zoe asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Amanda turned to her, a smile playing on her lips. Now we truly evolve. Not as parasites or hosts, but as partners, with the universe itself. As the sun began to rise over the Ozark forest, painting the sky in hues of hope and possibility, Zoe felt a sense of peace wash over her. The road ahead was uncertain, filled with challenges and wonders beyond imagining. But they would face it together, as individuals, as a hive, as humanity transformed. And in that moment, Zoe knew that their greatest adventure was only just beginning. The story wasn't over. In many ways, it was starting anew, with chapters yet unwritten stretching out into an infinite future. A future shaped by choice, by understanding, and by the indomitable spirit of humanity in all its beautiful complexity. As Zoe took Amanda's hand once more, she felt the pulse of a new kind of consciousness, not hive, not individual, but something gloriously in between. And she knew, with a certainty that defied explanation, that whatever came next, they were ready for it. Together, they turned to face the dawn of a new era, an era of endless possibility. The hive's twilight had passed, and a new day was breaking, not just for humanity, but for all of creation. The cold steel of the handcuffs bit into my wrists as I was roughly shoved into the back of a black SUV. Through the tinted windows, I caught glimpses of a world in chaos. Swarms of insects battling in the sky, people running for cover, buildings crumbling under the onslaught of mandibles and stingers. "You've really done it this time, Dr. Emerson," growled Agent Simmons from the front seat. I'd known him for years, back when he was just a fresh-faced recruit assigned to monitor my research. Now his face was lined with exhaustion and barely contained fury. "I was trying to help, Simmons," I said, my voice hoarse. "You have to believe me." He turned to face me, his eyes hard. "Help? You call this helping? The entire world is at war because of you and your damn bugs." I slumped back in my seat, the weight of guilt pressing down on me. He wasn't entirely wrong. My discovery of the alien insect intelligence in the Ozarks had set off a chain of events that led to this global catastrophe. But I also knew that without my intervention, things could have been far worse. "Where are you taking me?" I asked as we sped through the nearly deserted streets of Washington, D.C. "Somewhere secure," Simmons replied curtly. "Somewhere you can't cause any more trouble." As we drove, I closed my eyes and reached out with my mind, searching for the familiar presence of the insect colony I'd first encountered. Over the years, our connection had grown stronger, allowing me to communicate with them over vast distances. But now, all I sensed was chaos and fear. Suddenly, a sharp pain lanced through my skull. My eyes flew open and I gasped. "What is it?" demanded Simmons, his hand instinctively moving to his weapon. "They're dying," I whispered, tears streaming down my face. "So many of them, all at once." Simmons exchanged a worried glance with the driver. "Who's dying?" "The insects," I said. "Both species. The battle, it's reaching a critical point." As if to emphasize my words, a massive swarm of the aggressive, genetically modified insects we'd encountered in the Amazon suddenly filled the sky above us. The driver swerved, narrowly avoiding a collision as the insects smashed into cars and buildings around us. Get us to the facility now, Simmons barked. We screeched to a halt in front of a nondescript office building. Simmons yanked me out of the car, keeping a firm grip on my arm as we hurried inside. The lobby was a hive of activity, with harried-looking government officials and military personnel rushing about. "Sir," a young aide ran up to us, her face pale. "We've lost contact with the West Coast. The insect swarms have taken out most of our communications infrastructure." Simmons cursed under his breath. "Get me the Secretary of Defense. We need to implement the Scorched Earth Protocol." My blood ran cold. "Scorched Earth? You can't be serious." He rounded on me, his face inches from mine. "This is what happens when we let idealistic scientists meddle in things they don't understand. We're going to end this once and for all." "You'll kill millions of people along with the insects," I protested. "Better millions than billions," he snarled. "Or would you prefer we let your precious bugs inherit the earth?" Before I could respond, the building shook with a tremendous impact. Dust rained down from the ceiling and alarm klaxons began to blare. "We're under attack," someone shouted. Simmons shoved me towards a nearby stairwell. "Get him to the bunker." As we descended into the bowels of the building, I felt a familiar presence brush against my mind. Hope surged through me. They were here. The stairwell door burst open, and a wave of my original insect allies poured in. They formed a protective barrier around me, their bodies vibrating with determination and loyalty. "Stand down," Simmons yelled, drawing his weapon. "I will not hesitate to open fire." "Wait," I shouted, stepping forward with my hands raised. "They're not here to attack. They're trying to protect me, to protect all of us." Simmons's finger tightened on the trigger. "Protect us? These things have brought nothing but destruction." I took a deep breath, knowing I had only one chance to make him understand. "Simmons, listen to me. The insects I first encountered, they're not our enemy. They're refugees, just like we'll be if we don't find a way to stop this war." His aim wavered slightly. "What are you talking about?" "Their homeworld was destroyed by the same kind of conflict we're facing now," I explained. "They came here hoping to find peace, to coexist with us. But our fear and our greed twisted everything." A distant explosion rocked the building, sending cracks spiderwebbing across the walls. "We don't have much time," I pleaded. "Let me help. Let me try to communicate with both species, to find a way to end this." For a long moment, Simmons stood frozen, his gaze darting between me and the insects surrounding us. Finally, he lowered his weapon. "If you're wrong about this, Emerson, I'll put you down myself," he growled. I nodded, relief flooding through me. "I understand." With Simmons's reluctant approval, we made our way to the roof of the building. The scene that greeted us was apocalyptic. The sky was dark with warring insects, their battles casting strange, shifting shadows over the ruined city below. I closed my eyes and opened my mind, reaching out to both insect species. The familiar, comforting presence of my original allies was there, but now I also sensed the chaotic, rage-filled consciousness of the genetically modified aggressors. "My name is Dr. Alice Emerson," I projected, using every ounce of mental strength I possessed. "I speak to you on behalf of humanity and in the name of peace." The swarms around us paused in their combat, millions of tiny heads turning in unison to face me. "I know you're afraid," I continued. "I know you're angry. But this war will destroy us all if we don't find a way to stop it." The aggressive insects buzzed menacingly, their thoughts a jumble of hatred and pain. I realized with a start that they were lashing out not out of malice, but out of fear and confusion. The experiments performed on them had left them traumatized and unable to properly process their heightened intelligence. "You were born into a world that didn't understand you," I said to them. "You were treated as weapons, not as living beings, but it doesn't have to be this way." I turned to my original insect allies. "And you, my friends. You came to our world seeking refuge, but our mistakes have brought you to the brink of extinction once again. I am so sorry for the pain we've caused you." Waves of emotion washed over me. Sorrow, anger, anger, hope, fear. The insect's collective consciousness was a maelstrom of conflicting feelings. But we have a chance now, I pressed on. A chance to learn from our mistakes, to build a world where all species can coexist in harmony. I felt a shift in the air, a subtle change in the buzzing that surrounded us. Slowly, cautiously, representatives from both insect species approached me. Simmons tensed beside me, his hand moving to his weapon, but I held up a hand to stop him. "It's okay," I whispered. "They're listening." The insects landed on my outstretched arms, their delicate feet tickling my skin. I opened my mind fully to them, allowing them to see my memories, my hopes, my fears. In return, I was flooded with their experiences, the terror of fleeing a dying world, the pain of forced evolution, the longing for understanding. Tears streamed down my face as I absorbed it all. "We can help each other," I said softly. "We can learn from each other. But first, we have to stop fighting." For a moment that seemed to stretch into eternity, nothing happened. Then slowly, the two groups of insects began to mingle. Their hostile buzzing transformed into something almost melodic, a humming that seemed to resonate with the very air around us. Simmons stared in disbelief. "I'll be damned," he muttered. "You actually did it." But our victory was short-lived. A high-pitched whine filled the air, and I looked up to see a squadron of military jets approaching. "No," I cried out. "Simmons, you have to stop them." He was already on his radio shouting orders. "Stand down. I repeat, all forces stand down. We have a ceasefire." The jets veered off at the last moment, but not before one of them launched a missile. Time seemed to slow as I watched its fiery trail arc towards us. Without hesitation, both groups of insects swarmed together, forming a living shield between us and the oncoming projectile. The missile detonated, and I was thrown backward by the force of the explosion. When the smoke cleared, I saw a horrifying sight. Thousands of insect bodies lay scattered across the rooftop, their sacrifice having saved us from certain death. I fell to my knees, overcome with grief. But then I felt it, a stirring in the air, a resurgence of that melodic hum. The surviving insects were rallying, their shared trauma now binding them together in a way I had never thought possible. As I watched in awe, the two once hostile species began to work in concert, clearing away the debris and tending to their wounded. It was a small miracle, a glimpse of the cooperation I had dreamed of fostering between our species. Simmons helped me to my feet, his expression a mix of wonder and lingering skepticism. "So what happens now, Dr. Emerson?" I took a deep breath, looking out over the battered city. The insect swarms were dispersing, no longer intent on destruction but beginning the long process of repair. "Now," I said, "we rebuild, together." The days that followed were a blur of activity. As news of the ceasefire spread, the world held its collective breath, waiting to see if this fragile peace would hold. I worked tirelessly, serving as an intermediary between the insect species and world leaders. It wasn't easy. There were setbacks, moments of fear and misunderstanding that threatened to plunge us back into conflict. But slowly, painfully, we began to make progress. 1 month after the rooftop encounter, I stood before the United Nations General Assembly, flanked by representatives of both insect species. The chamber was packed, with delegates from every nation eager to hear our proposal. "Distinguished delegates," I began, my voice carrying across the hushed room, "we stand at a crossroads in human history. The path behind us is stained with blood and marked by our failures, but the path ahead offers us an unprecedented opportunity." I gestured to the insects beside me. These beings, whom we once feared and fought, have shown us the true meaning of resilience and forgiveness. They have agreed to share their advanced technology and knowledge with us, to help us heal our planet and reach for the stars. A murmur ran through the assembly. I could see the mix of hope and apprehension on the faces before me. "But this is not a one-sided arrangement," I continued. "In return, we must pledge to protect them. to provide them with safe habitats where they can thrive. We must learn to coexist, to see them not as other, but as fellow inhabitants of Earth. I paused, looking out over the sea of faces. The choice before us is simple, yet monumental. We can cling to our fear and prejudice, continuing down a path that leads only to mutual destruction. Or we can embrace this chance for a new beginning, for a future where humans and insects work together to overcome the challenges that face us all. As I finished speaking, the chamber erupted in applause. It wasn't unanimous. I could see pockets of resistance, delegates who sat with arms crossed and faces set in stone. But they were in the minority. Over the next few hours, questions were asked, concerns were raised, and debates raged. But in the end, the vote was clear. The United Nations Interspecies Cooperation Act was passed with an overwhelming majority. As we left the UN building, I felt a weight lift from my shoulders. There was still so much work to be done, so many challenges to overcome. But for the first time since this all began, I felt real hope for the future. Simmons was waiting for us outside, a wry smile on his face. "Never thought I'd see the day when I'd be providing security for a bunch of bugs," he said, shaking his head. I laughed, feeling lighter than I had in years. "Life's full of surprises, Simmons. Speaking of which, how would you like a new assignment? We're going to need good people to help manage our new interspecies research facilities." He raised an eyebrow. "You're offering me a job?" "Consider it a peace offering," I said, extending my hand. "What do you say? Ready to help make history?" Simmons looked at my hand, then at the insects hovering nearby. After a moment's hesitation, he grasped my hand firmly. "Why the hell not? Someone's got to keep you out of trouble." As we walked towards the waiting cars, I felt a gentle brush against my mind, a message of gratitude and hope from my insect allies. I smiled, looking up at the sky that no longer seemed like a battlefield, but a frontier of endless possibilities. The road ahead would be long and fraught with challenges, but together, humans and insects, former enemies now united, I knew we could face whatever the future held. A new chapter in Earth's history had begun, and I couldn't wait to see where it would lead us. The deafening buzz of insect wings filled the air as I stood before the warring factions. Millions of tiny bodies darkened the sky, their collective fury palpable even from the ground. I took a deep breath, steeling myself for what was to come. "You sure about this, Doc?" Agent Simmons asked, his hand hovering near his holstered weapon. I nodded, though my trembling hands betrayed my uncertainty. "It's our only shot." Closing my eyes, I reached out with my mind, tapping into the psychic link I'd developed with the original insect colony. Their familiar presence washed over me, a symphony of alien thoughts and emotions. "My friends," I projected, my mental voice straining to be heard above the psychic cacophony. "I know you're afraid. I know you're angry. But we must end this conflict before it's too late." A tendril of acknowledgement brushed against my consciousness. They were listening. I turned my attention to the aggressive, genetically modified insects, the ones we'd inadvertently created through our misguided experiments. Their minds were a swirling maelstrom of rage and pain, almost overwhelming in their intensity. "I know you're suffering," I continued, fighting to maintain my mental footing. "The experiments performed on you were cruel and misguided. But this destruction won't heal your pain. It will only breed more suffering." For a moment, the buzzing seemed to lessen. A flicker of curiosity rippled through the swarm. I pressed on, emboldened by this small victory. "We can find a way forward together, a way to coexist, to heal the wounds of the past." Suddenly, a lance of agony shot through my skull. I stumbled, nearly falling to my knees. "Dr. Emerson," Simmons shouted, rushing to my side. "What's happening?" I waved him off, gritting my teeth against the pain. "They're fighting me, fighting each other. The conflict in their minds. It's tearing them apart." As if to punctuate my words, the sky erupted into chaos. The two insect factions clashed in a frenzy of stingers and mandibles, their bodies raining down around us like a grotesque hailstorm. "We need to fall back," Simmons yelled, tugging at my arm. "It's not safe." But I stood my ground, even as my nose began to bleed from the psychic strain. "No, we can't give up now, we're so close." I redoubled my mental efforts, pushing through the pain to project a vision of peace, of humans and insects working together to rebuild our shattered world. For a fleeting moment, I felt a spark of hope ignite in the collective consciousness of both swarms. Then everything went wrong. A piercing shriek cut through the air, causing both humans and insects to recoil in pain. I looked up to see a new swarm descending upon us. Larger, more vicious-looking insects unlike any I'd encountered before. "What the hell are those?" Simmons gasped, his face pale with shock. Dread pooled in my stomach as realization dawned. "They're hybrids," I whispered. "A combination of both species. Dear God, what have we done?" The hybrid swarm attacked with terrifying efficiency, tearing through the ranks of both original factions. Their minds were a jumble of conflicting instincts and memories driven by an all-consuming hunger that defied reason. In that moment of horror, an idea struck me. Desperate, dangerous, but possibly our only hope. "I need to merge with them," I said, my voice barely audible above the carnage. Simmons stared at me like I'd lost my mind. "Merge? What the hell are you talking about?" "My consciousness," I explained hurriedly. "If I can join with both species, become a bridge between them, maybe I can find a way to end this." "That's insane," Simmons protested. "It'll kill you." I met his gaze, a sad smile tugging at my lips. "Maybe. But if it saves humanity, saves all of us, isn't it worth the risk?" Before he could argue further, I closed my eyes and opened my mind completely. I felt my consciousness expand, reaching out to encompass the warring swarms. The pain was indescribable. Millions of alien thoughts and memories flooded my mind, threatening to drown my sense of self. I screamed, my body convulsing as it struggled to contain the vast ocean of insect consciousness. Through the haze of agony, I dimly heard Simmons shouting for a medical team, but his voice seemed to come from a great distance, growing fainter by the second as I sank deeper into the collective mind of the swarm. Eons of evolution flashed before my mind's eye. I witnessed the birth of the first insects, their struggle for survival in a harsh primordial world. I felt the pride of the first flight, the terror of near-extinction events, the wonder of complex societies forming. Then came the memories of the original alien colony, their advanced civilization, their desperate flight from a dying world, their hope upon finding Earth. Intertwined with these were the memories of the genetically modified insects, the pain of forced evolution, the confusion of newfound intelligence, the rage at their mistreatment, and beneath it all, a deep, primal hunger that threatened to consume everything. I don't know how long I floated in that sea of alien consciousness. Time seemed to lose all meaning. But slowly, painfully, I began to reassert my own identity. I am Alice Emerson, I thought, clinging to the memory of my name like a lifeline. I am human, but I am also of the swarm. I am the bridge. With monumental effort, I began to sort through the chaotic tangle of thoughts and instincts. I searched for common ground, for shared desires and fears that could unite rather than divide. And there, in the depths of that collective mind, I found it, a spark of something universal, a longing for home, for safety, for understanding. It existed in every consciousness, from the simplest drone to the most complex hybrid. We are not so different, I projected, my mental voice growing stronger. We all seek to survive, to thrive, to leave something behind. We can do that together. The maelstrom of thoughts began to calm, order emerging from chaos. I felt the distinct consciousnesses of the three factions, original, modified, and hybrid, begin to align, finding harmony where before there had only been discord. With a final, heroic effort, I pushed my understanding, my vision of a shared future, to every mind connected to the swarm. The effect was instantaneous. The sound of battle abruptly ceased, replaced by an eerie silence. I opened my eyes to find the air filled with motionless insects, their bodies glinting in the fading sunlight. "My God," Simmons breathed, his eyes wide with awe. "You did it." I tried to respond, but my legs gave out beneath me. As darkness crept in at the edges of my vision, I saw the insects begin to descend, forming intricate patterns on the ground around me. "Medic!" Simmons bellowed, catching me before I hit the ground. "Hold on, Doc, just hold on." I wanted to tell him it was okay, that I could feel the change we'd wrought. But my body had reached its limit. As consciousness slipped away, I sent one final thought to the swarm. Remember, coexist, thrive. Then the world went black. I awoke to the steady beep of hospital machinery and the smell of antiseptic. My entire body ached, and my head felt like it had been split open and poorly reassembled. "Welcome back to the land of the living, Doc." I turned my head, wincing at the movement, to see Simmons sitting beside my bed, looking haggard, but relieved. "How long?" I croaked, my throat dry and raw. 3 weeks, he replied, offering me a cup of water. "You had us worried there for a while." As I sipped the blessedly cool liquid, memories of what had happened came flooding back. I bolted upright, ignoring the protest of my battered body. "The insects, what happened? Did it work?" Simmons gently pushed me back onto the pillows. "Easy there. Why don't you see for yourself?" He pressed a button, and the blinds covering the window slowly retracted. I gasped at the sight that greeted me. The city outside was transformed. Gleaming structures of an alien yet oddly beautiful design now stood alongside familiar human architecture. And everywhere, insects and humans moved together in perfect harmony. I saw workers, both human and insect, repairing damaged buildings. Parks teemed with children playing alongside iridescent beetles the size of dogs. In the distance, a massive dragonfly-like creature soared between skyscrapers, carrying what looked like cargo. "It's been a hell of an adjustment period," Simmons said, a note of wonder in his voice. "But I'll be damned if we aren't making it work." Tears welled in my eyes as I took in the scene. It's more beautiful than I ever imagined. A gentle buzzing drew my attention to the window. A small group of insects, representatives of all three factions, hovered outside, their antennae waving in what I somehow knew was a gesture of gratitude. I placed my hand against the glass, smiling through my tears. "You're welcome," I whispered, "and thank you." As the insects flew off to rejoin the bustling life of our new shared world, I leaned back in my bed, exhausted, but filled with hope. "So, Doc," Simmons said, a hint of his old skepticism creeping into his voice. "What's next?" I closed my eyes, feeling the faint but ever-present connection to the swarm humming in the back of my mind. A smile tugged at my lips as I contemplated the infinite possibilities stretching out before us. "Now, my friend," I said softly, "we learn to fly." The pain was exquisite, a symphony of agony that threatened to tear my mind apart. Millions upon millions of alien thoughts crashed through my consciousness like a tsunami, each one a knife's edge of memory and instinct. I screamed, but no sound escaped my lips. My body convulsed on the cold, hard ground as Simmons and the medical team swarmed around me, their voices a distant buzz beneath the roar in my head. "She's coding," someone shouted. "We're losing her." But I was beyond their reach now, plummeting through an endless void of insectoid consciousness. Fragments of alien lives flashed before me. The desperate flight from a dying world, galaxies away. The fear and confusion of forced evolution in sterile labs. The primal hunger of the hybrids, driven by instincts they couldn't understand. I was drowning in a sea of otherness, my sense of self eroding with each passing second. Who was I? Alice Emerson? The swarm? Both? Neither? Just as I felt the last threads of my humanity slipping away, a small, quiet voice spoke from the depths of my mind. "Hold on, Alice. Remember who you are." My mother's voice, long silenced by cancer, now a lifeline in this maelstrom of alien thought. I clung to it, desperately trying to reassert my identity. "I am Alice Emerson," I thought, the words feeling strange and foreign. "I am human. I am the bridge." Slowly, agonizingly, I began to make sense of the chaos swirling around me. The disparate streams of consciousness started to align, finding common ground in shared experiences and emotions. Fear, hope, the desire to survive, to thrive, to understand. "We are not so different," I projected, my mental voice growing stronger. "We can coexist. We can learn from each other." The psychic storm began to calm, order emerging from chaos. I felt the distinct consciousnesses of the three factions, original, modified, and hybrid, begin to harmonize, creating a melody of understanding where before there had only been discord. And then, in a moment of perfect clarity, I saw the key to peace between all species. It wasn't about suppressing our differences or forcing assimilation. It was about embracing the unique strengths of each, creating a symbiosis greater than the sum of its parts. With the last reserves of my strength, I pushed this understanding outward, projecting it to every mind connected to the swarm. The effect was like a psychic supernova. My eyes flew open and I gasped, sucking in a lungful of air as if I'd been underwater for hours. The pain receded, replaced by a strange, tingling sensation that spread throughout my body. "She's back," a paramedic shouted. "Vital stabilizing." Simmons' face swam into view, his eyes wide with a mixture of relief and horror. "Jesus Christ, Doc. What the hell happened to you?" I tried to speak, but my voice caught in my throat. Something felt different. Wrong, but also right in a way I couldn't explain. I raised a hand to my face and froze. My skin had taken on a faint, iridescent sheen, almost chitinous in texture. I could feel new sensory inputs flooding my brain, the vibrations in the air, the subtle shifts in electromagnetic fields, the complex chemical signatures of pheromones. "Mirror," I croaked. "I need a mirror." Simmons hesitated, then nodded to one of the paramedics. They returned a moment later with a small, compact mirror. I steeled myself and looked. The face staring back at me was both familiar and alien. My eyes, once a dull brown, now shimmered with compound facets. Delicate antennae sprouted from my forehead, twitching slightly as they sensed the air around me. I should have been horrified. Instead, I felt a strange sense of completion, as if a part of me I never knew was missing had finally slotted into place. "Fascinating," I murmured, my voice carrying a slight buzz. The merger wasn't just mental, it was physical as well. Simmons looked like he was about to be sick. "Doc, we need to get you to a secure facility. We don't know what kind of effects this could have, what kind of danger you might pose." I held up a hand, cutting him off. "No, Simmons. No more labs, no more secrets. This is what we needed. A true bridge between species." I stood marveling at the new strength and agility I felt coursing through my transformed body. All around us, the insects had gone still, awaiting direction. "It's time," I said, my voice carrying on both audible and psychic frequencies. "Time to show the world what we can accomplish together." What followed was a whirlwind of activity that would forever change the course of human history. As news of the ceasefire spread, so too did images of our new reality. Massive insectoid structures began to appear in cities worldwide, their organic architecture a stark contrast to human designs. Swarms of insects, now directed by a collective intelligence, worked alongside humans to repair the damage done by our conflict. There was fear, of course. Riots broke out in some areas, people unable to accept the New World Order. But as the benefits of our symbiosis became clear, Rapid advancements in technology, medicine, and environmental restoration, resistance began to fade. Through it all, I stood as the linchpin, the living proof that coexistence was possible. 3 months after my transformation, I found myself standing before the United Nations General Assembly. The chamber buzzed with nervous energy. Human delegates intermingled with insectoid representatives. I took a deep breath, feeling the weight of 2 species' hopes resting on my shoulders. Distinguished delegates, I began, my voice carrying clearly despite its inhuman timbre. We stand at a crossroads in the history of not just humanity, but of Earth itself. I gestured to the insects hovering nearby. These beings, whom we once feared and fought, have shown us the true meaning of adaptation and forgiveness. They offer us knowledge beyond our wildest dreams, the key to healing our planet and reaching for the stars. A murmur ran through the assembly. I could sense the mix of hope and apprehension radiating from both humans and insects alike. But this gift comes with great responsibility, I continued. We must learn to see beyond our differences to recognize the strength in diversity. The path ahead will not be easy. There will be challenges, misunderstandings, and fears to overcome. I paused, looking out over the sea of faces, both human and insectoid. Yet I stand before you as living proof that harmony is possible. In my body and mind, human and insect have merged, creating something greater than either could be alone. This is the future we must strive for. Not assimilation, but true symbiosis. The chamber erupted in a cacophony of applause and buzzing. It wasn't unanimous. I could sense pockets of resistance, minds still clouded by fear and mistrust, but they were in the minority. As the session concluded and treaties were signed, I felt a familiar presence approach. Simmons, looking uncomfortable in his formal suit, sidled up to me. "Hell of a speech, Doc," he said, shaking his head in amazement. "Never thought I'd see the day when I'd be applauding a bunch of bugs." "No offense," he added quickly, glancing at my antennae. I laughed, the sound a strange mix of human and insect tones. "None taken, though I prefer the term multi-species ambassador these days." Simmons snorted. "Yeah, well, whatever you want to call yourself, you've turned the whole world upside down. You sure we're ready for all this?" I placed a hand on his shoulder, feeling the subtle flinch he couldn't quite suppress at my touch. "Ready or not, it's here. The only way forward is together." As we left the UN building, a swarm of media descended upon us. Human reporters with cameras and microphones, insectoid drones transmitting directly to the hive mind. Questions flew from all directions. "Dr. Emerson, how does it feel to be the first human-insect hybrid? Is it true that the insect technology can reverse climate change? Are there plans to offer the hybridization process to others?" I held up my hands, calling for quiet. "All of your questions will be answered in time. For now, know that we are working tirelessly to ensure a smooth transition into our new shared world. The future is bright, but it will take all of us, human and insect alike, to realize its full potential." As the crowd dispersed, I felt a gentle tug on my consciousness. A message from the swarm. There was work to be done, a new hive to be built in the heart of New York City. I turned to Simmons, a smile playing on my transformed features. "Care to lend a hand with some urban renovation? I promise it'll be an experience you'll never forget." He sighed, but I could sense the curiosity warring with his ingrained caution. "Why the hell not? Someone's got to keep an eye on you and make sure you don't sprout wings or something." As we made our way through the bustling streets, I marveled at the changes already taking place. Humans and insects working side by side, buildings being retrofitted with organic technology, the air cleaner than it had been in centuries. It wasn't perfect. There would be struggles ahead, misunderstandings to overcome, and new challenges we couldn't even imagine yet. But for the first time since this all began, I felt true hope for the future. A future where the lines between species blurred, where the sum of our differences created something greater than we could have ever achieved alone. As I felt the comforting hum of the swarm's collective consciousness in the back of my mind, I smiled. The metamorphosis was just beginning, for all of us. And oh, what a brave new world it would be. The sun rose over a world transformed. I stood atop the gleaming spire of the New York Hive, my compound eyes taking in the sprawling metropolis below. The city that never sleeps had become the city that never stops evolving. Massive organic structures now intertwined with the steel and glass of human architecture, creating a skyline that would have been unimaginable just a year ago. Streets buzzed with activity, humans and insects moving in perfect synchronicity, each complementing the other's strengths. I felt a presence approach and turned to see Simmons, his face still showing traces of the wonder he felt every time he visited the hive. "Morning, Doc," he said, handing me a steaming cup of what passed for coffee these days, a symbiotic blend of caffeine and nutrient-rich insect secretions. "Hell of a view up here." I nodded, taking a sip of the oddly sweet concoction. "It never gets old, does it?" Simmons grunted, leaning against the biochemical railing. "You know, there are still days I wake up thinking this has all been some crazy dream. That I'll look out my window and see good old New York, full of taxis and tourists and not a 6-foot beetle in sight." I chuckled, the sound a strange mix of human laughter and insectoid clicking. "Having second thoughts about your role as human-insect liaison?" He shook his head, a wry smile playing on his lips. "Nah, someone's got to keep an eye on you bug people. Make sure you don't get any ideas about world domination or anything." "I think that ship has sailed, my friend," I said, gesturing to the hybrid city below us. Though I prefer to think of it as world collaboration. Our banter was interrupted by a gentle nudge against my consciousness, a message from the hive mind. I closed my eyes, letting the information flow through me. "The first harvesting is complete," I said, opening my eyes. "The environmental restoration drones have successfully removed 70% of the microplastics from the Pacific garbage patch." Simmons whistled low. "In what, 3 days? Damn. I guess there are some perks to this whole Insect Alliance thing." I was about to respond when another more urgent message pushed its way into my mind. My antennae twitched, picking up on the subtle pheromone shifts in the air that signaled distress. "Something's wrong," I muttered, my voice taking on the slight buzz that emerged when I was agitated. "There's been an incident at the Chicago Hive." Simmons straightened, all traces of joviality gone from his face. "What kind of incident?" I shook my head, already moving towards the organic elevator that would take us to the command center. "I'm not sure yet, but it's bad. We need to go. Now." The command center was a marvel of human and insect engineering. Holographic displays projected real-time data from hives across the globe, while human operators worked alongside insectoid interfaces, their minds linked directly to the system. As we entered, all eyes, both human and compound, turned to us. "Report," I barked, my voice carrying on both audible and psychic frequencies. A young woman, Sarah, I think her name was, stepped forward, her eyes glowing faintly with the neural implants that allowed her to communicate directly with the hive. "Dr. Emerson, we've got a situation in Chicago," she said, her voice tight with tension. "There's been an attack on the hive, some kind of biological agent. It's tearing through the collective mind like wildfire." I felt a chill run down my spine. "Show me." The main holographic display flickered to life, showing a 3D representation of the Chicago Hive. Large sections of it were pulsing an angry red, spreading outward like a cancer. "Oh God," Simmons breathed. "How many?" Sarah swallowed hard. "Current estimates put the casualties at over 100,000, both human and insect." The room fell silent, the weight of those numbers settling over us like a shroud. I closed my eyes, reaching out with my mind to touch the Chicago collective. The pain that greeted me was overwhelming, a psychic scream of agony and confusion that nearly brought me to my knees. "Cut the connection," Simmons shouted, catching me as I stumbled. I waved him off, gritting my teeth against the onslaught. No, I need to understand what we're dealing with. Pushing through the pain, I delved deeper into the wounded hive mind. Flashes of memory assaulted me, the sudden onset of the attack, the feeling of minds being twisted and torn apart, the desperate attempts to contain the spread, and beneath it all, a familiar presence. A mind I had hoped never to encounter again. I pulled back, gasping for air as I severed the connection. "Doc? Doc, talk to me," Simmons urged, his face etched with concern. "What did you see?" I met his gaze, my compound eyes reflecting the grim reality we now faced. "It's Henderson," I said, my voice barely above a whisper. "He's back." The name sent a ripple of tension through the room. Dr. James Henderson, the brilliant but unstable geneticist who had spearheaded the original insect modification program. The man whose unethical experiments had nearly doomed us all. The man we thought had died in the final battle for symbiosis. "That's impossible," Simmons growled. "I saw him go down myself. There's no way he could have survived." I shook my head, the pieces falling into place with sickening clarity. "He didn't just survive, Simmons, he evolved." I turned to the assembled team, my mind already racing with possible countermeasures. Henderson always believed that humanity should dominate the insects, not work alongside them. This attack, yet it's not just meant to kill, it's meant to enslave. Sarah's eyes widened in horror. "You mean?" I nodded grimly. "The biological agent isn't destroying the hive mind, it's rewriting it, twisting it to Henderson's will." "Jesus," Simmons muttered. "So what's the play, Doc? How do we stop this?" I squared my shoulders, feeling the weight of two species resting upon them. "We fight fire with fire. If Henderson has evolved to interface with the hive mind, then so must we." I turned to Sarah. "Prepare the crucible. We're going to attempt a full integration." A hush fell over the room. The crucible, our most closely guarded secret. A chamber designed to push the limits of human-insect hybridization beyond anything we had yet attempted. Simmons grabbed my arm, his face a mask of concern. "Doc, you can't be serious. We have no idea what a full integration might do to you. You could lose yourself entirely." I placed a hand on his shoulder, feeling the subtle flinch he still couldn't quite suppress at my touch. "It's a risk we have to take, old friend. Henderson has to be stopped no matter the cost." As the team scrambled to prepare the crucible, I took a moment to center myself. I reached out to the New York hive mind, drawing strength and resolve from the millions of minds connected to it. "My friends," I projected, my thoughts carrying to every corner of the city. "A great threat has emerged, one that strikes at the very heart of our symbiosis. I go now to face this threat, to protect all that we have built together." I felt waves of concern, fear, and determination wash over me from the collective consciousness. "Some of you knew me when I was fully human," I continued. "Others have only known me as I am now, a bridge between our species. But after today, I may be something else entirely." I paused, choosing my words carefully. "Whatever happens, know that every choice I make, every sacrifice I endure, is for the future we have dreamed of together. A future of true harmony between all forms of life on this planet." As I withdrew from the connection, I felt a hand on my shoulder. I turned to see Simmons, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. "You know, when all this insect business started, I thought you were the craziest son of a bitch I'd ever met," he said, his voice gruff with emotion. "Now look at you, saving the world. Again." I managed a small smile. "I couldn't have done it without you, Simmons. You've been a true friend through all of this." He cleared his throat, clearly uncomfortable with the display of sentiment. "Yeah, well, someone had to keep you from going full bug, right? Now come on, let's go kick Henderson's ass back to whatever rock he crawled out from under." The crucible was a marvel of bioengineering, a pulsing, organic chamber that seemed to breathe with a life of its own. As I stepped inside, I felt the familiar tingle of alien technology interfacing with my hybrid physiology. "Initiating full integration sequence," Sarah's voice came through the speakers. Dr. Emerson, are you ready? I took a deep breath, steeling myself for what was to come. Do it. The world exploded into light and sensation. Every nerve in my body felt like it was on fire, every synapse firing at once. I screamed, but the sound was lost in the roar of a million insect minds pouring into my consciousness. I was everywhere and nowhere, my sense of self stretching to encompass the entire hive network. I could feel every drone, every worker, every queen across the globe. Their thoughts, their experiences, their very essence became a part of me. And there, in the heart of the Chicago hive, I felt him. Henderson. His mind was a twisted mockery of symbiosis, a cancerous growth feeding on the collective consciousness. Hello, Alice, his voice echoed through the hive mind, dripping with malice. I was wondering when you'd join the party. I gathered my strength, pushing back against his influence. It's over, Henderson. You've lost. His laughter reverberated through the psychic plane. Lost? My dear, I've only just begun. Humanity was meant to rule, not coexist. And with the power of the hive at my command, I'll reshape this world as it always should have been. I could feel him probing at my defenses, seeking a way to corrupt my connection to the hive. But where he sought to dominate, I offered partnership. Where he demanded obedience, I asked for cooperation. You're wrong, James, I said, my voice carrying the weight of millions. True strength comes from unity, not subjugation. Let me show you. With that, I opened myself fully to the hive mind, letting the full force of our shared consciousness flow through me. Every triumph, every setback, every moment of beauty and discovery we had experienced together, I laid it all bare. I felt Henderson's shock, his disbelief at the depth of the connection. Impossible, he sputtered. The human mind can't possibly... Not alone, I agreed. But we're not alone anymore, James. We never have to be again. For a moment, I sensed a flicker of longing in him, a deep-seated desire for the connection he had denied himself in his quest for power. I reached out, offering him a chance at redemption. It's not too late, I said softly. You can still be a part of this. You can still help us build a better world. For a heartbeat, I thought I had reached him. But then his mind hardened, rage and hatred flooding through the psychic link. Never, he roared. I'll die before I submit to the whims of lesser beings. I felt him gathering his strength for one final devastating attack. In that moment, I knew what I had to do. I'm sorry, James, I whispered. But the needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few. With every ounce of will I possessed, I reached out to the farthest corners of the hive network. I drew upon the strength of every mind connected to it, human and insect alike. Their hopes, their dreams, their very essence flowed through me. And then I brought it all crashing down upon Henderson's corrupted consciousness. The psychic backlash was catastrophic. I felt Henderson's mind shatter under the onslaught, his influence on the Chicago hive disintegrating in an instant. But the cost was high. As Henderson's presence faded from the network, I felt my own sense of self beginning to unravel. The borders between Alice Emerson and the hive mind were blurring, my individual consciousness threatening to disperse into the vast ocean of shared thought. I was dimly aware of alarms blaring in the physical world, of Simmons's voice shouting for the technicians to pull me out. But it all seemed so distant, so unimportant compared to the infinite expanse of the hive mind. Why hold on to this limited form when I could be one with everything? Just as I was about to let go, to allow myself to dissolve into the collective, a memory surfaced. My mother's voice, the same one that had anchored me during my first transformation. Remember who you are, Alice. You are the bridge. The words echoed through the vastness of the hive mind, reminding me of my purpose. I was not meant to lose myself in the collective, but to stand as a living link between two worlds. With monumental effort, I began to reassert my identity. I was Alice Emerson, I was human and insect, individual and collective. I was the bridge. Slowly, painfully, I felt myself coalescing back into a singular consciousness. The overwhelming input from the hive mind receded to a manageable hum in the back of my awareness. I opened my eyes to find myself lying on the floor of the crucible, surrounded by concerned faces. Simmons knelt beside me, his usual gruff demeanor replaced by naked worry. "Doc, you with us?" he asked, his voice uncharacteristically gentle. I nodded weakly, my entire body feeling like one massive bruise. "I'm here," I croaked. "We did it. Henderson's gone." A cheer went up from the assembled team, but Simmons' eyes remained locked on mine. "And you? Are you? You?" I took a moment to assess myself, feeling the changes wrought by the full integration. My connection to the hive mind was stronger than ever, yet I remained distinctly Alice. "I'm me," I assured him. "Just more." As the medical team helped me to my feet, I reached out to the hive mind once more. I felt the last traces of Henderson's influence fading away, replaced by a renewed sense of purpose and unity. "It's over," I projected, my thoughts carrying to every hive across the globe. "We are safe. We are one. And together we will build a future brighter than any single species could imagine." I turned to Simmons, a smile playing on my transformed features. "So, partner, ready to help shape the next chapter of Earth's history?" He shook his head, a wry grin breaking through his concern. "Do I have a choice?" I laughed, the sound a perfect harmony of human and insect tones. "There's always a choice, Simmons. That's what makes us who we are." As we made our way out of the crucible, I felt a sense of profound peace settle over me. The road ahead would not be easy. There would be challenges to face, prejudices to overcome, and wonders to discover. But for the first time since this all began, I knew with absolute certainty that we were on the right path. Human and insect, individual and collective, together, we would reach for the stars and beyond. The metamorphosis was complete, and our true journey was just beginning. Hello, creatures of the night. Welcome to the channel where fear meets fun. Before we begin our macabre journey today, I want to ask you to leave a comment telling me which city you're watching from. I'll love reading your response. Don't forget to hit the like button and get ready to sleep with plenty of fear. All because the headlights of our beat-up Subaru cut through the darkness as we wound our way along the narrow, twisting road. Trees loomed on either side, their branches reaching out like gnarled fingers in the night. I sat in the passenger seat, map spread across my lap, squinting at the barely visible landmarks. "You sure this is the right way, Alex?" Jake asked from behind the wheel, his knuckles white as he gripped it tightly. I nodded, trying to project more confidence than I felt. "Yeah, Should be just up ahead. There's supposed to be a small clearing where we can park. In the back seat, Mia leaned forward, her breath warm on my neck as she peered at the map. I still can't believe you talked us into this, Alex. A midnight hike in Shawnee National Forest? We must be crazy. I grinned, turning to face her. Come on, where's your sense of adventure? This is going to be epic. Jake snorted. Epic or stupid? Jury's still out on that one. As if on cue, the trees parted, revealing a small gravel area just off the road. Jake guided the car into the clearing, the headlights illuminating a weathered sign that read, Shawnee National Forest, River to River Trail. This is it, I announced, folding up the map. End of the road, folks. We climbed out of the car, and I was immediately struck by the silence. Living in Chicago, you get used to a constant background hum of city life. But here, it was like someone had hit the mute button on the world. I took a deep breath, the cool night air filling my lungs. It smelled of pine and damp earth with just a hint of something else, something I couldn't quite place. God, it's cold, Mia muttered, hugging herself. Remind me again why we're not doing this in the daytime like normal people? I laughed, moving to the trunk to start unloading our gear. Because normal is boring. Besides, the forest comes alive at night. It's a whole different world. Jake joined me, hefting his backpack with a grunt. Yeah, a world full of things that want to eat us. Bears, cougars, wendigos. Wendigos? Mia's eyes widened. Those aren't real, right? I tossed her backpack to her with a wink. Guess we'll find out, won't we? As we finished gearing up, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. The forest was too quiet. No rustling leaves, no night birds, not even the chirp of a cricket. You guys hear that? I asked, cocking my head. Jake frowned. Hear what? Exactly. Nothing. It's too quiet. Mia rolled her eyes. Great. 2 minutes in and Alex is already trying to freak us out. But I could see the uncertainty in her eyes. She felt it too. I shrugged it off, pulling out my flashlight. All right, let's hit the trail. We've got about a 2-hour hike to the campsite I picked out. We set off, our flashlights carving paths through the darkness. The trail was narrow and overgrown in places, forcing us to walk single file. I took the lead with Mia in the middle and Jake bringing up the rear. As we walked, the silence gradually gave way to the normal sounds of a forest at night. An owl hooted in the distance. Small creatures rustled in the underbrush. It should have been reassuring, but somehow it only added to my unease. About an hour into our hike, a new scent caught my attention. It was faint at first, barely noticeable beneath the earthy smell of the forest. But as we pressed on, it grew stronger. I stopped abruptly, causing Mia to bump into me. Hey, watch it, she protested. I held up a hand, sniffing the air. You smell that? Jake came up beside us, his brow furrowed. Yeah. Is that smoke? Mia's eyes widened. Smoke? Like forest fire smoke? I shook my head. No, more like campfire smoke. But that doesn't make sense. We're miles from any designated campsite. Maybe some other hikers decided to camp off trail, Jake suggested. Maybe, I said, but I didn't believe it. Something about this felt wrong. We stood there for a moment, undecided. Part of me wanted to turn back, to forget this whole adventure and go home. But a larger part, the part that had dragged us out here in the first place, was burning with curiosity. We should check it out, I said finally. Mia grabbed my arm. Are you insane? What if it's some axe murderer or something? I patted her hand reassuringly. In the middle of Shawnee Forest? Come on, it's probably just some campers. Maybe they need help. Jake nodded slowly. Alex is right. We should at least take a look. Safety in numbers, right? Mia didn't look convinced, but she didn't argue further. We left the trail, following the scent of smoke. It grew stronger as we pushed through the underbrush, branches catching at our clothes and hair. Suddenly, the trees opened up into a small clearing, and there in the center was a campfire. The flames had died down to embers, but they still glowed bright in the darkness, sending up thin wisps of smoke. We approached cautiously, our flashlights sweeping the area. There was no tent, no gear, no sign of whoever had made the fire. Just the fire itself, burning merrily away as if it had every right to be there. "Hello?" I called out. "Anyone here?" Only the crackling of the embers answered me. Jake crouched down next to the fire, holding his hand out. "It's still warm. Whoever was here can't have left too long ago." A chill ran down my spine that had nothing to do with the night air. I played my flashlight around the clearing again, half expecting to see someone watching us from the shadows. But there was nothing. Mia's voice was barely a whisper when she spoke. "Guys, I don't like this. We should go." I was about to agree when something caught my eye. Just at the edge of the firelight, half hidden by leaves, was a small leather-bound book. Without thinking, I stepped forward and picked it up. It was old, the leather cracked and worn, and on the cover, barely visible in the faint light, was a symbol I'd never seen before. A circle, with strange angular lines inside it. As I touched it, a jolt seemed to go through me. For a split second, I could have sworn I heard whispers, too faint to make out words, but unmistakably there. "Alex?" Jake's voice snapped me back to reality. "You okay, man? You look like you've seen a ghost." I shook my head, trying to clear it. "Yeah, I'm fine. Just found something weird." I held up the book, but before I could show it to them, a twig snapped loudly in the forest behind us. We all whirled around, hearts pounding. "What was that?" Mia hissed. I strained my eyes, trying to pierce the darkness beyond our little circle of light. For a moment I thought I saw movement, a shadow darker than the rest. But when I blinked, it was gone. "Probably just an animal," I said. But I didn't believe it. And from the looks on Jake and Mia's faces, neither did they. Another snap, closer this time, and then another. "We need to go," Jake said, his voice tight with fear. "Now." We didn't need to be told twice. Grabbing our packs, we plunged back into the forest, away from the fire and whatever was approaching it. As we ran, I clutched the book tightly to my chest, unable to shake the feeling that we'd just stumbled into something much bigger and much more dangerous than a simple night hike. The adventure I'd been craving had found us all right. But as the sounds of pursuit grew behind us, I realized it might be more than we'd bargained for. And somewhere in the back of my mind, those faint whispers continued, speaking of secrets and dangers yet to come. We ran until our lungs burned and our legs felt like lead. The forest around us was a blur of shadows and reaching branches, our flashlights bouncing wildly as we stumbled through the underbrush. Finally, when I felt like I couldn't take another step, Jake called out from behind me. "Stop!" he gasped. I think we lost them." We skidded to a halt, all of us bent double, trying to catch our breath. The night was silent again, save for our ragged panting and the pounding of blood in my ears. Mia straightened up first, her face pale in the harsh beam of her flashlight. What the hell was that back there?" I shook my head, still gulping in air. "I don't know. But whatever it was, I don't think it was human." Jake shot me a look. "Don't start with that supernatural crap, Alex. It was probably just some weirdo campers." "Campers don't move like that," I argued. "And they don't—" I trailed off, suddenly remembering the book I'd grabbed. It was still clutched tightly in my hand, the leather warm against my skin. Mia noticed it too. "What's that?" I held it up, the strange symbol on the cover seeming to shimmer in the flashlight beam. "I found it by the fire, just before whatever that was showed up." Jake reached for it, but I instinctively pulled it back. He frowned. "Let me see it, Alex." Reluctantly, I handed it over. As soon as it left my grasp, I felt a strange sense of loss, as if I'd given away something precious. Jake turned it over in his hands, examining it closely. "Looks old," he muttered. "Really old. And what's with this symbol?" He traced the angular lines inside the circle with his finger. As he did, I could have sworn I saw the shadows around us deepen, pressing in closer. Maybe we should put it back, Mia suggested, her voice thin with fear. What if those things are looking for it? I snatched the book back from Jake, holding it protectively. No, it might be important, it might explain what's going on. Jake ran a hand through his hair, looking around nervously. What's going on is that we're lost in the middle of a forest in the middle of the night being chased by God knows what. We need to find our way back to the car. I nodded, trying to orient myself. In our panic, we'd run blindly, and now I had no idea which direction we'd come from. The trees all looked the same in the darkness, looming and unfriendly. Okay, I said, taking a deep breath. Let's just pick a direction and start walking. We're bound to hit a trail eventually, right? Neither of them looked convinced, but it was the best plan we had. We set off, moving more cautiously now, our flashlights sweeping back and forth across our path. As we walked, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. Every rustle of leaves, every snapping twig made us jump. The forest seemed alive around us, breathing, waiting. After what felt like hours but was probably only minutes, Mia grabbed my arm. "Alex," she whispered, her voice trembling. "Look." She pointed her flashlight at a nearby tree. Carved into the bark was a symbol, the same symbol that was on the cover of the book. "It's just a coincidence," Jake said, but he didn't sound convinced. We kept walking, but now we noticed the symbols everywhere. They were carved into trees, scratched onto rocks, even formed by oddly arranged branches on the ground. Always the same, a circle with those strange angular lines inside. "This is impossible," Mia muttered. "They can't all have just appeared. We would have noticed them before." I ran my fingers over one of the carvings, feeling the roughness of the bark. As I did, I heard it again, that faint whisper just on the edge of hearing. I jerked my hand back as if burned. "Did you hear that?" I asked. Jake and Mia looked at me blankly. "Hear what?" Jake asked. I was about to explain when a twig snapped loudly behind us. We all whirled around, hearts racing. "Hello?" I called out, my voice sounding thin and scared in the darkness. "Is someone there?" For a long moment, there was only silence. Then, so faint I almost thought I imagined it, came a reply. "Help! Us!" The voice was unlike anything I'd ever heard. It seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once, echoing inside my head more than in my ears. Mia clutched at my arm, her nails digging into my skin. "Tell me you guys heard that," she whispered. Jake nodded slowly, his face pale. Yeah, I heard it." I took a step towards where I thought the voice had come from. "Hello? Where are you? Do you need help?" "Alex, don't," Mia hissed, trying to pull me back. But I shook her off, taking another step forward. The whispers grew louder, but I still couldn't make out most of the words. Just fragments. Trapped. Ritual. Coming. Suddenly the air around us seemed to thicken. The shadows deepened, swirling like smoke. And in those shadows I saw something. A shape, vaguely human but wrong somehow. Too tall, too thin, with limbs that bent at impossible angles. I stumbled backward, colliding with Jake. "Run!" I gasped. "Run!" We took off again, crashing through the underbrush. The thing, whatever it was, didn't seem to be chasing us, but we ran anyway, driven by blind panic. We burst out of the trees into a small clearing, and I skidded to a stop so suddenly that Jake and Mia crashed into me from behind. Because there, in the center of the clearing, was the campfire. The same campfire we'd found hours ago, still burning low and steady. "This is impossible," Jake muttered. "We've been walking for hours, we can't be back here." But we were. It was unmistakably the same clearing, down to the pattern of rocks around the fire pit. Except for one thing, the symbols. They were everywhere now, carved into every tree surrounding the clearing, etched into the very ground around the fire. Mia let out a choked sob. "What's happening to us?" I wished I had an answer for her. Instead, I found myself drawn towards the fire. It flickered invitingly, promising warmth and safety in this nightmare forest. As I approached, I noticed something in the embers. Reaching out, ignoring Jake's warning shout, I plucked it from the coals. It was a small, carved figurine made of some dark wood that didn't seem to burn. It was roughly humanoid, but with 2 long limbs and a featureless face. Just like the thing I'd seen in the shadows. The moment my fingers closed around it, the whispers exploded in my head. No longer faint, they were a cacophony of voices, all crying out at once. I dropped to my knees, clutching my head, the figurine still gripped tightly in my hand. Through the haze of noise and pain, I was dimly aware of Jake and Mia at my side, calling my name. But their voices seemed to come from very far away. All I could focus on were the whispers, which were slowly resolving into a single chilling message. The gate is opening, they are coming, and you have the key. I looked down at the book in one hand and the figurine in the other, a terrible realization dawning. We hadn't stumbled upon some innocent camping trip gone wrong. We'd walked right into the middle of something ancient and dangerous, something that had been waiting for us. As if in response to my thoughts, the fire suddenly roared up, the flames turning an unnatural, sickly green. In their light, I saw shapes moving at the edge of the clearing. Tall, thin shapes with too many limbs gliding towards us with terrifying grace. Jake and Mia were screaming now, but I barely heard them. All I could do was stare as the things approached, the whispers in my head growing to a deafening roar. And somewhere deep in the forest I heard something answer, a sound too big, too alien for this world. The gate was opening. They were coming, and somehow I knew it was all my fault. The green flames died down as suddenly as they had flared up, plunging us back into near darkness. The shapes at the edge of the clearing seemed to melt away into the shadows, leaving us alone once more. But the feeling of being watched, of something lurking just beyond our sight, remained. Jake was the first to break the stunned silence. What the hell just happened? I shook my head, still dazed from the assault of whispers. I don't know, but I think we're in way over our heads here. Mia was huddled on the ground, her arms wrapped tightly around herself. We need to get out of here, she said, her voice trembling. We need to go home. Now. I wanted to agree with her, but something held me back. The book in my hand seemed to pulse with an unseen energy, and the figurine... I realized I was still clutching it tightly, its edges digging into my palm. We can't leave, I heard myself saying. Not yet. Jake rounded on me, his face a mixture of fear and anger. Are you insane? Did you not see those things? We need to go before they come back. I held up the book and figurine. Don't you see? This is bigger than us. Something's happening here, something important. We can't just walk away. Watch me, Jake spat, grabbing his backpack. I'm out of here. You coming, Mia? Mia looked between us, torn. Alex, maybe Jake's right. This is too dangerous. I felt a surge of frustration. Fine. You guys go. I'm staying. Jake's eyes widened. You can't be serious. I am, I said, surprising myself with how calm I sounded. I need to figure this out. But you're right, it's dangerous. You two should get to safety. Mia stood up, brushing dirt from her jeans. We can't just leave you here alone. Yes, you can, I insisted. Follow the trail we came in on. It should lead you back to the car. Jake shook his head. The trail? Alex, we've been running through the woods for hours. There is no trail. I blinked, confused. What are you talking about? The trail's right there. I pointed to a clear path leading out of the clearing, one I was certain hadn't been there before. Mia and Jake exchanged a worried look. Alex, Mia said slowly. There's nothing there. Just more trees. A chill ran down my spine. I walked over to where I saw the trail, my friends following cautiously behind. As I approached, the path seemed to waver, like a mirage in the desert. I reached out to touch a tree at its edge, and my hand passed right through it. Oh God, I whispered. What's happening to me? Jake put a hand on my shoulder. That's it. We're all leaving right now. Together. I nodded numbly, too shaken to argue. We gathered our things quickly, eager to put this clearing and its horrors behind us. But as we were about to leave, I noticed something half hidden under a nearby rock. Ignoring Jake's protests, I went to investigate. It was a journal, its leather cover weathered and cracked with age. I pulled it out, brushing off clumps of dirt and decaying leaves. The pages were yellow and brittle, covered in spidery handwriting and strange diagrams. "Alex, come on!" Mia called, her voice tight with fear. "Just a second," I muttered, flipping through the journal. My eyes widened as I scanned the pages. Rituals, summoning circles, descriptions of creatures that couldn't possibly exist, and the same symbols we'd seen carved into the trees. I shoved the journal into my backpack, jogging to catch up with Jake and Mia. We set off into the forest, moving as quickly as we dared in the darkness. I kept expecting to hear footsteps behind us, to see those impossibly tall figures gliding between the trees. But the forest remained quiet, almost unnaturally so. After what felt like hours of walking, we stumbled upon a small clearing. Exhaustion was starting to set in, and by unspoken agreement, we decided to stop and rest. "We should be nearing the edge of the forest by now," Jake said, consulting his phone's GPS. "But this thing hasn't had a signal since we entered the woods." Mia slumped against a tree trunk. "Maybe we should just wait until morning. It'll be easier to find our way in the daylight." I nodded, too tired to argue. We set about making camp, gathering fallen branches for a fire. As Jake worked on getting the flames going, I pulled out the journal I'd found. "What's that?" Mia asked, peering over my shoulder. "I found it back at the clearing," I explained. I think it might explain what's going on here." Jake looked up from the fire, his face shadowed with concern. "Alex, maybe you shouldn't mess with that. After everything that's happened..." But I was already opening it, drawn in by the promise of answers. The first few pages were filled with mundane observations about the forest, weather patterns, animal sightings, nothing out of the ordinary. But as I read on, the entries took a dark turn. "Listen to this," I said, reading aloud. "Day 47. The whispers are getting louder. I see the symbols everywhere now, even when I close my eyes. Something is coming. Something ancient and hungry." Mia shivered. "That's creepy as hell." I flipped forward a few pages. Day 60. I performed the ritual as instructed. The gate opened just for a moment. I can't describe what I saw, but now they know I'm here. They're coming for me. Jake stood up abruptly. "Okay, that's enough. We don't need to hear any more of this crazy talk." But I couldn't stop. The journal was filling in the blanks, explaining the terrifying things we'd witnessed. Day 65. The summoning is almost complete. When the stars align, the gate will open fully. They will come through and this world will be theirs. Suddenly, a gust of wind whipped through our camp, extinguishing the fire Jake had just managed to light. We were plunged into darkness, the trees around us creaking and groaning as if in pain. "What's happening?" Mia cried out. I fumbled for my flashlight, my heart pounding. As the beam cut through the darkness, I gasped in horror. The trees around our camp were covered in symbols, glowing with a faint, sickly light. They pulsed in unison like a heartbeat. "Oh God," Jake whispered. "They weren't there before. I swear they weren't there before." I turned slowly, sweeping the flashlight around us. The symbols were everywhere, surrounding us completely. And beyond them, in the depths of the forest, I saw movement. Tall, thin shapes gliding between the trees, coming closer. "We need to go," I said, my voice hoarse with fear. "Now." We scrambled to gather our things, abandoning any pretense of breaking camp properly. As we were about to flee, I noticed something strange about the symbols. They seemed to be arranged in a pattern, forming a larger design. Despite the urgency of our situation, I found myself tracing the pattern with my eyes, trying to understand its meaning. As I did, the whispers returned, filling my head with their alien voices. "The key," they hissed. "You have the key." I looked down at the journal in my hands, realization dawning. This wasn't just a record of someone's descent into madness. It was instructions, a guide. "Guys," I said, my voice sounding strange to my own ears, "I think I know what we need to do." Mia grabbed my arm, her eyes wide with fear. "What we need to do is run." But I shook my head, a strange calm settling over me. "No. We're here for a reason. We have to see this through." Jake took a step towards me, his face pale in the flashlight's beam. "Alex, you're not making any sense. We need to leave, now." I looked at my friends, seeing the fear and confusion in their eyes. Part of me wanted to agree, to run and never look back. But a larger part, the part that had brought us to this forest in the first place, knew we couldn't leave. Not yet. "Trust me," I said, surprised by the strength in my voice. "I know what I'm doing." As if in response, the whispers grew louder and the symbols glowed brighter. The shapes in the forest drew closer, their impossible forms becoming clearer in the eerie light. We stood at the precipice of something vast and terrifying, something that threatened to swallow us whole. But as I clutched the journal tighter, I knew we had no choice but to plunge forward into the unknown. The discovery we'd made in this forest was just the beginning. The real journey, I realized, with a mixture of fear and excitement, was only just starting. The symbols pulsed around us, their sickly glow casting strange shadows that seemed to move of their own accord. Jake and Mia stood frozen, their eyes darting between me and the encroaching darkness beyond our little circle of light. "Alex," Mia's voice quavered, "what do you mean you know what we need to do?" "This is insane." I clutched the journal tighter, feeling its leather cover warm beneath my fingers. "I can't explain it, but this journal, it's more than just a record. It's a guide." Jake took a step towards me, his face a mask of concern and fear. "A guide to what? Getting us all killed?" "No," I said, shaking my head. "To understanding what's happening here, to stopping it." A twig snapped in the darkness, making us all jump. The tall, thin shapes were getting closer, their movements jerky and unnatural. "We don't have time for this," Jake hissed. "We need to run. Now." Part of me knew he was right. Every instinct screamed at me to flee, to get as far away from this nightmare as possible. But something stronger held me in place. A certainty that we were meant to be here, that we had a role to play in whatever was unfolding around us. "If we run, they'll catch us," I said, surprising myself with how calm I sounded. "Our only chance is to face this head on." Mia let out a choked sob. "Face what? We don't even know what these things are." I flipped open the journal, my flashlight illuminating the cramped handwriting. According to this, they're called the Watchers. They guard the boundaries between worlds. Worlds? Jake's voice was tinged with disbelief. "Alex, listen to yourself. This is crazy talk." But I was already reading aloud from the journal. "The Watchers are drawn to those who seek knowledge of the beyond. They are gatekeepers, judges, executioners. To pass their test is to gain unimaginable power. To fail is to be lost forever." As if in response to my words, the shapes in the darkness stilled. The forest fell silent, the very air seeming to hold its breath. "What test?" Mia whispered. "What are we supposed to do?" I scanned the journal frantically, searching for answers. "It says we need to complete a ritual. Something about opening our minds to the beyond." Jake grabbed my arm, his fingers digging in painfully. "No. No rituals. No beyond. We are leaving, right now." He started to pull me away, but I resisted. "Jake, wait. We can't just—" My words were cut off by a piercing shriek that seemed to come from everywhere at once. The symbols flared blindingly bright, and the shapes in the darkness surged forward. "Run!" Jake yelled, and this time I didn't argue. We crashed through the underbrush, branches whipping at our faces, roots threatening to trip us at every step. I could hear something moving behind us, a sound like dry leaves scraping against bark. We ran until our lungs burned and our legs felt like lead. Finally, we burst out of the trees into a small clearing. To our horror, we realized it was the same clearing where we'd found the abandoned campfire hours ago. "This is impossible," Mia gasped, bent double and panting. "We've been running for miles." Jake spun in a circle, his flashlight beam cutting through the darkness. "They're gone. I think we lost them." But I wasn't so sure. The feeling of being watched, of something lurking just out of sight, was stronger than ever. I turned to my friends, seeing the fear and exhaustion etched on their faces. "Guys," I said slowly, "I don't think we can run from this. Whatever's happening, we're a part of it now." Jake rounded on me, his eyes blazing. "This is all your fault, Alex. Your stupid idea for a night hike, and now this insanity with the journal." His words stung, but I couldn't deny the truth in them. "You're right. I'm sorry. I never meant for any of this to happen." Mia stepped between us, her voice trembling but determined. "Fighting isn't going to help. We need to figure out what to do next." I nodded, taking a deep breath to calm myself. "Okay, let's think this through. We can't seem to leave the forest. Every time we try to run, we end up back here. So what? We're trapped?" Jake's voice cracked on the last word. "Maybe not trapped," I said, an idea forming. "Maybe guided. Whatever's out there, it wants us here for a reason." Mia hugged herself, shivering despite the warm night air. "What reason?" I held up the journal. "To complete the ritual. To open our minds to the beyond, whatever that means." Jake shook his head vehemently. "No way. Absolutely not. We are not doing some creepy occult ritual in the middle of a haunted forest." But even as he spoke, I saw doubt flicker across his face. He knew as well as I did that we were running out of options. "What if," Mia said hesitantly, "what if Alex is right? What if it's the only way out?" Jake stared at her in disbelief. "Et tu, Mia? Have you both lost your minds?" I put a hand on his shoulder, feeling him tense under my touch. "Jake, I know this sounds crazy. Hell, it is crazy. But think about everything we've seen tonight. The symbols, the watchers, the way the forest itself seems to be against us. We're so far beyond normal that we need to start considering some abnormal solutions." He was quiet for a long moment, and I could almost see the wheels turning in his head. Finally, he let out a long, shaky breath. "Fine. But if we're going to do this, we do it carefully. No rushing in blindly." I nodded, relief washing over me. "Agreed. Let's set up camp here and study the journal. We need to understand exactly what we're dealing with before we do anything." We set about making camp, gathering wood for a fire and unpacking our sleeping bags. As Jake worked on getting the fire started, I sat down with the journal, Mia peering over my shoulder. The more I read, the more my unease grew. The journal spoke of ancient beings, of gateways between realities, of powers beyond human comprehension. But it also hinted at a terrible price for this knowledge. "Listen to this," I said, reading aloud. "The ritual requires a sacrifice, not of blood but of self. To open the gate, one must be willing to lose everything they are." Mia's breath caught. "What does that mean?" I shook my head. "I'm not sure. But whatever it is, it sounds dangerous." Jake looked up from the now crackling fire, his face grim. "This whole thing is dangerous. Are we really considering going through with this?" I was about to respond when a flicker of movement caught my eye. At the edge of the clearing, half hidden in shadow, stood a figure. It was tall and thin, its limbs too long, its head cocked at an impossible angle. "Guys," I whispered, my mouth suddenly dry. "Don't move." They followed my gaze, and I heard Mia's sharp intake of breath. The figure stood motionless, watching us with eyes that glowed faintly in the darkness. Slowly, deliberately, It raised one impossibly long arm and pointed directly at me. A voice filled my head, not sound but pure thought, alien and ancient. "The key," it said. "You hold the key. Open the gate." And then, as suddenly as it had appeared, the figure was gone, melting back into the shadows of the forest. We sat in stunned silence, the crackle of the fire the only sound in the clearing. Finally, Jake spoke, his voice barely above a whisper. "What just happened?" I looked down at the journal in my hands, then back at the spot where the figure had stood. A terrible certainty settled over me. "I think," I said slowly, "we just got our marching orders." Mia's eyes widened. "You don't mean—" I nodded. "We're doing the ritual. Tonight." As I said the words, the symbols carved into the trees around us flared to life, bathing the clearing in their eerie glow. The forest seemed to hold its breath, waiting. Whatever was coming, whatever test we were about to face, I knew our lives would never be the same after this night. The question was, would we survive to see the dawn? The eerie glow from the symbols pulsed gently, casting long shadows that seemed to dance and writhe in the flickering firelight. We huddled close together. The journal opened between us, its pages illuminated by the strange light. "Are we really doing this?" Mia whispered, her voice trembling slightly. I nodded, trying to project more confidence than I felt. "I don't think we have a choice. Whatever's out there, it's not going to let us leave until we do." Jake ran a hand through his hair, his face a mask of worry. "Okay, so what exactly does this ritual involve?" I scanned the journal's pages, my heart racing as I took in the details. "According to this, we need to find a place where the veil between worlds is thin, a nexus point." "And how exactly are we supposed to find that?" Jake asked, skepticism heavy in his voice. As if in answer, a cool breeze swept through the clearing, rustling the leaves. The symbols carved into the trees seemed to pulse brighter for a moment, and I felt a tugging sensation in my chest, like an invisible thread pulling me forward. I think I know," I said, standing up slowly. "We need to follow the symbols." Mia looked at me, her eyes wide. "Alex, are you sure about this?" I wasn't sure about anything anymore, but I nodded anyway. "It's our only lead." We gathered our things quickly, the weight of our decision hanging heavy in the air. As we stepped out of the clearing and into the dense forest, the symbols seemed to come alive, glowing brighter and forming a clear path through the trees. We walked in tense silence, the forest around us unnaturally quiet. No chirping insects, no rustling leaves, just the sound of our own footsteps and ragged breathing. The path wound deeper into the woods, taking us through areas that seemed increasingly wild and untouched. After what felt like hours of walking, we emerged into a large circular clearing. Stone altars, weathered and covered in moss, stood in a perfect circle around the edges. In the center was a raised platform of smooth black stone, covered in intricate carvings that seemed to shift and change as we looked at them. "Oh my God," Mia breathed, her eyes wide as she took in the scene. Jake stepped forward cautiously, running his hand over one of the altars. "These look ancient. How is this even possible? There's nothing like this supposed to be in Shawnee Forest." I approached the central platform, drawn by an inexplicable pull. As I got closer, I could make out the carvings more clearly. They depicted strange, alien landscapes and beings that defied description, all centered around a symbol that matched the one on the journal's cover. "This is it," I said, my voice sounding strange in the oppressive silence of the clearing. "This is where we need to perform the ritual." As if triggered by my words, the carvings on the platform began to glow with the same sickly light as the symbols on the trees. A low humming filled the air, vibrating in our bones. "Alex," Jake called, his voice tight with fear. "I really think we should reconsider this." But before I could respond, movement at the edge of the clearing caught my eye. The tall, thin figures we'd seen before, the Watchers, were emerging from the trees. They moved with an eerie grace, gliding rather than walking, their featureless faces turned towards us. Mia let out a choked sob. They're everywhere. We're surrounded. I looked down at the journal in my hands, then back at the approaching figures. We don't have a choice. We have to do this now. With shaking hands, I opened the journal to the page describing the ritual. It says we need to form a circle around the central platform. Each of us needs to offer something. A sacrifice. Jake's face paled. What kind of sacrifice? I swallowed hard. It doesn't specify, just that it needs to be something important to us, something that defines who we are. We looked at each other, the gravity of the situation sinking in. This wasn't just some campfire game or urban exploration gone wrong. We were about to do something that could change us forever. Slowly, hesitantly, we took our positions around the platform. The Watchers had stopped advancing, forming an outer circle around us. Their presence was oppressive, a weight pressing down on us from all sides. Okay, I said, trying to keep my voice steady. We need to place our sacrifices on the platform and then open our minds to the beyond. Mia went first, her hands shaking as she reached into her pocket. She pulled out a small, worn photograph. It's a picture of my dad. He died when I was little. It's all I have left of him. She placed the photo on the platform, and for a moment nothing happened. Then, the stone beneath it seemed to ripple, and the photo sank into its surface, disappearing completely. Jake went next, pulling off a battered wristwatch. My grandfather gave me this before he died. Said it would always help me find my way home. His voice cracked on the last word, and he placed the watch on the platform with obvious reluctance. Like the photo, it sank into the stone and vanished. Finally, it was my turn. I reached into my pocket and pulled out a small notebook. This is where I write all my story ideas, my dreams for the future. I placed it on the platform, watching as it too was swallowed by the stone. As soon as the notebook disappeared, the humming in the air intensified. The glowing symbols on the platform began to swirl and shift, forming new patterns that hurt to look at directly. Now what? Mia asked, her voice barely audible over the humming. I consulted the journal one last time. We need to open our minds, to let go of everything we think we know and embrace the unknown. It sounded ridiculous, new age nonsense that would have made me roll my eyes in any other situation. But here, surrounded by impossible things, it felt deadly serious. We closed our eyes and I tried to empty my mind, to open myself to whatever was out there. For a long moment, nothing happened. Then, suddenly, I felt it. A presence, vast and alien, pressing against the edges of my consciousness. I gasped, my eyes flying open. Mia and Jake were staring at me, their faces a mixture of awe and terror. And I realized I could see them, really see them, in a way I never had before. I could see the web of connections between us, between everything in the clearing. The trees, the stones, the Watchers, all of it connected in a vast, intricate pattern that stretched far beyond what my eyes could perceive. "Do you see it?" I whispered, not sure if I was speaking aloud or directly into their minds. They nodded, their eyes wide and unfocused. And then, as one, we turned to look at the center of the platform. The air above it was wrong. It rippled and twisted like heat waves on asphalt, but darker, deeper. And in that distortion I could see something. Shapes and colors that had no place in our world. Glimpses of landscapes that defied physics and logic. "The gate," I heard myself say, though the words felt foreign in my mouth. "It's opening." As if in response, the distortion grew larger, the humming rising to a painful pitch. The Watchers around us began to sway, their movements synchronized in some alien rhythm. And then, suddenly everything stopped. The humming cut off, the glowing symbols faded, and the distortion above the platform vanished as if it had never been there. We stood in stunned silence, the normal sounds of the forest gradually returning around us. The watchers were gone, melted back into the shadows as silently as they had appeared. Is it over? Mia asked, her voice small and uncertain. I looked down at the platform, at the spot where our sacrifices had disappeared. I don't know. I don't think so. I think this was just the beginning. Jake opened his mouth to respond, but before he could, a sound echoed through the clearing. It was unlike anything I'd ever heard before, a deep, resonant tone that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. It vibrated through us, setting our teeth on edge and making the hair on the back of my neck stand up. And with that sound came a certainty, a knowledge that settled into my bones with terrifying finality. We had opened something, started something, that was far beyond our understanding. The gate might have closed, but its effects were just beginning to ripple out into our world. As we stood there in that ancient clearing in the heart of Shawnee Forest, I realized that our real journey, and our real test, was only just beginning. Whatever came next, we would face it together, forever changed by what we had experienced on this impossible night. The ritual was complete, but our story was far from over. The deep, resonant tone faded away, leaving us in an eerie silence. The forest around us seemed different now, charged with an energy that made the air feel thick and heavy. We stood motionless, each lost in our own thoughts, trying to process what had just happened. Jake was the first to break the silence. We need to get out of here now. His voice was tight with barely controlled panic. I nodded, still feeling dazed. Yeah, you're right. Let's go. We gathered our things quickly, casting nervous glances at the shadows between the trees. As we prepared to leave the clearing, I noticed Mia standing by the central platform, her hand hovering over its surface. Mia? I called out. You okay? She turned to look at me, and I felt a chill run down my spine. There was something different about her eyes, a depth that hadn't been there before. I'm fine, she said, her voice oddly calm. Just thinking. Jake grabbed her arm, pulling her away from the platform. Think while we walk. We need to move. We set off into the forest, following what we hoped was the path back to our original campsite. But everything looked different now. The trees seemed to loom over us, their branches reaching out like grasping fingers. Shadows moved in ways they shouldn't, and more than once I could have sworn I saw figures flitting just at the edge of my vision. As we walked, I noticed Jake and Mia exchanging looks, having some sort of silent conversation. The realization hit me suddenly. They were planning something, and whatever it was, they didn't want me to know about it. I stopped abruptly, causing them to nearly run into me. All right, what's going on? Jake's face was a mask of innocence. What do you mean? Don't play dumb, I snapped. You two are up to something. Spill it. Mia stepped forward, her expression unreadable. Alex, we're worried about you. The way you've been acting since we found that journal, it's not like you. I felt a surge of anger. Not like me? We just performed some kind of ancient ritual in the middle of a haunted forest. How exactly am I supposed to be acting? Jake put a hand on my shoulder, his voice low and soothing. We get it, man. This whole situation is insane. But you seem, I don't know, almost excited about it. Like you want to go deeper into whatever this is. I shrugged off his hand, taking a step back. Of course I want to understand it, don't you? We've stumbled onto something huge here, something that could change everything we know about the world. Mia shook her head, her eyes sad. That's what we're afraid of. Alex, whatever this is, it's dangerous. We need to get out of here, get help, not dive deeper into it. I looked between them, realization dawning. You want to leave, to pretend none of this ever happened. Jake nodded slowly. It's for the best, man. We're in way over our heads here. I felt a surge of betrayal, hot and bitter in my chest. So that's it? We just walk away? Forget everything we've seen? Everything we've learned? It's not about forgetting, Mia said softly. It's about staying safe. Alex, please, come with us. We can figure this out together, somewhere that's not here. I was about to respond when a movement in the trees caught my eye. One of the watchers stood there, its impossibly tall form barely visible in the shadows. It raised a long, thin arm pointing deeper into the forest. Without thinking, I took a step towards it. Jake's hand shot out, grabbing my arm. Alex, no. I tried to shake him off, but his grip was like iron. Let go of me. We can't let you do this, Mia said, moving to block my path. We're your friends. We're trying to protect you. Anger surged through me, hot and irrational. Protect me? By holding me back? By trying to drag me away from the most important discovery of our lives? Jake's voice was pleading now. Listen to yourself, man. This isn't you talking. It's that thing. The journal, the ritual, whatever. It's messing with your head. Part of me knew he was right. The Alex from yesterday would have been running for his life, not arguing to stay in this nightmare forest. But that Alex seemed like a stranger now, small and ignorant. I had seen beyond the veil, glimpsed truths that most humans would never know. How could I turn my back on that? I'm sorry, I said, my voice cold, but I can't leave. Not now. Mia's eyes widened. Alex, please. But before she could finish, I acted. With a sudden burst of strength, I wrenched my arm free from Jake's grasp and shoved Mia aside. They both stumbled, caught off guard by my sudden violence. I turned and ran, plunging deeper into the forest. I could hear them shouting behind me, their voices fading as I put distance between us. The trees seemed to part before me, guiding my path. The watcher glided alongside me, always just out of reach. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs felt like lead. Finally, I stumbled to a stop, bent double and gasping for breath. When I straightened up, I found myself in another clearing. This one was smaller than the ritual site, but just as ancient. A cave mouth yawned before me, its entrance covered in glowing symbols. As I stood there, trying to catch my breath, I heard footsteps behind me. I spun around, half expecting to see Jake and Mia. Instead, I found myself face to face with myself. The other Alex looked exactly like me, down to the mud on my boots and the tear in my jacket. But his eyes were different, deeper, older somehow. He smiled, and it was my smile, but twisted into something alien and unsettling. What are you? I gasped. The other Alex's smile widened. I'm you, of course. The you that embraced the knowledge, that didn't let fear hold him back. I shook my head, trying to clear it. This couldn't be real. No, that's impossible. You can't be me. He laughed, and the sound sent shivers down my spine. Impossible? After everything you've seen tonight, you still cling to that word? Open your mind, Alex. Remember what the ritual showed you. Reality is so much bigger, so much stranger than you ever imagined. I took a step back, my head spinning. What do you want from me? The other Alex gestured towards the cave. To show you the truth. To help you become what you're meant to be. I glanced at the cave entrance, feeling a pull towards it that was almost physical. And what's that? His smile was predatory now. A key, a gateway, the one who will open the door and let them in. A cold dread settled in my stomach. Them, the other Alex's form seemed to shimmer, revealing glimpses of something vast and alien beneath the human exterior. The ones who wait beyond, the true masters of reality. They've been patient, Alex, so patient. But now, finally, it's time for them to return. I stumbled backwards, my mind reeling. This was too much, too fast. I wanted to run, to find Jake and Mia and beg their forgiveness. But my feet wouldn't move. The other Alex extended a hand towards me. Don't fight it. You know this is right. You've always known, deep down, that you were meant for something greater. This is your destiny, Alex. Embrace it. I stared at the outstretched hand, feeling torn. Part of me was screaming to run, to reject this madness. But another part, a part that grew stronger with each passing moment, wanted to take that hand, to step into the cave and see what lay beyond. As I stood there, frozen in indecision, I heard voices calling my name. Jake and Mia had found me. They were coming to save me from myself. The other Alex's expression hardened. Choose now, Alex. Them or us, the truth or comfortable ignorance. Who do you want to be? I looked back at the forest where my friends' voices were getting closer. Then I turned to the cave, dark and beckoning. In that moment, standing on the threshold between two worlds, I made my choice. And nothing would ever be the same again. I took a step towards the cave, my heart pounding in my chest. The other Alex smiled, a triumphant gleam in his eyes. Good choice, he said, his voice echoing strangely. You won't regret this. As I reached for his outstretched hand, a shout rang out behind me. Alex, stop! I turned to see Jake and Mia bursting into the clearing, their faces flushed and breathing heavy from running. They skidded to a halt, eyes widening as they took in the scene before them. What the hell? Jake muttered, looking between me and my doppelganger. Mia's voice was barely a whisper. There are two of you. The other Alex's smile turned cruel. You're too late. He's made his choice. I felt torn, caught between two worlds. Part of me wanted to run to my friends to escape this madness. But the pull of the unknown, the promise of hidden knowledge, was too strong to resist. I'm sorry, I said, my voice cracking. I have to do this. I have to know. Jake took a step forward, his hand outstretched. Alex, please. Whatever that thing is, it's not you. It's lying to you. The other Alex laughed, the sound sending chills down my spine. Lying. I'm the only one telling the truth. The world you know is the lie. A thin veneer over the real reality. And Alex here is going to help us tear that veneer away. Mia's eyes filled with tears. Alex, think about what you're doing. Think about your family, your future. You can't throw it all away for this. Her words hit me like a physical blow. My family, my dreams, everything I'd worked for. Was I really ready to give it all up? The other Alex sensed my hesitation. His form shimmed, revealing glimpses of something vast and inhuman beneath. Enough of this, he growled. The time has come. Before any of us could react, he grabbed my arm. His touch was like ice, sending waves of cold spreading through my body. The world around us began to blur and shift. No! Jake yelled, lunging forward, but he was too late. The clearing, the forest, my friends, everything dissolved into a swirling vortex of color and sound. When it cleared, I found myself in a vast, dark chamber. The walls were covered in the same glowing symbols we'd seen in the forest, pulsing with an otherworldly light. I was lying on a cold stone altar, my arms and legs bound with what looked like living shadows. The other Alex stood over me, but he no longer looked human. His form was constantly shifting, a mass of writhing tentacles and impossible geometries. Where am I? I gasped, struggling against my bonds. What are you doing? The thing that had been Alex laughed, the sound reverberating painfully in my skull. We're completing the ritual, of course. You're the key, Alex, the gateway, and it's time to turn that key. Fear gripped me as I realized the full magnitude of what was happening. This wasn't about knowledge or discovery. It was about something far more terrifying. You're going to open a portal, I whispered, to let them in. The creature nodded, its form rippling with what might have been pleasure. Very good. You always were quick on the uptake. Yes, the great old ones have waited eons for this moment. And you, Alex, you're going to be their herald. It raised a limb, and a wickedly curved knife materialized in what passed for its hand. The ritual requires blood, freely given. Are you ready to make the ultimate sacrifice, Alex? I struggled harder, panic giving me strength. No, I won't do it. You tricked me. The creature sighed, a sound like wind howling through a vast empty space. I had hoped you would embrace this willingly. But no matter. Your consent is preferred, not required. It lowered the knife toward my chest, its sharp point glinting in the eerie light. I closed my eyes, bracing for the pain. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. "Get away from him, you cosmic horror reject." My eyes flew open to see Jake charging towards the altar, wielding what looked like a branch torn from one of the forest trees. Mia was right behind him, clutching a rock in each hand. The creature whirled to face them, its form swelling with rage. "Impossible! How did you get here?" Jake's face was set in grim determination. "We followed you through the portal. Did you really think we'd abandon our friend?" He swung the branch, catching the creature across what might have been its face. It shrieked, a sound that made my ears bleed, and lashed out with a mass of tentacles. Mia ducked under the attack and rushed to my side. "Hang on, Alex. We'll get you out of here." As she worked to free me from my shadowy bonds, I felt a surge of shame and gratitude. "I'm so sorry," I choked out. "You were right. I should have listened." She managed a tight smile. Less apologizing, more escaping. "We can talk about this later." Across the chamber, Jake was putting up a valiant fight against the creature, but he was clearly outmatched. Every blow he landed seemed to pass through its shifting form without doing real damage. "Guys," he called out, dodging another tentacle strike. "Not to rush you, but I could use some help here." As Mia finally managed to free my right arm, I noticed something. The glowing symbols on the walls were pulsing faster now, in time with the creature's movements, and in the center of the chamber the air was beginning to ripple and distort. "The portal," I gasped. "It's opening." The creature let out a triumphant roar. "Yes, they come. The great old ones return to claim what is theirs." The distortion grew, stretching into a vast, swirling vortex. And in its depths I caught glimpses of things that my mind couldn't, or wouldn't, fully process. Vast, alien shapes, cities that defied geometry, and eyes, countless eyes, all turning to focus on our world. "We have to close it," Mia yelled over the growing roar of the portal. "How do we close it?" I racked my brain, trying to remember what I'd read in the journal. "The ritual," I said. "It needs to be reversed. But I don't know how." Jake was back at the altar now, helping Mia free my other arm. "Well, figure it out fast. I don't think our squid-faced friend is going to let us leave to do some research." The creature was at the edge of the portal now, its form stretching and warping as it prepared to welcome its masters. "Too late, humans," it crowed. "The way is open. They are coming." As I sat up on the altar, my eyes fell on the ritual knife, which had fallen to the ground in the chaos. Suddenly I knew what I had to do. "The sacrifice," I said, reaching for the knife. "It has to be undone." Mia's eyes widened as she realized what I was planning. "Alex, no. There has to be another way." But I knew there wasn't. I had started this, let my curiosity and arrogance nearly doom the world. Now it was up to me to end it. I gripped the knife tightly, its weight heavy in my hand. "I'm sorry," I said, looking at my friends. "For everything. Take care of each other." Before they could stop me, I plunged the knife into my own chest. Pain exploded through me, white-hot and all-consuming. But with it came a surge of power, a connection to the forces we'd unleashed. I focused all my will on one thought: close the gate. The creature screamed in rage and disbelief. "No. What have you done?" The portal began to shrink, the swirling energies collapsing in on themselves. The vast alien presences retreated, their chance at entering our world slipping away. As my vision began to fade, I saw the chamber crumbling around us. The creature that had been my doppelganger was being pulled into the collapsing portal, its form disintegrating. The last thing I heard was Jake and Mia calling my name, their voices fading as darkness claimed me. And then, nothing. Darkness. Endless, all-encompassing darkness. That's all I knew for what felt like an eternity. Then, slowly, pinpricks of light began to pierce the void. Sounds filtered in, muffled and distant at first, then growing clearer. Vital signs stabilizing. "I think he's coming around," Alex? Alex, can you hear me? I struggled to open my eyes, my eyelids feeling as heavy as lead. When I finally managed to pry them open, I was greeted by a blinding white light. I blinked rapidly, trying to adjust. As my vision cleared, I saw Jake and Mia leaning over me, their faces etched with worry and exhaustion. Behind them, I could make out stark white walls and beeping machines. A hospital room. What? I tried to speak, but my throat was dry and raw. Mia quickly held a cup of water to my lips, and I drank gratefully. Easy there, Jake said, his voice uncharacteristically gentle. You've been out for a while. I swallowed, wincing at the pain in my throat. How long? Mia and Jake exchanged a look. 3 weeks, Mia said softly. We weren't sure you were going to wake up. The memories came flooding back in a rush. The forest, the ritual, the cave, the otherworldly chamber and the portal. My sacrifice. I looked down at my chest, half expecting to see a gaping wound. Instead, there was just a neat line of stitches, already healing. How? I croaked. I should be dead. Jake ran a hand through his hair, looking uncomfortable. That's complicated. We're not entirely sure ourselves. A new voice joined the conversation. Perhaps I can help explain. I turned my head to see an elderly man in a tweed jacket standing in the doorway. He had a kind face, but his eyes held a depth of knowledge that made me shiver. Who are you? I asked. The man smiled, stepping into the room. My name is Dr. Elias Blackwood. I'm a professor of occult studies at Miskatonic University, and I believe we have much to discuss, Mr. Chen. Jake and Mia moved aside, allowing Dr. Blackwood to approach my bedside. He pulled up a chair and sat down, regarding me with intense curiosity. Your friends have told me quite a tale, he said, about your adventures in Shawnee Forest, the ritual you performed, and the entities you encountered. I felt a chill run down my spine. You believe them? Dr. Blackwood's smile turned sad. My dear boy, I've spent my entire life studying such phenomena, the things that lurk in the shadows, the realities that exist beyond our own. What you experienced is all too real, I'm afraid. I closed my eyes, overwhelmed. Part of me had hoped it had all been some vivid hallucination, a product of fear and exhaustion, but hearing this man confirm it made it impossible to deny. The portal, I said, opening my eyes to look at the professor. Did I close it? He nodded solemnly. You did. Your sacrifice was effective. The breach between worlds has been sealed, at least for now. But how did I survive? I asked. I stabbed myself in the heart. I felt myself dying. Dr. Blackwood leaned forward, his voice lowering. The human body is a remarkable thing, Mr. Chen, especially when exposed to certain energies. Your proximity to the portal, combined with the ritual energies you had absorbed, created a unique set of circumstances. You were, for lack of a better term, caught between life and death, between our world and theirs. I shuddered, remembering the endless darkness. So what brought me back? The professor's eyes twinkled. Your friends, primarily. They refused to give up on you, even when the doctors had all but written you off. They've been here every day, talking to you, willing you to come back. I looked at Jake and Mia, feeling a lump form in my throat. After everything I'd put them through, they had still stood by me. Guys, I started, but Jake held up a hand. Save it, he said gruffly, but I could see the emotion in his eyes. You scared the hell out of us, but you also saved our asses. Consider us even. Mia nodded, wiping away a tear. We're just glad you're back. Dr. Blackwood cleared his throat. I hate to interrupt this touching moment, but there are some things we need to discuss. Urgently. His tone made me tense up. What things? The professor's face grew serious. Your experience has changed you, Mr. Chen. Your exposure to those other realms, to the entities that dwell there, has left its mark. What do you mean, changed me? I asked, fear creeping into my voice. Dr. Blackwood sighed. It's difficult to explain. You've become sensitive to things most people can't perceive. The veil between worlds is thinner for you now, and I'm afraid that connection goes both ways. Jake stepped forward, his posture protective. What are you saying, Doc? That those things can still get to him? The professor nodded gravely. I'm afraid so. The portal may be closed, but Mr. Chen himself has become a sort of beacon. Those entities will be drawn to him now, and they will not have given up on their plans to enter our world. I felt the blood drain from my face. So what do we do? Dr. Blackwood stood up, straightening his jacket. We prepare. We train you to understand and control these new abilities, and we make sure you're ready for what's coming. Mia's voice was small but determined. We'll help, whatever it takes. Jake nodded in agreement. Yeah, we're in this together now. No way we're letting you face this alone. I looked at my friends, feeling a mix of gratitude and guilt. Guys, you don't have to do this, it's too dangerous. Jake snorted. After what we've been through, a little danger isn't going to scare us off. Dr. Blackwood smiled. Loyalty like that is rare and precious. You're lucky to have such friends, Mr. Chen. I nodded, feeling a lump in my throat. I know. The professor clapped his hands together. Well then, once you're sufficiently recovered, we'll begin your training. Miskatonic University has resources that will be invaluable in preparing you for what's to come. As Dr. Blackwood talked about arrangements and plans, I found my mind wandering. I thought about the forest, about the other Alex, about the glimpses I'd had of realities beyond our own. Part of me was terrified of what lay ahead. But another part, a part I was almost ashamed to admit to, was excited. I had wanted knowledge, wanted to uncover the secrets of the universe. Well, I had gotten my wish, in a way I could never have imagined. And now, it seemed, my real journey was just beginning. As I lay there in that hospital bed, surrounded by my loyal friends and this enigmatic professor, I realized that my life had been irrevocably changed. The Alex who had entered Shawnee Forest that night was gone. In his place was someone new, someone marked by forces beyond human comprehension. The question was, what would I do with this new life I'd been given? Would I be able to protect our world from the horrors I'd glimpsed? Or would I end up being the key that unlocked the door to our destruction? Only time would tell. But one thing was certain. Nothing would ever be the same again. 6 months had passed since that fateful night in Shawnee Forest. 6 months of recovery, of training, of coming to terms with my new reality. Dr. Blackwood had been true to his word, bringing us to Miskatonic University and introducing us to a world hidden from most of humanity. I stood in front of a full-length mirror in my dormitory room, staring at my reflection. On the surface, I looked much the same as I always had, but my eyes, there was a depth to them now, a knowledge that set me apart from the person I used to be. A knock on the door broke me from my reverie. Alex, you ready? It was Mia's voice. I took a deep breath, steeling myself. Yeah, coming. I opened the door to find Mia and Jake waiting in the hallway. They too had changed in the past months. There was a wariness to them now, a constant alertness that came from knowing what lurked in the shadows. Big day, Jake said, clapping me on the shoulder. You sure you're up for this? I nodded, trying to project more confidence than I felt. As ready as I'll ever be. We made our way through the winding corridors of Miskatonic's Occult Studies Department. The walls were lined with artifacts and tomes that would have seemed like props in a horror movie just a year ago. Now I knew all too well how real and dangerous they were. Dr. Blackwood was waiting for us in his office, a vast room filled with books and strange objects. He looked up as we entered, his face grave. Good. You're here, he said, standing up from behind his cluttered desk. Are you prepared, Mr. Chen? I swallowed hard. I think so, Professor. You're sure this is necessary? The old man's eyes softened. I'm afraid it is, my boy. Your connection to the other side is growing stronger. If we don't take control of it now, it could overwhelm you, and that would be catastrophic. I knew he was right. Over the past months, I'd been experiencing increasingly vivid visions and dreams. Sometimes, even when I was awake, I'd catch glimpses of other realities overlapping our own. It was disorienting and terrifying. So what exactly is going to happen? Mia asked, her voice tinged with worry. Dr. Blackwood gestured to a strange contraption in the corner of the room. It looked like a cross between an antique dentist's chair and something out of a steampunk novel, covered in dials and wires. This device will allow us to guide Alex's consciousness across the veil, he explained. He'll be able to explore the other side in a controlled manner, hopefully gaining some mastery over his abilities in the process. Jake eyed the machine skeptically. And you're sure it's safe? The professor's hesitation was not reassuring. As safe as anything involving interdimensional travel can be. We've taken every precaution. I stepped towards the chair, my heart pounding. Let's do this. As Dr. Blackwood began attaching electrodes to my head and chest, Mia grabbed my hand. Be careful in there, okay? Come back to us. I squeezed her hand, managing a weak smile. I will, I promise. Jake stood by, trying to look nonchalant but unable to hide his concern. Just remember what we practiced. Stay focused. Don't let anything trick you. I nodded, settling back into the chair. Dr. Blackwood placed a strange helmet on my head, covered in more wires and glowing runes. Now, Alex, he said, his voice taking on a soothing tone, I want you to close your eyes and focus on your breathing. Feel yourself sinking deeper and deeper into relaxation. I did as he instructed, letting my consciousness drift. I was vaguely aware of the professor's voice continuing to guide me, of the hum of the machine around me. And then, suddenly, everything changed. I opened my eyes to find myself elsewhere. The world around me was a swirling chaos of colors and shapes that hurt to look at directly. Impossible geometries stretched in every direction, and the very air seemed alive with strange energies. Hello? I called out, my voice echoing strangely. Can anyone hear me? We hear you, Alex, came Dr. Blackwood's voice, sounding distant and distorted. Remember your training. Try to impose some order on your surroundings. I took a deep breath, focusing my will. Slowly, the chaos around me began to coalesce into something more recognizable. I found myself standing on what appeared to be a stone pathway, stretching out through a vast, alien landscape. Good, very good, the professor's voice encouraged. Now move forward, explore, but be cautious. I started walking, trying to take in my surroundings without letting my mind be overwhelmed. The sky above me was a roiling mass of colors I had no names for. Strange plants, or perhaps creatures, lined the path, pulsing with an inner light. As I walked, I began to hear whispers. At first, they were too faint to make out, but they grew louder with each step. The key, they hissed. The gateway. He returns. I quickened my pace, my heart racing. Professor? I called out. I think something's aware of me. Stay calm, Dr. Blackwood's voice replied, sounding fainter now. Remember, you have control here. Suddenly, the path in front of me split into three. Each branch led to a different, equally impossible vista. I hesitated, unsure which way to go. Choose, the whispers urged. Choose and become. I closed my eyes, trying to center myself. When I opened them, I nearly stumbled back in shock. Standing before me was myself, or rather, three versions of myself. The first Alex looked just as I had before that night in the forest, innocent, curious, unaware of the vastness of the universe. The second was the Alex I'd seen in the cave, corrupted by knowledge and power. And the third was something else entirely, neither fully human nor fully other, balanced between worlds. What is this? I demanded. What's going on? The innocent Alex spoke first, his voice painfully naive. We can go back, forget all of this, live a normal life. The corrupted Alex sneered. Power awaits us. We can reshape reality itself. Why limit ourselves to one paltry existence? The third Alex, the balanced one, simply watched me with eyes that held infinite sadness and wisdom. I stood frozen, overwhelmed by the choice before me. Part of me longed for the simplicity of my old life, to forget the horrors I'd witnessed. Another part was tempted by the promise of power, of transcending human limitations. Alex? It was Mia's voice, faint but clear. Alex, your vitals are spiking. Whatever's happening, stay strong. Remember who you are. Her words cut through my confusion. I looked at the three versions of myself and realized the truth. They were all me, all parts of who I was and could be. I choose unbalance, I said, my voice growing stronger. I accept what I've become, but I won't let it control me. I'll use this power to protect, not to dominate. As I spoke, the three figures merged into one, into me. I felt a surge of energy coursing through me, a sense of clarity I'd never experienced before. The whispers rose to a crescendo, no longer threatening but almost respectful. The choice is made. The balance is struck. Suddenly, the world around me began to fade. I felt myself being pulled back across the veil, back to my own reality. I gasped as my eyes flew open, finding myself back in Dr. Blackwood's office. Mia and Jake were at my side instantly, helping me sit up as the professor removed the electrodes. Alex, are you okay? Mia asked, her face pale with worry. I nodded, still trying to catch my breath. I'm fine. Better than fine, actually. Dr. Blackwood leaned in, his eyes bright with curiosity. What happened? What did you see? As I recounted my experience, I could see the awe and concern on their faces. When I finished, the room was silent for a long moment. Finally, Jake spoke up. So, what does this mean? For you, for us, for everything? I stood up, feeling steadier than I had in months. It means we have work to do. There are forces out there that want to use me as a gateway, but now I know I can resist them. More than that, I can fight back. Dr. Blackwood nodded solemnly. Indeed, your journey is far from over, Mr. Chen, but I believe you've taken a crucial step today. As we left the professor's office, I felt a new sense of purpose. The path ahead would be dangerous, filled with challenges I could scarcely imagine. But for the first time since that night in the forest, I felt truly ready to face them. The other side had shown me who I was, who I could be. Now it was up to me to live up to that potential, to be the guardian between worlds that I was meant to be. And with my friends by my side, I knew I stood a fighting chance. The tear in reality pulsed with an otherworldly light, casting sickly hues across the forest floor. I clawed my way through, feeling as if my very essence was being pulled apart and stitched back together. With a sickening lurch, I tumbled onto the damp earth of our world, gasping for air that suddenly felt too thin, too pure. As my vision cleared, the scene before me came into focus. The clearing was a charnel house. Bodies of the cultists lay strewn about, their robes torn and stained with blood that looked almost black in the pale moonlight. Some were twisted into impossible shapes, as if their bones had liquefied and reformed. Others seemed to have aged decades in moments, withered husks with expressions of abject terror frozen on their faces. I staggered to my feet, my legs trembling beneath me. "Hello?" I called out, my voice hoarse and unfamiliar to my own ears. "Is anyone there?" Silence answered me, broken only by the soft rustle of leaves in the night breeze. As I surveyed the carnage, my eyes fell upon a familiar face among the dead. My traitorous friend, the one who had held the ritual dagger, lay sprawled across one of the stone altars. Their eyes were wide open, staring sightlessly at the star-studded sky above. I approached cautiously, half expecting them to spring to life. But as I drew closer, I saw the truth. Whatever cosmic force they had sought to control had turned on them, leaving behind only an empty shell. "You fool," I whispered, a mix of pity and anger welling up inside me. "What did you think would happen?" A weak groan from the edge of the clearing snapped me back to attention. I spun around, heart racing, and saw a hand reaching out from behind a gnarled tree trunk. "Help, please." I recognized that voice. "Mark?" I called out, rushing towards the sound. "Mark, is that you?" As I rounded the tree, I found my loyal friend, the one who had stood by me through this nightmare. He was pale, covered in dirt and blood, but alive. I fell to my knees beside him, checking for injuries. "Jesus, Mark, what happened to you?" I asked, helping him sit up against the tree. He coughed, a wet rattling sound that sent a chill down my spine. They tried to use me as a sacrifice," he managed to say between labored breaths. "But something went wrong. The thing they summoned, it turned on them." I nodded grimly. "I saw. They're all dead now." Mark's eyes widened. "All of them? Even Sarah?" The name of our traitorous friend hung in the air between us. I simply nodded, not trusting myself to speak. "We need to get out of here," I said after a moment, glancing nervously at the shadows that seemed to writhe at the edge of my vision. "Can you walk?" Mark grimaced but nodded. "I think so. Just give me a hand up." I pulled him to his feet, letting him lean on me as we began our slow trek out of the clearing. Every step was a struggle, both of us battered and exhausted beyond measure. The forest around us felt different now, charged with an energy that made the hair on the back of my neck stand on end. As we stumbled through the underbrush, Mark suddenly tensed. "Did you hear that?" he whispered. I strained my ears, listening intently. At first, there was nothing but the usual forest sounds, the rustle of leaves, the distant hoot of an owl. But then I heard it too, a low, guttural sound that was decidedly not of this world. "We need to move faster," I urged, picking up our pace despite Mark's pained gasps. We pushed on through the darkness, the strange noises growing closer with each passing minute. Branches clawed at our clothes. Roots seemed to rise up to trip us, and more than once I could have sworn I saw shapes moving just beyond the reach of our flashlight's beam. "Talk to me, Mark," I said, trying to keep him conscious and distract myself from the growing dread. "What do you remember about what happened?" He was quiet for a long moment, and I feared he might have passed out. But then he spoke, his voice barely above a whisper. "It was Sarah. She told us she'd found something incredible in these woods, some kind of ancient power. We thought she was crazy at first, but then she started showing us things. Impossible things." I nodded, remembering the strange symbols, the journal, the way reality itself had seemed to bend around us. "And you didn't think to tell me?" Mark coughed again, a painful sound. "She swore us to secrecy, said you wouldn't understand, that you'd try to stop us. I'm so sorry. I should have known better." Before I could respond, a blood-curdling shriek pierced the night air. It was close, too close. We froze, holding our breath as we listened for any sign of movement. "What was that?" Mark whispered, his face pale with fear. I shook my head. "I don't know, and I don't want to find out. Come on, we're almost there." We pressed on, our progress agonizingly slow. The forest seemed to be actively working against us now, the path ahead growing more treacherous with each step. Strange whispers echoed through the trees, and more than once I caught glimpses of eyes gleaming in the darkness. Finally, after what felt like hours, we saw it, the edge of the forest, a thin line of lighter darkness ahead where the trees gave way to open fields. Hope surged through me, giving me a second wind. "We're almost there, Mark," I said, urging him forward. "Just a little further." But as we approached the forest's edge, a wave of wrongness washed over me. The air shimmered like a heat haze, and for a moment I could see through to the other side. But it wasn't the familiar countryside we'd driven through to get here. Instead, I saw a twisted landscape of impossible geometry and writhing shadows. I blinked, and the vision was gone. But the feeling of otherworldly wrongness remained. "Do you feel that?" I asked Mark. He nodded weakly. "Something's different. Changed." We stood at the threshold between the forest and the world beyond, hesitating. I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to my core, that if we stepped across that invisible line, nothing would ever be the same again. "We can't stay here," Mark said, voicing what we both knew to be true. I took a deep breath, steeling myself. "Together, then?" He nodded, and we stepped forward as one. The moment we crossed the boundary, it felt as if a veil had been lifted from my eyes. The world around us was familiar, fields stretching out towards distant lights of civilization. But it was as if I was seeing it all for the first time. Colors seemed more vivid, shadows deeper, and the stars above burned with an intensity that was almost painful to behold. We stumbled forward, putting distance between ourselves and the forest that now loomed behind us like a dark sentinel. As we walked, I became aware of a presence following us. Not the monstrous entities from the other side, but something more subtle. A weight of knowledge, of experience, that clung to us like a second skin. "We made it," Mark said, his voice a mix of relief and disbelief. "We actually made it out." I nodded but couldn't shake the feeling that our ordeal was far from over. "Yeah, but at what cost?" As if in answer to my question, a car appeared on the horizon, its headlights cutting through the darkness. We waved it down, grateful for any sign of normal human life. The car slowed to a stop beside us, and the driver, a middle-aged woman with kind eyes, rolled down her window. "Are you two all right?" she asked, concern evident in her voice. "You look like you've been through hell." Mark and I exchanged a glance, a wealth of unspoken understanding passing between us. How could we even begin to explain what we'd experienced? "We got lost in the woods," I said finally, the lie tasting bitter on my tongue. "Had a bit of an accident. Could you give us a lift to the nearest town?" The woman hesitated for a moment, eyeing our disheveled appearance before nodding. "Of course. Hop in." As we settled into the back seat of her car, the warmth and normalcy of it all felt almost surreal after what we'd been through. But even as we drove away from the forest, I couldn't shake the feeling that something had followed us out, something that would never let us truly escape. I caught Mark's eye, seeing my own mix of relief and lingering dread reflected there. We had survived, yes, but the price of our return was yet to be fully paid. The horrors we'd witnessed, the truths we'd glimpsed about the nature of reality, these things would stay with us forever, changing us in ways we had yet to fully understand. And somewhere in the depths of my mind, in a place I was afraid to examine too closely, I knew that our journey was far from over. The boundary between worlds had been breached, and the echoes of that violation would ripple out in ways we couldn't possibly predict. As the car sped towards the promise of civilization and safety, I leaned back in my seat and closed my eyes, trying to find solace in the rhythmic hum of the engine. But behind my eyelids, I still saw the swirling vortex of that otherworldly realm, and in the back of my mind I heard the whispers of things that should not be. We had escaped the forest, but the real nightmare, the long, slow unraveling of everything we thought we knew about the world, was only just beginning. The ancient bus wheezed to a stop, its brakes screaming in protest. I peered out the grimy window, taking in my first glimpse of Camp Nighthawk. Towering pines stretched as far as the eye could see, their branches swaying gently in the late afternoon breeze. The air smelled of pine sap and wood smoke, a stark contrast to the city's exhaust fumes I'd left behind. "All right, campers," a cheery voice boomed from the front of the bus. "Welcome to your home for the next 8 weeks." I hefted my duffel bag onto my shoulder and shuffled down the aisle with the other kids. As I stepped off the bus, the gravel crunching under my sneakers. I took a deep breath. The crisp pine-scented air filled my lungs, and for a moment, I felt a surge of excitement. "Hey, you must be Jake." A tall, freckle-faced counselor with a mop of red hair bounded up to me, grinning from ear to ear. "I'm Mike, your cabin leader. Let's get you settled in." I nodded, forcing a smile. "Thanks, Mike." "Where to?" My unease. I shrugged. "Yeah, just getting used to the place, I guess." Mike chuckled. "Don't worry, you'll feel right at home in no time. Here we are, cabin 13. Great, cabin 13. Because that wasn't ominous at all. Inside, I claimed a bottom bunk and started unpacking. The cabin smelled of pine and musty sleeping bags. As I shoved my clothes into a small dresser, I heard a twig snap just outside the window. I whirled around, heart pounding, but saw nothing but the dense forest beyond. "Did you see that?" I asked Tommy, my bunkmate who was arranging his Pokemon cards on his bed. "See what?" Tommy looked up, confused. I shook my head. "Never mind. Probably just a squirrel or something." As the afternoon wore on, more kids arrived, filling the cabin with chatter and laughter. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching us from the woods. Every time I looked out the window, I half expected to see something, but there was never anything there. As the sun began to set, Mike rounded us up for the welcome campfire. We gathered in a large clearing where other cabins were already assembled. The crackling fire cast dancing shadows across excited faces, but the darkness beyond the firelight seemed to press in around us. Camp Director Dave, a barrel-chested man with a booming voice, stood up to address us. "Welcome to Camp Nighthawk, everyone. We're going to have an amazing summer filled with adventure, friendship, and—" I tuned out as he droned on about camp rules and activities. My attention was drawn to the edge of the clearing where the firelight faded into inky blackness. For a split second, I could have sworn I saw a tall, shadowy figure standing just beyond the light's reach. I blinked, and it was gone. "Hey, you okay?" whispered Sarah, the girl sitting next to me. "You look like you've seen a ghost." I forced a laugh. "No, just thought I saw something in the woods. Tricks of the light, you know?" Sarah nodded, but her eyes darted nervously to the tree line. "Yeah, sure. Tricks of the light." As we made our way back to the cabins after the campfire, the forest seemed to close in around us. The beam of Mike's flashlight cut through the darkness, but it only seemed to emphasize how dark it was beyond its reach. "Stick together, guys," Mike called out cheerfully, but I detected a note of tension in his voice. Don't want anyone getting lost on their first night. Back in the cabin, I climbed into my bunk, exhausted but wired. The events of the day swirled in my mind, and every creak of the old building made me jump. "Night, everyone," Mike called out as he flicked off the lights. "Big day tomorrow." I lay in the darkness, listening to the unfamiliar sounds of the forest. Wind in the trees, an owl hooting, something scratching at the cabin wall. Probably just a branch, right? I must have dozed off eventually because suddenly I was running through the forest. Trees loomed on all sides, their branches reaching out like gnarled hands trying to grab me. I could hear heavy footsteps behind me getting closer and closer. I ran faster, my lungs burning, but I knew I couldn't outrun it forever. Finally, I burst into a clearing, moonlight illuminating a still lake. I turned around, ready to face my pursuer, but what I saw made my blood run cold. It was a man, tall, dressed in what looked like an old park ranger uniform, but where his face should have been, there was only a smooth, blank expanse of skin. I woke up with a start, drenched in sweat. The cabin was quiet, except for the soft breathing of the other boys. I lay there, heart pounding, trying to convince myself it was just a nightmare, but it had felt so real. As the first light of dawn began to filter through the windows, I heard whispers from the bunk above me. "I'm telling you I saw him," a voice I recognized as Tommy's said urgently, "standing right at the edge of the trees watching us." "You're full of it," another voice replied. "It was probably just a shadow or something." "No way, man, he didn't have a face, just blank, like it had been erased." I felt my blood run cold. Slowly, I sat up, peering over the edge of Tommy's bunk. "What did you say?" I whispered. Tommy and the other boy, Alex, looked at me with wide eyes. "You heard that?" Tommy asked nervously. I nodded. The faceless man. I think I saw him too, and I had a nightmare about him. The three of us stared at each other in the dim morning light, a shared understanding passing between us. Something wasn't right at Camp Nighthawk, and I had a feeling this was just the beginning. "We should tell Mike," Alex suggested, but his voice lacked conviction. Tommy shook his head vehemently. "No way. They'll just think we're making it up, or trying to scare the younger kids." "So what do we do?" I asked, voicing the question that hung heavy in the air. Before anyone could answer, Mike's cheerful voice rang out through the cabin. "Rise and shine, campers, time for breakfast and our first full day of camp activities." As the cabin erupted into the chaos of boys getting dressed and ready for the day, Tommy, Alex, and I exchanged one last meaningful look. We didn't know what was going on, but we knew one thing for certain. This summer at Camp Nighthawk was going to be unlike anything we had ever experienced. And as I followed the others out into the bright morning sunshine, I couldn't shake the feeling that somewhere in the dense forest surrounding us, a pair of non-existent eyes were watching our every move. The beam of my flashlight cut through the darkness, illuminating the narrow path ahead. Behind me, a line of chattering campers stretched out, their own lights bobbing like fireflies in the night. "All right, gang," I called out, trying to keep my voice cheerful and steady. "Keep your eyes peeled for any nocturnal creatures. Owls, raccoons, maybe even a deer if we're lucky." "What about bears, Counselor Jenny?" A small voice piped up from the back of the group. I chuckled, hoping it didn't sound as nervous as I felt. "Don't worry, Tim. Bears are more afraid of us than we are of them. Just stick close to the group, and we'll be fine." As we ventured deeper into the woods, the sounds of the night seemed to intensify. Crickets chirped incessantly, and somewhere in the distance, an owl hooted mournfully. The trees loomed over us, their branches reaching out like gnarled fingers in the darkness. I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. Every few steps I found myself glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see something. But there was never anything there, just shadows and more shadows. "Hey, Jenny." My fellow counselor, Mark, sidled up beside me. "You seem a bit on edge. Everything okay?" I forced a smile. "Yeah, just, making sure we don't lose any kids out here." Mark nodded, but I could see the concern in his eyes. "Right. Well, let me know if you need anything." As he fell back to check on the rear of the group, I took a deep breath, trying to shake off my unease. It was just a night hike. We'd done dozens of these before. Nothing to worry about. That's when I heard it. A sharp intake of breath, followed by a blood-curdling scream that shattered the night. I whirled around, my heart pounding. What's wrong? Who screamed? The line of campers had broken formation, kids clustering together in frightened groups. At the very back, a young girl named Emily was sobbing hysterically, pointing into the darkness beyond the trail. I rushed over, kneeling beside her. "Emily, what is it? What did you see?" Between gasping sobs, she managed to choke out, "A man following us, but he didn't have a face." A chill ran down my spine. I looked up at Mark, who had also rushed over. His face was pale in the flashlight's glow. "Okay, everyone," I said, trying to keep my voice calm. "We're heading back to camp now. Stay close together, and no one leaves the group. Understood?" A chorus of frightened agreements answered me. As we turned to head back, I couldn't help but scan the darkness around us. Was that a flicker of movement between the trees? A shadow that didn't quite match the others? The return journey seemed to take an eternity. Every snapping twig, every rustle of leaves had us jumping. Emily had calmed down somewhat, but she clung to Mark's hand like a lifeline, her eyes wide and fearful. As we finally emerged from the tree line, the warm glow of the camp's lights felt like a beacon of safety. I did one last head count, relief washing over me as I confirmed all campers were accounted for. "All right, everyone," I announced, mustering as much cheerfulness as I could. That's enough excitement for one night. Back to your cabins, and we'll see you bright and early for breakfast. As the kids dispersed, still whispering nervously among themselves, Mark pulled me aside. "Jenny, what the hell was that about?" he asked in a low voice. "A man with no face? Come on." I shrugged, feeling suddenly exhausted. "I don't know, Mark. Kids have wild imaginations, especially in the dark. Emily probably saw a shadow or something and got spooked." But even as I said it, I couldn't quite convince myself. The terror in Emily's eyes had been too real, too raw to be just imagination. "Maybe," Mark said, but he didn't sound convinced either. "We should probably mention this to Dave in the morning just in case." I nodded, grateful for his level-headedness. "Good idea. For now, let's just try to get some sleep." As I made my way back to my cabin, I couldn't shake the feeling of unease that had settled over me. I told myself it was just the residual adrenaline from the scare, but deep down, I knew it was more than that. Inside my cabin, I changed into my pajamas and climbed into bed, exhausted but wired. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw Emily's terrified face, heard her describing the faceless man. I must have dozed off eventually because the next thing I knew, I was jolted awake by a sudden chill. Groggily, I sat up, wondering if I'd left a window open. That's when I saw it. The cabin door was wide open, swinging gently in the night breeze. My heart leaped into my throat. I was sure I'd locked it before going to bed. I always did. Slowly, I got out of bed, my bare feet silent on the wooden floor. As I approached the door, I could hear the night sounds of the forest, crickets, the distant hoot of an owl. But underneath it all, there was something else. A soft, rhythmic sound, almost like breathing. My hand trembled as I reached for the doorknob. In one quick motion, I stepped outside, ready to confront whatever was out there. The night air was cool on my skin, the moon casting long shadows across the camp. At first, I saw nothing out of the ordinary. Then, movement caught my eye. At the edge of the forest, a tall figure stood motionless. In the moonlight, I could make out what looked like an old-fashioned ranger's uniform. But where the face should have been, there was only a smooth, featureless expanse. I blinked hard, certain I must be dreaming. When I opened my eyes again, the figure was gone, melting into the mist that had begun to roll in from the forest. For a long moment I stood there, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst from my chest. Had I really seen what I thought I'd seen? Or was my mind playing tricks on me, influenced by Emily's story and the strange atmosphere of the camp? Shakily, I closed and locked the door, double-checking it this time. As I climbed back into bed, I knew sleep would be a long time coming. My mind raced, trying to make sense of what had just happened. In the morning, I told myself I'd talk to Dave. We'd figure this out. There had to be a logical explanation for all of this. But as I lay there in the darkness, listening to the sounds of the night, a part of me knew that logic might not have anything to do with what was happening at Camp Nighthawk. And as the first light of dawn began to creep through the windows, I couldn't shake the feeling that this was only the beginning of something much, much bigger than a simple camp ghost story. The musty smell of old paper filled my nostrils as I rifled through yet another box of camp records. Dust motes danced in the beam of my flashlight, the only illumination in the cramped storage room beneath the mess hall. I'd been at it for hours, searching for any mention of a faceless man or strange occurrences at Camp Nighthawk. "This is pointless," I muttered to myself, pushing aside a stack of faded attendance sheets from the 1980s. But I couldn't stop. Not after what I'd seen last night. Not after Emily's terrified screams during the night hike. Just as I was about to call it quits, a yellowed newspaper clipping caught my eye. The headline read, "Tragic Fire Claims Life of Beloved Park Ranger." My heart raced as I scanned the article, dated July 15th, 1952. Ranger John Hawkins, 42, presumed dead. Heroic efforts to evacuate campers. Body never recovered. "Holy shit," I whispered, my hands shaking as I read the article again. A knock at the door made me jump, nearly dropping my flashlight. Sarah? You still down there? It was Mike, the head counselor. I quickly folded the newspaper clipping and shoved it into my pocket. Yeah, just finishing up, I called back, my voice sounding strained even to my own ears. As I emerged from the storage room, blinking in the bright sunlight, Mike gave me a concerned look. You okay? You look like you've seen a ghost. I forced a laugh, but it came out hollow. Just dusty down there. Find anything interesting about the camp's history? Mike shrugged. Not really. Why the sudden interest anyway? I hesitated, unsure how much to reveal. Just curious, I guess. Hey, do you know if there are any old-timers around here? Someone who might know about the camp's past? Mike scratched his chin thoughtfully. Well, there's Old Man Jenkins. Lives just outside the park. He's been around forever. Used to work here back in the day. But Sarah, what's this really about? I sighed, knowing I couldn't keep it to myself any longer. Mike, something weird is going on here. The kids are seeing things. I'm seeing things. I think the camp might be haunted. Mike's eyebrows shot up. Haunted? Come on, Sarah. You can't be serious. I know how it sounds, I said, frustration creeping into my voice. But I need answers. Can you take me to see Jenkins? Mike looked at me for a long moment, then nodded. All right, but this better not be some elaborate prank for the campers. An hour later, we were pulling up to a weathered cabin on the outskirts of Harriman State Park. An old man sat on the porch, his wrinkled face lighting up as he saw us approach. Well, well, he called out in a gravelly voice. If it ain't Mike from the camp, what brings you out to visit old Jenkins? Mike introduced me, and we settled onto the porch. Jenkins offered us lemonade, his roomy eyes twinkling with curiosity. So, he said, settling back in his rocking chair, what can I do for you young folks? I took a deep breath. Mr. Jenkins, we were hoping you could tell us about the history of Camp Nighthawk, particularly any strange occurrences or legends. Jenkins' bushy eyebrows furrowed. Strange occurrences, you say? Why do you ask? I glanced at Mike, who nodded encouragingly. We've been seeing things, or rather, someone, a man without a face. The change in Jenkins was immediate. The color drained from his face and his hands began to tremble. You've seen him, he whispered. After all these years, he's back. Mike leaned forward. Who's back, Mr. Jenkins? The old man's eyes seemed to look right through us, lost in memories. John Hawkins. He was a ranger here, back in '52. Best damn ranger we ever had, until the fire. I pulled out the newspaper clipping. Is this him? Jenkins nodded slowly. That's John, all right. It was a terrible night. Fire broke out in the North Woods. John, he went in to evacuate a group of campers. Got them all out safe, but he never came back. I finished softly. No, he didn't, Jenkins said, his voice thick with emotion. We searched for days but never found a trace, except... Except what? Mike pressed. Jenkins sighed heavily. His badge. We found it at the edge of the burn zone. Melted, twisted, like it had been through hell itself. A chill ran down my spine. Mr. Jenkins, have there been sightings over the years? The old man nodded slowly. Whispers, rumors, campers seeing a ranger in the woods at night, but never like this. Never so present. As we drove back to camp, my mind was reeling. Mike was unusually quiet, his knuckles white on the steering wheel. You believe it now, don't you? I asked softly. Mike didn't answer for a long moment. I don't know what to believe, he finally said, but I know we can't ignore this. That night, I tossed and turned in my bunk, unable to shake the image of John Hawkins, engulfed in flames, his face melting away. When I finally drifted off, my dreams were a confused jumble of fire and faceless figures. I jolted awake, heart pounding. The cabin was dark and quiet, but something felt off, As my eyes adjusted to the darkness, I noticed a faint glow coming from my bedside table. Slowly, I reached out. My fingers touched metal, warm to the touch. I drew back with a gasp, fumbling for my flashlight. In the beam of light, I saw it. A ranger's badge, twisted and charred, still faintly glowing as if it had just been pulled from a fire. "Oh my God," I whispered, my voice shaking. As the implications of what I was seeing sank in, I knew that everything had changed. This wasn't just a ghost story anymore. This was real, and it was happening now. I clutched the badge, its heat seeming to pulse in rhythm with my racing heart. Whatever was haunting Camp Nighthawk, whatever unfinished business John Hawkins had, it was clear now that I was at the center of it. As the first light of dawn began to filter through the cabin windows, I made a decision. I had to get to the bottom of this, for the sake of the campers, for the camp itself, and for the restless spirit of John Hawkins. But as I finally drifted off to sleep, the badge clutched tightly in my hand. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was stepping into something far darker and more dangerous than I could possibly imagine. And somewhere in the forests of Camp Nighthawk, I knew the faceless man was waiting. I stood at the front of the mess hall, facing a sea of anxious faces. The low murmur of whispered conversations filled the air, punctuated by the occasional nervous laugh. As head counselor, it was my job to address the growing panic about the faceless man sightings. But how could I reassure them when I wasn't so sure myself? "All right, everyone, settle down," I called out, my voice steadier than I felt. The room gradually quieted, all eyes turning to me. "I know there have been some unusual occurrences lately. I've heard the rumors, and I understand you're scared." Sarah, one of the junior counselors, caught my eye from the back of the room. She nodded encouragingly, but I could see the worry etched on her face. "But I want to assure you," I continued, "that there's nothing to be afraid of. Camp Nighthawk is perfectly safe. What we're dealing with here is simply an overactive imagination fueled by ghost stories and shadows in the woods." A hand shot up from the middle of the room. It belonged to Emily, the girl who'd screamed during the night hike. "But Mr. Mike," she said, her voice trembling slightly, "I saw him. The man with no face. He was real." Murmurs rippled through the crowd. I took a deep breath, trying to keep my voice calm and reassuring. "Emily, I understand what you think you saw, but our eyes can play tricks on us, especially in the dark. What you probably saw was a shadow, or maybe even a deer." "It wasn't a deer," Emily protested, her eyes welling up with tears. "He was tall and he wore a ranger's uniform and where his face should have been." "That's enough, Emily," I cut her off, perhaps